You are listening to Supreme Magus. Chapter 651, A Threat from the Past Part 1. I think we should contact our commanding officer, Floria said. As a person, I just want to run away from this nightmarish place. As a soldier, however, I think we should at least make sure that by opening Kyula's gates we haven't unleashed some ancient horror upon the Griffin Kingdom. Lith nodded. He really hoped to receive the order to retreat. In the case that happened, he would only need to have Solace's to assume her tower form above the Mana Geyser once to be able to return there any time he wanted. If it works, Solace said. The ground has been enchanted to not be affected by earth magic, and even if the Mana Geyser has not been claimed, most of its energy is drained by Kyula. There might not be enough world energy left to assume my tower form, let alone to perform a warp. Floria took her army amulet out of her dimensional amulet and tried to contact the headquarters. Unlike a civilian device, the army communication amulet had green mana crystals supporting the blue one and amplifying its signal. Yet all the runes carved on its surface were inactive. She had to infuse it with her own mana to have even the emergency rune to lit up. Damn it, I don't know the reason, but now the signal sucks. Give me a hand, please. I can't speak and focus so much all at once. With Lith's help, the hologram of Commander Burian soon appeared between them. Floria reported to him everything that had happened and the losses they had suffered. Damn it, you should have called me the moment you realized it was a military compound. Your expedition isn't suited for that kind of recon. Historians are a must, but you need many more master forgemasters and wardens. Burian slammed his fist against his desk. Lith had never seen him angry, not even during the events of Author. Once he looked more carefully, Lith could notice that he stood corrected. The commander was worried, not angry. With all due respect, sir, the creature attacked the moment we stepped inside Kyula, despite not even it being provoked. There is no telling that even if we didn't enter the premises, it wouldn't have attacked us the moment we lowered our guard. It was controlled by a slave item, so despite its will was restricted, it was far from a mindless creature. Also, I think that your first order would have been to assess the danger the compound poses to the kingdom, Floria replied. You are right, Burian sighed. Those Odi were cunning. If you didn't destroy the arrays, they would have killed you as soon as the door was opened, whereas removing the arrays let that fungus thing free to murder you on the first occasion it got. Normally, I would order you to get out of there and wait for reinforcements, but we have no idea what other contingency measures the Odi might have set in place. On top of that, now that the gates of Kyula are open, we can't risk that someone coming from the tunnels might trigger the gods know what traps or steal the Odi's secrets. Even worse, something could follow you to the surface, and if the fights break out inside the mines, our losses would be incalculable. For now, your task is to guard the compound and make sure that nothing gets in or out of it. I'll inform you as soon as the royals make their decision. This is too big even for me to decide alone. Over and out. The moment the conversation was over, Floria put her amulet back inside her dimensional item and conjured a hush zone to prevent being heard. At least now we have our orders. Can you see something out of the ordinary in the tunnels? She asked. Lith's eyes flared up with life vision, and then he looked around before replying. Nothing, but it doesn't mean much. When the techs attacked, I had no notice of it until it was too late, and I can't see inside Kyula's buildings due to the arrays surrounding them. I hope to receive some good news, Floria said. Quilla mentioned how the Odi used slaves and golems to do their scut work. Unless they manage to imprison another eternal being, we are bound to face golems. Being Kyula a military compound, there must be a lot of them, and all armed to the teeth. Can life vision see them, or are they invisible to it? They have no life force, but I can see their mana flow, so I should be able to warn you in time. Unless they pull some stunt like the tech, of course, Lith replied. By the time the remaining members of the expedition team woke up, it was already noon. Old age was an unbeatable enemy, and some of the professors had suffered great damage, forcing them to rest for more than a day. Quilla and Morok were surprisingly energetic. They showed no sign of fatigue, and they both ate for 2 people. Yandra still looked exhausted, but her movements were now lighter and nimbler than before. After Floria brought everyone up to speed, explaining to them what had happened after they had lost consciousness, Professor Gaku, the expedition leader, took a few deep breaths to calm down before saying, As much as it pains me to admit it, Burian is right. This team is ill-suited to explore such a historical marvel like Kyula appears to be. At the word marvel, the professors who were still grieving needed sheer willpower to not strangle her, and so did the surviving assistants. Yet everyone gritted their teeth and let her continue. Our team is still powerful, but us professor lack the stamina and speed necessary to be truly useful. Our assistant's inexperience is a liability, Khalil almost doomed us all. To make matters worse, the Odi were truly cunning. In all of my years of experience, I've never faced arrays with so many layers of traps, nor creatures that powerful. I'm not going to lie, I proved to be a liability as well. If we preserved the arrays as I wanted, they would have killed us. Even if somehow we survived, I don't think I would have been able to beat that magical beast. I still don't understand how Ranger Verhin defeated it, but I can say that if that fungus had been on the level of an emperor beast, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Everyone nodded to those words, Lith included. He had faced only a non-awakened emperor beast in the past, and even then he had needed help to beat him. Now he was much stronger and better equipped, but after facing the sentient fungus, he realized that it wasn't only a matter of how powerful the opponent was, but also of how long the creature had to prepare the terrain for the fight. The spores would have been a much easier opponent if they hadn't spent centuries multiplying. Lith then explained to the rest of the group how he had survived the encounter. Gods, the Odi are almost embarrassing in their hubris, Gaku said when she heard about the cable fueling the arrays. Once again, it would be a groundbreaking discovery, if not for its fatal weak point. If they applied the same method for sealing the buildings, getting inside will be the easy part, whereas facing what's waiting for us might cost us our lives. Chapter 652, A Threat from the Past Part 2. By the way, how did you find the container and how did you discover the cable? Gaku asked. Lith had already prepared an explanation, and after speaking with Floria, he had made it even simpler to justify his measly expenditure of mana. Thanks to Captain Ernest, I had the time to prepare a life-sensing array. Once I spotted the container, I got there too fast for the creature to follow me. I had enough time to notice that the arrays needed a power source, and I did what anyone in my situation would have done. I struck at everything that stuck out. Well done, a good mix of wisdom and luck is exactly what we need to survive, Gaku said. Survive? Do you think the army will not allow us to leave? Raynor asked, causing most of those present to sigh at his naivety. Of course not. We opened a can of worms, and we are the only ones that can take care of it before the worst happens, Yandra said while patting his shoulder to reassure him. Now, since it's only a matter of time before going back inside Kula, I'll tell you all I know about the Odi's technology, and my colleagues will do the same. Yandra explained to them the kinds of golems previous expeditions had faced, and how to defeat them, going into details to the point of sharing even what Forgemasters considered secrets of their trade. No one missed it wasn't an act of generosity so much as of desperation. Gaku and Elkaz prepared for everyone a list of common Odi words they had to watch out for and the secret signs used to mark dangerous zones. By the time the seminar was over, it was already evening and everyone had quite a headache from the cramming. Oh gods, we're idiots, Floria said. Burian can't contact us if we don't boost the signal on our end. As predicted, the commander had been waiting for them for hours, even starting to fear that the expedition had been wiped out. His orders were predictable as well. Their mission was now to search Kula with the utmost caution, and leave only after making sure to not leave behind anything that could endanger the kingdom. Sadly, sending reinforcements is nigh impossible. Because of the interference, we can't pinpoint your coordinates, and even if we could, the interference would make it impossible to open a warp gate. I can only wish you good luck, and hope you find only constructs and corpses down there. I'd have a request, sir, Lith said. Could you please tell my family I'm all right? They don't hear from me since the communications have been sealed. They must be worried sick. Burian nodded, expecting the others to ask for the same, yet only an awkward silence ensued. Good gods, what a bunch of no-lifers. Now I really feel the need to tell my wife and kids I love them, the commander thought before hanging up the call. I envy you, Yandra said. Even if I went missing for a year, nobody would care. I would, Raynor's tone was hurt. No, you wouldn't, because you're always with me. You're the only real family I've left. Well then, it's already late, so I'd say we can start our exploration tomorrow first thing in the morning. Professor Gaku was eager to change the subject. Her career had been as successful as her personal life was empty. We'll split into 2 teams, each one comprised of a ranger since they are our heavy hitters, a warden and a forgemaster. Do you agree, Captain Ernest? Floria nodded, and after organizing guard duty, everyone went to sleep. They had a lot to do in the morning. Duchy of Larixia, crystal mines that same morning. 10 days had passed since the expedition team had left the mines, and the goblin abomination hybrid named Korg had managed to safely resume her routine. The mines were now under heavy surveillance, but she didn't mind. Her dimensional magic combined with her ability to manipulate light made her invisible even to awakened ones. Fake mages had no chance of finding her. The fight with the two rangers had been a blessing in disguise. After almost dying due to having her goblin side heavily injured, her evolution had resumed at an astounding rate. The flesh and chaos energy which comprised her body were two separate entities no more. They had finally started to merge together, creating something new and completely unprecedented. Thanks to the goblin's unbridled vitality and the long incubation period while being constantly overwhelmed by mana crystals, Korg's new body was now able to withstand the chaos. Puppeteer abominations needed to find new host bodies once the one they occupied was corroded, while eldritch abominations' bodies were made of pure chaos energy. It made them almost indestructible, but at the same time, it crippled their daily life. To prevent their energy from killing or destroying everything they touched, a lot of willpower was needed. To add insult to injury, it also required to consume part of the energy they had accumulated. Even if they could take human appearance, they couldn't keep such form for long without causing a massacre, either to feed or because they failed to control the raw energy their bodies were comprised of. For the same reason, things like forgemastering, alchemy, and all creative jobs were much harder for them than for humans. Korg's body instead was, for the lack of a better term, normal. She could freely touch things, and unlike all of her fellow abominations, chaos energy didn't seep out whenever she became distracted. It was a perfect shell that decreased her energy consumption and in turn her need to feed, leaving her lots of mana to spare for her magic. Who would have thought that being injured was the key to my evolution? Goblin tissues have repaired my abomination side, while chaos energy strengthened my damaged flesh. Soon all of my forgemastery skills will become more than nostalgia. Fuck Korg, I'll be once again known as Baitra, the Forge Goddess. I bet that if my so-called original learned the truth, the envy would give her a stroke, Baitra thought. You're damn right. Unluckily for you, I've no veins anymore. An all-too-familiar voice resounded in her head. Baitra turned around, watching her double standing in front of her. Don't try to escape. I might not have life vision anymore, but I can track my own energy signature when we are close. Not running away after your existence was revealed to the public is the last mistake you'll ever make, Korg thought. Her clawed hands were filled with chaos mana, ready to be unleashed. Unlike the hybrid, she had all the time to prepare for their meeting. Back when she was still an emperor beast, Korg had been a Reiju, the evolution of a seer, horse-type magical beast, whose powers were based on the light and air element. Their appearance was that of a Chinese dragon fused with a warhorse. The resulting creature had silver-white scales covering their horse body, with large branching horns over their head, long whiskers, a thick silver mane, and a long, scaled dragonic tail. Korg's abomination body was humanoid and covered by black small scales. The small horns on her head and her hair dancing in the air despite the complete lack of wind in the cave were the only vestigial remnants of her old self. Chapter 653, Fall of the Mighty Part 1. Baitra blinked away, immediately followed by Korg. No matter the direction she took, her double would follow her without fail. Soon both of them were outside the mines, in a secluded space away from prying eyes. Something is wrong, Korg thought. After blinking so many times, even I feel tired. How can a hybrid have such strength? Also, why did she left the mines? I couldn't use powerful spells there without the risk of killing us both. Even if she's just half as smart as I am, she can't have given me this advantage for no reason. You bet I didn't, Baitra replied, shocking her double. Korg couldn't believe that a mere copy had developed a willpower so strong that she could easily invade Korg's mind. An enormous array, over 100 meters, 330 feet, large surrounded them as Baitra assumed the perfect form of a Reiju. Korg could clearly feel that her clone didn't just shapeshift. That was an exact copy of their original body. The only difference was that its scales were black, and its eyes yellow instead of being respectively silver and red. Korg unleashed the Tier 5 Chaos spell, Flood Storm, only to see the Chaos magic revert to its darkness version because of the array. Baitra didn't miss the opening. She dodged all the darkness bullets as if they were still and pierced Korg's chest with her horns, ripping it to shreds. Korg screamed in pain, realizing she had fallen into a trap. Not only did the light-based array make Chaos magic useless, but it also made the light element seep inside everything within the premises of the formation. Because of that, the light element was constantly assaulting her chaos-made body, turning it into darkness energy as well. The light magic flooding through her open wound was like poison, sapping her strength at an alarming rate. Each chunk of flesh was actually highly compressed chaos energy that once lost couldn't be recovered due to Bytra's energy signature infecting Korg's. Unlike Scarlet the Scorpicore, Bytra knew all the secrets of chaos magic and its fatal weaknesses as well. Bytra, on the other hand, was unaffected by the array. Her body was physical, hence the light element was a source of nourishment for her. Fuck, all the spells I had prepared are now useless. If this keeps up like this, I'll be the one devoured, Korg thought as the Reiju tore her apart limb from limb, with such speed and ferocity that she had no time to cast a single spell. It had taken Bytra a lot of time and effort to steal enough crystals from the mines to support her reversal array, but it had been worth it. The more of her original, memories, and wisdom she recovered, the more the psychic bond between them grew stronger. She knew it was only a matter of time before the eldritch who had spawned her would hunt her down. Bytra could already taste the enormous amount of energy she would obtain by consuming her double, enough to maybe even satiate the hunger that tormented her ever since the day she had turned into an abomination. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the earth below the two sworn enemies turned into a hand the size of a cruise ship, crushing both the array and Bytra under its grip. I told you not to underestimate a hybrid. We've already lost several eldritches due to their conceit, Xenagrosh said, using her Mother Earth glove to trap her prey. Not only did it allow her to dominate the earth element, but it also distorted the elemental balance so much that it made it impossible to use dimensional magic. After consuming her troll double, Xenagrosh had become able to recover her human body. She looked like a woman in her mid-20s, around 1.6 meters, 53, tall, wearing an ample cream-colored magician robe. Her looks were kind of plain. She had light brown hair with black streaks and youthful chestnut eyes that contrasted with the ancient wisdom of her gaze. "How long have you been there?" Korg asked. Only her head and part of her chest remained. It would take her months to recover from her injuries without committing genocide. "From the beginning." "Then why didn't you do anything?" Korg's voice was full of anger and spite. "To teach you a lesson I hope you will in turn teach other eldritches. Never underestimate an opponent. You knew your clone was bound to have recovered most of your memories, yet you charged in blindly. That was beyond stupid." "Please let me go," Bytra said. "Original or clone, I don't care, I just want to live. I promise that if you spare my life, you'll never hear again from me." "Beg all you want, your destiny is sealed. There's only room for one Korg on the entire Mager," Korg replied. "Then you can be Korg and I can be Bytra. I'm tired of hiding and fighting. I want to use my hammer and Forgemaster again. I don't want to be defined by my hunger anymore." "Bytra is a name I relinquished, but it's still mine," Korg said, regrowing her limbs so that she could stand up. "You own nothing and you deserve nothing. Once I'm done with you, I'll become strong enough to devour anyone who dares to stand in my path." "What?" Xenagrosh was flabbergasted. "What about your title of ruler of the flames? What about your herd? You could finally meet other Rages again after centuries of isolation, and all you can think of is something meaningless as preying on the weak. Who needs a herd when you can have power? What use can have wasting time to Forgemaster artifacts when I can simply take them from the hands of my fallen enemies?" Korg said with a mad grin on her face, showing many rows of shark-like teeth. "As for my title, do not worry. I will cleanse Mager in a forge of chaos." "I changed my mind. Feel free to eat her." Xenagrosh opened her hand and freed Bytra from her stone prison. "What?" both the original and the clone asked in unison. "I told you to not underestimate your opponent, in this case, me. The cause has no use for a power-hungry fool. Neither I nor the Master have ever aimed for Mager's destruction. The Master just wants to make the human race better, whereas I'm content with breaking free from the chains of fate. Since you're bound to be a problem in the future, I might as well take care of you right now in your weakened state." Xenagrosh nodded for Bytra to resume her attack. The Reiju charged against Korg's broken form one last time, skewering the eldritch with her horns before absorbing the very life essence of her double. A blinding light erupted from Bytra's body as the two black cores merged into one. If for Xenagrosh the key for her new form had been absorbing her troll's counterpart light core, for Bytra was the goblin's vitality. With each generation, they had become more and more resistant to the chaos energy they were born with until both their cores and bodies were able to coexist with it. Baitra wasn't just an abomination anymore, she was now a perfect hybrid. Her human form and Reiju form were now almost identical to their original appearance. Baitra looked at her own naked figure, combing her silver hair with her fingers. "Gods, I'm not a monster anymore," she blurted out. Chapter 654, Fall of the Mighty Part 2. "How do you feel?" Xenagrosh asked. Her hands casually placed on her dragon-tooth blade hung on her hip. "I'm not hungry." It was the only thing Baitra could think about. "First, you need some clothes. Second, I'll fetch you your hammer. We have a lot of work to do." Expedition site of Kula, the following morning. Everyone was back in top shape, but the morale was dangerously low. The assistants now looked at the military compound as if it was their personal gallows, while the professors were doubting their own skills for the first time in years. A simple graduate who is not even a warden unlocked the arrays sealing the doors, and if not for the army, we'd be already dead. Have I underestimated this mission? Were the Odi too cunning, or have I just got too old for this job? Was what every one of them was thinking. Lith was the more nervous of them all, but he was good at hiding it. His instincts were telling him that something was off. After the techs attacked, I was expecting that whoever is pulling their strings would raise the ante, yet nothing happened. Then we opened the door and that fungus came out. 2 more days have passed and once again nothing. Are we really facing just automated defenses, or is our enemy adjusting their strategy the more we reveal our cards? He thought. Despite all the evidence pointing at him being wrong, Lith was unable to relax. There was something akin to a tingling in a corner of his head that bugged him to no end. On the bright side, the professors were now wearing their best equipment. "By my maker, that's a blinding appearance," Solus said once she attempted to look at the group with her mana sense. Every one of their items was imbued with multiple powerful enchantments. The only problem for her was that there were so many that she had no idea which one to study first. "It's good to see that you have geared up. We need all the help we can get," Floria said. "We'll split into 3 groups. Professor Yandra, Professor Elkas, Ranger Verhin, and I will explore the first building on the left, right after the city door. Professor Gaku, Professor Neschel, Ranger Erie, and 2 of my soldiers will explore the second building on the left. This way, if anything happens, we can provide backup to each other with minimal notice thanks to dimensional magic. Plus, if the necessity arises, we can retreat behind the protection of our arrays with the same ease. The rest of my soldiers will protect the assistants during our absence. Your task will be to make sure the camp's barriers are at full strength and prevent anyone from attacking us from the back." "Yes," all the assistants said but one. "This is unfair. I'm not a fighter, but I can help, just like I did with the door," Quilla objected. "And you will if we find something we can't decipher. We'll return to the camp and work on it together. Until then, stay in the camp." Floria's tone didn't leave space for arguing, so Quilla slouched her back and dragged her feet until she was among her peers. "She can blink away and has my armor. I don't see why Quilla can't come with us," Lith whispered in her ear. "If push comes to the shove, I can order the professors to scram and they will obey. Then you can go all out without worries. Quilla instead would never leave your side. She loves you like a brother. Why do you think I organized the groups the way I did? To have as little prying eyes as possible." Lith had to admit that her reasoning was excellent. He gave Floria thumbs up, and after finalizing the details, the 2 groups entered Killer again. Lith took point, using life vision and mana sense to make sure that nothing had changed. After a thorough analysis of the area, he moved to the nearest building. All structures inside the military compound looked the same, resembling huge rectangular warehouses with a flat roof like those Lith had seen more than once on Earth's docks. Each of them had a single entrance, comprised of a double door so big that a truck could easily fit with space to spare, and a ceiling array visible to the naked eye. It was shaped like 3 concentric circles, each one inscribed with unknown runes and fueled by both purple crystals and the mana geyser underlying Kula. A thin cable made of mana crystals connected the arrays with the ground, fueling them. "Oh gods, I've never seen something so complex on a single door," Professor Neschel, the only master warden of the group, said. "It will take us days only to understand how to deactivate one of them." "Can everyone see that thin blue line camouflaged along the door frame?" Lith asked. "Yes, why?" Professor Yandra couldn't see the relevance such a visual detail could have. At least until Lith used a small knife to cut it, and 2 out of 3 arrays were suddenly powered off, leaving only the one fueled by the purple crystal active. "Or not," Professor Neschel was flabbergasted. Is this how you freed the fungus creature? I swear, if we make it back to the surface, the title of my report will be, Odie, the dumbest geniuses ever. Well, there is still the last array to defuse, Lith said. Neshel just shook her head, pulling the purple crystals out of the wall with her bare hands and giving them to Lith. You would be right if the arrays you just deactivated weren't also the ones protecting the energy cores. I'm starting to believe that the real reason the Odie Empire was wiped out in less than a generation is that once the weak points of their workings were revealed by the Odie rebels, their defenses amounted to nothing. Seeing such a poor design, Lith's lip curled in disgust. He wasn't a master warden, but even his creations required more than pulling a plug to be deactivated. Those morons abused the keep it simple rule. They basically left on-off switches on all the arrays we met so far, he thought. Maybe back then reading and magic were an exclusive of the elites, Solus suggested. For ignorant folks and laymen, magic is a godlike power. It seems dumb to us because we are all cultured people. After giving her a mind nod, yet not stopping from considering the Odie a bunch of idiots, Lith asked, Why did you hand me these crystals? Consider them a present. They're nothing special, so the kingdom will surely give them to us as a reward. They will deduct them from my share instead of yours. You just saved me days of work and weeks of frustration. Just the thought of wasting a single brain cell to solve such a moronic device might have given me a stroke, Neshel replied. Professor Gaku opened the second door under Lith's supervision, cutting the power cable before asking, How did you understand how they work? I have an excellent mana perception. These arrays have not enough crystals to support them, and the cable emits a powerful aura. I noticed that too, but only because I could take my time and focus on the door. Doing it under that creature's siege must have required more than cold blood. It takes talent and guts to bet everything on an intuition. Would you be interested in becoming a professor for the Crystal Griffin? I called dibs already, Yandra snorted. Chapter 655, Horrors and Wonders Part 1. To stop the two professors from bickering, Floria gave the order to enter the second building at once. Hellion and Jirth, her two best soldiers who she had assigned to the second group, yelped in surprise at the vision appearing in front of their eyes. Gaku and Neshel quickly joined them, unable to hold their curiosity. Almost at the same time, Floria stepped through the door of the first building, happy that she hadn't let Quilla join them. She was looking at a huge antechamber, very similar to one of those at the entrance of a military base. On her left, there was a regular-sized desk and a chair, testimony how the Odie couldn't be much bigger than humans. On her right, a series of chairs were lined up against the wall. Judging from the size of the room and the number of seats, the base had to receive frequent visits from the Odie's upper echelons. There was no other reason she could think of to justify the presence of all the transparent tanks lined up in front of the chairs. Each tank held the remains of a member of a different race. Floria identified a human, a Rai, a Dryad, and an Orc. The other two were members of races unknown to her. Their bodies had been dismembered and submerged in an unknown transparent liquid that seemed to have preserved them. Bubbles of some kind of gas were pumped from below and then sucked from the upper part of the tank in a continuous loop. At the base of each tank, there was a pedestal with a holographic display. Words and images appeared at fixed intervals, reminding Lith of an interactive museum. What kind of monster could do such a thing? Floria pointed at the body parts. Their flesh had been divided into irregular chunks, but somehow the blood vessels connecting them were intact and the hearts were still beating, giving the creatures a semblance of life. Humans, for example, Yandra replied. Why do you think the definition of forbidden magic is so lax? Even healing magic can be considered forbidden if you use it to experiment on others instead of treating them. Before allowing anyone to touch anything, the professors scanned the room for arrays and any kind of magical traps, while Lith did the same with life vision. The place is safe, Professor Elka said. Let's see what's written here. He stood in front of the tank holding a human male around 20 years of age. It's mostly technical jargon that I don't recognize, but from what I can understand, it's an explanation of how the life force of humans works. Elkas could browse through the different pages at will thanks to what looked like a touch screen. After tinkering a bit with the commands, she became pale as a ghost. Good gods, these are no explanations. Once you get past the introduction, there are daily reports up to this date. The tanks are constantly monitoring their condition, and somehow they keep these poor creatures alive. Lith already knew it. Life vision had shown him that the prisoners' life forces were tangled and twisted, almost on the verge of collapsing. yet they had life forces nonetheless. Most of the heads were split into multiple pieces, making it hard for normal people to notice that their eyes were following the newcomers from the moment they had entered the room. Lith could read them like an open book. All they were filled with was pain and hope. Each time one of the air bubbles popped up after reaching the surface, Lith could hear faint screams of agony vibrating through the glass-like tanks. The choir of voices he was able to discern, thanks to his enhanced hearing, made him want to puke. The fragmented beings had long lost themselves into madness, yet Lith could have sworn to recognize some words among the gurgling sounds they emitted. "Scan everything with your army amulets and let's destroy this horror," Floria said, activating the encrypted mode on her amulet and forcing it onto all the amulets belonging to someone of inferior rank. The data would be stored but remain inaccessible even to the amulet's owner, to prevent dangerous knowledge from falling in the wrong hands. Lith wasn't new to pain and torture, but such a cruel exhibition was unthinkable of even for him. The Odi had clearly perfected their life force manipulation techniques to an extreme level to dismember different races like that and keep them alive for so long. They had achieved their purpose, and yet the Odi had kept their victims on display, like an animal's head hung on a wall. That wasn't science anymore, just an empty abuse of power, like a kid plucking a butterfly's wings. "Captain Ernas, forgive me, but I think we shouldn't destroy this place," Yandra said with a pained voice. "What do you mean? What good could possibly come out of this?" Floria was tempted to threaten the old professor with a charge of insubordination, but Floria could feel her emotions clouding her own judgment. "These pods can preserve life. If we had something like them, maybe Kallel and the others would still be alive, just in suspended animation." Those words reminded Floria of Uriel's death, cracking her self-righteousness. "Lith, what do you think?" Asking him to be her moral compass sounded crazy even to Floria's ears, but she had no other options. "Normally I would agree with Professor Yandra. These creatures," Lith refused to refer to them as people, what was left of them could be barely described as meat puppets, "don't seem to age nor bleed despite their terrible condition, which is good. Yet if it was up to me, I would destroy everything. First, this is not suspended animation. Their eyes still move, and if you listen carefully you can hear their screams, which makes the pods just a torturing device." Yandra put an ear against the glass-like material, flinching back in horror less than a second later. "Second, I doubt the Odi's motives. Whatever they have done to them is likely to be some kind of weaponization system. This is a military compound, after all. Just like for the arrays on the door, I don't trust my back to the unknown." Lith couldn't share with them the fact that Solus had seen with Mana Sense something embedded inside the prisoner's brains, something with an energy signature similar to the corrupted spores. No sense in using slave items on meat puppets unless they are meat soldiers, Lith thought while placing his hand on a tank and activating scanner. Somehow the liquid was able to transmit his mana, allowing him to study the condition of the trapped human. "Just as I feared. These things had their life force maimed in a way that allows them to live at a terrible cost. This is no immortality. Their life force has simply been compressed to the point of stopping its flow entirely, making them neither dead nor alive. Such condition eternally keeps them on the brink of death, like a twisted version of Schrodinger's cat," Lith thought. "It's worse than that," Solus said. "All of these people have lost their mana core. The mana flow you perceive comes from their flesh. I think you are right about the weaponization. I believe this is the Odi's failed attempt to transform the other races into Balors." Chapter 656, Horrors and Wonders, Part 2. Meanwhile, Lith and the others were taking through scans of the tanks. Morok could now understand what could have possibly made two elite soldiers yelp like little kids. The second building had an antechamber similar to the one in the first building, but filled with wonders instead of horrors. In front of the chairs reserved for the visiting guests, there were several weapons racks, each one filled to the brim with weapons crafted from the finest materials. "I call dibs on adamant stuff," Morok said while darting towards the shiny mass of sharp metals. Professor Gaku snapped her fingers, hitting him with the wind blow equivalent of a punch to the stomach. "We have yet to scan the room for danger, you fool. Also, what makes you think we can use any of those weapons? I doubt the Odi would let them be imprinted by a member of the lesser races. It's more likely that you'll trigger some trap." At those words, Morok snapped out of his greed fit, finally noticing that there was nothing to prevent intruders from seizing one or more of the weapons. If back in the day slaves cleaned this place, leaving an arsenal within easy reach would have been beyond idiotic, he thought. Despite the epiphany, His greed and self-preservation instinct were battling to the death. Some weapons were made out of metals he had never seen before, while others had intriguing shapes. They seemed to be made by two rectangularly shaped blocks of metal, joined to form a 90 degrees angle with some kind of small lever in between. The longer block had a sight on its top, and a cylindrical hole bigger than Morok's thumb right in the middle. All of them had a magical aura so strong that it made the hair on his body stand up. When the array revealing spell was complete, the whole place lit up like a Christmas tree, especially the weapon racks. Ingenious, Professor Neschel said, admiring once again the Odie's craftiness. The mana crystals imbued in the weapons have been arranged to form an array that is probably meant to preserve and protect them from hands that are quicker than the brain of their owner. There's no telling what would have happened if you triggered it. Yeah, okay, lesson learned, my bad and all that stuff. Let's get down to the important part. Can you break the array? Is any of those weapons good? Morok asked. Professor Gaku would have liked to give him a snarky remark, but the ranger wasn't completely wrong with his observations. Even in all her years as a forgemaster, she had never perceived such a powerful magical aura. All more the reason to be extra cautious. She was unable to identify most of the metals, nor the design of what Lith would have instantly recognized as guns. To make matters worse, despite them being spotless, the weapons had a peculiar smell. Something Gaku was certain to know, but she couldn't put her finger on. I can, but I won't, Professor Neschel replied. I had no time to make sure they are not linked to some kind of alarm. There are too many arrays here, so it's better to add one more formation rather than removing one. He placed the mana crystals she had taken from the door at the four corners of the room and another one at its center, chanting a powerful spell that enveloped the room in a purple light. There, if anything happens, the barrier I placed on top of the Odie's arrays should give us plenty of time to get to safety. I also arranged it so that it will slow down the activation of the other arrays. I'm done underestimating the enemy, Neschel said. Gaku used that time to decipher the holographic display in front of each weapon rack. Unlike Elka's, she could read even the technical jargon, giving her a much clearer understanding of the Odie research. She had reached her position despite her relatively young age, thanks to her perfect memory, that allowed her to learn anything after just a couple of readings. Gods, I doubt the kingdom will give any of these weapons as a reward, and even if it did, I would turn down the offer. Here it says that they tried to compensate the metal's lack of a strong mana by fusing them with living beings. The weapons you can see here are all worse than cursed items. Not only were they made by using sacrifices, but also living flesh has been merged with their metal. Now I finally recognize the subtle smell of decay that fills this room, Gaku explained. That's gross, Morok blurted out. Well, it gets worse, Gaku kept reading. The weapons have been left in the open because they are a failed experiment. Instead of acquiring a mana flow and a life force like the Odie wanted, each one of these cursed objects is a bottomless pit of hunger. Even with the stasis array protecting them, here says that they failed to both find a way to prevent the biological part of the weapons from rotting and their owners from being sucked dry of their life force after imprinting them. I take my dibs back. Can we enter the next room now? I really hope to find something that the Odie didn't screw up with or that will not kill me on contact. Maybe even both, Morok said. Neschel and Gaku performed a series of spells on the closed door in front of them. This is odd, Neschel said. I have got only good news. The door is open and is not connected to the arrays in the room. Let me double-check. Yet she obtained the same results. Gaku shrugged, turning the handle and stepping inside the next room. In front of them, there was a long metal corridor with many doors along its sides. The walls were made of a transparent glass-like substance, so they only needed to check the corridor for traps before being able to move freely. Each room was both a forgemastering lab and a blacksmith workshop. Despite the passing of time, both the corridor and the labs were in pristine condition. The furnaces looked like they were brand new, and the forges were made of pure silver. I don't get it, Morok said. What good are furnaces for a forgemaster, and why silver? From perfectionists like the Odie, I would expect at least orichalcum, if not adamant. I'm afraid I know the answer, Neschel said. Those furnaces are big enough to fit a human body. I think they conducted their experiments on fusing flesh and metals here. As for the silver, after seeing their failure rate, would you give an Odie orichalcum? Definitely not, Morok replied. The group ignored the lab since they contained just the basic instruments for forgemastering. There was no trace of blueprints nor ingredients. At the end of the corridor, they found 2 doors, each one with a different tag. This one is the main office, Gaku explained with a big grin on her face. It might contain blueprints, but honestly, I doubt it. I worked in an academy long enough to know that no project would be left in the hands of bureaucrats. This is likely to be where Forge Masters handed over their reports and requests for materials. Then why are you so happy? Neshel asked. Because the other one says, Armory. Chapter 657, Flesh and Stone Part 1. Neshel and Gaku checked both doors, just to be safe. One could easily understand the value of what lied beyond a threshold based on how heavily defended it was. The main office had just a good quality door, with no defensive arrays and no locks at that. Turning the handle released in the air with the smell of paperwork that all those present knew and hated. The room was filled with filing cabinets and had 3 desks, one for each side of the room except for its entrance. The place closely resembled the academy's administrative offices. The professors could almost hear the echoes of a clerk demanding for a report to be filed in triplicate. The armory, instead, had a solid metal door. It also had several powerful arrays restricting its access, a holographic pad to insert a password, and heavy metal cylinders acting as locks. Getting rid of the arrays was the easy part. The professors only needed a few seconds to find the mana crystal cable running along the door frame and cut it along with the power fueling the magical defense system. Gods, they were real morons, the group commented in unison. The holographic pad was still active, displaying both numbers and letters in the ancient Odi language. Okay, we have 2 choices. We could force the door with magic, but it's risky. There are no active arrays anymore, but we don't know what kind of weapons are stored here. They might explode or worse, Gaku explained. Our only other option is to guess the password. If this was the Crystal Griffin, I would devise a way to safely crack the metal door open. Our passwords are obscenely long and convoluted. The Odi, however, have proven to be conceited at best. I bet that the password is Odi. 10 silvers on Armory, Neshel said while pointing at the door tag. 20 on Open, Morak said. Professor Gaku input the word of her choice in the Odi language first. The holographic display emitted a beep, and the metal cylinders were pulled inside the door frame. I can't believe they picked a 3-letter word password. Morak handed the professor 20 silver coins, while he inwardly cursed the Odi to the best of his abilities. We call them Odi, but in their language they were called Minhaiti. It means the chosen race, Gaku said with a smug grin. I think that you're right, Neshel. Arrogance was the cause of the Odi's fall. Neshel was glad that her colleague agreed with her, yet she was still pissed off by the lost bet. The door slid on its hinges easily, as if it was made of paper. Inside there was a huge room, 20 meters, 66 feet, wide and 15 meters, 50 feet, long. The walls and ceiling were entirely made of metal, and so were the shelves filling the room. They were regularly spaced, going from one end of the room to another. Most of the shelves were empty, but some stored weapons with several magic crystals embedded on their surface. Unlike the racks in the antechamber, the weapons were locked behind a glass-like substance that in turn was protected by a multi-layered array, each one fueled by purple crystals and the usual cable. The floor was made of metal as well, but it was covered by a layer of sand a couple of centimeters, 1 inch thick. Seems we found the mother lode, Morak said while stepping inside the room. Gaku grabbed his shoulder, locking him into place. Wait, look carefully, she pointed at the sand under their feet. I saw that, but I also know it's not enchanted. It's just regular sand. Must have been a trick to spot intruders by their traces in case someone snuck inside. It's simple but effective. Gaku and Neshel scanned the room, but aside from the shelves, there were no protective arrays. See, I told you fuck, Morak said. The 4 corners of the room opened, revealing as many charging station arrays, each one holding a golem. The constructs were made of a mix of metal and earth, resembling humanoid creatures 2 meters, 67, tall. The moment the metal shutters revealed their presence, purple eyes appeared on the golems' faces, and they were all fixated on the intruders. Arrogance had indeed been the cause of the Odi's fall as well as of the second group. Once the wrong password had been inserted, the holographic display had attempted and failed to activate the arrays, hence the beep. Then, it had opened the door and activated the auxiliary defense system to prevent the weapons from being harmed in the incoming conflict. Run, Morak said while pulling the professors by their sleeves and regretting they weren't at least 30 years younger. That way he could have hoped instead of feared that the adrenaline rush might later lead to amorous offers. There are 5 of us and only 4 of them. Why are we running? Jirth, the strongest mage among Floria's unit, asked while following their temporary leader. Because sand? Just as if the golems and Morok had rehearsed their timing, the layer of sand came to life a split second after the ranger spoke. The golems were injecting it with their mana, moving it as if it was just one of their limbs. Soon the sand formed a wave that the constructs rode to chase after their prey. Jirth used a Tier 4 Earth magic spell, Great Rumble, to use the wave against its own makers. Unfortunately, something prevented her mana to take root. The 4 golems were akin to 4 true mages, so her willpower was unable to override their combined efforts. Gaku used gravity magic to reverse the gravity pull and send the constructs slamming against the ceiling. Before they could hit the metal, the 4 creatures shapeshifted, so that their legs became their arms and vice versa, landing on their feet while they unleashed a barrage of rock bullets. The golems mixed together earth magic to condense the sand into magic bullets and air magic to give it a magnetic charge opposed to their own, creating a makeshift equivalent of an electromagnetic railgun. Even the metal floor was deformed by the violence of the impact, yet the armors the group wore allowed them to survive. Each bullet still managed to overpower the armor's gravity sheath and hit them like a solid slap. "Whatever happens, do not stop running," Neshel said. "They have just been activated, so they are still powering up. We need to reunite with the rest of the expedition before it's too late." The light in the golem's eyes burned brighter as a purple lightning bolt went from golem to golem. Its power amplified several folds at each step, until it struck the metal floor with the goal of killing all the intruders in one fell swoop. At the same time, in the first building, Lith's group was still in the antechamber. After scanning the 6 tanks and their prisoners, they were weaving their spells to kill the unfortunate creatures as quickly as possible, and then some, in case something went wrong. Once everyone was done with their own preparations, Professor Yandra was the first to strike. They had no idea how strong the glass-like substance was, so instead of unleashing 4 Tier 5 spells in such an enclosed space, it was better to test the waters a little at the time. If you're not reading this on https://www.novelfull.com/book/12quadrillion820,500,9,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 658, Flesh and Stone Part 2. Yandra used her Tier 4 darkness magic spell, Black Heart. The glass was likely to be immune to lightning, whereas fire and ice would give those poor souls a slow, painful death. Plus, there was no earth to manipulate in the chamber. Darkness was the most humane means to put them out of their misery. When the energy mass struck the tank, instead of passing through the liquid and kill the orc like it was supposed to, it was completely absorbed by the tank and turned into nourishment. The liquid surrounding the orc turned muddy, and so did the other 5 tanks. "I'm quite sure that's not water," Yandra said while trying to understand what was happening. Thanks to the mana now coursing through the transparent liquid, Lith could see with life vision that the 6 tanks were actually one system, and that one of the creatures belonging to an unknown race was absorbing the darkness energy. It converted Yandra's spell into pure mana, and then shared it with its companions via the liquid flow, giving them new strength. "I've got bad news and I've worse news," Sola said. "Hit me," Lith replied. "The bad news is that I was right. They are indeed some kind of Balor replica. Now that they have enough juice, I can see that each one of them is infused with a single element. The worst news is that a few moments ago, an alarm has been triggered. It has activated an array above our heads that I couldn't notice in its dormant state. It's very weak, but it might still be deadly." Unbeknownst to Solis, the golems in the weapon research department had just struck the metal floor with a lightning bolt, spreading a general alarm. The whole Kula was waking up from its centuries-long slumber. The array above their heads was a safety measure that simply closed a circuit to send world energy to the bioweapon. The tanks suddenly lit up, each one of a different color. They were respectively red, yellow, black, white, blue, and orange, reminding Lith of the story Yandra had told him about the 6 components of the world energy. The previously withered limbs were regaining their ancient vigor, as the screams of agony Lith heard grew louder. "They're getting stronger." Lith shared with the rest of the group what he saw with life vision as he unleashed his Tier 4 water magic spell, Ice Age, on the red-colored tank. He hoped to freeze them all to death, or at least counter the fire energy, instead of feeding more power to the Odie-made Balor. Yet his spell was absorbed and redirected by the blue-colored tank, making him curse. "Don't waste your energy. It seems we are forced to wait for the tanks to open before being able to attack those creatures," Floria said. "Don't worry, Captain. I got this." Yandra took what looked like a silver tuning fork from her dimensional item, and after infusing it with a massive amount of her mana, she struck with it at the nearest tank. The tuning fork sucked a small sample of the energy from the tank while emitting a high pitch. Lith could see Yandra's pure mana resonating with the sample until it was 180 degrees out of phase with it, turning the sample into nothingness. The whole process had taken barely one breath time. The tuning fork stopped its pitch and Yandra struck at the tank again. This time, instead of taking energy, the tuning fork released its own. The destructive interference shattered the tank on impact and quickly spread to the other 5, shattering them as well. "Yes, no damn cutscene while the boss assumes his final uck me in my big mind," Lith thought, while the 6 maimed bodies started to wrap around each other, forming a much bigger creature. "Attack," Floria said out of habit, even though everyone was already going all out. The creature's blood vessels moved like snakes, making the different parts from different creatures perfectly match with each other, like a jigsaw puzzle made of flesh. Yandra had stopped the rejuvenating process before it was complete, so their attempts to combine were slower and clumsier than their creator had planned. To make matters worse, they were still coated by the colored liquid, making it obvious which part was immune to which element. "I never thought that I would get to fight the Frankenstein's version of the Force Rangers. Nevertheless, I'm not going to give them the time to morph," Lith thought. "I'll take red," Lith announced to prevent the other from messing with his spell. "Yellow," Yandra said. "White," Floria said. "Blue," Elkas picked last, as Lith did his best to not chuckle at the irony of their situation. "You are indeed a ranger and picked red. Does that make you the Red Ranger?" Solus giggled while assuming her glove form. "Oh, shut it, please. This is probably one of the most embarrassing moments of my life," Lith replied while he unleashed again his Tier 4 water magic spell, Ice Age. Tier 5 spells were too powerful for such a confined space, and by mixing multiple elements, he was afraid it would have made it easier for the creatures to counter. Lith had the cold energy wrap around his arm, focusing it in the form of an ice pick the size of an estoc. He struck at the exposed heart of the fire-infused being, hoping that since the blood system was the only part of the creature's body still intact, it was also their weak point. Lith could see that the more pieces fused together, the stronger the aura of the combined monster became. The meat giant reacted to the threat like no living being could, literally pulling its flesh away to avoid Lith's attack. "I'm my maker." Just like Morok's temporary waypoint had its pseudo-core split into parts, so was the mana core of these wretched beings. As their bodies merge, so does their magical aura. I'm afraid that once the mana core is completely formed, they will be able to use the gods know what kind of powerful magic. Solus warned him. "There is no time to lose. Keep it still." Lith was apparently just stating the obvious, but the worry in his voice made everyone understand how the situation had to be worse than it appeared. Ranger Verhin had never asked for backup before. Floria activated the spell's Full Guard and Master Sword. Master Sword was a Tier 5 Mage Knight spell that allowed her to channel her magic inside her estoc and unleash it at will upon contact. Mage Knights had often to fight in close combat while defending their mark, so Floria had devised Master Sword to be able to use all kinds of spells without having to worry for her allies. All the darkness spells she had at the ready were now stacked inside her blade, focused on the tip of the estoc, and guided by her will due to the nature of Tier 5 spells that made them resemble true magic. She lunged at the heart of the white creature, but it managed to dodge by elongating its blood vessels until its weak point was out of her reach. Much to its surprise, Floria opened her hand, and the estoc darted forward like a bullet, piercing its target with pinpoint accuracy. The heart exploded in a burst of dark energy that the corresponding creature neutralized as fast as it could, while the other parts tried to connect their blood vessels to the pieces of their now fallen comrade to continue the merging process. Chapter 659, From Bad to Worse Part 1. The Odi had taken into account that one or more of the creatures composing the pseudo-Balor could be killed in battle, and had given them plenty of options. The 6 heads were the first to finish assembling. The final result was a monstrous face with 4 mouths and 12 eyes arranged in a circle. 10 of them were brimming with power and emitted a stream of multicolored mana that closely resembled a Balor's elemental pillar, except it was much weaker due to both the incomplete powering up and merging of the creature's mana core. Elkas used one of his artifacts, the Void Shield, to take the full power of the mana pillar without interrupting his attack. Floria's kill had thrown the creature off balance, and by using one of its more powerful moves despite its debilitated state, had forced its movements to a halt. Lith exploited that opening to slip under the still ongoing pillar and struck at the red heart. Unlike fake mages, all of his spells were infused with his will, so that the moment the second heart exploded, Lith managed to recover all the excess energy, leaving the creature nothing to feed upon, preventing it from healing its wounds. Another set of eyes became dull. The flesh monster screamed in agony and envy. The survivors had to endure an inhuman pain, whereas their fallen comrades were finally free from the Odie's mind control. The creature's movement slowed down even further, allowing Yandra to use her Tier 4 spell, Great Glacier, on both the yellow and black hearts. It turned them into ice crystals that shattered at their next attempt to beat as if they were made of glass. Professor Elkas unleashed 3 Tier 4 spells at once, one for each remaining heart and the third for the main body. He had no idea if once all the hearts were lost the creature would simply die or it might self-destruct. He had seen enough of the Odie's cruelty that his scientific curiosity was overshadowed by the revulsion he felt. Lith's paranoia and life vision agreed with Elka's judgment, so he used the remaining spells he had at the ready to destroy the flesh titan before it could overload its accumulated mana into an explosion. The giant's body turned into ashes, while everyone was panting due to the repeated use of powerful spells or artifacts. "I'd gladly take a break before moving forward," Yandra said. "I still have quite some mana left, but no spell at the ready anymore." "Agreed," Floria said while sheathing her blade. "Let's go back to base and prepare new spells before." The sound of what seemed to be an avalanche was quickly followed by the noise of a heavy door crashing on the ground. The 4 of them started to chant new spells while running outside to make sure that such a ruckus wasn't the harbinger of a new enemy. When they saw the second group blinking in front of them, quickly followed by a massive wave of sand, they had their answer. Their intuition was correct. It wasn't one enemy but 4 of them, making Floria's group uncertain whether to laugh or cry. "Gods, no," she said when she identified the constructs as an unknown kind of hybrid golems made of stone and metal. "Gods, yes," Morok said when he saw that the members of the first group were in perfect condition. "We already threw at them everything we had, but nothing worked. Buy us a little time so that we can prepare new spells." "We are on the same boat," Lith said, pretending to have finished one chant before starting another. As a true mage, he could speak and weave spells, yet he dispelled the final sunset he was casting anyway. It would have been useless against golems. Those in front of him were the first he had ever met on the battlefield. The golems were nothing like the modern constructs Professor Wainmeyer had taught him about during his time as a student first and as assistant professor later. Constructs were by far the most complex artifact that a mage could craft. The simplest ones required only a Forgemaster to be made, but a really powerful golem required Forgemaster, Warden, and even alchemical magic. Golems were also known as artificial mages or mindless mages. The Forgemastering process bonded them with magic crystal that fueled their magical properties, while Warden magic was required to program them, giving them a purpose and even teaching them battle strategies. If their master had enough magic crystal to invest in their creation, golems could even act as walking arrays. Alchemy, instead, was a great tool to provide golems with an extra number of abilities that wouldn't affect their power cores. Due to their enormous power, golems also consumed an enormous amount of energy, more than what any number of mana crystals might provide. Once the output of their power cores would drop below a certain amount, they would return to their recharging arrays. If not for such a weak spot, golems would have been considered perfect killer machines. They could self-repair, were immune to most spells, and had no vitals, making it almost impossible to destroy them. Fire would inflict them no damage since it would take a prolonged exposure to a flame thousands of degrees hot to vaporize their bodies, and a golem never stood still. The same applied to water, air, and darkness magic. Stone and metal would just ground lightning bolts, ignore the cold just like they did for the heat, but most of all, they were darkness magic's bane. Darkness' strongest suit was its ability to bypass protections and attack the vitals of its target, but a golem had none. When encountering their enchanted bodies, darkness magic would eat at their magic first, and then at the matter the golems were made of. Turning stone into dust required an enormous amount of energy, to the point that even Tier 5 darkness spells would barely scratch its surface. The golems' only weakness was indirect attacks performed by using earth magic. Once their movements were restricted, One only had to wait for their battery to run out. Time was a golem's worst enemy. Unfortunately, the whole killer was protected by an array which made its surface immune to earth magic. So the only thing the expedition members could use was the sand that the golems used to speed up their movements. To make matters worse, golem-smiths were aware of the limits constructs had, so there was no forgemaster that wouldn't give them the ability to manipulate earth. Lith tried to take control of the sand, just like Jareth had done barely a minute earlier, and he failed as well. "Solus, why can't I manipulate the sand, and what kind of power can those things draw upon?" he asked. "Bad news, one. That's not sand, it's part of the golems. They have pulverized the outer layer of their bodies to move faster and be able to physically attack from a distance. You can't control that sand more than the golems can force your arm to punch you," she said. Mana Sense allowed Solus to see that golems and sand had the same energy signature. It was another clever trick of the Odi, to make fake mages waste their mana in a fool's errand. Bad news, too. Their power core is the size of a soccer ball and entirely made of purple crystals. Either they can last very long or their abilities require a lot of mana. No matter the answer, you're in big troubles. If you're not reading this on https://www.novelfull.com/book/12quadrillion820,870,105,509,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 660, From Bad to Worse Part 2. Any idea why they are made of both metal and stone? What's the advantage in that? Lith opened a warp steps, allowing the others to reach the camp in a split second, while he covered their retreat. "I have a few theories, but none of your liking." Solus knew that Lith was hoping she could find the Odi's trademark fatal flaw of design that would allow him to effortlessly destroy them. "No visible power switch, no cable fueling them." "None that I can see. Why are you still here?" she asked after he closed the warp steps the moment the last of his allies had crossed it. Lith's reply came in the form of a giant mass of blue origin flames aimed at the closest golem. Much to his dismay, the constructs waved their hands in unison, making the sand wave turn into a shield that smothered the flames like a wet towel. 4 versus 1 isn't good. They simply have to use the mass of the sand and their mana flow to overpower origin flames effects. Now, for my next trick. Lith conjured the Tier 1 float spell. He could have used gravity magic, but he was afraid that sending them against the ceiling would only give them more earth to manipulate. The fungal creature had employed the same strategy, exploiting the stalactites to circumvent Kulla's array. Golems lacked creativity, and Lith didn't want to give them ideas. Float, instead, was supposed to lift them from the ground long enough to make them deplete their energy. The golems had the sand coil around their limbs like an anchor, but that was within Lith's calculations. He conjured a big wave of water that drenched the sand, allowing him to easily freeze and destroy the footholds. The golems, however, had yet to tell their side of the story. One of them unleashed a stream of purple flames that vaporized the ice, while another used a tendril of sand as a sling to throw itself at Lith. The flying golem's arm opened, revealing what looked like a Gatling gun that instead of metal cylinders had magic wands. This bodes poorly, Lith thought as the golem activated the wands in pairs, releasing at the same time a burst of flames and a blast of wind. Wands could only store up to Tier 3 spells, but thanks to the golem's clockwork precision in both aiming and timing their cast, the synergy between the air and fire elements boosted the power behind its attack on the level of a Tier 4 spell. Lith could see with life vision where the construct was aiming, but it had so many wands that Lith had no place to retreat. The perfectly chained explosions blackened the streets of Kulla and made its walls tremble until the oxygen in the area was completely consumed, smothering the flames. The golems used the cover that the smoke provided them to release chains of purple lightning. By combining their efforts, not a single centimeter in front of them was spared by the electrical onslaught. Their creator had devised this strategy, starting from the assumption that the lack of air would make the enemy incapable of defending themselves. It was a two-pronged attack executed without a split second of delay. And that was the reason it failed. Lith had timed his blink so that the explosions would cover his escape, hoping that the massive release of mana would jam the golem's sensors. "I have good news and I've bad news." Solus swallowed loudly despite the fact she lacked a throat. "The good news is that your plan worked. The golems have just wasted a lot of mana in the attempt to kill you. The bad news is that they have still plenty of juice left." By the time Lith blinked inside the camp, the others were still casting their first spell. Several blades almost struck at his throat, believing him to be an enemy. "I'm the student and you are the professors. Do any of you have something to take them down?" Lith asked. Yandra finished her chant before answering. "Yes and no. Here the ground can be manipulated, and I've yet to use my best tools, so yes, there's a lot I can do. No, because there is no way to destroy a golem in one hit, unless you know where their core is and manage to damage it, of course. Golems could move their power cores freely within their bodies, but Lith could clearly see them thanks to life vision. His problem was how to destroy them. "I know it may sound crazy, but I've trashed golems before," Morok said, drawing everyone's attention. "Spells are just a waste of mana. The quickest way to get rid of them is to go in close quarters and expose their power cores." "How do you propose to do that?" Floria asked. A crazy plan was better than no plan. "You guys stop trying to damage them. You would only risk hurting us," Morok said while pointing at Lith and himself. "Some of you have to use spells that can hinder their movements or throw them off balance, while the rest must wait for the moment the power core gets exposed and strike with all they have got." The golems reached Kyula's gates and unleashed a hail of electromagnetically charged stone bullets. The defensive arrays trembled, but they managed to nullify the attack. The golems scanned the magical formation for a split second before resuming their assault. Since the bullets bounced on the barrier, they could quickly retrieve them and use them again, as if they had infinite ammo. The four constructs focused their fire on the same exact spot, weakening the barrier enough for one of them to slip inside. "What are you waiting for? A written invite," Morok said. "Keep them busy while we take care of the unwanted guest." Lith was way ahead of him, using the Tier 5 spell, Land Shark. It conjured a stone maw filled with magma right under his enemy. Without the sand to boost its movements, the maw was supposed to take care of the golem's lower body while Morok attacked high. Unfortunately, the construct's body promptly reacted to the threat by activating an earth-blocking array that dispelled the stone jaws even before they could fully open. Those Odi were idiots to the bone, Morok thought. What good is such an array to a stone-made creature? Now the golem is paralyzed by his own hand and it can't block my warhammers. The Odi mage who had designed the golems had forge-mastered them out of an iron-rich, or exactly for that reason. The metal allowed the golems to use air magic to generate powerful magnetic fields that could be used to move them while they were under the influence of the array, or as a guide for their lightning-based attacks. The apparently helpless golem used both those abilities at once, using its own electromagnetic field to raise its arms, using them to block the attack of the enemy, and unleashed a purple bolt of lightning. The construct split the spell evenly, striking at all the members of the expedition at once. Morok was struck at point-blank, so he was also the first one to fall. He gritted his teeth, trying to not lose consciousness while his entire body sizzled, emitting the characteristic smell of barbecue. If you're not reading this on https://www.novelfull.com/book/12quadrillion820,870,105,509,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 661, From Bad to Worse Part 3. "Damn if I smell delicious," Morok said while wobbling from the electroshock. His many magical protections and uncanny constitution had allowed him to survive the golem's sneak attack. The fact that the powerful Tier 4 spell Hammerfall had been split several times, significantly reducing its prowess, also helped. Lith tried to blink away, just like his fellow ranger had done a split second earlier, but earth magic was necessary to use dimensional magic, so his spell failed. He had Solus's glove cover his hands as he injected the Skinwalker armor with his mana, boosting its defensive properties. The armor's energy field was now strong enough to disperse part of the spell, while Solus's stone body blocked the rest. That was close. Did it hurt? Lith thought. Just a sting, don't worry about me and kick its ass. The other golems are seconds away from breaking into the barrier, Solus warned him. Professor Neschel raised her magical staff, and the remaining bolts of lightning were drawn to the gemstone on its top, which redirected them against the stone floor, rendering them harmless. Why didn't you use them to attack another golem? Yandra asked. They all have the same energy signature. One golem's spell can't damage the others, it only strengthens them. I've seen it happening before. Neschel explained while channeling more mana into her staff to activate another of its properties. Neschel's weapon was nothing compared to General Vorg's, but it still made Lith and Solus wish they could borrow it for a while. It was made of some kind of wood that had a mana flow similar to adamant, with several purple mana crystals embedded on its sides. On its top, there was a diamond-shaped purple mana crystal the size of Lith's fist, surrounded by smaller crystals of the same shape, giving it the appearance of a crown. Neshel's mana was gathered inside the main gemstone after being amplified by the smaller crystals along the way, allowing her to cast spells beyond her actual capabilities. She was still inside the golem's array, so earth magic was sealed to her as well. Neshel used her Tier 5 spell, Crystal Clear, conjuring a frost wave boosted by a raging tornado. Air magic allowed her to focus the cold with surgical precision, and also to strike at the frozen, solid enemies with a thunderstorm that would seep into every nook and cranny the ever-expanding ice opened. The 3 remaining golems were suddenly brought to almost -200 degrees C, -328 degrees F. The sand froze and became useless, while the thick ice covering their limbs made every one of their movements terribly slow. The external thunderstorm messed up with the construct spells, and to make matters worse, the ice covering the stone allowed Neshel's lightning bolts to finally reach one of the golem's compartments where its alchemical tools were stored. The moment one of the wands sustained enough damage to break it, the resulting explosion triggered a chain reaction that blew up the golem's entire arm, revealing a shining purple mass through the now hollow shoulder socket. "A power core?" Neshel yelled while focusing Crystal Clear on the wounded golem to prevent it from moving the power core to a different and more protected location. Unfortunately, another array was activated, negating water magic. Neshel's spell went haywire and the thunderstorm exploded, sending the golems crashing against Kyula's walls. The group had been saved from harm by the defensive arrays that protected the camp. First earth, now water. Floria was starting to lose hope. The moment they were about to gain the upper hand, the golems pulled a new trick out that allowed them to escape from the jaws of defeat. The fight had broken out for less than a minute and a half of their spells had already been sealed, crippling their chances of victory. "It's not as bad as it seems," Yandra said. She was aware that to a non-Forgemaster, golems appeared as an unbeatable foe. Those kinds of arrays require a lot of mana to affect such a wide area. The longer the golems use them, the faster they will run out of energy. It also limits both ours and their attack options, making them predictable. In the meantime, Lith was done casting his array detection spell. "I need reliable information to devise a plan with a chance of success. Land sharks fizzling already cost me a lot of mana. I can't afford to waste any more without a good reason," Lith thought. The spell revealed the presence of several arrays, all stacked one upon the other to make them overlap, but without creating the weak point that Kyula's gate had. Damn, the Odi sure knew their stuff. The most internal array is the golem's AI. I can't tamper with it without using invigoration, but I have no desire for a second shock. Another one allows the construct to use air magic to shapeshift. Then there is the earth blocking array. I can work with that, Lith thought. The water blocking array was too far to affect him, just like the earth blocking array didn't hinder the rest of the golems. Unfortunately, the rest of the group was caught in the middle. Lith grinned, using spirit magic to lift the golem and throw it on the opposite side of the camp. Constructs were capable of fighting in a way similar to Awakened, but they were just things. They had no fusion magic that could stop Lith's spirit magic. The golem's AI reacted by conjuring an air shield that was supposed to stop the attack, but spirit magic's ethereal nature ignored the barrier surrounding the enemy and proceeded to slam it left and right against the ground. Lith kept the construct far enough that he could easily dodge any lightning the golem could release with air fusion. "I don't know how you do that, and honestly I don't care," Morak said. "Yet by the time you put a dent to it this way we'll be both dead of old age. Pass the ball on my mark." The ranger whispered a word to his weapons that Lith was able to hear, thanks to his enhanced senses. Breza. The battle hammers turned from silver to yellow, starting to crackle with power. Lith continued to slam the construct against the ground while preparing his spells. He had no idea what Morak was planning, but either he succeeded or failed, Lith could hope to find at least an opening. After being separated from its group and its lightning bolts reduced to nothing but a light show, the golem deactivated the earth blocking array. The construct needed its best spells to free itself from that invisible cage. "Mark," Morak said while spinning on himself and throwing the hammers one at a time. Lith did as requested and used spirit magic to launch the golem against the incoming projectiles. The construct tried to use its electromagnetic field to deflect the war hammers, but the enchantment they were imbued with pierced the protection as if it was just a piece of paper. The first hammer struck with the combined energy of Lith's and Morok's toss, giving the impact enough momentum to crack the golem's shell, but nothing more. After the collision, the second effect of the hammers was activated. The first hammer had now a strong positive charge, while the second hammer was negatively charged. The resulting effect was to guide the second hammer right onto the first, adding the magnetic pull to its momentum. If you're not reading this on https://www.novelfull.com/book/12quadrillion820,870,105,509,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 662, From Bad to Worse Part 4. The following hit produced a thunderclap, as the hammer stuck in the cracked stone was turned into a giant nail that shattered the golem's protective shell and revealed its power core. The construct had managed to move it out from harm's way in the nick of time. The power core was spherical purple monocrystal as big as a basketball, with its entire surface covered with blue runes of power. "Darn it, I missed it by an inch," Morok said. Lith had been able to see it moving from the golem's chest down to its abdomen thanks to life vision, so he already knew that Morok's plan would fail. He used spirit magic to keep the golem away from the ground, and from the materials it needed to fix the hole in its chest. Earth was the second slowest element, so the enchanted sand would need some time before reaching its master, a time that neither of the rangers was willing to give. The hammers had already returned into Morok's hands, and Lith used spirit magic to slow the golem's arms long enough to give his companion the time for a second attempt. The golem opened all of its compartments and released several alchemical tools to protect its core. At the same time, it activated the strongest spell in its arsenal, the Tier 5 Earth Splitter. Lith saw the massive amount of Earth element build up near the construct and rejoiced for it. The power core's light had become significantly duller after conjuring such a big spell. The only problem was that the golem had resorted to a low blow as a last-ditch effort. The alchemical tools it was using were a darkness-based toxic gas, and the same combination of air and fire wands the other golem had used earlier. "Crap, that thing wants to suffocate us," Morok said after noticing that only a few fire blasts were aimed at them, while the rest destroyed the biggest moss deposits in the cave. Everyone had avoided using fire magic, because after the golem's initial attack the air in the cave was already thin. If the oxygen dropped any further, no amount of light magic could save the expedition team from a slow death by asphyxiation. "Do you want to play dirty? Fine by me." Lith had no choice but freeing the golem from his spirit magic so that the mana strand could snap the wands grafted inside its arms in half. Leaving them exposed for so long was a huge risk, since alchemical magic harmed its user as well as the enemy. Lith had avoided that tactic because the resulting explosion was bound to be huge, but at that point worrying about it was useless. He could only cut his losses and hope for the best. Morok was about to curse at Lith for letting go of the enemy, and making it impossible for him to deliver the death blow when the golem disappeared in a burst of flames. The chain reaction destroyed the construct's limbs, neutralized the noxious gas, and cracked the power core. Just a scratch, but enough to dispel Earth Splitter and make the golem fall limp. Morok turned the curses into praise as his hammer's combined strike shattered the power core. The purple sphere exploded, releasing a pinkish goo. "Is it dead or just playing dead?" Lith asked to both Solus and Morok. "Only one way to know." Ranger Erie moved his hand, and the golem disappeared inside his dimensional amulet. "It's dead. If there was any active spell, I wouldn't have been able to store it." "I know that too, you idiot. Why do you think I kept myself at safe distance? What if it self-destructed?" Lith was seconds away from strangling his fellow ranger. "Big deal. There's so little oxygen left that I'm barely able to breathe. Worst-case scenario, the explosion would have raised some dust," Morok said as breathing was just a hobby for him. "And killed us all by consuming our last air. Let's help the others." Lith would have gladly murdered Morok on the spot, but he had yet to understand Ranger Erie's real nature, and he needed all the help he could get to defeat the 3 remaining golems. Once Lith had removed the earth blocking array from the field, the rest of the group had quickly gained the upper hand. One of the 3 remaining golems had been heavily damaged by Syndra's spell, and its power core was now partially exposed. The animated sand quickly went to fill the empty shoulder socket, hiding the power core from the enemy's sight. "They have the same design," Professor Neschel, the Master Warden, said after analyzing them with her spell. "Each one of them can use only one elemental blocking array. The other two can respectively stop air and fire magic. Only the one the Rangers are taking care of can block earth magic." That piece of news was the only silver lining of their situation. Darkness and light magic were useless against constructs, water magic was still sealed, and fire magic was currently a suicidal option. Even though they were barely needed to move thanks to the defensive formation blocking the golem's attacks, the whole group was gasping for air. Quilla was sick and tired of being a spectator, helplessly being forced to rely on others for her own survival and for that of the people she loved. "If I get out of here alive, I swear I'll learn at least one offensive specialization," she thought. Her rage and self-loathing fueled her brain, pushing it to top gear in search of a way of making the difference. "All the non-professors, come with me if you want to live," she said before rushing to one of the few spots of the cave that hadn't been ravaged by the flames or by the fight. The assistants and Floria's soldiers all thought she had gone mad from the lack of oxygen, yet they followed Quilla nonetheless. They were all ill-equipped to face golems. Their situation was so dire that only specific Tier 5 spells could be helpful, whereas most mages would focus on darkness and fire because they were the elements of destruction. The professors, instead, not only did they have a wide range of spells at their disposal, but also being Forgemasters, they all had several masterpieces at hand. Yandra focused on the injured golem while the other professors took care of the remaining two constructs. Being unable to bring the defensive array down, the golems conjured several small flames all around the barrier to quickly consume the remaining air. Their protocols included that strategy because it was all part of the Odie's plan to defend their facility. The fungal creature had been enslaved to both defend the city and keep the moss at a minimum, so that any life form attempting a siege would be easily exterminated. "Enough with your cheap tactics," Professor Neschel threw several red mana crystals in the air. The gemstones surrounded the two undamaged golems and formed two concentric circles before exploding. The magical forces released generated a powerful tornado that enveloped the magical constructs, making them smash against each other, and the cave's walls as if they were trapped in a makeshift blender. To escape from the death trap, a golem activated its air-blocking array, allowing them to return safely to the ground. "Do you realize that now we have only the earth element left to fight?" Gaku asked. Please, like any sane mage would waste mana for a spell that those things could block with a thought. Besides, as that obnoxious brat would say, it's only proper etiquette to use earth magic in a battle between fossils. Chapter 663, Battle of Wits Part 1. It had been a long time since Professor Yandra had felt so alive. Her situation was dire, but her rejuvenated body had yet to feel the fatigue from the fight. "Once we get out of here, I need to have my husband rejuvenated too and thank Lith properly. A couple of artifacts should suffice," she thought while unleashing her Tier 5 spell, Burial Grounds. It allowed her to seize control of the ground around them while imbuing it with darkness magic at the same time. Golems were darkness-bane since it dealt them little to no damage, but in a battle of wills, even a small chip could make the difference between victory and defeat. Countless black tendrils erupted from the ground, restricting the injured golem while trying to rip it apart limb from limb to expose its power core. Yet the construct was capable of using earth magic just as well as Yandra. It first turned the surrounding ground in its docile servant, and then conjured tendrils of its own. The golem's natural affinity with the earth element allowed it to stop Yandra's spell, and to strike at the defensive arrays with enough power to almost made them crumble. Yandra knew that no human could compete with a golem's willpower and strength, at least not in the short run. Constructs were single-minded creatures that followed their orders to the letter without hesitation. Their power cores provided them with plenty of mana, and their bodies were built to handle the burden that such power implied. Unlike humans, they were unrelenting and devoid of fear. It was their strength, but also their weakness. "Thanks for the idea, kid," Yandra said as she stopped her spell from defending the barrier and focused solely on the golem. "Let's see which one lasts longer, my array or your core." Darkness magic couldn't harm the construct, but it could wear down the mana that the golem used to sustain its spell and existence. The two colliding spells were similar, but unlike her opponent, Yandra could blend together different elements. Darkness magic didn't make her burial ground stronger, it made other spells weaker. As Yandra's tendrils enveloped its body, the golem's mana expenditure skyrocketed and its healing speed plummeted. It took it only a split second to conjure even more tendrils and get rid of that disturbance. At the same time, the golem unleashed a bolt of purple lightning to destroy the barrier that prevented it from achieving its goal. Yandra waved her hand, making the stone wall that she had kept at the ready until that moment emerged from the ground and blocked the lightning. Sorry, kid, you're not the only one who's able to multitask. Do you know what I really like about Tier 5 spells? Sure, they consume a lot of mana and require a lot of focus, but once they're cast, you have your hands free. Yandra took out of her pockets a small crystal sphere and threw it in a lob shot above the maze of living earth between them, aiming for the construct. The golem used earth magic to manipulate the enchanted sand and block the unknown menace. Unluckily, it was exactly what Yandra wanted. The sand was just pulverized parts of the golem's body that they used as a means of both attack and defense, so when the sphere released the clean slate spell it held, it counted as a direct hit. Golems were animated lumps of earth, imbued with too much mana and too many arrays for a simple Tier 4 spell to deactivate them, but it was enough to make the construct's AI stutter for a split second and lose control of its spells. Yandra exploited that moment to overpower her opponent and sink the golem under multiple layers of burial grounds. Its body was sturdy, and its power core had still quite some power, but there were just too many things to defend against at once. Burial grounds was crushing the golem like a vice. The darkness energy weakened all its attempts to get free, and Yandra was using the smaller tendrils to dig out its power core. The golem was unable to cope with its many conflicting protocols, and in the attempt to perform them all at once exhausted its power. What would I give to keep the power core intact? Yandra thought while crushing the golem's very heart. Yet it would expose us to countless risks. Not having enough juice to move a construct doesn't mean that it can't pull some underhanded trick. Purple crystals recharge damn fast, and even a small explosion could consume the little oxygen we have left. On the other side of the cave, Professor Neschel was grinning from ear to ear. Only 2 golems were left, but not for long. She was a master warden inside a set of arrays that she had set up, even upgrading them to military grade after the tech's sneak attack. While Gaku kept the constructs busy, Neschel was finally able to stabilize the arrays, making them recover from the damage they had sustained, and that had almost compromised their integrity. Now that they were back at full power, the array's power nodes lit up one after another as she activated their offensive abilities. Neschel channeled her spell through her crown staff, which amplified her magical force before injecting it into the arrays that further enhanced it tenfold. The ground under the golems darted upwards like an elevator gone haywire, while a portion of the ceiling several meters thick came crashing down like a meteor. The constructs tried to jump off, but the earth under their feet had turned into quicksand, making them unable to move. They used earth magic to try and free themselves, but Neschel's boosted Titan Crusher was immune to their magic. When the 2 slabs of rock collided for the first time, the golems' bodies cracked. Yet it was far from over. The Tier 4 spell simply pulled them away before slamming the 2 flat surfaces again and again. The second impact cracked the constructs open, the third shattered their power cores, and by the time the spell was over, nothing but dust remained. How did you do it? Gaku was flabbergasted. I had to resort using artifacts because the air is so thin that I might have fainted at the slightest effort, and such a combined spell is quite the feat. Didn't you notice? Neschel said. At some point the air got much better, and that allowed me to go all out. Now that they could finally relax, Gaku noticed that she could breathe even better than when they had first arrived at the cave. Is it over? Jirth, one of Floria's soldiers, asked. When the professors nodded, she yelled. You can stop now, we are safe. Quilla and the others had used light magic and some food from their dimensional items to stimulate the growth of the underground moss. By enhancing its metabolism and even giving it some life force when necessary, they had turned a whole patch of the cave green. Help me spread the moss near Quilla, otherwise it will take too long to make the air breathable again, Quilla said. The golem Lith and Morak had destroyed most of the moss inside the cave, so once they stopped feeding the patch with light magic, the oxygen it produced wasn't going to be enough to supply such a wide space. If you're not reading this on https://www.novelfull.com/book/12quadrillion820,870,105,509,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 664, Battle of Wits Part 2. Excellent thinking, Quilla, Floria said while placing food and moss at the four corners of the cave. Defeating the golems would have been a hollow victory if we died right after taking care of them. Yeah, but once I got the idea, anyone could have done it. I would have much preferred to help the others on the front line rather than play gardener and leave to others doing the dirty job, Quilla replied. You and me both, sis, Floria said. Now you know how it feels to be me. It sucks, right? Both women chuckled. Lith was impressed by the professor's prowess. Sure, they had the protection of the arrays, whereas he had been forced to fight inside the formation. But defeating 3 golems had taken the professors the same time he had needed to crush just one, and with Morok's help at that. I really need a good weapon. There's only so much I can do barehanded, especially against an enemy capable of blocking my best elements, Lith thought. He had yet to have the time to relax that the ground trembled. Lith used life vision to see through the wall surrounding Quilla. A giant pillar of red light was enveloping the second building, the one from which the golems had emerged. That's an array, the question is, what is trying to achieve? Based on the runes it's comprised of, it seems some kind of huge self-destruction array. Too bad that because of the golems' plan to asphyxiate us now, there's not enough air inside Quilla for the array to work. Our array keeps the oxygen inside our camp. Out there you couldn't light a match, let alone a bomb, Solus explained. After a few failed attempts, the pillar turned from red to a mix of orange and black. Since it couldn't explode, the array made the building implode under its own weight by using earth magic. Then it conjured a focused mass of darkness magic that fed upon everything the armory contained, until the nothing but dust and debris were left. No one had told him what the building contained. Otherwise, Lith would have probably started cursing on the top of his lungs. He was in dire need of a new weapon, and all the marvels the Odi had left behind were now lost forever. The sound of the collapsing building alerted the camp, but no one was willing to go outside after such a heated fight. Lith kept staring at Quilla even after the ground stopped trembling. The destruction of the golems had triggered some kind of safeguard that was now flooding all the buildings with the world energy that the magic crystal cables extracted from the underground mana geyser. Lith could see them through the wall thanks to life vision. What could they possibly need all that energy for? Lith pondered. The world energy is simply flowing through the buildings, without any apparent effect. No new array has been activated, nor the mana is accumulating in specific points to power up weapons or new constructs. Do you have any idea, Solus? None, but we already know that inactive arrays are invisible even to my mana sense. We need to get close and cast the array detecting spell to make sure that the coast is really clear from danger, she replied. The Odi were indeed arrogant, but they spared no expense on security. There must be something worth protecting, maybe even the secret of body swapping you are looking for. Lith couldn't tell if Solus was more excited or worried at the idea of getting closer to an answer to his reincarnation problem, and maybe even her lack of a human body, so he asked her what the problem was. I really hope this gets us somewhere, but at the same time, I'm very scared. Not only because I'm afraid that using the technology developed by such monsters could affect us negatively, but also because of the implications finding the body-swapping spell implies. The techs are alive, so nothing prevented one of the surviving members of the Odi to hide down here, and use their bodies to prolong their lives, while researching a way to once again become the dominant species, or waiting for young, powerful mages to be delivered at their door. Like the members of our expedition, what if this is all a test, and not one of those ridiculous tests to search for a worthy heir that the bards sing about, but more like a test to find a body worth possessing? Solus's words sounded dangerously similar to the worries Lith had hidden for many days. According to Morok's story, when he first reached the ruins with a group of miners and crystalsmiths, they had been attacked multiple times by different types of creatures. The expedition, instead, had been attacked only once on the day of its arrival. It made sense, in a twisted way, since Morok's first group consisted of weak individuals, whereas the current one had wiped out the waves of techs in a matter of seconds, hence passing the test. Viewed in this way, maybe the Odi weren't so stupid after all. The techs could be considered the admission exam, the array on the front gate was just a test of intelligence, and so on, Lith thought. It would also explain why the golems had no weak point. They were the first real safety measure we have encountered, and maybe by defeating them we have proven our worth, Solus said. Lith stood there for a while, hoping that with time the flow of world energy would stop and Quilla wound go back being dormant. But even after several minutes, the situation was unchanged. He tried going outside the barrier, but the oxygen coming from the tunnels wasn't enough, making Kula uninhabitable. The professors were resting to regain their mana, studying the golem's remains, while assistants and soldiers continued planting new moss patches. It might take a few days to get some fresh air. We might as well get comfortable and catch up a little. Floria noticed his worried look and tried to cheer him up. By the time Lith was done explaining to her his new theory about Kula's real nature and the changes that had occurred to the city after the destruction of the second building, she was the one needing to be cheered up. By the gods, if you are right, then we need to get out of here as soon as possible. I'll have the professors reinforce the arrays again while the cave gets filled with oxygen, Floria said. Excellent idea. In the meantime, I think I'll go examine the tunnels. With Kula open, there was no time for playing adventurer, but now I have a reasonable explanation to explore them. If I find traces of creatures living in the vicinity of Kula, then all my theory is just my paranoia going wild again. If I discover hidden passages or more signs leading here instead, it will mean that our trouble has just begun. Lith would have really liked to sneak out of the camp to check if Solus could assume her tower form inside Kula. It would give him an immediate escape route in case things went badly, or an access point in case he ever decided to return. If you're not reading this on https://www.novel-full.com/book/12quadrillion820,870,105,509,205/Supreme Magus, you're reading pirated material. Please support the official release. Chapter 665, Mixed Signals Part 1. Unfortunately, even if Lith could conjure a bubble of air around his head, it would last him only a few seconds if he was forced to go all out. Leaving the camp in such circumstances was an unnecessary risk that he had no reason to take, at least not yet. The situation was still under control. Lith could afford to wait a little longer. I agree with your plan. We'll leave tomorrow at dawn once we make sure that nothing is going to follow us or attack the camp, Floria said. No offense, but isn't it better if I go alone? You know I'm a tough nut to crack. Lith had mixed feelings about Floria coming with him. She was a reliable partner, but living together again for so long was becoming kind of awkward. Yes, but between your warden skills and my Forgemaster tools, we can explain anything we might find. You should be the first one to realize how easier would our situation be if we could share all our information with the professors. Your secrets may protect you, but at the same time they keep you in the dark. On top of that, you're strong, but you're not invincible. You needed my help against the fungus just like you needed Morox against the golem. Right. Lith had to admit that golems were his bane. Being an awakened one meant nothing against constructs. Without the gatekeeper and with the fire element sealed, he needed help. If there really is a guiding hand behind all the hurdles we have faced so far, then the mastermind's next step would be testing us individually. Floria is the best partner I could ask for. She is strong, smart, resourceful, and I don't have to hold back in front of her, Lith thought. The following day, while the rest of the group continued to grow moss patches so that they could resume exploring Kula as soon as possible, Lith and Floria took the corridor from which the first wave of techs had emerged. Due to the late Professor Syndra's corona discharge spell, the walls were still wet from the water and black streaks were visible where the powerful lightning had struck. It seems that we are lucky, Lith said while using the array detecting spell on the area in front of themselves. What do you mean? Floria asked. She was using a light spell to illuminate their surroundings. Gods, I hate confined spaces. Any move we make echoes and carries across the caves. To make matters worse, all this light makes us an easy target. I mean that Professor Syndra might have involuntarily tossed a huge monkey wrench in our invisible enemy's plan. Damn, I overthink so much about the small details that I always end up missing the obvious stuff. If that was supposed to be an explanation, it's no wonder that the White Griffin relieved you from your duties as professor. The class here is almost blind. Do you mind being clearer? She grunted. First, I was just an assistant professor. Second, I was referring to the soot on the walls. Think about it. According to my theory, someone sent the text to attack our camp, and maybe, when Syndra unleashed his Tier 5 spell, he didn't hit just a few overgrown crabs. Lith could have taught her fire and life vision, but he was afraid that their use would have speeded up her awakening process. Both spells required to let the mana flow from the core to the eyes, and to make sure that Floria survived despite her already bright cyan mana core, he needed all the time he could get. Floria looked at the blackened walls in a reverie before saying, "You're right, we only need to follow the markings left by the corona discharge and check where they end. If the text came from a hidden tunnel, maybe it's jammed and we will find it still open. If the markings disappear suddenly instead, it will mean that during the fight the spell must have entered the dimensional corridor the texts were coming out from, and that it killed the mage or destroyed the array that generated the gate." "Exactly," Lith nodded. "Maybe the attacks didn't stop because we passed a test, but because Syndra sealed the entrance." They kept walking in silence for several minutes before Lith was forced to take a rest. Constantly using both life vision and the array detecting spell was exhausting for him, as using all of her magical senses was for solace. Invigoration was an option, but they preferred to be underestimated, in case someone was spying on them. "Did you find anything?" Floria asked. The silence and the darkness surrounding them didn't scare her, but the thought of what might be hiding around the corner kept her on edge the whole time. She kept preparing spells just to be forced to release them once the mental stress they required became too much. "Unlike Lith, I don't see through walls," she thought. "So far the corridors are completely dead. You can relax. The moment I spot an enemy, I'll warn you." "Yeah, unless they warp on our back. Anything else?" "Yes, there are markings on the walls at regular intervals. They are different from those we met following Morok's path," Lith replied. "Are they always the same word or different ones?" "Some are Kyula's name, but some are different. I jotted them down," Lith said while handing her a piece of paper filled with unknown characters. "Gods, you should have told me earlier. I'll be right back." Floria opened a warp steps leading straight inside the camp, uncaring of the alarms she triggered. She gave the professors the piece of paper along with a brief explanation, and returned even before the dimensional door could close. "You just wasted precious mana. We could have given it to them after our return. Who cares if this tunnel leads to Lucia while that one goes to Valoran? We are here to find out what happened to the text, not to sightsee," Lith said. "Yes, and that's exactly why I asked for a translation. If your theory is right, then those characters are just road signs. If you are wrong, however, they could mark secret tunnels, deposits, monsters, breeding grounds, everything. You can see the markings with your special sight, but for normal people, Odie included, they are just as good as a secret code. They could help us to unravel this mystery faster," Floria explained. "I still think it's a waste of mana, but since we're clutching at straws, your idea is as good as mine." Lith needed a bit more time to recover, so they sat down in a silence that grew awkward with time. "How are things going for Camilla's sister?" Floria asked after a while. "Pretty good. The physical activity is helping her to get used to her newfound sight. Her headaches are almost gone by now, and the vertigo fits are becoming a rare occurrence. How do you know about Zinnia?" "Well, your girlfriend now works for my mom, and she's even more of a control freak than you are. Mom runs background checks even on grass if she gets the chance. I'm happy that things are going well between you and Camilla." "And that's my cue," Lith thought while standing up and resuming to walk. "I'm comfortable spending time with Floria, but not enough to talk with her about my current relationship." Chapter 666, Mixed Signals Part 2. They kept following the trail left by Corona Discharge's stream of lightning until it suddenly stopped. The floor went from dripping wet to humid, as if an invisible barrier had halted the spell's advance. "It seems you were right. The only possible explanation for this phenomenon is a warp steps," Floria said. "Quite the contrary, it doesn't make sense." Lith shook his head. "According to what I saw with life vision, the techs appeared close to our camp. This place is too far to have any significance." He even tried using invigoration on the nearby wall despite the fact that none of his magical senses perceived anything, but to no avail. Rocks were just rocks. There was nothing magical in the area. While Floria was racking her brain to find an explanation to that riddle, her army amulet drew her attention. The interference prevented her from communicating with the outside, but it still worked just fine at close range. "I have good news." Professor Neshel's hologram was fuzzy, but her voice was clear. "Most of the characters you found are just well-hidden road signs, but some of them are powerful rune words." "Never heard of them," Lith replied, noticing that Floria seemed distressed. "That's her I'm hiding something from you face," Lith thought. "Damn, we really did spend too much time together. If she's able to do the same to me, then all my lies are for nothing." "I read your file. You've actually met them before," Neshel said. "Do you remember that ancient warp gate you discovered in Author, the one the Dawn Court used? Well, it was made of rune words. This is classified information, so I can tell you only the bare minimum to understand our situation. In ancient times, when forgemastering had yet to be created, mages used runes to empower their creations. Runes are power words that represent an aspect of magic, and that can imprint it in an object. They were awfully expensive and unreliable. You needed to carve them and then fill them with magic crystals dust to keep them active. Like those cables, Lith thought. They were expensive because once pulverized, a magic crystal loses a lot of power and recharges slowly, so you could only use purple crystals and obtain mediocre effects. Unreliable because if anything happens to a single rune, the whole spell is broken. Imagine a sword that can stop working after a bad clash, or an armor that offers no protection if it takes a hit. That kind of bad. In ancient battles, runes became the first target because they were easy to spot. That's the reason modern magic uses only mana runes to create arrays and artifacts. They are conjured by the spells, giving them their effects, but being made of energy, they can't be damaged. So runes were the first way fake mages had found to emulate true magic, Lith thought. Fake forgemasters need to draw magic circles, whereas I don't need them because I can freely manipulate my mana. Yes, but Neshel is feeding you only old news, Solus pointed out. I bet that runesmithing has evolved with time. Both the sword in our possession and Floria's hairpin are the proof of that. Huriel's sword must be some kind of middle link between ancient and modern runesmithing. I'm sure of it because its runes are all made of energy, not carved, but unlike Floria's hairpin, they are visible. If you think about it, visible runes have several downsides. The most obvious are that they made it impossible for you to hide since they shine like a torch, and that just by watching at your blade your opponent can predict its enchantments. If even after receiving Silverwing's legacy fake mages didn't stop using runes, then they must be useful, Lith thought. What did those runes do? Floria asked, snapping Lith out of his inner debate with Solus. Each one of them represents a set of coordinates for some kind of warping device. My guess is that the Odi used them to warp troops at the right intersections to surround invaders, Neshel said. Can you point them out to us? Following Floria's request, a set of characters appeared on her communication amulet. Then, the professor broke each character down into words and runes. After ending the call, Floria said, I think I know what happened to the text, but to be sure I need to get to this rune. Do you remember where is this placed? She was showing him a character comprised of an unknown power rune and the word, meet shields. Lith had no clue, but Solus did. He opened a warp steps that lead them straight to their destination, and then pointed the hidden character to Floria. She took her silvery wand out of her dimensional amulet and touched the character with it. A strand of silver light filled the markings on the stone, and then more. Corona discharge had scraped the surface of the wall, making part of the character unreadable. The markings only had a physical nature, not a magical one, so Lith could only see them with fire vision. Floria's wand, instead, was able to imbue the markings with magic, forcing the rune to activate. The faint traces of mana left from its latest activation outlined the original shape of the rune, allowing Floria to repair it with earth magic. Once she was done, she used what looked like purple crystal dust on the restored rune until it glowed for a second. Old runes are really annoying. Giving them the correct shape is not enough to repair them, you also have to restore their mana flow with crystals, she explained. I guess Orion has taught you about runes. Did he do it in case your hairpin gets damaged? Lith asked. So you knew, she said with a smile. No, modern runes can't get damaged. Dad taught me about runes in case I decide to become a royal forgemaster as well. By the way, it's not just your sight being special, but your touch as well. Otherwise, you would have noticed that my weapon and part of my equipment have been runesmithed as well. Unlike Lith, Floria didn't even attempt to lie and shared with him everything she could. What are you doing exactly? Lith asked. One of the many downsides of ancient runes is that they couldn't be imprinted. As long as they have power, anyone can use them. Lith nodded at her words. The Dawn's Court warp gate worked the same way. Which means that if I can properly restore the dimensional rune the Odi used to ambush us, we can get behind the enemy lines by using their own secret pathway. How do modern runes work exactly? I'm sorry, but I can't teach you about them. First, I know only the basics, so it wouldn't be much of use for you. Second, if I did, I would put more than just my life on the line, I would put Dad's as well. Even speaking about them is an act of treason. My father trusted me and I'm trusting you, but I cannot involve him in my decisions. Fuck me sideways, Lith thought. The kingdom takes runesmithing very seriously. Being a royal forgemaster must be quite a big deal if no one ever talked me about it before. How did you discover about runes? Not from author, otherwise you would have already made the connection between the vampire's warp gate and the Odies. Floria asked, proving Lith once again that she had not to be underestimated. Chapter 667, Meat Factory, Part 1. I raid Huriel on a regular basis. During my last trip, I met an emerald dragon and I found these. He took the booklet and the sword out of his pocket dimension. Floria's wand hit the ground and emitted a ting. Did you really fight a dragon? A real one? Big, scaly, and everything else. More like I ran away from him. I'm not stupid. Emperor beasts refer to me as just a wormling, so a full-grown dragon is definitely out of my league. Yet. Floria picked up her wand, using it to examine both the ancient relics. Forge mastering helped her to avoid thinking about the implications Lith's latest revelations held. The sword is an interesting link between old and modern runesmithing, but it sucks. Judging from its runes, it's a teaching prop, Floria said. Nailed in one, Lith gave her thumbs up. What about the book? I only know the 3 great countries' standard language, so this is gibberish to me. As for the magic circles inscribed in here, they are more teaching props. Some of these are powerful spells, others are meh. Do you want me to mark them? Floria asked, and Lith nodded for her to proceed. She gave each spell an academy-like score based on her understanding, adding a question point whenever she met a spell beyond her knowledge. Why Huriel had teaching props, and how did you understand their use despite being completely oblivious about runes? Again, I'm not stupid. If my theory is correct, Huriel is the 0th Great Academy. He then proceeded to tell her about his findings about the Lost City, turning her surprise into shock. I bet that this knowledge is a state secret as well, so keep it for yourself. Floria nodded. Her mind was still a little fuzzy. She had never expected that Lith would actually reply to her questions. Is he being honest with me because he trusts me, or because he just wants to get even for my earlier explanation? Gods, the more I learn about him, the less I understand how Lith thinks. Maybe I should just ask him. Her train of thoughts was derailed by Lith exploiting her moment of weakness. In for a penny, in for a pound, he thought. If runesmithing is as important as I think, Yandra will not teach me about it unless I become her apprentice or something catastrophic happens. I must strike the iron while it's hot. What do you make of this? Lith asked, showing her the ring that he had received from the fungal creature. You're a horrible person, Solus said. Floria just admitted that she is putting her life in your hands, and you can only think about squeezing as much knowledge as you can from her. Solus, let's be honest. I put my life in her hands the day I showed her my other form. Besides, anything I learn can help us to get out of here alive, save Floria from her awakening, and maybe me from my reincarnation problem. I'm morally flexible, yes, but everything I do it for a reason, and Floria knows it as well as you do. Where did you find it? It's even crappier than the sword, but this is a different kind of approach to blending old and modern runesmithing. Floria had known Lith for years, yet she still wondered why sometimes a golden light shone behind his eyes. It was the manifestation of Solus's strong emotions. Off the record? Lith asked, receiving a nod of approval. It's a gift. The living fungus gave it to me. It also said a lot of gibberish. I really hope it was just a thank you, because if it shared with me the secrets of Kula, you'll see a grown man cry. And you didn't tell me this before because I knew about runes. I want to learn about runes. And if I told anyone I had found an ancient Odie ring, the army would have taken it from me. Being my friend and my commanding officer, I didn't want to burden you with any more secrets, but since we already got to this point. Floria sighed. She had the impression of being taken advantage of, but she could also understand Lith's reasoning. Her father could provide her with everything she wanted, whereas Lith only had his own cunning and a mountain of secrets. Did you imprint it already? Despite knowing that the Odie used slave items and suspecting some of them might still be alive and kicking, his words were full of sarcasm. This should just be a dimensional item. It's nothing dangerous. She gave the ring back to Lith. A dimensional item with a crystal. Lith couldn't believe his own words. I told you old runes suck. Now I need a few moments to collect myself and prepare my spells. We have no idea what lies beyond the gate, so it's better to be prepared for the worst. Lith nodded and started to blurt the first American pop song he could think of, as he was seriously considering accepting Yandra's offer. Wait a minute. I still have to talk with the Hydra lady. Maybe she might be able to help me. It's better not to rush into anything. The promise Lith had made to protect her also reminded him about the one with Celia and her threat to kill him if he didn't visit them again. Damn, I don't hear from Camilla for almost 2 weeks, and winter is almost over. I would need to clone myself to do everything on my list. Are you ready? Floria asked. Yes, Lith replied, stopping in the middle of the chorus. Floria touched the rune with her wand and said a single word. Kron. Lith could see with life vision that her body was emitting pure mana, as if she was using spirit magic. The mana traveled from her core to her hand and into the wand, filling the rune. It wasn't blue like the one Lith usually emitted, nor emerald green like the legend said. Maybe it was because of the orichalcum wand, but her mana was of pristine white. If this is like the gate the court used, then only one of its sides needs to be powered up since its coordinates are permanently fixed. Lith thought while having the skinwalker armor cover his now scaly throat. Origin flames were more than an instrument of attack. He could also use them to force the gate to collapse in case the necessity arose. A gate as big as the tunnel they were in appeared in front of them. On the other side, there was a room entirely made of metal. Every building in Kula seemed to follow such design choice, making Lith wonder if the Odi did it to avoid them being breached with earth magic, or simply because they lacked the mana necessary to protect them all with the earth-blocking array. Even if they knew about awakened ones, the mana geyser provides them both a perfect cover from above and all the world energy they needed, unless they were already using most of its power for some experiment, Lith thought. By the Great Mother, Floria said. The Odi word associated with the warp rune was meat shields, an accurate definition for the purpose of such a place. Chapter 668, Meat Factory Part 2. The gate opened in the bottom right corner of the room, allowing them to examine its contents. There were several tanks filled with a transparent liquid, similar to those Lith's group had found in the first building. One cylindrical tank held a female tech in what they could only hope was a state of suspended animation. Her exoskeleton was pierced by tubes in several places, flooding her body with liquids of different colors. The liquid's nature was a mystery, but their purpose was as clear as the day. The poor creature was forced to produce eggs non-stop. Each one was the size of an orange and was made of a translucent pearly substance holding a smaller golden sphere at its center. The second tank held another tech that had to be a male. Based on the extra tube on his nether regions, he wasn't faring any better than his unwilling breeding mate. Another tank, this one shaped like an aquarium, contained several tech younglings the size of a 10-year-old child. Their diet seemed to be based on defective tech eggs, deformed tech younglings, and the corpses of those who died in the constant struggle for food and space. The white of their chitinous bodies looked blue due to all the tech blood spilled inside the tank. The battle for survival was so fierce that the water filters weren't capable to keep up with the bloodshed. The younglings were currently chopping a newborn tech with their pincers and eating its remains. This is a nightmare. Those poor creatures are being turned into cannibals. Only the most ferocious and the strongest among them have any chance of survival. Her blade shone of a black light, ready to unleash several spells, but Lith stopped Floria from crossing the threshold. We can't risk triggering more alarms. Also, we don't know if we can safely open the portal from the other side and get back into the caves, Lith said. Also, you have yet to explain to me, what do you think happened after Syndra used Corona Discharge? As if you don't know it already, but thanks, Floria said while regaining her cool and clutching her estoc so hard that her knuckles turned white. The lightning must have struck in between waves, otherwise you would have seen the gates. That way it could fry the techs and destroy the runes. When the system attempted and failed to open the gates again, it must have tried to open them in succession from the closest to the farthest, riding along the wave until it beat Corona Discharge to the punch and swallowed the spell. It makes sense, Lith nodded, trying to think about something to say to keep Floria's mind occupied. The procedure taking place in front of them was something disgusting to the point that any sane person would have their stomach churning. It must be because of people like the Odi that magical beasts prefer suicide and filicide to let themselves captured, he thought. What do you want to do, Captain Ernaz? Lith used her military rank to remind her of their situation, but most importantly, of her status. If we go inside and activate traps that block even one of the elements, we might not be able to escape with dimensional magic. We can destroy the tanks from here, but there's no telling what defensive mechanisms are in place. I had no intention of doing either. Floria's eyes were as cold as ice. I just wanted to take a peek inside and check if we can use the ancient gates to raid the place. Arrays. Lith waved his hand, and several magical formations became visible to the naked eye. What the heck? Floria blurted out. There wasn't a single centimeter of space covered by at least 2 arrays. I recognize only the lighting and the self-cleaning array. Same, the others use runes too old for me to know them. Is there any you recognize? Based on what Neshel had said, the same runes were used for both arrays and forgemastering, so Lith had actually decent foundations for runesmithing. Or at least he hoped so. Yes, that is the ancient rune for fire. She pointed at a glowing character that resembled an English P. That is the rune for darkness. The character resembled an M overlapping with an X. And that one is the rune for air. The others I have no idea what they mean. If Lith had to describe it, he would compare the rune to something drawn by someone who sneezed with their pen on the paper. My paranoid guess is that fire is for intruders, darkness is for the techs in the case they manage to escape, and air is an alarm, Lith said. Agreed, now we have to wait and see if the gate has some defensive mechanism too. I wouldn't be surprised if opening it by our side required some kind of convened signal. Floria was cautious. Her spite for the Odie only made her more vigilant. Can you tell me if there's any difference between ancient and modern runes? Lith asked. Ancient runes were less efficient and more unstable. That's all I can share with you without endangering Dad. Damn, then both the ring and the sword are only good as teaching props. At least thanks to Floria now I know the ancient runes for dimensional items. I can compare them with the modern ones I know and start experimenting already. Lith thought. Just as Floria predicted, after a handful of seconds the alarm array was triggered. It emitted a high-pitched sound and activated the other arrays in the rooms as the dimensional door was closing. Well, the damage is done. We learned what we needed, so we might as well crash this party for good. She unleashed her Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Blade of Destruction, before the gate disappeared. For a moment, Lith could see a great mass of darkness and lightning magic take form inside the room. Noises of shattering glass and screeching metal filled the air just for a split second. The dimensional door was now sealed again, and silence returned. Floria damaged the dimensional rune on the wall she had just repaired to prevent further attacks from the meat shields. I know that what I did was seemingly useless. The techs in the tanks were probably comatose or raving mad, and I doubt there's only one such a room in Kula. I did it because this way the smoke should point us to the right building, Floria said. Our orders are to find and destroy anything that can harm the Griffin Kingdom, and I think that a monster farm qualifies. I also did it because, orders or not, I can't see such things and do nothing. I joined the army because I want to make a difference for the citizens of the kingdom, humans and beasts alike. Some people might consider my actions just a drop in the ocean, but to me, it was saving them from a fate crueler than death. Floria opened a warp steps that brought the straight back to the camp. After showing to the professors the arrays revealed by Lith's spell and describing them the alarm mechanism, their next course of action became clear. Chapter 669, Planning Ahead Part 1. You were wrong, Ranger Verhen. The darkness array wasn't for the techs, but for us intruders, Neshel said. If you had stepped through the gate, the darkness spell would have tried to kill you right after sealing the dimensional door. Using the Odie's runes is too dangerous. It's better to go through the front door and clear our path one bit at a time instead of jumping feet first into a trap. How long before we can resume exploring Kula? Lith asked. At least a couple of days. I recommend 4 days so that we can use fire magic without risking to suffocate. Judging from the golem's behavior, the Odie worked hard to prevent intruders from using powerful fire spells, so by messing with that we might have an easier time countering their defenses. Agreed, we only have to wait now, Floria said. Since he had nothing to do, Lith went inside the men's quarters. He used earth magic and the hush spell to get some privacy. Then he took out his army amulet and called his handler while using accumulation. Feeding the amulet enough energy to counter the interference was child's play for him. Unlike fake mages, Lith could freely manipulate his mana core. Meanwhile, on Mager's surface, the sudden pull at her consciousness made Camilla flinch. She anxiously took her communicator out of her purse to check if it was the human resources. They were in charge of informing constables if something happened to their relatives. Lith had disappeared off the face of Mager for almost 2 weeks, and to make matters worse, Falmug was missing as well. After Zinnia had petitioned for divorce, he had tried multiple times to contact Camilla to discover his wife's whereabouts, failing every single time. She had never shared her contact rune with him and had blocked her mother's the moment Zinnia had received her own communication amulet. Her family was now officially dead to her, yet she couldn't help but worry that something had happened to Lith or that Falmug had found Zinnia, so Camilla was on edge at the idea of receiving bad news. How many times do I have to tell you to stay away from that thing during our lessons? Gianni said, stabbing their prisoner in his tight with one of her needles. Whatever it is, it can wait. Lith's rune is active. He's calling me. Camilla ignored the man's screams and showed Gianni the blinking rune, almost jumping for the joy. What are you waiting for? Answer immediately. I haven't heard from neither him nor my daughters for days. Gianni planted a mouth gag on the prisoner with a well-placed fist, which also dislocated his jaw so that it would not need straps to secure it. But first, royal override. Identification, Archon Gianni Ernas. Password of the day, Silpha Silverwing Night Blue. All the magic crystals on Camilla's amulet lit up at once. I've activated the secure line. No one can listen to your conversation, not even the army. Thanks, there are so many things I can't say as a handler. Camilla couldn't believe her luck. If you really want to thank me once you two are done, put him on. I need to speak to him as well. While we are at it, use meeting room number 3. It's the only one without recording devices. Gianni said. Will do, I'll try to be quick. There's no rush, dear. We're done for today. Gianni's words surprised the prisoner quite a bit. He had been captured during a slave auction and identified as one of its ringleaders. He had been interrogated for days before Constable Ernas resorted to using more violent approaches. He had yet to say anything. He was aware that the moment he had nothing to offer, they would execute him. The longer I hold on, the more time my accomplices have to get me out of here, he thought. They have to, otherwise a lot of noble heads will roll. I have no intention of dying alone. This stupid woman has even given me the means to contact my associates. With her password, I can easily bribe a guard and safely use their communication amulet. Gianni seemed to read his mind, because the more confident he became, the wider her grin grew. You know, it's hard to find scum like you, Gianni said. That's the reason you're still alive. My apprentice is still naive, so when I saw you, I knew you would be a tough nut to crack. I used you to allow her to practice all the normal interrogation techniques and develop her own. Then, when as predicted you didn't talk, my aim was to use you to not make her feel guilty for what she was going to do. Everyone has to start somewhere. This call changes everything, though. We both deserve some quality time with our families, and I hate leaving a job halfway through, so. She struck both of his lungs with thin, hollow needles. At first, the prisoner felt barely a sting. Then he realized he couldn't breathe anymore. The air entered from his nose and mouth, but it was as if someone was choking him. That's called a pneumothorax. I punctured your lungs so that no matter how much air you draw in, they can't fill up because it leaks and fills your thoracic cavity. You'll die in about 8 minutes without being able to talk or even cry. If you're lucky, she'll be done soon. I always confirm my kills, so the moment that door opens, I'll give you a quick death. Gianni noticed the confusion in the man's eyes, all the unanswered questions that were keeping the pain at bay. Do you really think by remaining silent you had any chance of survival? In my line of work, the first one to talk gets the better deal. Your accomplices were smarter than you and told us everything we needed. Some of them will go free, others will serve a sentence. You instead were nothing but a teaching prop since the beginning. In the meeting room 3, Camilla was overjoyed seeing that Lith was all right. He couldn't tell her much about his mission, so she was the one speaking for most of the time. These ruins are a pain in the neck. Between the constant danger and communication blackout, I really missed you. There were many things he would have liked to ask her, but the army amulet triggered his paranoia too much. The idea that someone could listen to their conversation kept him on the edge despite Gianni's reassurances. Why are you still working on the weekend? I hope to reach you while you were still at my place to casually talk with my family. The weekend ended yesterday, silly, she giggled. You must have lost track of the days. Damn, I think you are right. How is everyone? Camilla told him the last news about his family. Tista had finally started her journey, sending everyone in a panic. It was the first time that she traveled completely alone, and her absence complicated things even more now that Renaa was pregnant. Oh gods, not again, Lith blurted out. Your sister is very young and her family is wealthy. Why shouldn't she have more than one child? Camilla found Lith's reaction somewhat disturbing. She had never considered having children of her own, but such a fierce denial made her scared of the future. Chapter 670, Planning Ahead Part 2. Am I worried because I'm older than him or it's just my insecurity talking? Camilla thought, a second before turning beet reed for apparently no reason. What's wrong with me? We have never even talked about marriage, and I'm already worrying about how many children we should have. Kami, are you feeling all right? You seem a bit off. Lith said, snapping her out of the chaos her mind had become. I'm perfectly fine, thanks. I'm just worried about Zinnia. Happy to change the topic, Camilla told him all about the divorce and Falmug's disappearance. I don't pay the bastard a visit since the mission started. I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea and thinks to be off the hook, Lith thought. I really hope he tries something funny near my home. Between the arrays and the Queen's Corps, they'll pick up his remains with a teaspoon. I'm more worried about you. Being a civil servant, most of your information is public. Falmug must know that the easiest way to get to Zinnia is through you. Be on your guard always, he said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Camilla was both flattered and happy by how concerned he was about her safety. She was more than able to take care of herself, especially now that she was a field assistant, but being pampered a little after such a long separation felt nice. Belias has so many safety measures that even if Falmug comes there, there's not much he can do. Besides, I've been staying at the Erna's household for a while. I doubt even he would be so foolish to attack me there. Why? Lith asked. Officially, for my training, so that Archon Ernas can teach me how to arrange the work from home when necessary and teach me everything I need about constables' codes away from prying eyes. Off the record, the Ernas feel lonely with all their daughters away. I suppose they want some company, or maybe they were hoping for something like this to happen. You know, you calling me so that they had the opportunity to speak with Floria and Quilla. How are they? Given the circumstances, I'd say they're doing fine. Quilla is the one struggling the most. She can't stand remaining on the sidelines, but she knows that she can't help us in a fight. As for Floria, she has to make tough calls almost every day. Luckily for me, I'm just a ranger. The professors know they stuff but are too arrogant they never mind. I can't talk about that. We would both end in trouble and I don't want to endanger your career, he said with a warm smile. Speaking of rangers, how is he? Camilla asked. Who are you talking about? Ranger Erie, the Beastman. The what? Beastman? They call him like that because there was a year when he never took a single day leave, and when he finally returned to civilization, he behaved more like a magical beast than a human. He is indeed odd, Lith replied, wondering if Morak was just a man rude enough to act like a beast or simply a beast shapeshifted into a man. When they finished talking, Camilla gave the amulet to Gianni. By that time, the prisoner was already dead by more than half an hour. Gianni had taken care of piercing the corpse's heart and brain before beheading it. There were rumors about necromancy techniques capable of extracting the memories from the recently deceased, and Archon Ernas liked to err on the side of safety whenever state secrets were involved. There were people who would pay a small fortune to get access even to a daily password. How are my girls? Spare me the niceties, I want the truth, Gianni asked as soon as Camilla left them alone after she activated a personal device that further ensured their privacy. They both almost died more than once. Quilla is putting up a tough act, but I think she feels guilty for failing to save our fallen comrades. Floria instead has a few problems with deciding who lives and who dies. Lith could openly talk with Gianni. With her status and rank, he doubted that anything that passed through Burian's office didn't reach her ears in less than a minute. Good, this experience is bound to help them to understand the implications of their life choices. Sometimes I'm afraid that Orion has sheltered them too much. I'm glad that you're with them in their time of need. You protect mine and I'll keep protecting yours, she said. Do you mean that? Lith could only call himself an idiot for having taken Camilla's naive thinking seriously. That Camilla now lives in my home for her own safety. I took some information on this Falmug. He's not a criminal, but he's acquainted with plenty of them. If he decides to, he can mess with Camilla. Zinnia, on the contrary, is beyond his reach. Promise me that you'll bring my baby girls back home, and you have my word that I'll keep your courtyard clear, Gianni said. I would have done it anyway. I resent you doubting my friendship. Lith's voice turned cold. He didn't like to receive ultimatums. So would have I, but you know as well as I do that common interests form a stronger bond than any pretty word can. Now that we have a deal, please put Floria through. I hope that for once she will listen to me, Gianni sighed. Lith was now in quite a pickle. The moment he left the amulet, the conversation would end. On top of that, he would have to explain how he had managed to establish a connection without external help. He and Solus quickly arranged an array with the purple crystals Professor Neschel had gifted him to fuel the amulet. We're lucky we had this many big and powerful crystals at hand, otherwise such a makeshift formation would never work, Solus thought. Floria was amazed by Lith bypassing the interference so easily, but she didn't ask him for explanations. Their cohabitation was starting to become awkward. Lith had opened up to her more in those last few days than in the 2 years they had been together. That, coupled with the words they had exchanged during Gianni's birthday, were giving her a headache. To add insult to injury, her mother's smug grin told Floria that she was well aware of that. "I'm glad to see you're all right and in one piece, dear. I hope you can get back home soon." Gianni would always caress before landing a blow. "Thanks, Mom. I can't wait for this mission to be over. The things I've seen here will give me nightmares for days, I'm sure of it." Floria was used to the killing part of her job, to her life being constantly at risk. Seeing the results of the Odie's work, facing the consequences of their experiments, however, was eating her from the inside. How could she hate the living fungus for killing so many innocent people when the creature itself as a victim? Even the people forming the monster who had attacked them in the lobby weren't at fault. Killing innocents was chipping away the pride she took in her job, making her feel more like a murderer than a soldier. The memory of the techs in the tanks overlapped with that of Morok, eating them as if they were just crabs, making her want to puke. Chapter 671, Impending Threat Part 1. "You'll get used to it, dear," Gianni said, trying to ease her daughter's mind after seeing how pale Floria had become. "I have the same problem with Camilla. The poor woman pukes and cries a lot when we run into certain types of crimes, but she's getting stronger for it. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. Don't bottle up your feelings, otherwise one of these days you will snap. Find someone you trust and share your burden with them, as I do with your father. You could talk to Quilla." "No way. She's already got a lot on her plate. I don't think she could handle the pressure of knowing how conflicted I am about this mission. She needs to believe that whatever happens, I'll be there to protect her," Floria said. "Then you could talk to Lith," Gianni casually suggested, as if it hadn't been her goal from the beginning. "In the Lost Cities, he has faced worse things than some human experimentation. It would be a perfect opportunity for you two to reconnect after avoiding each other for so long. Is Lith still airtight, or has he finally opened up to you?" "Nothing has changed." Floria's reply came out too fast to be believable. "That's good to hear," Gianni said, as if Floria had told her the opposite. "Yet don't get carried away. He still has a girlfriend, and one should never overestimate the feelings that constantly being together in a life-or-death situation can induce. They die as fast as they are born, so tread with caution." "Mom, I'm not going to discuss that part of my life with you." The sudden blood rush to her face told Gianni that something was indeed happening. "Sure, dear. Do you mind passing the communicator to Quilla? I would like to cheer her up, too. If you call me again in 6 hours, you would have the opportunity to talk with your father." While Gianni talked with her daughters, Camilla used her civilian amulet to inform Lith's family about his well-being. Hearing about it from Burian never meant much to them. He could only tell them that he was alive and on a mission, which they already knew simply by looking at Lith's rune on their amulets. When someone died, their imprint on a magical item disappeared, and so would their communication rune. Camilla, instead, told them how he looked well-fed, in perfect health, and even in his normal spirits, so the mission couldn't be that bad. Since they had finished early, Gianni and Camilla could go back home for lunch instead of eating in a local restaurant. "Gods, I've always heard that constables have to watch their backs, but we have so many soldiers in our detail that the only threat is that to my figure," Camilla thought. "Long hours sitting behind a desk, delicious meals, and then when I get back home, I'm too tired to exercise. How the heck does Lady Erna's keep her hourglass figure with our line of work?" To make matters worse, the lunch at the Erna's house was always a full-course meal, so Camilla would end up eating more than at any restaurant to not offend her hosts. "I'm glad that Lith is with our baby girls. Those Odie gave madness a whole new definition," Orion said. "Their Forgemastering experiments were as cruel as insane. The expedition members are lucky to have faced only faulty projects, otherwise they would have probably died." At those words, Camilla became pale, whereas Gianni's curiosity was piqued. "How do you know what they have faced? There has been no report," she asked. When he called Camilla, his amulet sent all the data they have collected in encrypted mode to the research division, and I'm a royal forgemaster, dear. You'll read my report once I'm done writing it, but I can spoiler you some things. "Please do," Gianni nodded for him to continue. "From what I have seen, everything we heard about the lost Odie civilization was an understatement. The ruins they are at must belong to the period immediately preceding their fall." "Do you want me to leave?" Camilla said. On one hand, she had no idea if her clearance level allowed her to hear such conversation, nor if she was capable of bearing it. On the other hand, She was dying to know what was happening to Lith. "There's no need for such a thing, dear. We are in the same boat, both at work and for the pinch our loved ones are into. You deserve to know," Gianni said while holding Camilla's hand. "Gods, I wish my mother was such a good, sensitive person. Appearances are indeed deceiving. When I first met Lady Erna's, I thought she was a monster," Camilla thought, moved by Gianni's kindness. "Gods, my wife is a monster. She's playing that poor woman like a fiddle," Orion thought. "I still don't understand why Lieutenant Yavel now practically lives in our home, but if I know one thing for sure, by having Camilla listening to these kinds of things, Gianni is hastening the development of Lith's relationship. They will either break up or get serious soon." "What were you saying about the Odie, dear?" Gianni asked. "That their experiments were a perfect blend of genius and madness. I received the data about 2 facilities. In the first one, there were the results of the Odie's attempt to forge-master living beings," Orion replied. "Do you mean to create artificial life?" Gianni had heard countless tales about such nonsense, but aside from necromancy, no magic had ever been able to create a functional life form. "No, I mean using light magic to alter the life force of their slaves, carving runes inside their bodies to use them as vessels for their forge-mastering spells and make them akin to enchanted items." "What, did they succeed?" Gianni turned pale for the first time in years. "Of course not. As you know, life force is very delicate. Even with all their experiments, the Odie only managed to turn their victims into living slave items, but both their bodies and lifespan were horribly crippled. They could live for just a few hours before dying. So it's not a feasible line of research, right?" Gianni was worried about such an eventuality. Any mad tyrant would have made such human modification mandatory on both their subjects and prisoners, turning them into an unwilling army of spies. It would have meant the end of life as she knew it, making the army and all the security measures that had protected the kingdom until that moment useless. "No, the biggest flaw of this kind of experiment is that the forge-master and the vessel cannot be the same person. 2 kinds of mana cannot coexist in the same body, so the victim soon dies of mana poisoning." "What about the second facility?" Gianni asked. "It was equally disgusting. As you know, normal metals do not have a mana flow, which is the reason we bond them with mana crystals. They are not only needed to fuel the forge-mastered spells, but also to help the relatively inert metal to withstand the magical energies without crumbling." Chapter 672, Impending Threat Part 2. In their attempt to artificially create Davros and adamant, the Odie siphoned life force from their subjects and forced it into common metals, in the hope that a mana flow would form as well. What actually happened was the creation of cursed items that instead of giving power to their user, they would actually take it away. The weapons crafted this way turned out to have the flaws of both metals add living beings. Like metals, they have no mana flow, plus like humans, they need to feed and sooner or later they die. "You gave me a big scare," Gianni said. "Based on Floria's early reports and your assessment, the Odie look like just a bunch of incompetent tinkerers. Nothing they did actually worked. Then why do you look so worried?" "Because you seem to forget that they managed to enslave a magical beast, and it survived centuries. Also because the data comes from the hallways, where every craftsman would only exhibit prototypes and incomplete works. Those are things that prove the value of their crafter's skill, but are disposable. The real artifacts, if there is any, are bound to be inside the buildings, and they have yet to explore them. It's quite a terrifying perspective if you think about it. Also, I'm afraid because the Odie weren't just tinkerers, they had mastered light magic to the point that they were able to try and expand its boundaries. If even one of their experiments succeeded and the expedition team faces it, we can only hope it's a non-sentient artifact. Anything that is still alive after so many centuries would have all the power and the skill needed to do a lot of damage." Orion's outline of the risks that Kula posed made the rest of the lunch pass in worried silence. Even if Floria contacted them, there wasn't much besides a "be careful" they could tell her. Orion had just speculations about the severity of their situation, but he couldn't provide the expedition with anything useful at the moment. After the meal, Orion went back to study the data from Kula, while Gianni and Camilla resumed their lessons. Besides investigation techniques and the constable's protocols, Gianni was also teaching Camilla self-defense. Their sparring sessions were long, tiresome, and most of all, humiliating. Camilla couldn't understand how a woman smaller, lighter, and older than herself could effortlessly throw her around as if she weighed no more than a dirty rag. The only silver lining was that they didn't spar often. Usually at the end of a workday, Camilla was too tired to do anything but sleep. After the Erna's family healer fixed all of the scrapes and bruises Camilla had sustained during training, she couldn't wait to go home. "Are you sure you don't want to stay for dinner? It takes a minute to add another serving and the guest room is always ready," Gianni asked. "Thanks, Lady Erna's, but the camellia needs to be recharged, and I've yet to check the papers for Zinya's divorce. She hasn't learned how to read, let alone understand how the kingdom's law works. Without my input, her lawyer can't proceed." "You could bring the camellia here and maybe our lawyer could help you," Gianni offered. "Yeah, right. The only time I accepted, I spent the entire evening studying under your supervision. Then you woke me up before dawn for a sparring session that went on until breakfast, and then we went straight to work," Camilla thought. "The camellia is the perfect excuse to get some personal space and some time to relax. I have enough of your boot camp. I prefer to keep the camellia at my home, so in case Lith comes back you'll know I'm okay and that I always think about him," she actually said. "Also, I'm grateful for your offer, but this is a family business. I turned down Lith's offer for help, so you'll understand if I do the same to yours." Camilla wasn't stupid. She was aware that if either Lith or Gianni got involved too much, Falmug would probably die in an accident. Despite the fact that she hated him deeply for what he had done to her sister, Falmug Sarda was still the father of Zinya's children. Her sister wanted the matter to be solved in a court of law, to give Falmug the opportunity to redeem himself in the future and maybe be part of their children's life. Camilla respected her wishes, and as long as Falmug played fairly, she would do the same. Returning to her apartment took her just a few minutes. The Erna's household had its private gate that led Camilla back to Belias, and from there a city warp brought her to her neighborhood. Even if winter was almost over and the days were getting longer, after sunset the temperature would still plummet in the north. The streets were almost empty, and the few people still around were rushing to their homes. Camilla could see her breath steaming while walking toward the building entrance, the key already in her hand. Now I understand why Lith hates Belias so much. Dimensional items are so convenient that once you get used to them, it's like an addiction. Just a few months ago, carrying bags of documents didn't bother me, yet now. Her train of thoughts was derailed when she neared a corner and a strong hand grabbed her shoulder, pulling her inside a blind alley. It yanked her so hard that she was about to fall face first against the concrete, but her training kicked in. Camilla let go of her suitcase, that went crashing against the trash bins, and used both of her hands to grab the arm over her shoulder. It allowed her to regain her footing and to use the strength of the pull to perform a shoulder throw. The unknown attacker was bigger and heavier than Gianni, but compared to her, he opposed no resistance. Their backs slammed hard against the ground as Camilla never let go of the arm, making it impossible for them to break the fall. She twisted and pulled the limb, breaking it in 3 different points. Their shoulder, elbow, and wrist shattered, making the assailant curl up in pain. Camilla stepped back to look at her enemy from a safe distance. Her hand went to her pocket, searching for her communication amulet, when a second assailant struck at her back with a metal pipe, sending the amulet flying. The impact was strong enough that would have broken at least 2 of her ribs, if the Orichalcum skinwalker armor she wore didn't take the brunt of the impact, dispersing most of its energy. She turned around just in time to intercept a second hit aimed at her head. Camilla infused the armor with some of her mana, making it turn back into its metal form. When the pipe struck her arm, the resulting impact was akin to hitting a mountain. The weapon slipped away from the injured hand of its wielder as Camilla's now metallized foot kicked the man's groin, emitting a squishy sound. His eyes rolled, showing only the white, and his mouth foamed in pain. Camilla was tempted to look for her amulet, but she was afraid a third assailant might have been stalking her. Cursing Belias array which prevented her to access to the civilian amulet that she had forgotten inside her dimensional ring, Camilla put her back against the wall while checking her surroundings. Chapter 673, Paying the Price Part 1. Camilla looked at her assailants' faces, but the 2 men were strangers to her. Her eyes then searched the alley for her communication amulet and the main street for a passerby who could help her to contact the authorities, but no one was around. A spark of light and a buzzing sound preceded a Tier 2 lightning spell that struck her chest and caused her a seizure. Without the armor Lith had given her, the electricity would have caused Camilla severe injuries and made her faint, instead of just inflicting upon her the equivalent of a brief taser shock. So much for professionals. They got their asses handed to them by a woman. My father was right when he said that if you want a job done right, you got to do it yourself, Falmug said, unleashing a second bolt of lightning before Camilla could recover. She pumped more of her mana inside her skinwalker armor, but with her weak mana core, and after already using its metallizing properties thrice, she was already running on fumes. Yet it was enough for Lith's masterpiece to completely deflect the spell. "Are you insane, Falmug? Attacking a royal constable in the middle of a populated area? The guards will be here any moment." Camilla was dizzy from the shock and the lack of mana, so she decided to try and bluff her way out. She had a few wands inside her pockets, but she was in no condition to win a contest of speed against someone pointing a weapon at her from such a close distance. "I'm not stupid. Why do you think I hired those two buffoons?" Another lightning came, but this time she was able to dodge. "I know the city guard's reaction time. It will take them a while to get here. Those two idiots were supposed to help me kidnap you, but now I've got no time for being nice. Tell me where my wife is or die." Despite his rage, his voice barely higher than a whisper. He was afraid that someone could hear the ruckus and alert the authorities. The citizens of Belias were famous for being unreasonably paranoid. Before making his move, Falmug had been forced to wait that Lith was out of the picture, and then for the occasion when the street in front of Camilla's home was deserted. Despite his twisted personality, Falmug had come well prepared. Hired help so that he wouldn't get directly involved, a means of transportation to abduct Camilla unnoticed, and an illegal wand as a contingency plan. Unluckily for him, everything was going south. The men he had recruited were down, he couldn't lift Camilla by himself, and the wand seemed to be defective since she was still conscious and screaming. "You shouldn't have stuck your nose where it doesn't belong," Falmug said. "Now tell me where my wife is, and we can solve this peacefully." His words didn't match at all with his crazed eyes. Camilla knew that her brother-in-law couldn't afford to let her live, otherwise he would become one of the most wanted men in the kingdom. The army didn't take well when someone went after one of their own, even less if a constable was involved. Falmug looked nervously left and right. He couldn't afford witnesses. That night he would have to kill and dispose of the bodies of 3 people already. More wouldn't fit into his carriage. Camilla and his hired muscle had to die. He couldn't afford anyone being able to link him to attacking a royal constable. The lighter sentence for such a crime was death. "I really didn't want to do this, but you leave me no choice. You force me to." "Roll over and die." A voice coming from behind him cut him short. At the same time, a small but strong hand caught Falmug's wrist, twisting it backward so that his wand was now pointed at his own face. Then a low kick broke his left femur in 3, and a palm strike sent his face slamming against a wall and flattened his nose. "Lady Ernaz, what are you doing here?" Camilla was glad to see her mentor. She was physically fine, but the lack of mana was giving her a strong headache. Her vision was blurry and she had trouble focusing. "Giving you a lesson, child," Gianni replied. "This is what happens when you underestimate your enemies." "What a stupid bitch," Falmug thought. "She should follow her own advice and remember I still have my wand." A stream of lightning came out of the alchemical tool as he unleashed more than one charge at once. There wasn't time to play anymore. He had to kill them both quickly and get away from there. Unfortunately for him, the needle in Gianni's hand absorbed the spells without letting even a spark reaching its master. "I didn't mean to scare you," Gianni explained, while completely ignoring Falmug. "I had to wait until he revealed himself as part of the attempt on your life, and more importantly, I wanted you to realize that this isn't a fairy tale. Some people will do anything to get what they want. Playing fair will only get you killed. Do you see that, scum?" Falmug released more lightning bolts, yet they were all absorbed by Gianni's needle. "That's what you get for leaving him alive. If you want to keep doing this job, you need to grow up. Not asking for my help nor for Lith's when he was still here was stupid. What would have happened if I hadn't been following you all this time? Here, let me show you." Gianni threw the needle at Falmug's nether regions. Once it hit, the needle released the stored bolts of lightning one at a time, causing Falmug to lose control of both his wands. "Look at what he had planned for you. At the pain he would have inflicted upon you if not for your armor. Maybe he would have even let his goons have some fun with you as part of their payment," Gianni said. Then she waved her hand and the needle returned to her. Even in her confused state, Camilla shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if she hadn't accepted the skinwalker armor Lith had gifted her. One blow would have been enough to take her out. Then, without Gianni, her fate would have been sealed. All of her dreams for the future, all the things she had planned to share with her sister, all the hard work she had put into becoming a constable, would have been destroyed by a petty man for his own petty reasons. "Now we can arrest them and have them executed. I can do it for you right now, or even better, you should do it. Gianni pointed at the pocket where Camilla kept her wands. Please no, have mercy. I've got a family that depends on me. I was just doing my job. The man with the broken arm, the only one still conscious, said. And so am I, Gianni replied. In our line of work, you'll hear pathetic excuses like this one countless times. No matter their reasons, the penalty will be death. The only question is, do you have the guts to defend what's yours? She offered Camilla a non-imprinted wand, ready to be used. I do. Camilla stood up. Her mind was getting clearer by the second. Yet I'm not like you, Lady Ernest. I can't put down a helpless man. It would make me no different from them, a cold-blooded killer. Chapter 674, Paying the Price Part 2. Also, I couldn't face my sister and tell her that I killed her husband so that she could inherit everything and get her children back. She would never forgive me, and neither could I. What I can do is to turn them in and ask for the maximum sentence. Which is being tortured to death, Gianni smiled. Killing them on the spot was actually the greatest act of mercy they could do to her assailants. Exactly, Camilla nodded while recovering her communication amulet. I'm not going to dirty my hands nor my conscience for these scums. They have made their choices and they will pay the consequences. Excellent choice, dear, Gianni said, putting the wand back inside her utility belt. Do you want me to inform your sister about what happened to her late husband? Thanks for your offer, but I want to be the one to break the news to her. She deserves that much. Expedition Team Camp in the same moment. During the 4 days necessary to restore Killa's levels of oxygen to the point that it would be possible to use fire magic within its premises, there wasn't much Lith's group could do. Quilla decided to use that time to follow the physical training routine Lith had suggested to her and to learn a few Tier 4 offensive spells. Lith and Floria pooled her knowledge about runes and his about forgemastering to decipher the booklet from Huriel. They didn't progress much. The ancient language was gibberish to them, and even though Floria helped him to convert some of the old runes into modern ones, her knowledge of runesmithing was too shallow to understand the purpose of the blueprints just by looking at their pictures. Do you think I could show one of the pages to Yandra and ask her for help? Lith said. It's a huge gamble. Floria shook her head. These kinds of runes are too advanced for the Odi. A royal forgemaster like her is likely to realize that yours it's just a ruse. Even if she falls for it, she might always ask you to share your discovery with the rest of the group, and at that point you're likely to get caught. Don't forget that runesmithing is a state secret. The army might confiscate the booklet if they knew it's in your possession. Lith had to agree with her. Either he told Yandra the truth or he risked doing a lot of damage. If Yandra started basing her plans to counter the Odi on the booklet, it would lead her and the others astray and might cause their demise. The more Lith discovered about the Odi, the higher the expectations to find a cure for his reincarnation problem. They had been raving mad, but their mastery in light magic was something that would have impressed even Professor Manohar. Those days were the first real break Lith and Floria had got in months. Despite the fact that they were near a death trap, they both enjoyed the time spent together. They felt as if they were back at the academy, finally speaking with someone who could understand their respective problems. Tista was too ignorant to help Lith in his experiments, and Camilla wasn't even a mage. That part of his life was quite lonely, and up to that moment, Solus was the only partner he had ever had in his quest for knowledge. Floria had a lot of pent-up stress due to her personal life in the army. Her rank, build, and family created a divide between Floria and her peers. Her soldiers respected her, but they were no friends. There were boundaries that had to be kept for discipline to be preserved. Between her job, learning forgemastering from Orion, and improving her skills as a mage knight, her social life was almost non-existent. Now she had someone who wasn't intimidated by her rank or height. Someone who could practice both sword and magic with her, not caring about winning but just about learning. The level of competition between the young captains was akin to that she had experienced as a student in the White Griffin. All those below her in the rankings wanted to see her fail, while those above felt threatened by Floria and kept her at arm's length. The only problem with their renewed friendship was that by spending so much time alone in such a confined space, rumors were bound to be born. Hence they made sure to spend as much time with others as well. Floria trained her soldiers and Quilla, along with anyone who was willing to improve their physical prowess, while Lith sought Yandra for knowledge. During dinner, the day after they had defeated the golems, Lith asked, "What's that tuning fork you used to break the water tanks for?" "Do you mean the dampener?" She took the magical item out of her pocket and handed it to Lith. "It's one of my creations. As you have seen, it has the ability to prevent other enchanted items to absorb mana. That's amazing, Lith said while scanning it with invigoration. Just like Floria's hairpin, it was covered in energy runes invisible to the naked eye. Why didn't you use it against Kylla's door or the golems? It would have saved us a lot of time. You misunderstood me, young spirit, Yandra laughed. Her giving Lith the same moniker Nana used for so many years stung at his heart. Kylla's door was solid, and its array was fueled from the inside, just like the golems. The tanks, instead, were made of a material that would have shattered after being hit by our spells if not for their ability to absorb our mana. My dampener simply jammed such ability so that our spells could demonstrate their real prowess. There is no such thing as a skeleton key for arrays, otherwise the kingdom would have made me a magus rather than a professor. Do you mind if I examine it with a spell of mine? Lith asked. Be my guest, Yandra smiled. I'll consider it as a proof of your goodwill in becoming my heir. You can tell a lot about a Forgemaster's talent by how much information they can acquire with their spells. We and healers have a lot in common. Diagnostic spells are the foundation for both specializations. Lith spewed gibberish before returning the dampener. That's truly a masterpiece. I can see you have infused it with at least 10 spells. 12 actually, but still pretty close. Yandra put it back into her pocket. Lith was actually capable of determining the number of spells held by an enchanted item by studying its pseudo-core and mana pathways, but he preferred to play it close to the vest. He'd rather like to be considered brilliant than threatening. Thanks, but one thing surprised me quite a bit. How come there are runes on it? Your spell allows you to see runes? Yandra was flabbergasted. A few months ago, I found this inside Huriol. Lith took the rune-covered sword out of his pocket dimension. I've been studying its runes ever since, and after Professor Neschel's explanation about the ancient runes, I was surprised that no one taught me about them at the White G. Put it away before someone sees it, you idiot, Yandra said. You are lucky that no one is around. Chapter 675, Conflicting Desires, Part 1. Luck had nothing to do with it. The topics Lith usually talked about with Yandra were too boring for professors and too difficult for assistants, so after a while, they would always be alone. Lith had waited until only those on guard duty were awake before showing her the sword. Why the fuss? The kingdom allows rangers to keep everything they find inside the lost city of Huriol. That's because aside from the warden, forgemaster, and alchemical lab, there's nothing worth the trouble of entering that damn place. You hit the jackpot, and if you had told anyone else, they would have taken it away from you, Yandra explained. So I'm right, Huriol is an academy. Since Yandra seemed more worried about his safety rather than his discovery, Lith decided to strike the iron while it was hot. Hush, young idiot, and yes, it was an academy. That's why now choosing a headmaster is such a big deal, and because only they can interact with the power core of an academy. The kingdom allows you to raid Huriol because that way you are more likely to kill the creatures trapped inside its forest, and in case someone found something valuable, it gets snatched the moment they start researching its nature. Dragons and undead in an academy's forest. Who was the madman who devised such a dangerous environment? Lith asked, pretending to be flabbergasted. Does the name Arthon ring any bells? The Mad King, but why? Because he hoped that at least one of them held the secret of immortality. Clearly, he was right, but something went terribly wrong, and instead of subjugating them, the power core gained sentience and unleashed its prisoners against the academy staff. According to the chronicles, we lost several geniuses that day. Please, let's talk about this another time. I'm getting a headache. Rather, I have no interest in history lessons. I must avoid changing the topic, Lith thought. I still don't understand. The undead courts use runes, and so did the Odi. Why is the sword I found such a big deal? Damn it, since you decided to trust me, I can tell you at least this much. Do you remember how hard enchanting the orichalcum was? Yandra asked. Yes, it took me countless attempts and a lot of effort. Why? Back when forgemastering didn't exist, the ancient runes were used to imbue a spell inside anything they were carved onto, but they were delicate and expensive. After Silverwing's legacy became available, it was discovered that they could still be used in the preparatory phase of forgemastering to lower its requirements. It makes sense, Lith said. The enchantment of the blade is too strong for the mana crystals that were used to craft it, and such a cheap metal is supposed to be unable to withstand powerful magical energies. Then you already have half the answer. What you lack is the other half. Runes allow weak metals to hold powerful spells, but when applied to powerful metals like adamant, they are the only way to unlock their full potential. Without runes, once you use the bonding spell to embed purple crystals on adamant, its mana flow becomes so strong that it becomes impossible to forge-master it. Do you understand now why it's such a big deal? Yandra's eyes were dead serious. She kept looking around to be sure that no one was overhearing them. Yes, thank you, Lith replied. Thanks to Boer, we didn't use the adamant forge for the skinwalker armor, Lith thought. We've dodged more than one bullet there. By my maker, now sure it makes sense why runesmithing is a secret. This way, only royal forgemasters can use Davros and adamant to create the ultimate artifacts, giving the royal family the monopoly over them. Solus replied. Even better, we now know that runesmithing is part of the preparatory phase, so it has to be performed either after or before bonding. That's an invaluable information that will save us countless failures. Lith pointed out. That's enough for tonight. Please, don't ask me any more about runes unless you accept becoming my disciple. If anyone discovers what I told you, I might be charged with high treason, and my whole family would be wiped out. Yandra tried to stand up, but Lith stopped her. I can't make you any promises about the apprenticeship. I like going solo. Yet we have yet to finish your treatment. Your life force has recovered enough to allow me to further rejuvenate your body. Yandra didn't miss how the timing of her treatment, casually, matched that of her lesson about runes, and she didn't care. She remained silent the whole time, admiring Lith's focus and the subtle changes in her own physique at the same time. Shameless kid, I bet that runes are the price he was hinting at when I asked him to rejuvenate me. Either I'm too paranoid or this whole conversation was staged from the beginning. I must make him my disciple, Yandra thought. Crafty bastards achieve greatness, whereas goody two-shoes die early because they're too stupid. That's how Magus spins. I must be careful to feed Lith enough information about runes to keep him hooked, but not so much that he can work the rest out by himself. By the time they were done, Yandra's body once again had the prowess of its 30s, even though she still looked like a 60-years-old woman. She was also exhausted from the treatment and fell asleep the moment her head touched her pillow. 2 days later, while planting patches of moss inside Kula, Lith left Solus inside the military compound. With her mana sense, she could easily dodge the Odie's traps as well as the other members of the expedition and find the perfect place to assume her tower form. I'm honestly conflicted about this Floria thing, Solus thought while dodging and copying the Odie's arrays at the same time. On one hand, I'm happy he is finally opening of his own will with someone. Sadly, Protector and I do not count. On the other hand, I'm jealous. I would like to be able to spend some time with another man just to see how Lith takes it. I'm feeling a bit neglected recently. To be fair, Lith would always talk with her and ask her opinion about everything. Even in that moment, he was working hard to fuel her with mana despite their distance, to make sure that Solus wasn't forced to spend an ounce of her own life force. When she finally found a spot with no arrays and hidden behind a building tall enough to completely eclipse the tower, she made her attempt. What the heck, she thought. The mana geyser is almost completely spent, but this doesn't make sense. It doesn't take that much energy to fuel these many buildings and their arrays. Even when we perform our experiments, my tower consumes barely a fraction of the geyser's energy flow. For so little world energy to reach the surface, there must be something below that is siphoning it near its source. That's why the Odie used the cables. It's not a design flaw so much as a way to divert the minimum amount of energy necessary from whatever they are doing. I must inform Lith. Chapter 676, Conflicting Desires Part 2. Despite her initial panic, Solus quickly regained her cool and started to look around Kula, searching for clues about the nature of what could possibly require an entire mana geyser as a power source. Yet the building's repetitive nature gave her nothing to work on. On top of that, between the internal and external arrays, she was unable to pry inside the military compound with her mystical senses. Solus, are you all right? I'm getting tired here. What's taking you so long? Lith's message made her realize she had lost track of time. I'm peachy. Sorry to make you worry. I'll be there in a while, she replied while rushing to Lith's position. When her detailed report received a lukewarm reaction, she felt forced to ask. You're taking this way better than I expected. Not even a swear word. What makes you so confident about our predicament? Whenever we found a city built above a mana geyser, we have always been forced to make camp on another geyser. I hoped that the Odie might have not been able to fully exploit the world energy, but the more we are discovering about them, the more I realize mine was naive thinking, Lith replied. We must consider Kula as if it was a lost city. If there are any more flesh factories around, then the number of our enemies is nigh infinite. It was a long shot, and we failed, nothing to mope about. Lithmine shrugged. The following day, after lunch, the professors shared with the rest of the expedition team their discoveries about the golem's remains. Constructs were the apex of a mage's work, so they had pooled their resources to grasp how dangerous the Odi were at the time they had founded Kula. "I'm sorry, but we have only bad news," Professor Gaku said. "After a thorough analysis, we concluded that even though the golems had an outdated design, they had all the necessary firepower to wipe us out if not for our protective arrays. The constructs weren't as powerful as modern ones, but their ability to process information and coordinate their attacks was something unprecedented. At first, we couldn't understand how it was possible, but after receiving Archmage Ernez's report, everything changed." "Orion is an Archmage?" Lith was flabbergasted. "Everyone always referred to him as Lord Ernez, and I've never seen him wearing a robe." "It's not that surprising after he created the Gatekeeper so easily, crafted the anti-Balker weapons, and him being a royal forgemaster. It's just that the title of Archduke is probably more important. Now shut up and listen," Solus said. "We examined the internal structure of the golems again and discovered cerebral fluids and brain matter mixed with their power core fragments. Our hypothesis is that they contained a forgemastered brain." She took a pause to let her audience understand the implications of their discovery. "Do you mean they were alive?" Morak asked. His tone was more curious than disgusted. "An organ can't survive for centuries without a body." Gaku shook her head. "Yet it's likely that the regenerative properties of the golem kept them intact, and in turn used them to compensate for the lack of improvisation that arrays have. The reason I'm telling you this is because if we face more defensive mechanisms with an odd behavior, then they are likely to be bioweapons, just like the golems. The only silver lining is that if we destroy their biological component, they should become inactive, or at least have their abilities crippled." "Forgemastering organs, Solus, is that even possible?" Lith asked. "In theory, no. The mana of the person receiving the enchantment and that of the one casting it would just cause a mana poisoning, unless—" Floria made Solus's same objection, but out loud, receiving a shocking answer. "You're right, Captain Ernez. It's indeed impossible unless the Forgemaster sacrifices their life to become part of their own creation," Neshel replied. "That's sick. What mage could possibly do such a thing?" Floria was hating her mission more with each discovery they made. She had the impression of looking at the twisted reflection of what the Griffin Kingdom might have become if the Mad King hadn't been stopped. "A dying mage, for example," Yandra replied. "Once you're old, you've got nothing to lose, or simply a mage without any other choice. If you think about it from a ruler's perspective, you're turning a mage in an eternally loyal and unfaltering guardian." "Forgemastering my own flesh is something I have never thought about." Lith was shocked. "Maybe that's my solution." "Or not," Solus said, emitting a retching sound. "We have no idea what the aftereffects of the procedure would be, and you have only one shot at it. I believe that altering your life force might also alter your mind to the point you became another person." Lith's mind stopped in its tracks. After arriving on Maugr, undeath seemed the perfect solution to his problems, based on Dungeons/U0026 looting rulebook at least. Reality had begged to differ enough that Lith had been forced to discard the possibility of turning himself even into a lick. "Okay, sorry, we'll think about it when we have more data," he replied, making her sigh in relief. "After contacting the headquarters, our first priority is to find anything we can about forgemastering life force and its opposite process, sacrificing lives to give inanimate matter a mana flow. Everything else is of secondary importance," Gaku continued. "Aside from guard duty, all other activities are suspended," Floria said once the professors finished their debriefing. "Rest and recover because tomorrow we'll split into groups again and resume our search. Professor Neshel, what's our array's status?" "Better than ever. I brought them to such a level that they are almost as good as permanent arrays." "Perfect. Can I come with you then?" Quilla asked. "Absolutely not. 3 days of training are just like 3 days of a diet, barely a start," Floria replied. "As you are now, you would just be a liability." "That's not true. I can warp you all to safety without the need for Lith to remain behind. Are you really willing to use him as a scapegoat every time something goes wrong?" Quilla's words stung at Floria. Damn it, from her point of view, what I did was heartless. Quilla has no idea of what Lith can do, and to be honest, neither do I, Floria thought. "No, I'm not, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't come with us," Retreat is our last resort, which means that during the fight someone should protect you. Or do you think you are capable of defending yourself? She actually said. Fine. Quilla stomped her feet and walked away before saying something that she was sure she would have regretted the moment, after such cruel words escaped from her mouth. Raynor followed her, trying to calm her down. The youth was charmed by both her ingenuity and strong character. At the same time, however, he was scared by her reckless attitude. What's wrong with you? Your sister is only trying to protect you to protect us assistants. We are not trained for actual combat, so the least we can do is not drag them down, he said. Chapter 677, Body Modification Center, Part 1. What's wrong with me? More like what's wrong with you. Are you really willing to live all your life on the sidelines, letting others risk their lives for you? Back at the academy, the three of us stood through thick and thin, but now I'm just a dead weight. What if something happens to one of them, because I'm not strong enough to be of help? It would be nobody's fault but the Odis. They were the monsters that. Really? Blaming dead people for our own incompetence? Would you be able to say such words if something happens to Professor Yandra, or would you blame her teammates for letting her die? Quilla cut Raynor short, making him turn pale at the idea. I would blame her teammates, he admitted after a second. Great, at least we're on the same page about you being a coward. I'm not a coward. You have no idea what I had to endure at the Black Griffin just to survive my 4th year during Bulker's attack, not to mention the mana poisoning and the hazing from my peers. I choose the academic career because I was sick and tired of fighting. I choose Forgemastering because it's a challenge with yourself rather than others. Does that make me a coward? He asked. No, Quilla replied with a warm smile. That makes you a coward who dares patting himself on the back. Just like her mother, she would always caress before landing a death blow. Cry me a river, I've survived the same events you speak of, and if it wasn't for Nalar's betrayal, I would be able to fight alongside them instead of being this. Quilla waved at herself, unable to express the self-loathe she felt. After attempting at Gianni's life and killing Uriel, she had refused to learn offensive spells because she felt guilty for being still alive while so many had died that day. Because she was afraid that another Nalar would come and force her to hurt the people she loved again. Yet after Floria almost died in her arms, after seeing Lith and Floria risk their lives time and time again to protect her, Quilla had changed her mind. She wasn't angry at Raynor so much as at herself. Quilla was so harsh with him only because he had made her same choices. She had focused solely on healing and Forgemastering for the same reasons Raynor did. Oh gods, I'm so sorry. I forgot you are from the White Griffin, Raynor said, realizing his blunder. I'll accept your apologies only if you accept mine, Quilla replied. I shouldn't have taken it out on you, it's just that before this trip, I've never realized how helpless I am and it's driving me crazy. She apologized to him again before turning around and entering the women's quarters. Raynor stood there for a while, unable to stop thinking about Professor Yandra. She is the only family I have ever had, and she has supported me during my academy years. How can I be happy to be left behind after she had almost died for saving me from that fungus? How can I be so relaxed despite the fact that she might not return from Quilla? Maybe Quilla is reckless, but I'm really an idiot. The following day, the professors, Lith and Floria entered the first building together, leaving all the soldiers and the assistants behind the protection of the arrays. Since the Weapon Research Center, the second building, had collapsed, Floria had decided it was best to clear at least one facility before splitting the group again. Now that the pseudo-Balor was dead, nothing stopped them from moving forward. Behind the door, there was the usual metal corridor. A huge plaque was hung above the entrance, and several doors led inside what looked like hospital rooms. Part of the walls was comprised of reinforced glass panels that allowed the group to look inside. What's written on the plaque? Lith asked. Body Modification Center, Professor Gaku replied, grimacing in disgust. While the professors scanned the corridor for traps and arrays, Lith used life vision to search for any life force. His sight was partially blinded by the mana coursing through the building, but he was quite confident they were alone. Each room had a single bed and was quite spacious. It would have put the White Griffin VIP ward to shame if the beds didn't have multiple means of restraint, and the inner walls weren't heavily padded. Lith used invigoration on the nearest wall to confirm his hypothesis. Each wall is 0.5 meter, 16.5 feet, thick and enchanted to be soundproof. There is no offensive spell nor array. This must be a psychiatric ward of sorts, he thought. Something is off, Professor Yandra said. This is too clean to be a place for members of the lesser races. I mean only one bed per room. Agreed, Elka said. The lack of safety measures is disturbing too. The paddings usually are to protect the patient from themselves, and the Odi do not strike me as caring. The corridor was U-shaped, ending with an administrative office and a reinforced door with no signs. Half of the team run through the files in the office while the rest examine the door. Judging from its position and the size of the nearby room, the door must lead downstairs, Floria said. Once again, disabling the arrays only required to pull the plug, but a password was still required to safely open the door. No bets this time, Morak said. One mistake and we'll have more golems on our tail and another collapsed building once we defeat them. It's worse than that. There are more arrays on the other side of the door. Triggering them might be even worse than golems. Lith used invigoration on the door, even spotting the cable fueling them. He sent a stand of mana as thin as a hair through the door, having care of moving it slow and easy as he looked out for alarms. Unfortunately, the arrays on the other side completely sealed the door, blocking even light, sound, and mana. As soon as the spirit magic strand touched them, Lith felt their power change. He had been delicate enough that the defensive system had mistaken his mana for an energy fluctuation and was trying to restore the balance. Lith made the strand disappear, and everything returned to normal. He then focused on the holographic pad, and much to his surprise, he could see how the mana composing each letter was linked to a specific quadrant of the display. Most of them went straight for a single relay, whereas a few of them were connected to two different relays. The good news is that I know what characters the password is made of. The bad news is that I have no idea about their order if they have to be repeated, and more importantly how the heck I can share the information with the others, he thought. The metal cylinders of the lock were also connected to the arrays on both sides of the door, making it impossible to move them by force. Lith was out of options, and due to the limited space, only two people could examine the door at once without their spells interfering with each other. He left his spot to Neshel, letting her coordinate her efforts with Yandra's. He beckoned Floria to come close, and conjured a hush spell to not be overheard. Good gods, get a room already. There's plenty of beds and the doors aren't locked. I checked, Morak said. Chapter 678, Body Modification Center, Part 2. The professors kept their composure and managed to avoid chuckling at the expense of their comrades. Ranger Erie was much funnier to those who weren't the targets of his rude, inappropriate remarks. Lith was getting tired of his shenanigans, but being Morak one of the only 3 people in the entire expedition capable of holding their ground in a hand-to-hand fight, he soldiered on. Floria was used to inappropriate comments since she had joined the army. Every time someone got close to her, people would spread rumors about her alleged affairs. Insubordination and slander of a superior officer might not get you court-martialed, but I'm sure that my disciplinary notes will impact the amount of money you will receive for your retirement as well as this mission, she said, while adding the episode to her report. I'm sorry, Captain, I was just joking. Morak inwardly cursed at himself for his stupidity. Rangers had a great amount of freedom, but the army was very strict about respecting the ranks. I'm sorry, too. I wish I could kick your ass, but I need you alive. Yet, now, unless you want to overhear state secrets that could compromise our mission and put your life at stake, I suggest you shut up. Just because such comments were common, it didn't make them less annoying nor hurtful. With her perfect record, those who were envious of Floria could only badmouth her for her personal life, making it even harder for her to find a boyfriend or just a friend. What were you saying? She asked. Both her face and voice were stone cold. I know the characters that make up the password, but I have no clue how to make use of such information without screwing up my life, Lith said. Did you discover them with your special eyes, or with one of your personal spells? Both. Just as I analyzed your hairpin, I studied the holographic pad. It only has 2 relays, right and wrong. Lith had no intention of lying to her. He knew that despite her expression, Floria was likely to be hurt by his fellow ranger's outburst. Lith had noticed that her mood got worse every time he lied to her, and got better when he was honest. She already knows enough about my skills that this piece of information is irrelevant. Besides, she's putting a lot at stake to help me with the runes. The least I can do is return her trust, he thought. I can try something, but Dad is likely to get pissed off. Some of the spells he taught me, he keeps them a secret even from the army, just like you do. She smiled, raising the temperature in the room of several degrees. We're done examining the administrative office, and for once, may the gods bless paperwork, Elka said. Those who were able to read the Odi language were translating several pages, giving each member of the expedition a copy. The first floor was the medical center for the Odi. Once they were done experimenting on the lesser races, they would attempt body modifications on their own people. He pointed at the padded rooms. Just like Assistant Erna's assumed, major changes in the life force also brought severe mental damage, that the medical files we found describe as temporary. My guess is that Quillo is right, and that these alterations permanently affected their minds, bringing the entire Odi race to consider madness as normality. Below us, there are several underground floors where, according to these files, experiments on both incurable diseases and life force modifications were conducted. Those floors are bound to be messier and more dangerous. Some diseases may still be active, so before opening the door, everyone put on a safety mask. Professor Gaku handed to each one of them a plague doctor mask identical to the one Lith wore back in Candria, but this one was enchanted. They are alchemical items, so they are not reusable, she explained. They offer good protection from pathogens but are not suited to fights, so in case something goes wrong, retreat is our first priority. Good to know. Our problem here is opening the door, Yandra said. Each one of us has managed to discover a few characters of the password, but we have no idea how to piece them together. Both Lith and Floria were flabbergasted. Royal Forgemasters really were on a league of their own. Show them to us. If we're lucky, it's the anagram of an actual word. If it's just random letters, we're screwed, Elka said. They missed a couple of them, Lith whispered in Floria's ear after hushing them again. Damn it, which ones? The M overlapping with the reversed P, and that R with a dot in its middle. It's official, we're screwed, Gaku said. Luckily, everyone was too busy looking at the password to notice their exchange. There's no word comprised of these letters, so either the password is random or we are missing some characters. Let me give it a go. Floria stepped forward, taking her silver wand out of her dimensional amulet. I was supposed to do this earlier, but someone distracted me. She threw Morak a look that gave his future grandchildren frostbite, and then she cast one of Orion's spells on the pad. Just like Invigoration and the Professor's spells, it was able to pick the residual traces of mana that the repeated input of the password was supposed to have left. She moved her wand over every single character as silver filaments probed them. Floria was actually ignoring most of the characters and focusing solely on those Lith had pointed out to her. It took her a while, but she managed to pick a very faint energy that her spell enhanced, making it visible. She pretended to also scan half the panel before giving up. I'm beat, I can't focus anymore without affecting my ability to fight. Floria was panting. The trace was so faint that she had to pour quite some mana to find it. Yandra performed her spell with her silver wand again, this time focusing only on the new characters. Good gods, we really missed two of them. You must have an exceptional perception, Captain, to sense such a small amount of mana, she said. Thanks, Professor, but it's mostly due to my father's spell, Floria said. Orion's masterpiece would have also revealed the relay's position if she hadn't dispelled it in time. Those are very uncommon letters, Gaku said. They are bound to be rarely used and have the faintest signature. Excellent job, Captain. I believe we have our password, Ascension. The Forgemasters scanned the pad's most uncommon characters again before inputting the password, just to be safe. When the holographic display beeped and the metal cylinders were retracted, the memory of their past failure made the members of the second group shiver in fear. Lith put on his plague mask, and a thin white layer of solid white energy covered every inch of his body. This is Manohar's spell. Lith recognized the effects of life ward he had witnessed during Author's mission. It seems that the mad professor also dabbles in alchemy, but I doubt he does it of his own will. This must be rare equipment since even in Candria we didn't use it. Everyone prepared a couple of spells before opening the door. The moment the metal turned on its hinges, a black and green fog invaded the corridor as what looked like veins made of black mold grew with the speed of a hungry beast. Chapter 679, Survival of the Fittest Part 1. The living fog tried to invade the bodies of the members of the expedition team as well, but Life Ward burned it on contact. Whatever the nature of the fog was, it emitted a sizzling sound as the protective spell turned it into ashes. Be extra careful not damaging the suit's external layer, Neschel explained. If any of us gets infected, we might need to quarantine them or worse. Remember that in this facility the Odi were researching the deadliest diseases. Yeah, but that was centuries ago, Lith said. Magic has progressed by leaps and bounds since then. I might not be immune to all their mad creations, but I know all the most advanced decontamination protocols by heart. A wave of his hand released a pulse of darkness magic that made the black veins expanding on the metal corridor wither and disappear, while the fog was pushed back behind the door. Everyone stays behind me, and each one of you prepare at least a darkness magic spell. Captain Erna's, if anything happens to me, blink me to Quilla. She'll know what to do. Quilla was the only healer that Lith considered on par with Manohar. He was even considering to teach her how to produce holograms. According to Professor Manohar, Lith had almost grasped the secret behind offensive light spells, but even after months of practice, he was still swamped. Quilla had silver-colored streaks in her hair and was a genius with light magic. If she managed to find the missing link between holograms and hard light constructs, Quilla would then explain it to Lith, allowing him to become even stronger. Yet his trust issues prevented him from sharing his secrets with even Floria, let alone Quilla. If because of his teachings Lith triggered her awakening as well, Quilla would become another person who he would need to take care of. Damn it, according to Calla, I'm responsible for the awakening of both Fillard and my sister. If they mess up, my line is on the line along with theirs, Lith thought. Even after repelling the fog, the stench of death and decay was revolting. The filters on the plague masks weren't enough to protect them from the rancid smell assaulting their senses. For the gods' sake, don't use air magic, Lith said while releasing a second pulse that made the air breathable a split second before he started puking. Yet it was a second too late since a few people were already barfing their gust out, Morak included. Luckily, the masks were equipped with puke bags placed right under its beak-like protuberance, making Lith's teammates soon resemble pelicans rather than crowns. You're lucky that between your enhanced body and darkness fusion you're immune to most of this crap, Solus said. Yeah, but I can't last long. This space is too big, and every step requires another pulse of darkness magic. The staircase didn't go deep, but the lower they went the denser the fog became. Even to reach the door at the end of the stairs, a group effort was necessary. I'm terrified at the thought of what kind of slaughterhouse can produce such a stench, Yandra said. Do you think there could be survivors? Survivors, no. Specimens, yes, Morak replied. Am I the only one wondering how the fuck can mold grow on metal? Isn't it supposed to need food, humidity, or something? Good point. Everyone was flabbergasted. It was the first sensible thing that had ever come out of his mouth. Solus, Lith asked while activating life vision. The air in front of him lit up like a Christmas tree, forcing him to turn it off. Working on it. The fog was so dense that the air around them was green and black, giving everything an eerie feeling. Once they stepped inside the next room, a squishy sound and an agonizing moan broke the silence. Everyone had the impression of walking on small, wet garbage bags filled with rotten food. Whatever you do, don't look down, Lith said. He had understood what was happening the moment he noticed that the moans were timed with their steps. Dude, what could be possibly worse than? Morak released a pulse of darkness magic that dispelled the fog enough to allow him to take a look at the floor. Green entrails that looked like huge rotten sausages covered the ground. With no more fog to block his view, Morak could see that they were moving like brain-damaged snakes. The entrails were trying to wrap around his legs to feed upon the intruders with small mouths full of teeth that covered their surface. Only Manohar's life ward was keeping them at bay, burning the living viscera on contact. Oh gods, Morak said while puking his guts out, I'll never eat sausages for the rest of my life. Once full, the vomit sac detached and was replaced by an empty one. As the group advanced, the fog became denser, forcing them to increase the intensity of their light spells just to be able to see farther than their own nose. I've got bad news, Solus contacted Lith while they were exploring the first underground floor. Unlike the Odie's medical center, the rooms were smaller, not padded, and with at least 6 beds each. The doors had been ripped off from their hinges from the inside. I know how this thing is still alive and how it can grow on metal. It's because it's feeding on the light element just like an abomination. What how? Lith asked. First, I don't know. I'm here for less than a minute, so sorry if I don't understand years of research at a first glance. Second, a little thank you wouldn't kill you. Her voice oozed sarcasm. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you, Solus. I guess you've spoiled me so much with your abilities that I consider you nigh omniscient. You're welcome, she said with a giggle, happy for the heartfelt praises. I'll let you know as soon as I discover anything else. With that new piece of information, Lith could now decipher what had happened there in the past. The cells were filled with corpses sucked down to the bones, and from each one of them departed colored veins that covered the entirety of the floor. Whatever the Odi had infected their prisoners with had grown by feasting on their flesh before searching for more food. The abomination-based disease had then forced its way out, probably by sucking dry the light element from everything that kept them locked. Then it had engaged the strains born in the other rooms in a battle for dominance. Burnt marks of different colors covered the walls where the creatures had fought, allowing Lith to determine who had come out victorious from each conflict. The winner would consume the loser and then move to the next cell. This seems the horror version of a survival game, Lith thought. The question is the fog black and green because two creatures are still struggling, or is there only one and the black is due to its abomination nature? When they reached halfway of the U-shaped corridor, the fog was now surrounding their hands, smothering the light they emitted to the point that it was impossible for them to see in front of them. "I've bad news," Lith said, borrowing Solus's words. "This thing is feeding upon the light element we employ to light our way. I've no idea what might happen if we give this thing a full course meal, but I'm ready to bet good money that we'd be its dessert." Chapter 680, Survival of the Fittest, Part 2. At those words, everyone unleashed the darkness spells that they had kept at the ready. The agonizing shrieks rose in intensity and made their stomach churn, but their survival instinct beat their compassion by a landslide. The air turned immediately clear, but the flesh tentacles at their feet reacted with violence, attacking Lith's group from all sides. Luckily, centuries of feeding only on the light element that seeped through the 2 layers of arrays blocking the door had left the creature severely weakened. Each one of their hits was quick and well-aimed, but it lacked the strength necessary to pierce the enchanted protections. Life Ward further protected the expedition members, inflicting deep burns to the entrails whenever they struck at the white membrane. A second volley of darkness spells killed the attackers, and cleansed the air enough for the ward's inbuilt lights to allow the professors to read the documents they had brought along. "This should be Project Evolution," Professor Elkas read. The Odi had discovered that abomination don't suffer from aging nor diseases, so they attempted to fuse the abomination's life forces with that of members of the lesser races before infecting them with incurable ailments. I'd say they failed big time. Idiots! Lith was enraged by the Odi's reckless approach to science. They failed to understand that if creating hybrids was so easy, everyone would do it. Their foolish experiment didn't bond the abomination with their specimens, but with the diseases. "How do you know that?" Floria asked. The professors were flabbergasted as well. None of them was a master healer, but Lith's comprehension of the Odi experiments was too accurate to not be creepy. "Oh crap," Lith thought. "I forgot that the others don't have Solus to explain everything to them almost in real time. I've got to play my genius card." "Isn't it obvious?" Lith acted smug. "The fog is clearly alive and has been feeding on our lights ever since we stepped down here. The moment you told me that abominations were involved, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place." "No, it's not obvious at all," Gaku said. "How do you explain the things that just attacked us? That was no disease." "My money on a partial success." Solus came to the rescue. "Probably one of their victims partially fused with both the abomination and the disease. It gave them the edge they needed over their competition, but at the same time it trapped them in here." Lith repeated her words and added, "That's why we hear screams and why the door upstairs was still standing. Probably the hybrid has a real body somewhere and can't get too far from it." His brilliant deduction surprised everyone, Floria included. She knew that Lith was brilliant, but not that much. Yet she said nothing aside from praises and kept her questions for later. The carpet of entrails led them to a cell near the access leading to the next underground floor. Just as Lith, or rather Solus, had predicted, the heavy metal door had been ripped off as if it was made of paper. Nothing remained of the arrays or the holographic pad. The only thing left was the mana crystal cable, around which the only healthy tentacle was tightly wrapped. "I guess that explains how the hybrid survived for so long," Lith said while pointing at it. Inside the cell, there was something of vaguely humanoid shape. The creature had a spongy look, as if a black and green moss had entirely covered a man's upper body, from the head to his midriff. Yet it wasn't moss, and there was no underlying body. The creature could twist all of its parts like a rag doll, forming unnatural angles while it tried to escape from the shining red chains that bound its arms to the wall. Its pseudo-skin bubbled like a boiling liquid at each attempt. The creature was featureless, with only the red eyes made of pure energy typical of abominations and an open mouth. It allowed Lith's group to see that there was nothing inside its body, just a uniform mass of moss. The tentacle innards were generated from its midriff. The creature had no lower body. Seeing the fresh, juicy prey willingly stepping inside its cage, the hybrid twisted its arms with enough strength to rip them off at the wrist level to get rid of the chains. Yet the enchanted item created red lines of power on the creature's body, forcing it to heal and reattaching it to the wall time and time again. The hybrid gurgled in outrage while the group decided what to do. Suddenly, a humane voice came from the creature's entrails. \U003C, please kill me. \U003E, it spoke in an unknown language, but for some reason Lith understood its words. A human head was emerging from the tentacles that the creature had amassed, preparing for an attack. \U003C, I beg of you, don't let it. \U003E, the creature roared, cutting the person short as it stretched its neck enough to bite the newborn head off, causing red blood to spray through its cell. Good gods, what was that? Gaku asked, on the verge of puking. I was right, the fusion is incomplete, Lith explained after consulting Solus. This is a pathogen abomination hybrid, and that was its host. The hybrid is the dominant one, so it treats the host like a parasite. Neither of them can kill the other. Anyone wants to take scans of this horror? Floria asked. Her question was followed by pent-up barfs and shaken heads. All those in favor to put it down. Everyone raised their hands. Half the group kept the creature away from the mana cable, while the others bombarded the hybrid with Tier 4 darkness spells. Once the creature's body disappeared, so did the living fog and all the black veins covering the floor. The ward's lights now allowed Lith's group to take a good look around. Now that the living entrails were gone, they could see that dozens of corpses littered the floor. The first underground level was a mass grave for both prisoners and Odi guards. All skeletons had been sucked dry, but the Odis were easily recognizable. They had no imperfections, with ivory-white bones that seemed out of an anatomy book. All males were identical to each other, and so were the females. If not for the struggle signs and the black aura of undeath that life vision revealed, Lith would have thought they were just mass-produced skeleton mannequins. What's on the next floor? Floria asked. This was the immunization ward. Next should be the body enhancement ward. I think it refers to their enchanted human program, Elka said. Can we go outside and take a break? Morok asked. I've seen a lot of disgusting things in my life, but this one takes the cake. I wish, Neshel explained. Once we take our alchemical protection off, it will be gone. We could rest here. Everyone looked at her as she was raving mad. I mean on the ground floor, not here. They went back to the Odi ward, but the nightmare followed them. Even though the place was pristine and with perfect lighting, they kept seeing everything in shades of green, as if the living fog was still there. Only when the creature's screams stopped resounding in their ears, and their steps emitted squishy sounds, no more did they go for the second underground floor. Chapter 681 Mysteries, Part 1. Solus, how could we understand a dead language? Lith thought after replaying the events in his head, until he was certain that it wasn't just a hallucination. Not we, you did. I heard only gibberish until you translated it for me. Her answer hit Lith harder than everything he had witnessed so far. He even asked Floria and the professors, but they confirmed to him that all they heard was unknown words. That bit of news shocked Lith. The last thing he needed was more unanswered questions. The door to the second underground floor was ripped off as well, but the signs of struggle stopped halfway through the U-shaped corridor. The creature's limited range of action had prevented it from conquering the whole building. The floor was empty, only corpses remained, and this time they all belonged to prisoners that the Odi had left locked inside their cells. The administrative office was intact, so while the language experts studied the medical reports, the others examined the bodies. The first thing they noticed was that once again the cells were small and cramped with up to 6 beds. Lith noticed that some of the inmates had runes of power surgically carved over their skeletons. Most of them, however, showed bite marks, and the only clean bones were as brittle as breadsticks. I can understand the cannibalism. If the Odi abandoned them here, hunger must have driven them insane, but why a set of brittle bones in each cell? Lith thought, and even Solus had no explanation to offer him. Since there was no threat, no relic, nor anything worth studying, the Forger Masters went examining the next holographic pad to discover its password while waiting for the linguists. This time they didn't need Lith's help. The professors had learned their lesson and thoroughly examined the uncommon characters, too. Elkas and Gaku only needed a glance to guess the password. Seems that enchanting living being was a total bust, they explained. There were only two possible outcomes for the Odie's experiments. The first and more common was death by mana poisoning. Those who somehow adapted to the foreign mana were barely 1 in 100, and they would die in a way as slow and painful as mana poisoning that the Odie called mana drain. Basically, their bodies were unable to fuel the enchantment with their innate mana and would collapse over time. They tried to fix the problem by bonding the specimens with mana crystals, but the survival rate was 0%. There was a total of 5 underground floors, and each one of them recorded a different kind of madness. The third floor was for intellect enhancement experiments, but aside from failure reports and corpses with deformed skulls, there was nothing to see. The fourth one was the Immortality Project, but since all the prisoners were dead, there was no doubt about its failure. On the fifth floor, the life-merging process truly scared them. The whole floor was empty. There was no corpse lying around nor documents left in the office. "Oh shit, I think this one succeeded," Morok said. "Also, there must be a secret passage around here. Otherwise, we should have found much more Odie corpses on our way here." "Indeed," Yandra nodded. "If the Odie locked themselves in here to escape from the hybrid, they would have died like all the others. Instead, not only did they manage to continue their experiments, but they also had the time to clean everything." After searching the floor, they discovered the existence of an elevator in the wall near the stairs. It wasn't actually hidden, just hard to notice since on-Magar elevators didn't exist, and its doors were so perfectly sealed for security reasons that nothing distinguished them from the nearby metal walls. Unfortunately, it was useless. It required both a password and a key to access to each floor, clearly to keep the different research teams in the dark about what others had achieved. It was barely past lunchtime, but everyone was exhausted, so they decided to call it a day and go back to the camp. Lith and Floria spent all of their free time with Quilla. Lith explained to her all the failed experiments they had witnessed and their consequences. "Gods, I'm really starting to believe that the Odie's life force underwent so many modifications that they became utterly insane." Quilla could tell by Floria's face, turning green at the recount of the events, that Lith was sparing her the most gruesome details. "Body sculpting is named so because it's almost a work of art. The smallest mistake can scar forever your patient. That's why we practice so much on slimes before treating people. The Odie, instead, seemed to hammer randomly and hope for a masterpiece." Quilla's words sparked a crazy idea in Lith's mind, something that gave Solus the creeps. "What do you think they could achieve with the life-merging project?" Lith handed her the translated documents that they had retrieved from the main administrative building. "I understand all the other projects, but this one is beyond me. It has no military application, nor it would have brought the Odie any closer to achieve eternal life." "Maybe and maybe not." Quilla moved closer to Lith, sitting beside him before hushing the area around them. "Good gods, that one too? Leave something for the rest of us. That's not cool, bro," Morok said before hitting on Jirth and being hit in return. "As you know, life force determines the lifespan of an individual. By merging two life forces, you could in theory live twice as long." Quilla ignored the ranger, explaining her hypothesis. Of course, there would be the problem of split personalities, the fight for dominance, and the risk of rejection that could kill both subjects at once. So maybe the Odie were trying to remove the side effects. We know that it's possible because Thrud succeeded. "I know that, but Thrud had centuries at her disposal as well as Arthan's madness, whereas the Odie society collapsed soon after they began their experiments," Lith said. "Your theory would make sense if they experimented on other Odie, but judging from the cells, they kept working on lesser races. Also, there's the contradiction that they apparently succeeded, and yet there isn't a single Odie alive. What did they use such technology for then?" "I have no clue, but I'll see if there's anything useful in these notes," she said, hugging Lith a bit too close for comfort. "Don't worry, we'll figure it out. Where there's a will, there's a way." At first, Floria thought that Quilla was just talking about the current mission, but Lith's shocked expression told her otherwise. "How do you know about it?" Lith asked. "How does she know about what?" Floria echoed, reminding him of her presence. "Smooth move, Lith. All my efforts to be as vague as possible are ruined. Do you tell her, or do you want me to do the honors?" Quilla said, letting him go and allowing herself to sniffle a little. "You have yet to answer me. How do you know about it?" Lith said. "Everyone in the light department knows. The professors treated you after Balker's attack, remember? Do you think they could miss such a thing? What are two hiding from me?" Floria cut her short. Her patience was running thin. Chapter 682, Mysteries, Part 2. Saving Protector gave me death vision because it crippled my life force, Lith said. He could only blame himself for losing his cool earlier. What does it mean? Floria actually knew enough about light magic to put the pieces together, but her brain refused to. It means that he is dying, Quilla said, making her sister turn pale as a ghost. I hope you haven't focused on body sculpting because of me, Lith said. I'm not doing it only for you, but also for people like Zinnia. Body sculpting is the next frontier of healing magic, yet few people practice it because of its risks. I researched the Odi because I think they might have found a solution to your problem. What the heck, Quilla came here for the same reason. Solus was shocked and so was Lith. I'm not in love with you, but I care for you deeply. You're part of my family, she said, hugging him again. Hearing Quilla using almost the same words he had told Floria at the beginning of the expedition gave his cynical heart a blow too many. Lith returned her embrace, not caring any more about keeping up appearances and stupid rumors. Seriously, what the fuck? Floria demanded an explanation, and this time Lith went into details, even telling her how much he was supposed to have left to live. By the time he was done, Floria's outlook on their mission was completely changed. If before it was just a detail mission, now it was personal. Floria took a walk to clear her head. To her, Quilla was no longer a threat to defend against. It was a fortress to storm which potentially held a priceless treasure. Her instincts told her to put her suit back up and keep exploring the city, but it only lasted an instant. She knew that raw power and will could only take her so far. The key for that peculiar vault was knowledge, not violence. The Odi had left too many self-destruct mechanisms that she was unable to deal with on her own. She needed to rest, and she needed to wait. Morak approached her to ask if since there were two of them and one of Lith they needed a fourth player. But before he could even open his mouth, Floria glared at him. It was a look that all of Gianni's victims knew all too well, holding a promise of infinite pain and misery. In Morak's case, it reminded him of the look of the phoenix that had caught him in the attempt of taking one of her eggs to check if a phoenix omelet was as spicy as legends said. He had survived the encounter only because after throwing him off the top of her mountain with all of his spells sealed, the beast hadn't bothered confirming the kill. Having learned from his past mistakes, the ranger gave her a salute before remembering about a very important matter he had to attend to somewhere else. In the following days, they kept searching one building at a time. The second facility had collapsed, leaving behind no trace of the Odi experiments to create artificial adamant. After discovering the records of the umpteenth failed monstrosity, the team had decided to explore the right area hoping to have better luck. What they found out, instead, was that, while the left side of Quilla held labs and research facilities, the right side was composed of the personnel living quarters. They found shops, restaurants, and even a library. Unfortunately, it was a civilian library, so it only contained books unrelated to the Odi research. It was a gold mine for an anthropologist, but just a pile of garbage to the expedition team. Just to not leave any stone unturned, they explored one building of each side per day. If we find Quilla's upper echelon's apartments, we might find the key to decipher this mystery instead of just clutching at straws, Floria pointed out. Even though the professors thought it was just wishful thinking, Lith supported her idea for several reasons. After the golems had been destroyed, both sides of Quilla were lit up with mana, so their existence couldn't be as simple as it appeared. Also, every time they deactivated an array or cut a mana cable, there was more world energy available, so it was only a matter of time before Solus could take her tower form. Last but not least, he could bring Quilla to the cleared buildings and use her help to understand what could have happened to the Odi. When they had arrived, Quilla was sealed, so the rebels had failed to find it. Yet there were no corpses, no graveyards, nothing. Too many things didn't add up unless the Odi had simply disappeared off the face of Magur, leaving behind a perfectly functional military facility. The worst part of their situation was that despite the fact that the living quarters were big, spacious, and were equipped with comfortable beds, the place felt so creepy on so many levels that no one wanted to sleep inside Quilla. It only made them homesick, lowering their morale even further. The soldiers and the assistants felt more useless by the day. Their pride crumbled with every challenge the first squad overcame. The professors, instead, were starting to be affected by the Odi's abominable experiments. They were academics, after all. They had seen their fair share of atrocities, but Quilla was undermining their trust in the magical research. Not only they were questioning their mission, but also their entire careers, debating more and more often if it shouldn't have been better to just raze Quilla to the ground. One building held a research lab focused on robbing magical beasts of their true magic. Each one of its floors contained the results from fusing together a beast and a member of the lesser races, no matter their age or gender. According to the notes left by the mages, the hybrids would live a few minutes in excruciating agony before dying by mana poisoning. Another building gave them a pleasant surprise. The Odi had tried to bestow their specimens a potion organ, something that would make them capable of enhancing their bodies in a way similar to fusion magic. Each floor was dedicated to a different element, and all of them were littered with corpses of both Odi and inmates. The victims had been granted unstable powers that crippled their lifespan, but gave them the opportunity to bite their oppressors back. The project had been dropped because the more the procedure was perfected, the more casualties the Odi would sustain, especially on the air and fire fusion floors. "Do you see what I mean?" Lith said to Floria and Quilla once he was sure that they were alone. "I get that they modified their bodies to reach what they considered perfect beauty, but aren't these skeletons too similar between each other?" he said, pointing at both female and male bodies. "Also, why none of these women has given birth, not one of them. Their pelvic bones are too perfect." "If they body swapped, why give birth?" Floria shrugged. "They couldn't keep a bloodline just like they couldn't keep their bodies." "Point taken, but isn't it strange that despite having a young, healthy body, none of them had children? Kula has no nursery, no school, nothing. These kinds of experiments lasted years. Isn't it unnatural that no one had a family?" Chapter 683, Trust Part 1. Floria thought about the apartments they had visited. Some of them hosted more than one person, but always adults. There were enchanted photos in each room, but none depicting children. In the meantime, Quilla and Lith studied the skeletons in the old-fashioned way, with magnifying glasses and picking samples to analyze later. "It's indeed odd," Quilla said. "Even discoloration streaks on the bones seem to have developed the same way for all same-sex Odi. Another thing that I noticed is how well preserved the corpses are despite centuries have passed." "Do you have a theory to explain all of this?" "I have. It's far-fetched and creepy, but I think it fits this place perfectly," Lith replied. "Let's consider what we know. The Odi first defeated all illnesses by dramatically altering their bodies, correct?" Both women nodded. "Then they moved on altering their physical appearance to achieve perfect looks, but doesn't that mean they were basically copies of the same mold?" "Oh gods!" Quilla had no concept of things like DNA or cloning, so she managed to grasp what Lith was saying, but her mind needed some time to consider the implication of such practice based on what she knew. "Okay, what?" The discussion was way above Floria's head. Her confused expression made Lith chuckle, creeping both of her friends. They hadn't seen him laughing ever since he had lost the gatekeeper. "I'll make it simple. Imagine that to achieve perfect health, all of the Odi subjected their bodies to the same, identical alterations," Lith said. "I got that, I'm not stupid," Floria pouted. "Never even thought that." Lith gave her a soft smile, making something in her stomach flutter. "Then they wanted to have the same looks, maybe changing just their hair or skin color, but can you picture a society like that?" "Gods, it would resemble a world full only of purebred dogs," she said. "Exactly, and what happens when you inbred often to keep the so-called purity of any race?" Lith asked. "Are you saying that the Odi were sterile, all of them?" Floria asked. "Well, if he's right, being sterile was the least of their problem," Quilla said. "Madness, reduced lifespan, and congenital diseases are all things that would require even more body sculpting, with easily predictable consequences. Yet it seems a bit rushed conclusion to me. What makes you think their situation was so dire?" "Lack of children, identical bodies." Lith wanted to use the term clones, but Maugur's language lacked such a term. "And your earlier observation, Quilla, this is not medical research, it's too random and desperate. As you said, they were hammering rather than chiseling." "Why aren't we telling this to the professors as well?" Quilla asked, while putting together the various pieces of the puzzle. "First, mine is just a groundless theory. I'm afraid that after hearing it, their judgment of our future discoveries might be biased. I want to see if they reach the same conclusion on their own. Second, I don't trust them. They are facing the same problem the Odi had. They are old and they know they are going to die. Flawed or not, this technology would allow them to prolong their existence and keep their physical appearance." Lith's paranoia was contagious, and suddenly Quilla was almost happy that Professor Festa had died. Each professor had conveniently arrived with a talented assistant spare body, according to Lith's idea. Clearing the labs brought them more questions than answers, and the private quarters confirmed at least part of Lith's theory. The people in the enchanted pictures looked awfully similar, to the point that the Odi had to embroider their names on their clothes to recognize one another. Another week passed, and the expedition was done exploring half of Kula. With time, they had grown insensitive to the various horrors, and since they had grasped how to safely crack the defensive systems, they could explore multiple buildings in a single day. Now what slowed them down was the fact that only 2 professors were able to read the Odi language, and the number of documents they had to read to understand each building's purpose varied greatly. While they deciphered the papers, the others explored the private quarters, searching for Kula's supervisor's office. "I think I need help," said Jirth while standing in front of a closed door, apparently identical to all the others. Yet she had opened so many of them that she couldn't miss the presence of 2 extra runes in the array sealing the door. "Good call," Professor Neschel said. "Those are not extra runes, there is actually a 4th magic circle hidden below the first 3. Cutting the mana cable would have triggered it and probably activated more golems." Neschel followed the hidden array's power nodes, discovering several hidden doors behind which she could sense the presence of golem charging arrays. Damn, even Life Vision couldn't spot the trap with all that frigging mana flooding the walls. "What about you, Soulless?" Lith thought. "Same, all the buildings are just a white mass to me. I think that the golem's destruction has triggered some kind of alert. We are one mistake away from activating either Kula's defenses or its self-destruct mechanism. At this point, I can't find any other explanation for keeping all the buildings charged up with mana." Once again, Lith cursed at his inability to share such precious information. "What about your tower?" "Not enough world energy for the full form, let alone for a warp." Once Neschel deactivated all the arrays, she scanned the area again, and so did Lith. "I think we have found the headquarters," the professor said after opening the door. The building was clearly an office of some kind. On the right, there was even a reception where the desk sergeant would sort visitors based on their rank. Even though there was no trace of danger, they scanned the place at each step. Now that they were inside, both Life Vision and Mana Sense worked properly, allowing Lith to evaluate the importance of each room. Hidden arrays were only good as traps. To keep secret documents secure, active spells were necessary. Floria teamed up with him as soon as she saw his eyes flaring up from time to time with mana. Lith gave her a small bow as a thank you. With her by his side, he would have had an easy way to justify any discovery he might make. They navigated the floor quickly, taking just the time Lith needed to scan for hidden arrays. From the front desk departed several corridors, each one identical to the others. They encountered several doors along the way, each one was warded by arrays and had a golden tag at the eye level. Lith had no idea what was written, nor did he care. "What if they hold something important?" Floria asked. "Otherwise, why keep them sealed with arrays?" "Paranoia," Lith replied, and Floria took his words at face value. It was the opinion of an expert, after all. "They are just offices. There's nothing magical inside, just desks and cabinets. That room instead glows like Camilla's smile. Someone took a lot of energy to protect it." Floria had yet to recover from the small stung she had experienced when Lith had used another woman as a benchmark to describe something beautiful, that he hushed their surroundings, and shared with her Soulless's hypothesis about how dangerous Kula's glowing buildings were. Chapter 684, Trust Part 2. Good gods, one mistake and we might blow up. Her survival instinct took the wheel, and her Forgemaster wand appeared in her hand. "Maybe I'm paranoid, but the Odi were crazy, so it's not so unlikely that." "You're not paranoid, I mean not this time," Floria cut him short. "Once a safety protocol is breached, the defense readiness condition is raised. Unless the commander promptly resets the system, 2 things are bound to happen. The first is the call for reinforcements, which probably failed, being the Odi dead. The second is triggering the failsafe mechanism protecting a base secrets. It usually implies self-destruction, so to kill the invaders and prevent state secrets from falling into the wrong hands." "Can you reset it?" Lith asked. "Maybe. So far the Odi protocols are not so different from those of the Griffin Kingdom." "If she manages to do it, we might have enough energy for the tower," Soulless thought. "Let me guess, that's where we're headed." Floria pointed at a room that was double the size of those they had encountered so far. It had ample glass windows which allowed them to look inside, and there was a small antechamber in front of it, with a desk for the secretary and seats for the guests. 5 arrays, 3 mana cables, 12 purple crystals. This is going to be tricky. During his stay in Kula, Lith used invigoration so many times to scan for dangers that he had discovered new ways to use it. He placed his hands on the walls nearby rather than directly on the arrays. He made his mana travel from a safe distance, closing it into the magical formation to make sure that he could study them without triggering their defense mechanisms. "Or not," said Floria, while walking to the secretary's desk. "Secretaries are usually the real second in command. They know everything about their boss and organize their workday, so they have access to pretty much everything." Lith had already cleared the area, so she could cast some of the spells Orion had taught her. Silvery strands of energy came out from her wand, highlighting several secret compartments where life vision showed nothing. "Wait, what?" Lith asked both Solus and Floria. "Beats me to my mana sense it's just a normal desk," Solus said. "Paranoia," Floria quoted the Book of Lith, Chapter 1, Verse 1. "The spell I just used specifically reveals cloaked spells. Dad developed it right after studying how such spells work." "I'm really tempted to ask you what the heck that wand is." No matter how much Lith looked at it, it appeared as a conducting baton made of silver to him. "You'll have to keep your curiosity to yourself so that my father can keep his head," she replied as several silvery runes appeared over the desk. For the first time, Lith was interested in Royal Forgemaster's spell, looking at Floria's actions in the detail. The magic words she used were mostly unknown, and the few he recognized derived from Forgemaster spells. She formed hand and wand signs, using both to draw energy runes in the air. After a few seconds, all the compartments opened at once. One was full of paperwork that Floria stored for the professors, one was for office supplies, and the last contained a small keyboard. Gods, even the Odi suffered from a bad case of stationary thefts, if they used secret compartments for them. "Paranoia should tell you they are enchanted," Lith replied with his eyes ablaze with life vision. "My bad, my spells can take me only this far and the buttons all look the same. What do you make of them?" she asked. Lith placed his hand on the desk and performed a thorough scan, hoping that Orion's spell had missed something. "Apparently, it's as good as invigoration and it doesn't require contact. Yandra's apprenticeship offer is becoming more interesting by the second," Lith thought. Once he focused on the buttons, he could follow their enchantments as if they were power lines and discover what they were connected to. "One button is for the door, one is for the arrays, and the other two go too far for me to follow them," Lith said. "They must be the one to call for the security and another to raise the alarm," Floria suggested. "Do we really want to bet everything on a button?" Lith asked. The array was a minefield, but facing it head-on felt safer to him. "Do you really expect a secretary to be a master warden that every day has to defuse and reactivate that kind of array?" Floria's reasoning made a lot of sense. After Lith nodded to her, she pushed it and the arrays disappeared. Another click and the door opened. Once inside, they ignored the papers and scanned the room for secret compartments. Lith noticed with life vision that almost everything in the office was enchanted, especially the desk. It was filled with mana crystals, resembling a huge wooden communication amulet. Invigoration allowed him to peek inside its drawers, but there was nothing worth mentioning. "More paperwork and enchanted stationery. What about you?" Lith asked. "I can feel something enchanted behind this library, but I can't find a magical switch to open it," Floria replied. Much to Lith's dismay, the library behind the commander's desk was completely ordinary, so life vision, mana sense, and invigoration showed nothing. "Okay, it's my time to shine." Solus slipped off Lith's finger and inside the shelves in her liquid form, exploring every nook and cranny until she found the hidden mechanism. Then she backtracked its workings until she found its trigger. "Oh my, it seems that the Odi had developed something similar to C4, she said. "I've stored everything for research purposes, but before opening the library I'm going to check for more surprises." It was the first time since he was reborn on Magur that Lith heard about explosives, so he asked Floria about them. "It's ancient stuff, no one uses it anymore. Spells are much more powerful and more easily controlled. Also, if someone wears decent protection, you can't kill anyone with explosives unless you make the ceiling collapse on their heads. Why do you ask?" "Because it's the only thing I could think about to activate the underlying arrays if we just ripped the library off the wall," Lith said. "That would be an incredibly crude but ingenious way to fool a Forgemaster. Good thinking," Floria nodded. "Thanks," Solus replied in Lith's mind, while Floria and he looked for some kind of switch. Luckily for them, there was only one switch and no traps. After removing the locks, the library easily moved on its hinges, revealing a safe and a block of explosive that Solus had left to prove Lith's theory. The safe was a small rectangular door, covered by several overlapping arrays, each one fueled by several purple crystals. Above them floated a small holographic display. Damn it, the magic crystals powering the safe are the same that fuel the arrays. I can't deactivate them without triggering the safe defense mechanism, Lith said. Unless we know the password. Floria pointed at the holographic display, showing only numbers. She used another of her father's spells, and the numbers lit up, revealing that each one of them was connected to two different relays. One was linked to the safe, and the other to the arrays. Great, the password contains all the numbers, so they can all be right or wrong depending on their sequence and repetition. I don't think even the professors can crack it this time, Lith said. Chapter 685, Last Stop Part 1. I wouldn't be so sure, Floria shrugged. Why exactly? Lith asked. Well, this safe is really old. I've seen a lot of them in the army. Heck, I even have one in my own office, and none of them is a hybrid between Warden and Forgemaster magic. Maybe this was cutting-edge technology centuries ago, but magic never stopped evolving. Floria went to call the professors, while Lith examined the safe with invigoration. Solus had already slipped back to his finger, helping him to sort that mess. Damn it, if it wasn't for the Odie's obsession with explosions, there are a lot of things I could try. To make matters worse, I need what's inside this safe, so I can't risk getting it damaged, he thought. Consider this a learning experience, Solus said. Floria is right, we've never met a safe before, so they must have weak points that dimensional items do not have. Otherwise, everyone would use them. Nice work getting here so fast, Yandra said, quickly followed by her peers. What do we have here? A nightmare safe. It's the first time I see one outside of books. Can you open it? Lith asked. Of course we can. Neshel laughed like a madwoman at the sight of the ancient relic. It's just like Kyula's door, an unbeatable conundrum unless you know the trick. Do you know why no one uses safes nowadays? Yandra asked, making both the youths shake their heads. First, their ungodly price. Having one Forgemastered or array protected would cost much more than a dimensional item, and it would be much less safe. Second, any Forgemaster can crack a safe if they have enough time. The same stands for arrays. But this is just idiotic. Yandra's laughs forced Neshel to continue. You see, the safe is password protected, which means that the arrays must also recognize it as well, correct? More nodding ensued. Hence, if you use a very simple array detecting spell, Neshel made the full form of the array appear, revealing its runes. Here says that the array must trigger unless the number 3 is pressed. She deciphered the runes for them. Then, that it must trigger unless the number 9 is pressed within 1 second. Are you saying that the password is written on the array and cannot be changed? Floria's mouth was agape. Yes, unless you redo everything from scratch, the password cannot be changed, and it would still be written as clear as day for any warden worthy of their title. Yandra pressed the numbers in quick succession, opening the safe. Wait, what about the combination for the door locks in the labs? Lith asked. It was different. The arrays and a holographic pad were two distinct protections. In fact, we safely deactivated the array first and then worked on the pad. Heck, the password would have been inconsequential if we could have reached the arrays on the other side of the door, Neshel explained. Inside the safe, there were several folders that were given to Gaku and Elkaz, a metal key, and what looked like a keycard to Lith. While the linguists deciphered the papers from both the safe and the secretary's desk, Yandra worked on the commander's desk, opening all of its drawers. Countless reports were orderly disposed, making the linguists moan at the idea of having to read them all. Since their presence was no longer necessary, Lith and Floria left the commander's office and moved to another building. Life Vision didn't spot any more hidden areas, and just to decipher so many papers, it would take the linguists quite some time. By the time dinner was ready, Lith had cleared 3 more buildings without finding anything interesting. The professors were still working on the folders found inside the safe, so after finishing his meal, he decided to give his handler a call. Lith hadn't heard from Camilla in over a week, and he was starting to get worried about her. She replied almost immediately, but the vision he saw sent shivers down his spine. Camilla looked terribly pale and had huge bags under her eyes. Her skin was stretched, like she had lost too much weight too fast, making her almost unrecognizable. Thank the gods you are all right. I was starting to get really worried. Wait for a second, please. Only her radiant smile was still the same. The contrast between her joyous expression and her physical appearance made Lith feel as his heart had been caught in a frozen vice. A familiar voice in the background snapped him out of his reverie. Of course, dear, Royal Override. Identification Archon Gianni Ernas. Password of the day, Abomination Balker Die Manohar. Thanks, Gianni. Now you can talk with both your handler and your girlfriend, she giggled. Kami, are you all right? You look terrible. Did something happen? Lith blurted out the second they were alone again. Those weren't the first words she had hoped to hear from Lith after such a long separation, but the honest worry in his voice more than made up for it. Physically, I'm fine. The rest, not so much. It's a long story. Do you have time for it? Lith nodded for her to continue, and Camilla told him all that had happened after Falmug's attempt on her life. That bastard, Lith yelled when her story was over, slamming his fist against the ground with such strength to crack it. I told you we should have dealt with him the hard way. Camilla flinched, quivering like a puppy and making Lith feel terrible. Oh gods, I'm so sorry. I'm not angry at you, I just wish I was there to rip him apart limb from limb. That's exactly my problem, she said. Right after the attack, I was so enraged that I had him arrested and asked for the maximum sentence. Now, however, knowing that he is still alive, getting tortured every day, I feel terrible. Camilla started to sob. I can't sleep, I can't eat. I'm barely functional. Why did I take this job? Everything was much easier before. Lith let her vent her pain, whispering her sweet words from time to time before saying anything. I would like that Falmug died a horrible death, but if it's affecting you so badly, then ask for mercy and have him executed. He's not worth a single hair on your head, let alone one of your tears. After so long, would it even matter? I helped Constable Ernas capture many people, but it's the first time that my job and my personal life get mixed. I never realize the pain I bring to those who get arrested, she replied. First, you didn't do anything wrong. He attacked you, and no matter your role in the army, his sentence would have been the same. Second, what about Zinnia? What about all the victims? Why are you worrying for the culprits instead that for yourself? If you didn't stop those people, a lot of innocents would have got hurt. Your job is as necessary as mine. As for Falmug, yes, his death matters. It will give you closure. Kami, you are not a bad person, and his fate was never in your hands but his own. What do you think would have happened to your sister and her children if you didn't step up? Nothing you did was meant to hurt him, only to have justice for them, so please stop torturing yourself over such a dirtbag. Chapter 686, Last Stop, Part 2. Camilla pressed a button on her amulet, making Lith's hologram become life-sized, and he did the same. She tried to grab the hologram's hand, but there was nothing to touch, and it wasn't even warm. Lith kept his hand open, letting her palm touch his, in the only form of contact they could share. You know what? You are right. I think I wouldn't feel so bad if I had asked Gianni to have them immediately executed. It's just that even though Falmug is a scumbag, I attended to their marriage. I even spent some time with him when Zinnia was giving birth. He's still someone I know, not just a faceless criminal with a record I have to study, Camilla said. I also think you have yet to recover from the attempted murder, Lith said. The first time is always shocking. The memory of Falmug's attack, with all its possible implications, made Camilla shiver and seek the comfort of a heavy blanket. When will you be back? She asked. I miss you so bad that it hurts. Wish I know, but soon, Lith sighed. Once I return, I promise you that we'll spend a lot of time together and that I'll cook you all of your favorite dishes. We need to get some meat back on those bones. Thanks, your words mean the world to me, Camilla said. Their conversation continued for a while, but before passing the amulet to Floria, Lith spoke a bit with Gianni. You promised me that she would have been safe. He didn't mean to sound aggressive, but between gritting his teeth and pulverizing rocks with his bare hands to vent his stress, any other person would have found him terrifying. And I kept my word. She was never alone, not for a single moment. I gave Falmug only enough rope so that I could build an airtight case against him. As a married woman, Gianni could understand his distress. If Orion ever ended up looking like Camilla, she would demand an explanation, and an excellent one at that. Then why didn't you kill him on the spot? You know how soft Camilla is, and killing someone in self-defense is much different from doing it in cold blood. The guilt is eating at her alive, Lith rebuked. I hope to make her harder, stronger. In our line of work, what Falmug did is barely a practical joke. I can only tell you that compared to some of the criminals I arrested, the Odi were amateurs, Gianni said. Please have Falmug killed as soon as you can and then bring Camilla to my home. The kind of help she needs is something that only her sister and my family can provide to her. No offense. Lith knew that Gianni was right, but also that demanding from Camilla to react like they would was going too far. None taken. Any preference on the execution method? I prefer not knowing, Lith replied with a cruel smile. That way, if Camilla asked him anything about how gruesome Falmug's death had been, Lith wouldn't be forced to lie to her. The next morning, Lith heard words that he had always believed to be just a myth. We have great news, Professor Gaku said, handing an abridged version of their findings to all the members of the expedition. No bad news at all, Floria spit her breakfast in surprise. Nope, not even good news, only great ones, Elkes replied with a warm smile. The documents we have found in the commander's office were the most recent reports and updates about all the experiments conducted in Kula. Needless to say, most of them were a complete failure. Archmage Ernest was right in his estimates. Both forgemastering living beings and the attempts to create artificial adamant proved to be impossible. You said most were failures, Yandra pointed out. What about their successful experiments? I was getting to that, Gaku said. According to the reports, the life-merging, mana reactor, and flesh golem projects were brought to fruition. In the upper part of Kula, the Odi continued to work on their failed experiments, whereas they moved the 3 successful projects in the lower levels of the city. There is an underground facility even better equipped than the one right under our feet. We have all the data we need in our hands, so as soon as we collect the evidence from the underground lab, we can finally leave this place. Gaku's words were greeted by a round of applause, yet neither Lith nor Floria took part in it. That's why so much world energy is being siphoned. The Odi must have focused on improving the technologies that actually worked, giving to the other projects just the necessary scraps to keep the base operational. Life-merging, mana reactor, and flesh golem. I have a faint idea of what each one of them does, and I like none of them, Lith thought. What about their meat factories? Floria asked. Shouldn't we give those poor creatures relief from their life of torment? They'll die once we cut off the power lines to the complex, Elkes replied. No, that's just what you hope for. What if the modification they underwent allow them to survive? What if after a lifetime in slavery we leave them for dead while they slowly die of hunger? Even worse, what if by doing so we set them free to roam the Griffin Kingdom? Floria's words made sense. The Odi were crazy enough to unleash the horrors they had created against the lesser races in revenge. After all, they were as dead as a doornail. Whatever happened wasn't their problem anymore. We'll move to the underground floor only once we make sure that not a soul stays trapped in this nightmare a second longer than necessary. Floria was pretty sure that without their life support systems, the creatures would die. Pain was the only variable. She hadn't forgotten about the techs and her failure to locate them. The image of the tech younglings eating each other still haunted her dreams. After such a terrible parody of life, she wanted to grant them at least a merciful death. That shouldn't take long, Elkes nodded. We have a list of the facilities, and based on the buildings we already explored, we now know which is which. There weren't many labs left where live specimens had been used, so before moving to their last stop, the group explored them. They made sure that no creature like the pathogen abomination hybrid was still alive. Yet no matter where they looked, they only found either empty buildings or mass graves. This really doesn't make sense, Lith said. Why some places have been cleaned while the rest appears as if the Odi just left, leaving their guinea pigs to starve. It's like a sudden crisis forced them to run away. His words pictured in everyone's head the image of the Odi still alive in the safety of their underground lab, waiting for them like predators stalking their prey. It's worse than that, Floria said after checking their maps. Why are the meat factories empty? These rooms are nothing like the one Lith and I witnessed. The buildings where the creatures that had assaulted Morok's first group on multiple occasions were supposed to be, turned out to be just warehouses filled with junk. There was no trace of dimensional runes, working arrays, or even defensive systems. I think I know the answer, Neschel said. Chapter 687, Death Trap Part 1. Such an extensive automatic breeding facility like the one you described couldn't be used to just breed warriors in case of an assault. The magical beasts were probably used as prototypes for the Flesh Golem project, as demonstrated by the brains embedded in the constructs we fought. Hence they have probably been moved to the underground lab, Neschel said. The other professors nodded, cursing at their own stupidity. It was now too late to enter the underground complex. Even though they had fought no enemy, deactivating arrays and constantly scanning their surroundings was quite a tiresome job. Still, to Lith it hadn't been a fool's errand. They had now cut off enough mana cables that Solus was almost able to assume her tower form. Lith used that forced break to use accumulation a lot and call Camilla again. After seeing her in such a bad shape, he had decided to try and support her to the best of his abilities despite the distance separating them. Lith spent dinner with her, and thanks to his company, Camilla managed to eat a full bowl of soup instead of just nibbling at her food before sending it back to the kitchen. "It sucks having no one waiting for you but Mom and Dad, Quilla asked Floria. She was knee-deep in sheets of paper filled with her notes about the life-merging reports they had managed to find. "Well, at least you have Anather," Floria said, realizing she had been staring too much at Camilla's hologram and averting her gaze from the couple. "I don't know, I haven't thought about him once since we got here. I think it's a pretty bad sign. Are you interested in hearing a crazy theory of mine?" Seeing that Quilla wouldn't stop working even during dinner unless someone actively conversed with her, Floria nodded. "I think that all the 3 successful projects were means to prolong the Odi race's existence. Life merging probably exploits their artificially identical life forces to avoid rejection when assimilating one another, just like Thrude does with her meat puppets. Flesh golems should be a perfected version of the constructs we have already faced, capable of implanting their minds in a golem's body, whereas the mana reactor should be related to convert mana into life force," Quilla said. "Is any of these 3 things even possible?" Floria was suddenly very interested in the matter. The first 2 were revolting, but the third option might allow them to give Lith a normal lifespan if they found its blueprints. "In theory, yes. In practice, maybe. The only problem I have with my crazy theory is that it doesn't explain why the Odi disappeared even though all 3 projects worked. I mean, I get that the rebels might have killed those on the surface, but what happened to the Odi residing in Kula? Also, I don't get how they were supposed to find life force donors for the life-merging project. If Lith is right and the Odi were sterile, then their numbers could only decline with time. Couldn't they use body sculpting on the techs and absorb their life force?" Floria asked. "No, that's impossible. Even with heavy modifications, a magical beast's and a human's life force are too different. My hope is that we find enough about the mana reactor to at least repair Lith's life force, since it's the only way to help him that doesn't involve forbidden magic," Quilla replied. There were few things that she wouldn't do to help her friend, but killing people was among them. Lith tried to give Camilla his undivided attention, but his enhanced senses heard Quilla's words and he got curious. When he listened to her reasoning, he couldn't disagree more with her. Her idea of life merging kind of makes sense, but the rest is just wishful thinking. If the Odi were willing to consider becoming golems as a form of eternal life, they would have much more easily turned themselves into undead. As for the mana reactor, mana and life force are 2 entirely different things. With invigoration, I can have my mana core produce as much mana as I want, yet I can't repair my life force. Either Quilla sees so far that I can't even comprehend her theory or she's completely off track, Lith thought. "Why are you sighing so much?" Camilla asked. Lith didn't want to burden her with his problems, so he replied with a white lie. "I can't wait to be done with this awful place. Having you so close and yet so distant is killing me." His words managed to make her laugh and eat some bread. The rest of the evening was uneventful, and so was the night. The guards had become so relaxed with the prolonged quiet of those last few days that they had a hard time not dozing off from time to time. The following morning, despite all of Quilla's pleads, the expedition team was once again split into 2 groups, leaving the assistants and the soldiers in the camp while the rangers, the professors, and Floria went to collect the last data. "I'm sorry, Quilla, but if those we faced so far were the security measures for almost abandoned projects, I can't imagine how tight the security will be for the successful ones," Floria said. Even though she appeared to be calm, she was actually on edge. She had searched thoroughly Kula's commander's office, but she hadn't found the device to reset the base's DEFCON level. According to Lith's estimates, they were one mistake away from a gruesome death. By keeping her sister as far away as she could from Kula, Floria could better protect her life and give her the opportunity to escape if the worst happened. The elevator for the underground facility was located inside the administrative building, right past the commander's office. Just like the other elevators they had encountered, its metal doors were nigh identical to the walls, making it hard to spot if it wasn't for the small keyhole at its side. The moment Floria put the metal key in the lock, it was ripped off her hand before she could turn it. A thud could be heard as a bright yellow light became visible through the elevator's crevices, accompanied by a rumbling sound. "Oh shit!" Floria unsheathed her sword and conjured an energy shield around those close to her. The professors reacted as well, taking their best equipment out from their dimensional amulets. "What did you do wrong?" Morax said, his hands above his weapons as he was uncertain of what form shapeshift them into to better face the metal monster in front of them. The panic in the air amused Lith, who had to repress his chuckle. "I guess they have never heard a mechanical elevator moving," he thought. A ding accompanied the metal doors opening, revealing a lift big enough to easily accommodate 20 people or a stretcher and a medical team. The key was waiting for them on the inside, behind a glass panel right beside a card reader. "What the heck is this?" Gaku asked. "There are no buttons and no runes. How do we command this thing to move?" "It seems that the elevator only makes one stop," Lith explained. "We need the other key." Maugre's language had no word for keycard, so he just pointed at the other item they had found inside the safe. "How do you know?" Gaku asked. She was a historian, and she had never heard of such a device. Before Lith could cook up an explanation, the ground below their feet began to rumble. Chapter 688, Death Trap, Part 2. The activation of the ancient elevator had also triggered a device placed several hundreds of meters below them. It awoke the Odi from their long slumber, signaling to them that rescue had finally arrived. They were many, and there was only one monitor, so they crowded in front of it while shoving each other away to see which one of the ancient noble families had managed to find a cure for their condition and repress the revolt. What appeared in front of their eyes was much worse than the dreamless sleep they had just escaped from. "What does this mean?" a male asked. "Those aren't even Odi possessing human bodies. According to the sensors, they are actual humans, or at least most of them are." Nimble feminine fingers ran across a keyboard, activating the surveillance devices scattered throughout Kula. The cameras showed them the camp on the outside and how many buildings had been breached. "These people are no helpers but raiders," a female said. "We need to exterminate them before going back to sleep." "Don't be so hasty," another woman replied. "Look at their equipment. I've never seen anything like that. They might hold the key to resume our research." After a quick debate, an agreement was reached. "Fine, let them come like lambs to their slaughter, but we must make sure that no one of their slaves manages to escape," a second male voice said while pressing a button which activated their ultimate defense mechanism. In the meantime, Lith could see with life vision that something was terribly wrong. The world energy compressed and accumulated inside Kula's buildings was being released all at once, while more was being pumped from the mana geyser below. "This is a quake. We must make sure that the people at the camp are all right," Yandra said, worried about Raynor. Yet it was no quake. The world energy was being converted into a thick black miasma that was flooding the whole underground cave and its tunnels, consuming every form of life on its path, even the moss they had painstakingly grown during the last few weeks. The camp was already submerged in darkness element, and the only reason its occupants were still alive was the multi-layered array that Neshel and the other professors had left. Yet it wasn't going to protect them for long. The dark energy was eating at the magical formation, whereas the miasma could slowly pass through it. Barriers wouldn't prevent air and light from entering, making the situation of those at the camp even more desperate. Luckily, the cave was now filled with air, allowing them to use fire magic to destroy the toxic gas before it got too close. Without all the moss they had planted, they would have had no defense against such an attack. Jirth was about to contact Floria, but she beat her second in command to the punch. "Is everything all right at the camp? The quake is caused by a mass destruction spell that's consuming the whole cave." Jirth cut her short. The external layers were already crumbling. "What do we do?" Jirth pressed a few buttons on the amulet, allowing Floria's group to take a look around. Lith didn't waste time, opening a warp steps right in front of Quilla, quickly followed by both Floria and Yandra, who had started to chant as soon as they had seen Jirth's terrorized expression. Only thanks to the three-dimensional corridors did the rest of the expedition team manage to get to safety before the array collapsed. "And now what? We can't get outside, and we have no idea how much further that thing reaches the tunnels." Almost as a reply to Morok's question, the black miasma started to flow inside the administration office through the ventilation system. "Give me the card." Lith took the keycard from Floria's pocket, quickly swiping it from both sides just to be safe. The metal doors closed in the nick of time, and the elevator started to move down, allowing them to survive. "Amazing," said a woman. "They managed to use dimensional magic without runes. We must interrogate them thoroughly and learn their secrets." "You're insane, Leela," replied a man. They speak gibberish, and none of us is willing to waste their time teaching a bunch of monkeys our language. Talk for yourself, Rizzo, said another man. If we learn their language after we steal their bodies, we could get outside and learn how close the Odi Empire is to defeat the rebels. Are you insane? Rizzo's voice was full of poison. Taking the body of a monkey, have you forgotten why we hid inside Kula? It would mean throwing away all of our efforts and sacrifices. I haven't forgotten, but have you seen how low have we stooped? What we have become to remain alive and preserve our magical talents. I'd say that even a monkey's body is better than this thing you call life. Rizzo was about to kill Jaira, but many seemed to share his vision and even more blocked Rizzo's arm, keeping it away from his sword. There's something I don't understand, Leela said, ignoring the commotion around her. Why did they save their slaves instead of using dimensional magic to escape? How can a bunch of children be worthy of their masters' lives? The answer is simple, Jaira said. Either those are not slaves or their spells are flawed and can't bend space far enough to escape. By the way, I call dibs on the brown-haired youth. It's the less disgusting among them. No one wanted the professors because they were too old. Also in the following quarrels for who would obtain the assistants' bodies, the Odi agreed on only one thing. The non-human had to die. Solus, what was that thing? Lith asked. Some kind of poisonous gas strengthened by darkness magic. In a way, it's worse than the explosion we were afraid of. No matter how powerful, we could have avoided the explosion by blinking away, whereas we have no idea how long will it take for the gas to disperse. Solus replied. Floria was checking that Quilla was all right, casting all the diagnostic spells at her disposal. Yandra was doing the same for Raynor, while the other professors were too worried about themselves to care about their assistants. Captain Floria, how in the gods' name one can fail even to use a goddamn key? Gaku's fury hid the terror she felt for being trapped hundreds of meters below the ground, without knowing if she would ever see the sky again. I made no mistake, nor I triggered any alarm. You checked the door yourself. Floria kept her voice calm. The only thing worse than being underground was to remain imprisoned in a metal box with no way out. None of them had ever been in a mechanical elevator before. All those they had experienced in the past were magical in nature. The buzzing of the engine and clanging of cables were upsetting everyone but Lith. Then how do you explain our situation? We did nothing and the assistants were too far to mess up. Gaku wasn't willing to let it slide. Each squeaking she heard felt as if someone was hammering nails into her coffin. I don't owe you any explanation. I don't know what happened, but I know that arguing won't take us anywhere. We need to keep calm. When the elevator reached the bottom floor, the structure jolted to a stop, making the group yelp. The metal doors quickly opened, forcing the two women to interrupt their quarrel. It was best to not ignore the welcome committee waiting for them. Chapter 689, Conflicts Part 1. A small army of techs, thorns, and koas unleashed a barrage of spells against the intruders as soon as they had a clear line of fire. Thorns were creatures born from the awakening of bushes, or in the case of an underground environment, of moss. Their bodies were short, barely reaching 1 meter 33 of height. They looked like octopuses made of mold, with glowing yellow eyes and odd protuberances on their backs that almost resembled wings. Koas instead were fish-type magical beasts, about 1.55 meters tall. They had big green eyes and humanoid bodies covered in silvery scales as hard as metal. Their razor-sharp claws and teeth made them formidable opponents in close-quarter combat. All of them had been born and bred in an environment that only allowed to the most aggressive of them to survive, so their first reaction was always to try and eat each other. The bloodbath between the different species ended only when the elevator's doors opened, revealing its cargo of soft, tender meat. Once again, the entire structure was made of metal, making earth magic impossible to use. The techs attacked with a hail of ice shards, while the thorns released their darkness-infused spores to weaken their prey enough to feed upon them. The koas preferred a much simpler approach, releasing their bolts of lightning against everyone but themselves. Unfortunately, both techs and thorns were immune to lightning, so electricity was a threat only to the expedition group. Between the sudden crisis and the fear that the mechanical elevator had caused them, the humans had no time to prepare their spells. Floria stepped in front of Quilla while injecting mana into her skinwalker armor. The few projectiles that hit Floria before her conjured tower shield could take form didn't even put a dent in the silvery layer covering her skin. The soldiers reacted in unison, each one stepping forward to protect the civilians while activating their energy shields and using their wands to return fire. They had learned from the previous attack that in such a confined space, darkness was the best choice. The projectiles were slow, but the creatures had no camaraderie and would hinder each other's movements in their attempts of dodging the darkness bolts. Lith and Morok blinked almost at the same time. Before the first blood could be shed, they appeared respectively on the left and the right side of their assailants. Morok crossed his blades right in front of his eyes as he whispered, "Infiro." The two short words emitted a red light that scorched everything on its path, while Lith released a stream of blue flames from his hands from the opposite direction, leaving the creatures no way out but to move toward the black bullets. The red light and the blue flames burned the thorns while heating the tech's exoskeletons and Koa's scales, to the point that they ended up cooking rather than protecting their internal organs. Lith would have liked to use origin flames, but ever since they had activated the elevator, Solus had spotted magical cameras, warning him that they were being watched. "What the heck was that?" Lith asked while using the army signal to alert the others about enemy spies. To a casual onlooker, they would just appear as a nervous gesture. "I thought your weapons didn't have energy-based attacks." "And you were right about that. The spell was mine. My weapon simply absorbed the flames and released only its heat. I'm not as confident as you are in controlling my spells." Morok nodded in understanding. "This is all metal. There's no way to start a fire," Lith said, noticing that aside from Yandra, the professors had only shielded themselves. If not for the soldiers, most of the assistants would have died. The two rangers continued babbling for a while, giving Floria the time to decide their next move while keeping the enemy focused on them. She retrieved the metal key from behind the glass before stepping outside the elevator. The compartment had opened after Lith had swiped the keycard the right way, but between Gaku's yammering and the creepy noises from the elevator, Floria had almost forgotten about it. "We need to find an easily defensible place," she said. "Our first priority is to avoid getting blindsided again. Then we must find and destroy the meat factories. I don't care if the magical beasts are willingly helping our enemies or not, they are part of the Odie's automated defenses and will treat them as such." Neshel hid behind Floria to cast a detector array, following the orders hidden behind her words. The magical cameras emitted a glow visible to the naked eye for a split second before a snap of Neshel's fingers turned them into dust. "What the heck is this stuff?" Yandra said while studying the device's remains. They looked like small metal cylinders with a glass lens mounted at their extremities. They would have reminded Lith of some kind of security cameras, if not for the fact that they were covered in runes and powered by magic rather than electricity. "First the card, now this. How did you notice them without an array?" Gaku had shifted her rage from Floria to Lith. "The lenses reflected the lights from our spells," Lith lied through his teeth. "Also, I get that you are scared, everyone is, but that doesn't give you the right to vent your stress on those who just saved your useless life. Captain Erna's, I propose to leave Professor Gaku here. It's because of her that the enemy ambush almost succeeded. She's a liability." Before she could retort in outrage, Lith lifted her from the neck with one hand. His grip was so strong that she couldn't breathe, and he only needed a flick of his wrist to break her neck like a twig. Except for the orichalcum boosted by mana, enchanted armors offered little protection against that kind of attacks. "All in favor?" Floria asked. The assistants, the soldiers, and Morok raised their hands. "The majority agrees," she said while looking into Gaku's desperate eyes. "Luckily for you, this is not a democracy. You're the best linguist we have, so your usefulness outweighs how annoying you are. Yet. So I'm willing to give you a last chance. Keep your emotions in check and help the others to survive, because the next time you mess up will be your last. Release her, Ranger Verhin." Lith opened his hand, making Gaku fall butt first to the ground, gasping for air. She was outraged by the treatment she had received, but she kept her mouth shut. Her colleagues had opposed to her execution, but none of them had said a word to defend her nor tried to prevent the judgment from being carried out. Gaku was alone, and Floria's ultimatum was still ringing in her ears. "Damn old fossils, I'm too young to die," she thought. "As much as I would like to teach these arrogant kids a lesson, I need them for my survival. The moment we're out of here, I'll use all of my resources to ruin you and your precious careers." The group started to move, but no one helped her to get up. The professors were busy studying and scanning the space in front of them while the soldiers focused solely on the assistants. Gaku decided to swallow her pride and prove her usefulness to them. She had no idea what that place was, but her instincts told her that she wouldn't stand a chance alone. Chapter 690 Conflicts Part 2. The lobby in front of the elevator was a rectangular room, 2.4 meters, 7.9 feet, high and 7 meters, 23 feet, wide. It reminded Lith of the company he had worked for in the Q/U0026A department. There was no furniture, only tags and signs to navigate the facility. The walls had been painted of a pale green, while the metal grate that covered the stone ceiling was white. The magic cameras had been hidden between the grate and the stone, making them almost invisible to the naked eye. After a thorough scan of the room was completed, Floria said, "First the gas, and now another ambush. If this is the response of an automated defense, then it's like to be a sentient cursed object. We're too much at disadvantage here to safely continue the mission. Does anyone have an idea if it's safe to go back upstairs and leave Kula? I'll take full responsibility for the decision." The professors pondered for a while before replying. "I've seen that gas before," Yandra said. "It's a neurotoxin laced with magic crystals powder so that it can carry and amplify darkness magic pulses without being destroyed by them. Its half-life is about 3 days, so we'd have to wait at least a week before leaving this place. Otherwise, even if somehow we carry with us enough fresh air to survive, another black pulse would travel through the toxin so fast that we would die before having enough time to open a warp steps." "We'll be all dead before a week," Morak said. His words caused more nods than glares this time, making Floria realize that her real first issue was morale. Gaku was a symptom, not the illness, just like Morak had simply stated what everyone was thinking. "What about the signs? Is there any indication of an emergency exit?" She prayed to the gods for good news. "They only say, main lobby." Gaku pointed at the tag in front of the elevator. "Living quarters and research area." Those were the signs respectively pointing left and right. "Good," Floria nodded, while everyone looked at her as if she had gone insane. "The living quarters are bound to be a safe spot. The Odi would never place a meat factory near their lodgings. Let's move." Floria was way less confident than she appeared. Yet she had to find a place where to leave the assistants before exploring the rest of the compound. Such a large group would be too difficult for her to manage. Along the way, they kept finding working cameras that were regularly disposed of, leaving the enemy blind. The corridor was quite long and full of surprises. First, they found leaflets of bright colors hanging on the walls. According to Elkas, they were just propaganda inciting the scientists to fight for the Odi cause and not lose hope. Then there were traces of ripped leaflets, replaced by what looked like a kid's drawing of the outside world that covered most of the walls, until it turned into a wall text of gibberish repeated over and over. "It says doom," Elkas said, noticing that it wasn't the work of a single person. The word was the same, but the handwriting was different. The nail marks and the almost faded bloodstains on the walls told them a creepy story. No one would ever let such an unsettling message, let alone the blood, if the phenomenon hadn't become so widespread that the authorities had given up on removing the madman's message and leave one of their own. A message of violence. Luckily, the double metal door at the end of the corridor was pristine, lifting their spirit. The Odi hadn't let the insanity spread too far, so the humans could still hope to find a haven rather than an asylum. The living quarters had another card reader. Floria had seen Lith using the keycard and managed to swipe it right at the first attempt. The display turned bright green and several letters appeared. "Commander card recognized," Gaku translated without even giving Floria the time to ask. Floria nodded and opened the door, revealing a space that extended as far as the eye could see, almost as big as Kula's residential area. Judging from the distance between the doors, each apartment was quite spacious. The area was clean and perfectly lighted, with no sign of vandalism. The pavement was covered by a soft red moquette, and the cream-colored walls made everyone relax the moment the heavy door closed behind them. "We have only a key card," Floria said, pointing at the card reader at the side of each door. "So we'll have to live together until we find a way out. Professors, please scan the area. I'll look for the biggest apartment while the rest of you stay here." As soon as Neschel signaled her that the coast was clear, Floria went to the nearest door and swiped the keycard, obtaining only a beep and a red light in return. Maybe this is the commander's personal key, and it can open only their own apartments, she thought, but the idea of a commanding officer needing more than one's key made no sense to her. So when after the second door refused to open as well, Floria called for Elkas. "What does this say?" she asked after the swipe. "Access denied, permission revoked." Neschel turned pale and started to chant a spell. Floria gave the alarm as she walked back to the entrance and swiped the card at the door that they had opened barely a minute ago. Access denied. Permission revoked. Neschel read the message accompanying the red light. Damn it, it's a trap. This is no automated defense. Someone has trapped us here. Floria could cast a warp steps to get them out of there, but her problem was that she had no idea where to go. The apartment's doors opened all at once, and a small army of golems stepped out of them. The constructs were nothing like those the expedition group had faced outside Kula. They were all humans, but their bodies had been heavily modified, replacing most of their flesh with stone and metal. Huge mana crystal had been grafted on all their limbs, including their head. Thin tubes came out from their backs and pierced their abdomen. Their skin was deathly pale, their eyes bloodshot with the veiled pupil typical of corpses, yet they were still alive. Lith looked at them with life vision as his worst fears about the flesh golems turned into reality. They still had a faint trace of life force, but no mana flow except for that exuding from their artificial parts, which bore an inhuman energy signature. Morok didn't wait for orders. He struck at the closest construct after shapeshifting his weapons into warhammers. The golem reacted as fast as a magical beast, shapeshifting its hands into shields to block the attack while breathing fire against Morok. The ranger crouched down to avoid the attack and struck at the construct's kneecaps at the same time, swinging his hammers in an X-shaped motion. The impact was so strong that it shattered them, but instead of falling, the flesh golem simply floated while its limbs regenerated. \U003C, kill me. \U003E, it said in an unknown language as its hands emitted streams of lightning bolts that sent Morok slamming against a wall and into a seizure. Once again, Lith somehow understood its words. He recognized that state. He had seen it happen once in the past when Protector was about to die. The Odi had solved the mana poisoning issue by somehow destroying the mana core of their victims. Chapter 691, Bane Part 1. As any decent Forgemaster knew, the golem's greater weakness was the fact that they were limited to the tactics their maker managed to imbue in their core's array. No matter how talented a mage was, there were only so many situations they could cover without overloading the array. On the other hand, living beings could learn, could be trained, and most importantly, they could be enslaved. The only problem with Forgemastering living beings had been the mana poisoning that sooner or later would kill them. Yet by studying the death of countless specimens, the Odi had discovered that when a living being was on the verge of death, their mana would disappear. They had no idea that the phenomenon was due to the cracking and fading of the mana core, nor it had any relevance to their research. They had gotten the idea from the pseudo-Balor experiment they kept in the body enhancement department. Between being dead and almost dead, there lied countless applications. The organic matter of the flesh golems was in a constant state of decay, but thanks to the pseudo-light fusion the constructs were imbued with, their death was constantly being delayed as their tissue regenerated just as fast as they rotted. The tubes transported the nutrients straight to their stomachs, allowing them to sustain the perpetual healing process. The whole existence of the flesh golems was pure agony, but that was irrelevant in the Odi's eyes. They just needed to order them, not to complain, to solve the issue of their annoying wails. Lith moved his hands, conjuring several small spheres of flames directly inside the golems' mouths. The detonation made their brains splatter, yet they continued their attack while the flesh regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Solus, I can see two weak points right off the bat. First, the slave item. If we destroy it, these creatures will help us. Second, being alive, they are vulnerable to darkness magic. Do we conscript or destroy them? Lith asked. I'm afraid neither, Solus replied, stopping him in his tracks. The slave item is once again Forgemastered in their flesh. To remove it, you have to kill them. As for darkness magic, the only flesh they have left is that needed to keep them functional. Damaging it would only temporarily hinder their battle prowess until it's regenerated, but that's it. I can assure you that they have no vitals. While Lith's fears were still exploding, Professor Yandra unleashed a volley of black arrows that struck the nearest golems at their heads, hearts, and stomachs. She was a Forgemaster and a healer as well, so her reasoning was akin to Lith's. She smiled, seeing the tissues turning green and black from the decay. Yet it disappeared the moment all the allegedly injured constructs turned to face her with their rocky hands brimming with mana. See, at the moment they have no life force, yet they still work. Soon their flesh will heal, making Yandra's spell just a waste of mana, Solus thought. Yandra was about to be blasted away by 5 golems, and Morok wasn't faring any better. The constant stream of lightning kept him in midair, screaming while his steaming flesh started to smell like barbecue. Floria activated all of her magical rings, trying to buy some time. The constructs simply ignored the spells. Tier 3 could barely dent their bodies, and their orders were clear. Bring the youths to their masters and kill the rest. The flesh golems ran towards their prey with the inhuman speed that their small build and magical bodies bestowed upon them. Raynor and the rest of the assistants used their best spells, yet not having a combat specialization, the best they could do was mimic Floria and obtain her same result. "Yandra, help me!" Raynor yelled as a golem grabbed him before using a warping array to disappear. Yet the professor was using all she had, and then more just to resist the combined assault of the 5 golems she had attacked. If not for Gaku's and Neshel's help, she would have been the first one to fall. The professors combined their efforts and artifacts to block most of the golems, keeping them away with an energy barrier while racking their brains for a solution. Lith didn't care about the assistants, so he weaved his spell while trying to find a way to defeat his opponents, or at least free Morok. Everything changed when he saw that Quilla was among their targets. Lith joined his open palms, conjuring and compressing a Tier 5 setting sun until it was no bigger than a tennis ball. The black flames struck at the golem attacking Quilla, making its stone parts melt and its organic matter evaporate. Yet what slowed the golem down wasn't the negligible damage it had sustained, but only the push that the highly compressed flames exerted. "Solus, please, I need an idea," Lith thought. He had been casting non-stop, but golems were the bane of all mages, awakened or not. In such a confined space, most of his Tier 5 spells were more likely to injure his friends rather than his enemies. "I'm thinking," she replied, trying to sound reassuring, but she had no clue how to face that many unstoppable constructs. Lith's spell still bought Floria enough time to join him and activate her Tier 5 spell, Torment Guard. As a mage knight, she needed earth magic to conjure her tower shields, so she always kept a few kilograms of the hardest rock that money could buy in her dimensional amulet. That way, no matter if the fight was in the air, underwater, or in a metal room, Floria always had what she needed to execute her best spells. Torment Guard conjured a small stone tower around Quilla, infused with fire and darkness magic to reinforce Lith's spell. She had fallen into the Odie's trap as well. Darkness dealt negligible damage against the heavily enchanted inorganic matter, and the flesh on the golems was merely a bait. The humans' brains were safely stored inside their power core, and the metal parts stored enough meat samples to endlessly regenerate their bodies. The only variable was the amount of pain they would endure. Quilla and Solus racked their brains. They weren't fighting, they weren't giving their all to stop a single dreadnought of stone and metal, while everyone around them was getting beaten or kidnapped. "Gods, I'm so stupid. The Odie are just the polar opposites of the undead," both girls thought in unison. Using darkness to fight light is pointless. Light's magic bane its light itself. "Let me go, sis. I know what to do." Quilla had no time to explain her plan. She had to execute it herself. Solus, however, used her mind link with Lith to bring him up to speed. "If you had a body, I might kiss you right now," Lith thought while conjuring his battle-oriented body sculpting spell, Cleaver. He recalled Final Sunset to his left hand, while emitting the mana weapons from his right hand together, with a cold wave that would allow him to touch the golem without being burned to cinders. His attempt was foiled by a second construct that was hell-bent on capturing him. It attempted to tackle Lith, who was forced to take the construct head-on to prevent it from reaching Quilla. Lith infused his skinwalker armor with mana, turning it into quicksilver that covered him from head to toe, dispersing most of the kinetic energy of the charge, stopping the golem on its tracks. Chapter 692, Bane Part 2. "I'll have to trust Quilla as much as I trust Solus on this," Lith thought while his Tier 5 spell, Scanner, enveloped the construct that was grabbing him, allowing Lith to put Solus's theory to the test. "What the heck can I do?" Floria thought as the first golem was dismantling her Torment Guard as if it was made of paper, ignoring both her spells and swordplay. To make matters worse, after kidnapping her soldiers and the assistants, the constructs were now free to focus on killing the professors and the rangers. Floria hadn't missed that the golems seemed to have a different approach based on their enemy, yet she had no idea how to exploit it. A third and a fourth construct were about to reach her, their arms already extended. "Floria, trust me, damn it," Quilla yelled. She was so focused using Scanner on her future opponent that she couldn't afford to blink out of her cage. It would make her lose her concentration and waste both the Tier 5 light spells she had prepared. Floria snapped her fingers, releasing Quilla, and used all the earth she had at her disposal to block her enemy. Alas, hundreds of kilograms were required to stop a golem. Just a few dozens of them were merely an annoyance. It was one of the reasons Lith hadn't brought any with himself. Even if he had used his entire pocket dimension, he would have barely enough to stop a single construct at the price of losing everything he had. Besides, he had many strings to his bow. The golem tried to zap him, but the orichalcum deflected the spell. Then, it tried to lift the ranger, but by coming this close to him, Lith's spirit magic was a raging river that the creature could barely stand. Okay, ignore its life force. To do any damage to whatever is left of its human side, it would take us too much time. Focus on the runes, find and damage them. As if Solus was speaking to both of them, Lith and Quilla performed the same task. One was protected by her beloved sister, who was facing 3 golems at once, while the other only had spirit magic to prevent his opponent from warping him away. It was an incredibly hard task for both healers. Quilla had to ignore Floria's battle screams and set aside her fears as the unliving monstrosity grabbed her, while Lith had to manage many things at once. Yet he wasn't alone. Solus examined the golem's complex life force, searching for the runes hidden inside the many building blocks and energy bridges that once gave life to the man in front of them. There under the heart, one thought to herself and the other to her partner. Quilla's chisel scraped the rune engraved in the creature's life force, whereas Lith's cleaver split it asunder. Until that moment, the golem's movements had been relentless. No matter what kind of attack they were under, the constructs had followed their orders with no care for the consequences. Their bodies healed the moment they suffered any damage. Even Lith's and Floria's combined attack had barely left a mark on them, yet as soon as a single rune was damaged, they both stuttered. Lith and Quilla found another rune in the golem's head, crushing it with their respective spell. A golem was a complex machine, but a flesh golem was in a league of its own. Damaging their runes was akin to removing random gears from a clockwork marvel, destroying its perfect balance. The constructs froze, but while Quilla could only search and destroy more runes to make sure it wouldn't come back to life, Lith had other options. Solus's glove covered his hand, and the orichalcum covered Solus. Life vision showed him their power cores, so after using fusion magic to boost his physical prowess, he was capable of piercing through their stone shell and ripping the still pulsing power core from the creature's ankle. \U003C, thank you. \U003E, the man said as his flesh turned to mush and the golem collapsed. A split second later, the golem in front of Quilla was dead too, letting her focus on the 2 that were seconds away from overpowering Floria. That's impossible, Jaira said, watching at the golem's control panel. 2 lights had just gone offline. Flesh golems are perfect, immortal creatures. Not even us could take them down if not for the slave control engraved into their very being. If only we still had the cameras. Rizzo was tempted to bite his fingernails out of stress, but ruining his perfect body would be considered as a sign of weakness from his peers. It must be the non-humans' work. Emperor beasts drove us into corner one time too many to underestimate them. Leela said, we must kill all the remaining invaders. What, and lose the only semi-decent-looking woman of the herd? Vega was outraged. She had her eyes on Quilla from the beginning. Also, we need the old ones to learn their language, otherwise spare bodies or not will not last a minute outside. Vega is right. We can always make more flesh golems, whereas powerful mages are hard to find. Guna had been a powerful mage back in her days. She didn't care if her body was male or female, as long as it was powerful. I have a better idea, Jaira smiled. We order the golems to kill only those that manage to destroy their comrades. After all, what makes the flesh golems truly perfect is the fact that they are not mindless machines. Their human side allowed us to train them in the use of the spells we bestowed upon them, to getting used to their peerless physical prowess, and more importantly, to properly follow orders. All the Odi nodded at those words. They believed that if Quilla hadn't been cut off from the rest of the Empire during the Great War, if only they had received enough supplies and specimens, an army of flesh golems would have guaranteed their victory. The Odi could already picture the entirety of Magur on its knees in front of the true and only master race. Once the order was given, the golems focused on Lith, all 20 of them. This is bad, he said. The professors could finally catch their breath. Up until that moment, the 4 of them had kept at bay the entire horde of enemies, but each time one of the constructs managed to slip through their barrier, someone had been kidnapped. Now they were holding back 17 flesh golems. The others were the one that had been frying Morok up until that moment, and the 2 that had almost cornered Floria. They all turned towards Lith, ignoring their old marks and readying their spells. Morok's body slid down the wall and on the ground, but instead of falling to a side, his feet stood firm. "Thanks for nothing, you frigging bastards." Morok's skin was almost black, yet he seemed to be more pissed off than wounded. "I almost got roasted because of you. Is it too much to ask for a little help?" It was hard to tell who was more surprised, if the golems or his own allies. "Magna," he yelled as his hammers turned orange and his body swelled. Every muscle in his body was now as tense as a bowstring. Chapter 693, Retreat Part 1. The golem ignored Morok, turning around to focus on Lith. When the first hammer struck, the back of the construct exploded, spraying the nutrients stored inside its hunch all over the corridor. The second hammer hit the golem's side. It pierced through the stone shell until only its handle was still visible. "Now you ignore me? Now, too little too late." Morok's hammers struck in a flurry of attacks, sending debris, flesh, and blood flying around. By the time the golem managed to react, its power core was destroyed. Morok fell to his knees due to exhaustion, too weak to even hold his weapons any longer. Both the Odi and the humans were astonished that another flesh golem had fallen so fast. "All right, stop. Hammer time will resume in a jiffy," he said, panting. Normal golems would have frozen now that their protocols were contradictory. Back when Jaira had ordered them to kill the golem slayer, only Lith fit their bill, but now there were two. Unfortunately, the human side allowed them to understand an order beyond its literal meaning, so they simply split. "Never screw with the healer, because the next time you go down, you stay down." Quilla had never stopped moving, grabbing the nearest golem. She was glad to discover that the forgemastering process for all the constructs was identical. That way she already knew where the 3 runes she had located when scanning the first golem were located in the life force of the other enemies. Her chisels broke them all at once. "Lith," she yelled while tackling with her small body the third golem that Floria had been facing until a second ago. The construct wasn't stupid. Its orders were to bring the bodies alive, not intact. The little girl had already paralyzed 2 of its kin, and even though the poor woman grafted inside the golem wanted nothing more than to be put out of her misery, her self-defense protocols forbid her to allow any damage to be willingly inflicted upon the enchanted rock that was now her body. The construct struck Quilla with a backhand slap, sending her slamming against a wall. Even with the Skinwalker armor's protection, the hit was strong enough to break her jaw and nose. She fell limp on the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the wall where her head had struck. Lith swallowed his rage to not let her sacrifice go to waste. He ignored the still active golem and ripped off the power core from the still stiff construct, further reducing their numbers. Now only 18 were left, yet they were likely to be 17 too many of them. "We have to retreat. We can't hold them for much longer." Yandra was the most vigorous professor thanks to her rejuvenated body. She quickly conjured a warp steps and gestured her colleagues to get into it. "What about me?" Morok was still wheezing for air, cornered like a mouse between 2 walls. The 8 golems around him had yet to attack only because they were taking position. "Blink, you moron," she replied while Floria used that very same spell to rescue Quilla and bring her past the dimensional door. "The golems are charging up their arrays. We have to be quick," Solus warned Lith, who blinked as well and dragged Yandra with himself. He knew that unlike wardens, a construct only needed a handful of seconds to activate an elemental blocking array. Yandra's plan would have failed if everyone wasn't already close to each other. Not even 5 seconds had passed since the moment the warp had been opened, and it was already about to be closed. "Oh shit!" Morok could feel the mana density in the air rise to the point of making his skin crawl. He had no life vision, but his instincts were screaming at him to get the heck out of there. He blinked a split second before the air-blocking array was activated and jumped inside the warp while it was collapsing on itself. Morok curled up in fetal position, managing to lose only the extremities of some of his toes due to the dimensional cut. He immediately stopped the bleeding, and then started to regenerate the missing flesh and bones. "I need some help," he said, but no one made a move. Yandra only handed him some food and said, "Sorry, kid, everyone is beat and has something better to do." She pointed at Neshel, who was chanting an array as fast as she could. She was casting the earth-blocking array, which would greatly hinder the golems. It would prevent them from opening a warping array in the proximity of the makeshift camp, and limit their movements in case they came too close for comfort. Lith was treating Quilla. Her nose and jaw weren't a problem, but the concussion was a different story. If she had suffered brain damage, she would need a long time to recover, time that they didn't have. Lith used invigoration on her, making her instantly recover and even partially replenishing her mana. She woke startled and instinctively raised her arms in defense. "Don't worry, little one, you're safe." When he had heard Quilla's skull crack, something inside Lith had almost snapped. Her pallor had almost driven him insane, reminding him of Carl's corpse lying on the hospital's stretcher. "How many times do I have to tell you to not call me little one?" she angrily replied. "Where are we?" she asked when she realized that everyone was staring at her. "In front of the elevator, the furthest place we know from the golems." Yandra replied, noticing that Quilla was way too healthy for someone who had sustained multiple fractures and the blood loss from both her head and nose. Healers weren't miracle workers, or so she had always believed. Quilla nodded and took some food out of her dimensional ring, wolfing it down as fast as she could. Invigoration could do many things, but not give a body the nutrients it required. "Can you work your magic on me too?" Morok asked, eating and healing at the same time to not collapse due to exhaustion. "Fuck you," Lith snarled, taking care of Floria first. "I'm fine, don't worry." She tried to push him away, but his grip was as gentle as it was strong. A body with cracked ribs, arms, and countless bruises is far from being fine, Lith replied while cursing at the construct's insane power. Floria had fought with all she had, and even though the golems had only tried to capture her, they had still managed to hurt her badly, and that despite her skinwalker armor. "Now stay still. This may feel weird, but bear with me." Lith chanted some gibberish and invigorated her. Floria's battered body healed and recovered as her mana was fully recovered. The surprise made her turn pale as a ghost, helping Lith to keep up his facade. Not that he cared that much. His life was on the line, and the Odi were the perfect scapegoats in case he had to get rid of any of the members of the expedition. Only Yandra troubled him. She reminded him of Nana too much to leave him indifferent. Luckily, until they were stuck underground, he had all the time to make up his mind. Lith took out all the food he could before Neshel's array was complete. After that, dimensional items would become useless. "Am I there yet?" Morok asked. He was about to collapse due to the lack of nutrients and mana, yet he still had the energy for being obnoxious. Chapter 694, Retreat Part 2. Lith would have liked to ignore him, but Morok and Quilla were the only ones capable of helping him to defeat the golems. On top of that, he had no idea how many constructs were left, so he needed all the support he could get. After handing to his fellow ranger something rich in calcium and proteins to compensate for the amputation, Lith used normal Tier 4 light magic to complete the regeneration process of Morok's missing toes. Now both rangers were beat and in dire need of rest. "How long do you think we have?" Floria asked. "Hard to say," Elkaz replied. "Depends on how smart the golems are and if there really is someone guiding them. We have destroyed all the surveillance items on the way to the living quarters, so they might search the entire corridor. Best case scenario, we have a few minutes, so shut up and rest." Lith had to agree, their situation was beyond dire. The only way he had to increase their chances of survival was to use invigoration on all of those present, but that meant turning any doubt they might have into certainty and being forced to kill them all later. Both he and Solus racked their brains while taking deep breaths to absorb as much world energy they could without resorting to invigoration. "Minutes, then why the heck did you have me create such a huge array?" Neshel said. Her breath was ragged and her hands trembled so much that it was hard for her even placing the mana crystals necessary to fuel the earth-blocking formation. "Because otherwise we would have only a few seconds of respite, and because the larger the array, the further the golems have to stay from us." Elkaz helped her to sit down on the floor and gave her some food. Neshel took just a few bites before losing consciousness. She was way past her 60s, and using so much mana in less than 5 minutes took a great toll on her stamina. "How can you be so calm, and why do you seem to be the less tired among us?" Gaku asked Yandra. "Those bastards took Raynor, but getting angry will not help me to save him." Yandra was sitting cross-legged, in a meditative state to calm her mind and regain her mental focus faster. "The golems took the assistants alive whereas they tried to kill us old fogies, so I guess they want young bodies. I doubt the Odi will start the procedure before catching the captain, the rangers, and Quilla. Raynor will be fine as long as I stop the Odi from capturing them. As for my youthfulness, unlike you, I'm not so dumb to make an enemy of a rejuvenator. On the contrary, I sought both his services and friendship," Yandra explained. "How can you be so sure that we're dealing with the Odi?" Elkaz asked, inwardly cursing himself for not thinking about getting rejuvenated as soon as they had opened Kulla's doors. Elkaz knew about Lith's status, but he took pride in his well-preserved physique. Asking to be rejuvenated meant admitting he was getting old, and that was one big bullet to bite. First the elevator, then the flat card. We checked everything. There was no security measure that the captain might have triggered. Also, golems can't change their protocols without a direct order, Yandra explained. What do you mean when you say that they need us for the procedure? Floria asked, doing her best to pretend to be tired. Her mind was a blur. Now too many things finally made sense, bringing her just a small leap of fantasy away from Lith's secret. Silly child, you misunderstood my words. They don't need you for the procedure. They need you to stop quarreling about who gets who. Yandra's voice was calm, but her words were terrifying. I disagree, Morok said. They were clearly trying to kill me. If that was the case, you would already be dead, Yandra sneered. The golem tried to make you faint, but you are too dumb to know when to give up, and that saved you. As simple as that. Morok bit his lower lip in frustration, swallowing his pride. There were many things he would have liked to do and say, but he lacked the strength necessary. He could hear the golem's stone feet hitting the metal floor in the distance. Do any of you have something I can use as a weapon? Lith asked. Solus's glove had too short a range to be useful. He looked at Morok's hammers in envy, wishing he still had the gatekeeper. A series of no, I'm sorry, was the only answer he got. Lith tried to keep calm, but if the Odi were still alive, then the golems were the least of his worries. Yet it doesn't make sense, he thought. If they achieved immortality with life merging, how did they lose the war? If they didn't, how the heck are they still alive? Solus was trying to solve that conundrum as well, but she had no answer to offer him. Quilla, what kind of weapon can a mana reactor be? Lith had no time to lose. He could hear at least a golem getting close. Why do you think it's a weapon? Quilla already felt ashamed for thinking that the Odi had considered turning themselves into golems. Her crazy theory had turned out to be just foolish. Those things weren't eternal life, more like eternal agony. Because I think we have misunderstood this place from the beginning. This isn't a medical facility, but a military facility to develop new weapons for winning the war against the lesser races, Lith replied. They are all based on life force, and you are the best healer I know after Manohar. Think about it. How would you weaponize a hypothetical endless supply of energy with light magic? He stood up. The golem was almost at the fringes of the array. Life vision confirmed what his enhanced senses already told him. I expect you to have an answer for me when I get back. I'm going to buy us some time. Lith walked toward the corridor leading to the living quarters. The professors looked at him as if he was a madman, Morok with an odd savage grin of camaraderie, while Quilla tried to stand up before Floria stopped her. No one said a word or tried to stop him. Crazy or not, they were in desperate need of rest. Sit down, sis. We are both tired. Floria was still pale, but her voice was stern and her eyes as hard as steel. Quilla was about to rebuke that she felt perfectly fine and that she wouldn't let Lith fight that battle alone. And that was the moment she understood her sister's words. She wasn't supposed to be fine at all. In her experience, after sustaining such severe injuries and using so many Tier 5 spells, she was supposed to be barely conscious, yet she was overflowing with energy. Quilla became pale as well, her knees buckled from the shock. As she sat down again, the professors thought that her previous outburst was just because of an adrenaline rush. In their eyes, there was nothing special in Lith's healing. Not now that both women were sweating bullets, incapable even of standing up. Chapter 695, Third Eye, Part 1. Those were the moments when Lith would have loved Magur to be like a video game. That way, before consuming invigoration, he could safely go down on HP and MP to maximize its effects. Real life, however, was quite different. Injuries drained his stamina, which in turn slowed his reflexes down, making him an easier target. On top of that, low mana also meant having a splitting headache, blurred vision, and difficulty concentrating. Even though he was right above a mana geyser, his natural world energy absorption rate wasn't enough to allow him fighting a golem after so few minutes of rest. At least under normal circumstances. Solus, I need to delegate a few things to you to save as much energy as possible. We don't know how long we'll be trapped down here, so invigoration is our lifeline. I want Floria, Quilla, and Yandra to survive in this order of importance. The rest of the group are just expendable pawns, he thought. Solus didn't like that Lith placed Floria above Quilla. They were both supposed to be just his friends, yet he seemed to value her more despite her lesser talent. Solus didn't object, though. She just mind-nodded for him to continue. The moment we engage the enemy, I need you to scan the golem for any form of communication device. Golems can talk, but maybe they can also share their vision or thoughts with their kin and masters. Based on the results of your analysis, I can greatly improve our odds of survival. Life vision flickered in his eyes. Lith kept it active only long enough to check both the golem's position and where the array's borders were. Okay, stop, Solus thought when he was about to turn around a corner. We're close enough that my senses can display their maximum proficiency. Give me a second. Solus had to admit that without Floria their situation would have been much worse. Thanks to their work on runes during the last few days, the three of them had written a small rune dictionary. It allowed Solus to instantly recognize the old runes of which they knew the modern equivalent. Without it, she wouldn't be able to even guess how the flesh golems were enchanted. There is some kind of communication device, but it's only linked to its ears and human mouth. They can't share their vision, Solus said. Lith checked that all members of the expedition were still in front of the elevator before shape-shifting into his hybrid form. Its claws were nothing compared to the gatekeeper, but now that his prized weapon was lost, they were an invaluable tool. The flesh golem had just reached the fringes of the earth-blocking array, and was about to report its findings, when suddenly an invisible force pulled it inside the array as a hush enveloped its mouth. It could speak, cast spells, but no sound would escape its throat, leaving whoever was listening on the other side of the communicator in the dark. The moment the golem stepped inside the array, it was over. Its limbs went limp as the magical formation sealed both the earth magic the construct needed to move and all of its dimensional spells, communication included. Lith was waiting in ambush behind a corner, using in combination his own claws, Solus's, and the orichalcum to reach its power core before the golem could react. The creature tried to unleash his full power in bolts of lightning all around itself, using the metal walls to prevent its enemy from avoiding the area of effect of its attack. Alas, Solus had placed a very small yet perfectly functional air-blocking array on Lith's hunting spot. The wasted mana only made it easier for Lith to kill his prey in a single lunge. When Earth fails them, they always go for air. Uriel, you truly were a moron. Arrays aren't useless. A single one can turn an invincible construct into a pile of scrap, Lith thought. \U003C, beware. \U003E, the golem who had once been a young brown-haired man, said Lith with the last strength he had left. His eyes were full of gratitude and tears of joy. Finally, his pain had come to an end, but he had no time to waste with thanks. Now that he was free from the slave enchantment, he wanted to help his savior with his last breath. \U003C of the green array, destroy reactor first. The \U003E, the man inwardly cursed. Even using the least amount of words he could while still making sense, one breath was too little to convey his message. Without the golem, once his lungs were empty, he had no way of filling them again. He moved his lips, mouthing the last words with what strength he had left. Unfortunately, Lith had no idea how he could understand a long-dead language, let alone how the unknown words were spelled. The man died between Lith's arms, turning the joy of his victory into an odd sort of grieving. The youth was barely younger than Lith was when he had taken his own life. Like him, the youth had suffered an unjust fate from which there was no escape. Yet the young man had never given up, fighting until the last second to do what he believed was right. Lith moved the corpse away from the hunting spot with spirit magic, giving it a bow as a thank you before using darkness magic to destroy every trace of flesh until the man was free, and only the machine was left. All the spells engraved on the golem have faded. No transmission was sent during the ambush, Solus thought. Yet it's possible that the moment you brought it inside the array, it was perceived as dead. Locating spells are dimensional spells as well, so Neshel's array interrupted its signal. Even better, Lith thought. I'm far from the camp, and if more golems come, I can take them down. The ambush had consumed only a small part of Lith's energy. He still had no need of using invigoration. A second golem warped on his comrade last known position, falling into spirit magic's clutches. Beware of the green array. Destroy reactor first. Lith said, hoping that the young woman grafted in the second golem could understand him and that she was willing to help him as well. I can't let her waste her last breath telling me what I already know. I must stay one step ahead, he thought. She looked at Lith with a puzzled look. Death wasn't the best thing to clear someone's head. \U003C, /U003E, she said when his words finally made sense. /U003C, the basement. Go there, thank. /U003E. A single word wasn't enough to explain the rest to her savior. The young woman used the last of her strength to express her gratitude and stare at the floor. Even in death, her gaze guided Lith somewhere on his far right, like a beacon. So there is more than one underground floor, and the good stuff is further below. Lith waited that Solus had approximatively calculated where the woman's eyes were pointing at before giving her mangled flesh piece. A wisp of light came out from the darkness his spell had generated, passing through Lith's hybrid body before shooting towards the sky. Was that her soul? Solus was flabbergasted. Did she really refuse to leave until being certain that she had passed her message to you? She was a brave woman, Lith said. A single drop of water streamed down his right temple. A blue eye was now open. Chapter 696, Third Eye, Part 2. Lith's hybrid form had no blood nor tears, only flames and shadows dwelled in his body. Yet the opening of the third eye produced a small droplet of water that closely resembled a tear. The blue eye quickly turned yellow like the other two, before closing again. Okay, seriously, what the fuck was that? Lith thought as soon as Solus recovered from her shock enough to share with him her memories of what had just happened. Maybe water magic is linked with souls, Solus blurted out before remembering how dire their situation was. She performed a thorough analysis of Lith's body, life force, and mana before concluding that nothing had changed. Or at least, nothing she was able to detect. Never mind eye number 3, and focus on the potential golem number 3. My air-blocking array will not last long without mana crystals, she pointed out while deactivating the magical formation to preserve its always dwindling energy reserves. Lith didn't like the sudden turn of events one bit. He had no idea what the energy mass that had just left the underground facility was, but one thing he knew for sure. When he had witnessed the same phenomenon in the past, back in Kajuria against the Black Star and in Mikosh against Tezca, the Warg Abomination hybrid, both times living beings had been enslaved. Their flesh had been twisted, and their minds trapped into an endless nightmare until Lith had broken their chains. That revelation gave the name Mana Reactor a new meaning. According to legends, mana is the element of life, not the world energy, Solus pondered. Quilla was wrong. The mana reactor can't be something that converts mana into life force, but the other way around. To what end, though, I don't know. Great thinking, Solus. Lith kept waiting for another golem to appear, yet nothing happened. The minutes passed until Solus was back to her full strength and could cast another air-blocking array, but to no avail. Yandra is right. There's clearly the Odie's hand behind the attack. After losing 2 flesh golems, they must be worried. Lith's reasoning was spot on. Flesh golems were supposed to be perfect killing machines. 2 of them dying so fast had made the Odie reconsider their plan and listen to their soldiers' reports to better plan against the unknown enemy. They were baffled learning that the major threat appeared to be the young woman. The others were just brutes and old farts. They had managed to kill 4 constructs only because the female mage had somehow crippled them. Also, that was when the humans were still at their full force. After such a heavy fight with the female mage down, they were supposed to be easy prey, yet they seemed to have got even stronger. I call dibs on the female mage, Vega repeated. If one of your rust buckets damages her body, I will kill you, Guna. She's clearly the most powerful of the group. Her body would be wasted on a vain wench like you, Vega. I could put her to good use, Guna replied. Before they could start bickering, with the serious risk of killing each other and compromise the entire group's survival, Jaira stepped in. Enough, you two. As everyone has agreed before, the bids on the bodies will start once we have an exact number. Dibs are for children. Now, if we want to get those bodies, we need a strategy. I've sent the golem back to their charge pods, so when they resume the attack, they will be at full strength. Now I want answers. How did they kill 2 flesh golems so fast, and how can we prevent it from happening again? The Odie stopped thinking about the bodies and focused on the matter at hand. They could forge-master new flesh golems from their meat factories, but even though magical beasts could understand their orders, the Odie couldn't understand beast speech. Also, using beasts as a material meant that the resulting golem would be too big to be able of moving easily in confined spaces. Those were the reasons why human golems were considered elite troops. Yet breeding humans took years, and the Odie had barely the resources to keep themselves alive, let alone care for enough test subjects until they reached maturity. Only 14 flesh golems were left, so their next attack had also to be the last one. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lith decided to go back to the elevator. The mana geyser had replenished part of his strength, but there was nothing like sleep. By the time he was back at the camp, only Quilla, Floria, and Yandra were still awake. Yandra had used her meditation technique to achieve a deep trance that allowed her to rest almost as well as she had slept, replenishing her mana and relaxing her body. The other professors and Morok had all ingested a tonic to hasten their recovery before exhaustion got the better of them. "How did it go, young spirit?" Yandra asked. "2 golems less," Lith replied, almost breaking her trance. "I tricked them one at a time inside Neshel's array plus one of my own. With earth and air blocked, it wasn't hard killing them." None of those present missed the use of the word kill instead of destroy. "I don't know how long will pass until they return. Quilla, what about the answer to my question?" Lith asked. "I've bad news. If we consider this place a weapon facility instead of a medical facility, the nature of a mana reactor is almost obvious," she replied, expecting that her words were self-explanatory. "No, it's not," everyone said in unison, Solus included. "Gods, guys, mana reactor. The name says it all. What makes a difference between a mediocre mage and a good one? Why do we need tiers of magic? It's all a matter not only of the talent one possesses, but also of the amount of mana available. With unlimited mana and enough training, anyone could cast all tier of spells, at least in theory. The problem is that mana is something that can't be borrowed or stolen without incurring into mana poisoning." She looked at Lith's eyes, wondering how could he violate such fundamental law of magic. So, a mana reactor is clearly something that provides to its user an endless supply of mana, making them invincible. "No, that's impossible," Lith replied, expressing Solus's objections. "This place, like most lost cities, is fueled by world energy, but that's not mana. World energy can condense into crystals and be used to fuel an enchantment, but it can't empower a mage. At least not without being filtered through the mana core, as you do with invigoration," Solus explained. "If the Odi knew about cores, they would have all been awakened, which they clearly weren't. Without that piece of knowledge, just injecting world energy into a living being would just have deadly effects. Static mana cores can't handle it without being destroyed. It's like forcing more air inside a balloon already full to the brim. It can only burst." "I'm not talking about world energy, Lith," Quilla sighed. "Sometimes I wonder if I talk too fast or the rest of the world is just slow. Oh gods, I'm starting to sound like Manohar," she thought. Chapter 697, Dreadnought Part 1. "I'm talking about mana, something that only a living being can produce. I think that after thoroughly manipulating their specimens' bodies with light magic, the Odi found a way to extract, purify, and store mana from other living beings. This, let's call it neutral mana, is something without an energy signature, allowing it to be used without suffering from mana poisoning. Hence, a mana reactor can only be fueled by living beings, which also explains why the meat factories have been moved down here, why the Odi keep breeding them up to this day, and how they were able to craft flesh golems. Forge mastering those dreadnoughts is otherwise impossible." Lith had become so used to using true forge mastery that he had almost forgotten that fake mages only had as long as a magic circle held to craft their works. Grafting flesh to stone, infusing the constructs with so many arrays and spells, it would have required more mana that even Manohar could possibly have. "Damn it, Quilla is right. I bet that first they completed the mana reactor, and only thanks to that did they manage to bring the other projects to fruition," Lith thought. "Yeah, but why?" Solus asked. Her mind sounded dejected. "Why what? Why did Quilla understand what a mana reactor is even though she had way fewer clues than me, whereas I failed? Maybe I'm not as smart as you think," she replied. "First, you're at least as smart as she is, and even if you weren't, you would still be leagues above me. Second, you failed because of me," Lith said. "Because of you? Do you think that you make me stupid or what?" Solus chuckled at Lith's silly attempt to justify her shortcomings. "No, it's just that both you and Quilla are polymath geniuses, but while Quilla has always focused solely on light magic, because of me you also practice all kinds of magic known to us, both fake and true. Which means that, compared to her, you didn't have enough time. Magic is infinite, Solus, whereas we only have a limited amount of time each day. You didn't fail because you're not good enough, but simply because you've chosen to become a jack of all trades but master of none to help me overcome my problems." Lith's words forced Solus to take a few steps back from her wounded pride and look at the bigger picture. He was right, of course. Quilla knew nothing about other specializations, whereas Solus could outsmart most mages their age in their own field of research. The realization made her feel better because as any mage worthy of their title, Solus was very competitive. Yet at the same time it made her worry. Lith was periodically dragged into a big mess, and every time she was his lifeline. If it wasn't for Quilla, this time they might have lost an important clue for his survival until it was too late, which she promptly pointed out to him. "You're right, but let's be honest. If I was here alone, I would have left this accursed place right after fighting the fungal creature. I'm not stupid enough to not understand when I'm outside my field of expertise," Lith thought. He wasn't the only one worried about Quilla's words. Yandra and Floria were racking their brains as well, trying to find a flimsy chance of survival. They were locked inside an unknown place, with nowhere to run, and surrounded by timeless enemies. Their situation wasn't dire so much as a death sentence. They all reached the conclusion that their only hope was to find a warp rune that would bring them far enough from Quilla to escape the range of the deadly gas. Lith took a short nap to recover his strength. His natural recovery was a great help, but it couldn't reset invigoration on its own, only delay the next use of his breathing technique. Unfortunately, that peace didn't last long. While the expedition group rested, the Odi studied the Earth blocking array via their surveillance devices or by sending the golems to investigate where cameras had been destroyed. Neshel's formation was made of modern runes, but all arrays could be broken with enough time and preparation. On top of that, thanks to their hybrid nature, flesh golems could use magic almost as true mages, making it easier for them to adapt their spells to any circumstance. A bit more than half an hour after Lith had fallen asleep, the Earth-blocking array started to flicker, and the mana crystals fueling it to rattle. Yandra quickly woke up everyone while chanting her spells. Despite her days from being still quite tired, Neshel realized what was happening and recovered the mana crystals. Thanks to her mind link with her arrays, she knew that she had no chance to block the assault by herself, at least not for long. Instead of wasting mana to buy a handful of seconds, it was better to prepare for the incoming fight. "This shouldn't be too hard for you, right?" Morok said, wishing he could have slept just a bit more. His strength had almost returned, but almost wasn't enough. "You killed 2 more golems on your own. If we just cover your back and delay the others, destroying 14 constructs should take you, 1 minute? First, weren't you supposed to be asleep?" Lith was flabbergasted by both Morok's hearing and idiocy. "Second, that was an ambush, where I struck 1 golem at a time under the influence of 2 arrays. They were sitting ducks. I didn't fight them, I assassinated them. Now they come in numbers and I have to face them head-on. It's completely different." "A man can dream," Morok sighed. "The living quarters are a dead end. We must find the meat factories and their warp runes. The labs are our only way out," Floria said after explaining everyone Quilla's discoveries about the mana reactor. The group nodded, and while the array slowly collapsed, they started moving along the east corridor and destroying the surveillance devices on their path. They were aware that was a double-edged move, but it was their only option. On one hand, it meant giving away their position, since magical items didn't break down on their own. On the other hand, in the case of retreat, the Odi and their minions wouldn't be able to trace them. "We need to make haste," Professor Gaku said. "If we don't get far away enough before the array collapses our back with B-Expos." As Lith inwardly cursed her for jinxing their situation, the array disappeared, replaced by 2 flesh golems on their back plus 2 more in front of them. More would have been unable to move along the hallway. This time it was the group suffering a well-staged ambush. The constructs didn't try to get close to their prey, but unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning in unison. The electricity traveled through the metal comprising the whole corridor. Each time it reached a fellow golem, the lightning would be absorbed, released, and amplified, allowing the 4 constructs to create a devastating electrical formation in just a split second. Lith and Morok jumped to avoid the shock, activating a float spell to stay away from the ground. Neshel activated another earth-blocking array she had prepared while using her crown staff to absorb the enemy's spells before they could reach her. Floria managed to cover the ground below her feet with the stones stored inside her dimensional amulet just in the nick of time, dragging Quilla above it with her. Chapter 698 Dreadnought Part 2. The rest of the expedition team wasn't so lucky. They had many spells at the ready and even more protections, but their reflexes failed them. Once the electrical shock sent them into a seizure, they lost their focus and so any chance to counterattack. The earth-blocking array only slowed down the golems. They were still able to move thanks to their metal parts and electromagnetic fields, plus it did nothing to stop them from using other elements. The Rangers darted forward with their flight spells, only to be struck by another bolt of lightning furs, and then swatted like flies by the golem's arms. With so little momentum and no ground below their feet, they could exert only a fraction of their true strength. Luckily, thanks to Earth fusion, Lith managed to avoid the brunt of the damage and remain conscious, but the hit was still strong enough to crack his ribs. Bouncing on the metal corridor made things worse, though. Suddenly, more golems appeared, flying in the middle of the group and collecting the professors who had fallen unconscious or were about to. No matter how good their protections were, they couldn't endure such prolonged shock with an already debilitated body. In the blink of an eye, Yandra, Gaku, and Elkas were brought away and disappeared through a dimensional door opened right past the array. Then, the two new golems moved to stun and collect the remaining women. Sons of a gun, Lith thought while his teeth clattered due to the electric shock. The first 4 constructs are just a living array. The real threat comes from the other 2. These golems are damn smart. It's worse than that, Solus explained. They have timed their attack so to not let us stack an earth and an air blocking array. This way, no matter which element blocking formation was cast first, they would have taken us down anyway. Overlapping arrays was a complex matter. If not done properly, the first array prevented the second from activating. During their ambush, Solus had taken her time to prepare her air blocking array and make sure to not mess with the camp's protection. The golems near the Rangers closed in on them, their stone fists ready to turn them into a pulp. Lith and Morok managed to get back in the air, but their situation hadn't improved much. Meanwhile, Quilla looked at the nearing enemy and noticed something strange. All golems seemed to be wary of her and somehow puzzled. Their orders were quite contradictory since the young woman had to be apprehended at all costs, but without harming her nor allowing her to touch them. With earth magic sealed, the golems could only wait that she slipped off the rocks and fell into the stream of electricity. The current was already enough to overcome most enchanted protections. Any more might kill the precious specimens on the spot. Suddenly Quilla remembered Yandra's words and decided to take action. She shapeshifted her shoes off and jumped on the floor, giving Floria a heart attack. The golems followed their protocols, halting the attack before it could hurt her. "Thanks for your kindness," Quilla said while activating both scanner and chisel. The golem tried to dodge her, but its movements based on air magic were too slow compared to her potion-enhanced reflexes. It tried to push Quilla away, but the "do not harm her" command was quite annoying. Meanwhile, the Rangers could finally plant their feet on the ground. Flying in such a confined space was as hard as it was dangerous. They had no space to maneuver nor to kite their opponents, but it was the only way they had to avoid being electrocuted to death. "Now what?" Morok asked. Their situation had just gone up from horrible to terrible. The earth-blocking array prevented them from using dimensional magic, and being so close to each other sealed the other elements as well. "You and Nesh'll take care of the 2 in the front. Floria and I will hold the others back until you're done," Lith said while darting backward. Now Morok was alone against 2 golems, but at least had all the space he wanted, whereas his opponents stumbled because of the array. Professor Nesh'll was trying to think of a way to help him, but her staff was holding an insane amount of energy she had no idea how to get rid of. Hitting the golems with their own spell would have just recharged them. Hitting the floor would have killed her companions, which left her with no choice. "Dodge," Nesh'll said while unleashing the mother of all lightning right in the middle of the constructs. It moved past the corridor and turned around the corner guided by Nesh'll's will, who hoped to have blasted open a door. Now that she had her full focus again, she started chanting a spell as her staff floated in front of her, leaving her hands free. "I really hope the old bat knows what she is doing." Morok sighed as the air in front of the golems was turning pitch black. Some powerful darkness spell was about to be activated, and he had no way to counter it. Meanwhile, Quilla had grabbed the construct in front of her and used 4 chisels to destroy as many runes as she could in one go. Conjuring so many at once was exhausting, but she couldn't afford to take down just 1 rune at a time. The punch that had almost killed her was vivid in her memory, so she decided to gamble on the skinwalker armor to protect her in case the golem's priority changed and it attacked her. Just as she had predicted, as soon as the creature was deactivated, its companion took off its gloves and sent a powerful shock to make her faint. Quilla pumped her mana into her armor, deflecting most of it while she tried to grab her next victim. The golem welcomed her with a fist to the face. It knew that with such a level of protection she wouldn't die. Quilla had fallen for its trap. She took the full force of the improvised counterstrike and her body bounced with a silvery sound against the wall before collapsing like a rag doll on the floor. Floria stared at the scene in horror, but there was nothing she could do. Her estoc was pointless against golems, and even her best spells inflicted them no damage. She could only slow them down, but without earth magic, most of the spells in a mage knight's arsenal were sealed. Lith arrived just in time to see the flesh golem picking up Quilla's body and take flight. The face of the human grafted on the construct was smiling. Now that it had its prize, they were limited no more. Its body glowed before emitting a sphere of darkness as big as the corridor, making it impossible for Lith to dodge. Nice thinking. If I just go through the spell at full speed, I'll be blind for a second, take some damage, and let the spell strike both Neshel and Morok down. Too bad that cheating is a game two can play. Lith breathed a burst of origin flames which devoured the darkness spell, allowing him to pass the black shroud unharmed. The golem kept smiling, emitting one pulse after the other and forcing Lith to a halt. Chapter 699, Fugitive Part 1. Either that man has gone crazy due to the prolonged agony, or he enjoys his work, Solus pointed out. The other flesh golems are way less creative because they limit themselves to follow their commands, whereas this guy is doing his best. It was indeed a smart strategy. Just like true mages, constructs didn't need to chant. Even better, they could use some of their abilities freely, without even wasting time weaving spells like Lith did. By using wide darkness pulses, the golem was making sure that Lith was forced to either exhaust all of his spells or doom the other two humans behind him. Normally, Lith wouldn't have cared much for either Neshel or Morok, but without them, he would have to face 3 golems instead of 1. This time math was a harsh mistress. To make matters worse, the black pulses were packed so close that Lith had to resort to alternate spells and origin flames to not get overwhelmed. The golem noticed the human's absurd casting speed and soon grew tired of that game. It turned around to leave, but its body refused to move. Quilla had just finished destroying 5 of the runes Forgemastered in its life force. She had just played possum, taking her time to incapacitate the opponent while saving as much mana as she could. Between the Tier 5 spells and the beating she had taken, her energy reserves were dangerously low. They are both helpless, she said to Lith, who granted the first golem a swift death while making sure that the sadistic construct would suffer as much as its body allowed it to. Quilla was really curious about how Lith seemed to be able to always find power cores at his first strike, but in that moment she didn't care. Floria was about to fall, and there was nothing either of them could do. "Is there really nothing useful you can do?" Morok said while nullifying 2 darkness pulses with as many spells he had at the ready. "Seriously, if you can't fight, why go to a dangerous city and put innocent rangers in danger instead of spending quality time with your grandkids?" He had tried to physically attack the golems, but they kept him at bay by shooting spells non-stop. Corridors were truly a nightmare for him, since ice lances would shatter against the walls and release razor-sharp shards that were almost impossible to dodge. Fireballs would produce enough noise and light to make him blind and deaf. Morok had managed to survive the last few exchanges only thanks to his enchanted protections, and the fact that the golems seemed to be more interested in taking Neshel alive than killing him. Whenever he got close to her, they would lower the output of their attack. Morok would have gladly abandoned her if not for the fact that once the old bat had fallen, so would the array. Also, he didn't have anywhere to run. There were even more flesh golems on the other end of the corridor. "Ekidu," Morok said as his hammers turned pitch black before he lunged them into the incoming darkness blasts to nullify the golem spell. "Please, there's no need to rush, Granny. I wouldn't want you to sweat." His voice oozed sarcasm. The Rangers were doing their best, but their spells were useless, and by coordinating their attacks, the golems made it impossible for Lith to get close enough to touch them or for Morok to hit them. Whenever one of them came too close, the constructs would just electrify their bodies and push them back. Floria had managed to hold that long only thanks to the Skinwalker armor's defensive abilities that covered her in orichalcum every time she infused it with enough mana. Otherwise, the constant onslaught of spells they had inflicted upon her would have made her collapse. The worst thing about facing a golem in such an environment was their lack of a weak point, coupled with their ability to instantly cast spells. Once again, Lith suffered from having lost the gatekeeper. He could see the power cores, he could get close enough to strike at them, but none of his prototype's weapons could withstand the mana necessary to pierce through the construct's body. Both teams were fighting a losing battle, where the enemy would relentlessly move forward while they were forced to step back. The golems were constantly sending streams of lighting to each other and the nearby walls, creating an electrical curtain that prevented their prey even from escaping. "We could blink to safety if not for your stupid array," Morok said to Neshel once he and Lith were back to back. "Since I'm going to die, please be honest with me. Whose side are you really on?" "Will you shut the fuck up?" Neshel roared while slamming her staff on the ground and releasing the spell she had painstakingly prepared despite all of his yammering. "Destroy them now." Neshel knew that, for a mage, keeping more than one array at the ready was impossible, and so it was casting a second one for another mage without them taking their time to study how the first mage had organized their formation. That because in the case two arrays were to overlap badly, the second one would simply fade into a waste of mana. Since in battle there was rarely the time to cast a second magical formation, Neshel had devised a way to use her own spell as a framework for the following array. By making use of the runes they had in common, she could shorten the cast time at the expense of the duration of both magical formations. When the air and the earth blocking array overlapped, the flesh golems fell face first on the ground. Lith struck one of them while Quilla and Morok did the same, yet soon the group was forced to run. The golems were paralyzed, but far from helpless. They emitted a thick darkness fog from their bodies that almost killed both Quilla and Morok. Lith had struck down the power core of his mark, so at least one construct was unable to retaliate, leaving them enough space to get to safety. Lith had to take on his shoulders his two fallen comrades while they sprinted away as fast as they could. Right after darkness magic, the constructs had started to unleash spells in random directions, exploiting the corridor's confined space that made any area of effect spell impossible to dodge. "Can we really afford to leave them alive?" Lith asked. He and Solus were racking their brains to find a way to destroy the temporarily paralyzed constructs, but to no avail. Lith had yet to heal his wounds, and even once he did, such a powerful layer of darkness magic would have likely killed him even with the Skinwalker armor's boosted protection. That if he managed to get past the barrage of explosions that were ravaging the corridor. "No, but killing them will drain my last energy. Do you think you can protect us all until we recover?" Neshel asked. "No," Lith shook his head. "Oh well, I've lived long enough." Neshel took what looked like 3 giant nails out of her dimensional amulet, starting to chant another spell. She was so weak that her breath was ragged, and from time to time she had to hold on her staff to not fall. Chapter 700, Fugitive Part 2. The flesh golems were close enough that a small array was enough to cover all of them, shortening the length of Neshel's chant and requiring less mana. As soon as it was complete, their power cores became visible despite the darkness shrouding the golems. A wave of Neshel's hand deactivated her arrays and sent the 3 nails flying at their targets at such a speed that the air deformed at their passage. The enchanted items made short work of the construct's protections and pierced through their cores. Then, they absorbed the lingering energy of their master's arrays and injected it inside the golems, killing them on the spot. "Feel free to leave me here," Neshel said while collapsing on the floor. Lith had no time to ask her what she had done exactly and why she hadn't done that earlier. First, he had to treat Quilla and Morok, who were in a desperate condition. The massive dose of darkness element at point-blank range had aggravated their wounds and crippled their vitality. After stabilizing them, he and Floria were the only ones still conscious, and that only because Floria had left most of her wounds untreated. Without her shield, she couldn't block the golem's attacks, which had resulted in her taking quite a beating. Several shards of ice were still edged in her left side. A fireball had burned part of her hair and turned the right side of her face red. She had no more eyebrows and her right eye was veiled. Under her armor, her skin was a collection of burn marks due to all the electricity she had endured, yet she was still standing. "Oh, fuck it," Lith said, placing his hands on her shoulders while chanting gibberish. He fully invigorated her, making Floria feel as if she had just woken up from 8 hours of sleep. All of her wounds had disappeared, and even her hair was back. Floria was too tired to be shocked, so she simply accepted that blessing and waited for an explanation. "I need your help," Lith said instead. "I can't carry them all by myself and take care of the security measures at the same time. I'm not leaving Quilla here, and these 2 are needed for our survival." "Just one question," Floria replied. "What use could they possibly have in such a state? Wouldn't it be better if you recharged everyone now? What good are your secrets if the Odi get their hands on our bodies?" "I'll take my chances," Lith said. Before they moved towards the research area, Floria put her rocks back inside her pocket dimension. They advanced slowly, destroying the cameras on their passage to prevent the Odi from spying on them. Quilla wasn't the only one who had thought about playing possum. Manohar's reckless act to find out Thrud's hidden fortress had been a hot topic for quite some time. The moment the golems had surrounded them, Yandra knew that struggling was pointless, so she had used her resources to not lose consciousness and had let the construct take her. We are too much at a disadvantage. Fighting can only buy us so much time. This way, instead, I can find out what happened to Raynor and get behind the enemy lines in a single move, she thought. Quilla had explained to her how to defeat the golems, so Yandra had used that time to scanner her captor, and the moment he had brought her in front of the cells, she had struck at its runes with chisel. It was enough to paralyze but not to kill it. To do that, she needed to employ much more crude methods. Time was of the essence, so she just stabbed with her most powerful enchanted blade all of the golem's stone parts until she cracked its power core. It was a feat that would have been impossible if the construct wasn't completely helpless. Knowing that she didn't have much time, Yandra used her detection spells to check for the presence of surveillance systems and study the cell's door. Her aim was to rescue Raynor and then find a way out of there. She would have loved to help Lith and the others as well, but Yandra wasn't so naive to think that she could manage to do everything by herself. Like everything else, the underground prison was made of metal, and its doors were made of some kind of reinforced glass to allow to look inside. The cells clearly weren't meant for prisoners so much as for specimens. There was no bed nor bathroom, only glowing red chains from which the Odi's victims were hung to the wall. Yandra looked at Elkas and Gaku, lying unconscious at her feet, wondering if they could be of any use to her. It took her just a second to decide to heal them just enough to wake them up. I can't read the Odi language, and if things turn for the worse, I can always use them as a diversion, Yandra thought. She didn't wait that her colleagues recovered and started looking around for her beloved assistant. Each cell was made to contain up to 4 specimens, so the missing members of the expedition were held into 2 different cells. One for the soldiers and the other for the assistants. After disposing of the security cameras, Yandra was quite surprised to discover that there were no protections on the doors. The only thing restricting the prisoners was the same chains that had been used to imprison the abomination disease hybrid. The youths were all awake. Some were pale from the fright, while others had their eyes red from the crying. Raynor was among the former, yet his face regained color when he saw Yandra. Seriously, I get that you are scared, but with your hands and mouth free, how could you have chosen to remain here? She loved Raynor like a son, but the idea that terror had led him to sit idly enraged her beyond what words could express. One thing was being meek, being stupid was another thing entirely. I tried to escape, but these goddamn chains block my magic. Raynor conjured a small wisp of light before the chains started to glow. They emitted an ominous pulse of energy that made Raynor's veins bulge as waves of pain ravaged his body. Yandra felt guilty for her rushed judgment. Raynor had willingly endured that pain to reveal the nature of the magical artifact to his mentor. This explains why the hybrid was unable to use anything but physical attacks, Yandra mumbled. Even though she had no time to waste, her scientific curiosity made her cast a few forge-mastering spells to analyze the chains. Such knowledge might come in handy in case we get captured again, she thought in an attempt to justify her actions. Curiosity was what separated powerful magicians from a mediocre one, just like the brush they used allowed to distinguish between a painter from a whitewasher. What in the God's name is this? The chains are able to lock on the life force of their prisoner to nullify their mana flow and to heal them in case of injuries. That's why the magical beasts the Odi captured didn't manage to commit suicide, nor the hybrid to escape from the chains. Even amputating your limbs is not an option. Yandra was amazed by the cruel ingenuity of such a device, but luckily, it was older than her first diaper. A simple Tier 4 clean slate made the red chains open, freeing Raynor. Chapter 701, Split Part 1. Well, at least the chains patched you up just fine. Let's move, Yandra said. What about the others? Raynor asked. Good question. Yandra sneered, looking at her colleagues who had yet to move a finger. My assistant Nilla died at the hands of the fungal creature. I have no obligation towards any of these kids. I already failed to protect myself. Taking care of someone else is out of the question, Gaku said. I'm sorry, Anma, but Professor Gaku is right, Elka said. I promise you that if I manage to escape from here, I'll send the whole army to your rescue. If I fail, I hope you'll be able to kill me, because whatever the Odi have planned for us, I'm certain it's worse than death. But all of you are powerful mages, Raynor stuttered. Quilla's voice calling him a coward still echoed in his head, driving him to be a better man. Is there really nothing you can do? Kid, grow up, Gaku said. Saving everyone, beating the odds, those are all fairy tales. I bet that our story will end with, and then they died too. If Yandra wants to burden herself with you, it's none of my business. She then freed the imprisoned soldiers, who immediately started to eat and drink to recover their strength. As the head of the expedition, in the absence of Captain Ernest, I'm the highest-ranked officer, Gaku said. I order you to help me find a way out of Kula to alert the kingdom of the threat the Odi still pose. Is that clear? The soldiers gave her a salute, turning to look at the weeping assistants only once. As members of the military, they were all too familiar with collateral damage, but that didn't mean that they liked it. Yet there was nothing they could do. The assistants had proved to be dead weight more than once. Sure, the soldiers had fallen by the hands of the golems as well, but they had gone down fighting, not crying and begging for mercy. Floria's soldiers had all someone waiting for them at home, and none of them was willing to die for nothing. They would either get out of there or die trying to alert the kingdom. Everything and everyone else was irrelevant. You heard her, she only cares about herself. Yandra whispered to Elkas while her esteemed colleague was playing her part as Yandra had predicted. I need you to read the Odi gibberish, and you need me to operate the Odi technology. Deal. Elkas nodded and shook her hand. The door to the prison was open as well, which gave everyone an eerie feeling. It could only mean that no one had ever managed to escape. They entered in a wide room, from which branched several corridors, each one with its own tag. Gaku guided the soldiers in the second hallway to her right, without even looking at her colleagues. Where is she going? Yandra asked. To the warehouse, Elkas replied before reading and pointing the other signs one at a time. Mono-reactor, meat shields, golem factory, bathrooms, administrative office, stairs, and canteen. It's a good idea, that's why we'll go to the meat shields room, Yandra said after scanning the corridor of her choosing. And why is that? Elkas trusted no one, but at least Yandra needed him. He was afraid of outliving his usefulness and needed to be ready to fend for himself. Because when she triggers the alarm, because she will, I want to be as far away as possible. Plus, Lith and Floria took a look at the room and told us what kind of arrays we can expect. It's our safest bet. Elkas nodded, realizing that the Odi must have had prepared multiple exit points for their guards, and maybe one of them was near a town whose name he might be able to recognize. Yet he kept that idea for himself. After abandoning his own assistant, leaving Yandra behind to increase his chances of survival was easy as cake. Space. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Lith and Floria had reached the door leading to the research R. The flesh golems had managed to find them a few times only to witness the humans warping away. With the cameras down, Lith was free to go back to any place he had previously visited, forcing the constructs to split up and search for them. Now this is the reason why I waited. Lith used invigoration on the others, restoring about half their strength. How long was I unconscious and where are we? Neshel asked while stretching her limbs. 3 hours, Lith replied. Barely 10 minutes had passed, his lie almost made Floria yelp in surprise. We decided to rest before moving, but we were forced to warp several times to avoid the golems. Thanks for letting me rest and for not leaving me behind. Neshel gave Lith a deep bow. Now let's get out of here. While she operated the door, Morok and Quilla wolfed down quite some food, both amazed by their perfect physical condition despite all the wounds they had sustained. Just watching them made Floria hungry, forcing her to eat again. Bad news, this door is full of arrays, but none of them is linked to the lock. They are all linked to that slot. Neshel pointed to the keycard reader, which means this is a work for a Forgemaster. After thanking her for the great news, Lith chanted gibberish and used invigoration. Just as he hoped, there were 2 relays again, but this time only the wrong one was linked to the arrays. All he had to do was to send a pulse of mana to the relay associated with the lock to make it click. Sure, a keycard energy signature is much harder to mimic compared to a key, but with such a design I don't need to, Lith thought. Unlike the holopads on the upper floor, there is no such thing as repetition or correct order of characters, only right or wrong impulse. Against a true mage, it's like not having a lock at all. Good gods, I should have learned Forgemastering, Neshel thought. No one of us knows how to read the Odi, but at least if we can open all the rooms, we are bound to find a way out. Without Gaku and Yandra, these guys are my best bet. Quilla had taken down more golems than anyone else. Morok seemed to be immortal, and Lith appeared to Neshel's eyes like a genius. They found themselves in a T-junction with several doors spaced between them, so much that each room had to be as big as a hotel's suite. Wait, before we continue, I need to know which array do you prefer? Earth blocking, air blocking, or the power detection? Neshel asked. Can't we have them all? Muruk asked. You wish. Keeping an entire magical formation at the ready is already draining. 2 would make me collapse in just a few minutes. Do you have more of those enchanted nails? Lith asked. Yes, but the last time the golems were completely still. I can't kill them on my own if that's what you're asking me, Neshel replied. Then the power detection. That way all 3 of us can destroy the golems and use dimensional magic. Okay? Floria and Morok nodded at his words, both shape-shifting their weapons into thin, high-density blades that would more easily pierce the construct's thick shell. Chapter 702, Split Part 2. Meanwhile, the Odi had mixed feelings about the most recent developments. They had lost more than half of their so-called invincible army, and for the first time in centuries, they had prisoners yet had managed to let them escape. The silver lining was that among the runaways, there was at least one person able to understand their language. Gaku had decided to prioritize speed over stealth, since disabling the cameras would reveal her position anyway. Unbeknownst to her, it had allowed the Odi to notice how she checked every sign before deciding where to go. This solves all of our problems, Jaira said. We only need to preserve this monkey and the youths to have full access to the outside world. It's time to take out the trash. Space. Lith's group moved along the corridors, being forced to explore them all in search of a way to reach the floors below. While their companions were unconscious, Lith had shared with Floria the golem's dying words. She was glad to know they had an edge over their hidden enemies, and shared Lith's amazement at his ability to understand the dead language even though he was unable to read it. Could his death vision curse and the near-death state of those wretched creatures be the explanation for the phenomenon? Floria thought. I hope I'm wrong. Otherwise, it might mean that Lith's condition is even worse than what the professors assessed. The place was completely empty, but thanks to the reinforced glass windows, they could watch inside each room, and Floria could use her Forgemaster spells to look for dimensional runes. The underground labs were completely different from those on the upper level of Kula. They were all clean, with no chains nor cells. Each room was full of a mix of magic and machinery, the Odi's signature technique to overcome the limits of ancient runes. The labs were designed to host a full research team, but only 2 specimens at the time. Clearly, they used them to perform the perfected procedures on the Odi, or just to fine-tune the last details. They found both an elevator and the stairs, but being cramped in a confined space with the risk of the golems warping with them was a no-go, so they preferred to take the stairs to reach the lower floor. Anything useful, Solus? Lith asked while opening the keycard locks one after another. Nope, but stay on your guard. I'm surprised that the Odi haven't used their meat shields more, nor did they move to face us. After centuries of practice and with their ego, they should believe to be unbeatable, Solus replied. Lith was pondering about her words when a more pressing problem arose. There were 2 corridors in front of them, one to the left and the other to the right, and above each one of them multiple tags were hung. Both corridors branched into many others, and since no one was able to read the Odi language nor the room had windows, the floor was akin to a maze to them. What do we do now? Lith asked everyone, Solus included. The golems had warned them about a green array and prompted them to reach the basement, but that information had become pointless. Open these goddamn doors one by one, and as soon as we find a dimensional rune, if there isn't that noxious gas on the other side, we leave, period, Neshel said. Floria had many objections to leaving behind her soldiers, the professors, and the assistant. Not because it would have been an utter failure on her personal file, but because after all the time they had spent together, she considered them almost as friends. Yet not knowing if they were even still alive, and the idea of joining them on an Odi's operating table left her with no choice. She pointed at the closest door and nodded for Lith to open it. Using live vision, Lith could see that there were no life forces inside, so he did as instructed and looked inside. The room turned out to be an archive, full of cabinet files and orderly placed folders. Lith closed the door while shaking his head when Solus warned him. They're opening gates. From what direction? He asked. All of them. Lith had barely the time to alert the others when warp steps opened at the end of each corridor. A flesh golem stepped out of each one of them, unleashing a fireball as large as the corridor itself. Neshel activated her power detector array, keeping herself ready to blink to safety. Lith was aware that each time he opened a lock he gave out his position, but he couldn't warp to unknown locations. To make matters worse, that kind of attack was clearly meant to force them to split. The golems had waited for the humans to be in a place impossible to defend before using a spell that could be dodged but not blocked. The moment Lith's group blinked, it was over. Metal walls fell from the ceiling, blocking both their view and their path to retreat. How did we miss them? Lith couldn't believe his own eyes. They are not magical but mechanical in nature. None of us has gear sense, Solus explained. Lith blinked near the golem's power core, pretending to follow the enemy's script. But instead of aiming for a direct strike, he blinked away, to dodge the attack he knew was about to come, and use the opening it would create to kill his enemy. Unfortunately, together with its attack, the golem also activated a water-blocking array, sealing dimensional magic. Thanks to his enhanced reflexes, Lith managed to block the construct's fist, but took the full power of the fireball accompanying it. Only the skinwalker armor boosted by his mana and earth fusion saved his life. Close combat wasn't Neshel's specialty, so she had kept away from the construct. Unfortunately, with dimensional magic sealed, she was soon overwhelmed. Keeping the array at the ready had required most of her focus. She had few spells to protect herself. She couldn't even access her dimensional item, leaving her with only the means she had on her pockets and fingers. "Fuck," she said while unleashing all the spells she kept inside her magic storing rings. Some of them were even tier 4 and 5. A jet stream of flames thousands of degrees hot struck the golem, instantly followed by a blazing tornado. Neshel chanted as fast as she could, timing the release of the spell so that to buy herself as much time as she could. The only good thing about being isolated from the others was that the walls also protected her allies from her most powerful spells. "If I hold on long enough, they'll come for me," she thought. Yet the golem just kept protecting its core with its arms while walking forward, ignoring the blazing inferno Neshel had created and attacking with more fireballs of its own. With no earth nor ice to manipulate, Neshel couldn't block them, nor she could blink away. The first explosion made her eyes bleed and brought her eardrums on the verge of bursting. She kept attacking despite being blind, but the second explosion broke through her magical protections and made her cough out blood. The golem undid its array and warped in front of her, clutching her head with its half-melted hand. Luckily, the golem killed her before she could feel the heat that charred her bones and made her blood evaporate. Chapter 703, Tyrant Part 1. The heat from the fireball was burning Lith's lungs while the light blinded him, but by switching to life vision, he became able to see again. He unleashed a burst of origin flames, which the golem shrugged off as if they were nothing more than a parlor trick. Flesh golems were so heavily enchanted that a single breath of origin flames could barely heat their stone surface due to the powerful magic coursing through their bodies that amounted to several tier 5 spells. The construct struck with its fists again, activating even more fireballs. Lith was exactly in Neshel's situation. He couldn't block nor dodge the enemy's spells, yet he had one more means of defense. Instead of wasting his origin flames to attack, he used them to cancel the fireballs as he stepped back to avoid the physical attacks. Origin Flame's greatest weak point was that it required him to exhaust the air in his lungs, leaving him breathless. "Beware, this thing isn't trying to take you alive," Solus warned him. The golem had no idea what was happening, so it tried to switch to darkness magic, only to have its black waves devoured by Lith's blue flames. Lith infused his prototype gatekeeper with air magic to boost its speed and piercing abilities, but thanks to the mix of earth and air magic the construct used to move its body, the golem was as fast as an awakened. The stone fist shattered the blade before it could get even 1 centimeter under its skin. The other fist struck at Lith like a charging bull, making him bounce on the floor before sending him crashing against the back wall. Even with the boosted protection of the skinwalker armor and Solus promptly covering his chest to shield him, Lith's vision was blurred and his focus lost. He used invigoration to recover his strength, but it felt like a fool's errand. Magic was useless, and so were physical attacks. Lith refused to surrender and used a sudden wave of spirit magic to lift the opponent and sending it slamming against a wall. The golem was surprised but unfazed by the invisible energy, so it just resumed its magical onslaught, forcing Lith to interrupt his breathing technique to use origin flames to save his life. A sudden explosion and the golem's power core becoming invisible again made Lith aware of Neshel's death. Lith racked his brain for a path to victory, but he kept not finding any. Damn golems are too powerful. Now I understand why the Odi made the entirety of Kjolr out of metal. Without earth to manipulate against them, they are nigh invincible, Lith thought. I have only one shot left, but I need your help, Solus. It's dangerous and likely to fail. You could remain. Just do it, she replied while reading his mind. Lith took a breath as deep as he could before hurling a wall of flames against the construct. It ate all of the incoming spells, sticking on both the flesh and the stone parts of the golem, leaving the creature blinded as its human side suffered in agony. The moment the flames struck, Lith bolted forward, infusing himself with all the elements and striking at the power core hidden inside the golem's left thigh. Just like it had happened for the sword, the moment his claws pierced its rock skin, the construct's fists fell down like hammers, shattering Lith's arm in several places and sending him sprawling on the floor like a rag doll. The golem lifted its foot to shatter Lith's skull, but suddenly it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Solus's glove had detached at the last second, using the blue flames as a cover and the hit's momentum to reach the power core. The golem had failed to notice the damage she had inflicted due to origin flames dulling its senses and its lack of sense of pain. However, victory came at a cost. Lith was barely conscious, and so was Solus. Between the origin flames and the construct's attacks, she was heavily wounded. It took her several seconds to collect all of her pieces spread throughout the room and return to his side. Lith used invigoration again, knowing that until Solus recovered, using that trick a second time might kill them both. Space. Floria had blinked while holding Quilla, foiling the Odi's plan to split them. She knew that her sister wouldn't last a second alone against a construct. When Floria blinked again, much to the construct's surprise, she was running away along the path they had taken to get there instead of facing it. It made the golem's array useless and forced it to give them chase. Any idea? She asked Quilla. They were just around the corner. Instead of wasting her mana, Floria had opted for hide and strategize. None. If I can't touch the golem, I'm useless. You. Even if I can see its power core, I doubt it will let me strike at will. Quilla, does indirect contact work for Tier 5 healing magic? Floria asked. Only if I touch a living being. I can't transmit scanner through metal. Good enough for me. Stay close to me no matter what. Floria would have liked to blink by Lith's side, but with their visual obstructed, she had no idea which direction he had gone, nor she could warp to an unknown location. Space. Lith had just recovered enough to stand up when his nose picked up an odd smell. Following it, he noticed a small hole in one of the metal walls that separated him from his companions. It allowed whoever was on the other side to look at Lith's position. A split second later, Morok blinked in front of him. His clothes were tattered to the point of being rags. Even an army uniform would take some time to recover from such damage, yet the ranger looked all right. Man, I hate golems. No vitals, immunity to most forms of magic, terrifying recovering abilities. They are a pain in the ass even for those like us. Us, Lith echoed, not understanding the meaning of Morok's words. Come on, there's no need to be shy. There's just the two of us now. How the heck did you get rid of the golem so fast, and how did you pierce that wall? Lith asked, still incapable of making heads of tails of those words. Fine, I'll show you mine and then you'll show me yours. Yet instead of taking off his clothes, Morok shapeshifted. His skin became snow-white, with only one big red eye in the middle of his forehead. Another eye the size of a football appeared on his chest, and two more on his shoulders. His appearance was still humanoid, but he was now over 2 meters, 67, tall. His nose had disappeared, leaving only 2 slits on his face, and his mouth was full of several rows of shark-like teeth. Lith recognized immediately the emperor beast known as Tyrannical Eye, or just as Tyrant. They were the magical beast equivalent of Balors, but unlike them, tyrants weren't part of the fallen races, and their mastery over the elements wasn't as developed. All those abilities, they didn't belong to your weapons, it was you all along. Lith finally understood many things, like his fellow rangers' heightened senses and inhuman battle prowess. Solus, you told me he wasn't an awakened, Lith thought. He's not. Morok is just like Gadorf, the offspring of an emperor beast, she replied. Chapter 704, Tyrant Part 2. There's no point in denying it, Morok said. Between your fancy glove and all of your trinkets, I would have bought your act if it wasn't for your smell, brother. You need to fix that. How did you kill the golem? Lith repeated his question. He preferred to avoid explaining that he could do nothing about it. Unlike Morok, he didn't just shapeshift, he had two different life forces with a unique smell. My old man refused to awaken me, but at least he gave me a nice gift. Morok juggled with his weapons before sheathing them. They can absorb and enhance the power of my eyes, giving me plenty of tricks. Balors are losers compared to tyrants. We evolved correctly, and it's only a matter of time before we outmatch them in every aspect. His smile was full of spite, pronouncing the name of their rival species as if it was poison. Don't get startled, I'm not a Balor, Lith said while assuming his hybrid form. What the fuck? Even though he had been forewarned, Morok jumped back, unsheathing his blades. Was your father a dragon who mated with a Balor, or was it the other way around? I don't know what I am, Lith replied. His blue eye remained open for a few seconds before closing shut. You got abandoned, huh? Is that why you have the hots for human women? What? Lith snarled. A puff of black smoke came out from his mouth. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Morok raised his hands in a sign of apology. My mom kicked out both me and my old man when she discovered the truth. I've got mommy issues, too. Why do you think I became a ranger? For fun, Lith replied. Nailed it in one. Emperor beasts are so boring, always blabbering about duty and balance. In the army, I get to kill stuff, see stuff, date hotties, and the best part is that I get paid for it. By the way, are your eyes for decoration or what? They should be pretty powerful if you descend from a Balor and you have 7 of them. Odd, even us tyrants develop 6 tops. I'm still stuck at 4, sadly. I can only see how people will die if they do in the immediate future. Nothing else, Lith said. 7 worthless eyes. That's harsh, brother. Maybe rather than from a Balor, you descend from a peeping dragon. Morok gave Lith a wink. Whatever, we need to find Floria and get out of this place. The longer we remain here, the higher the risk of more golems finding us. Dating so many women at once is not cool. Also, she's not that cute. We can find much better girls outside and... First, she's just my friend. Lith was seconds away from strangling the tyrant, and his face was a few millimeters from Morok's. Second, I don't know how to operate dimensional runes. Without her, we're stuck in here. Is that clear? Each word was a snarl, accompanied by a puff of smoke. You need to literally chill, brother. Lith's scales had turned red-hot from his anger. You definitely have dragon blood. The brimstone breath is a killer. Mint. Morok offered him a dew-fresh leaf from his dimensional amulet, which turned into ashes the moment Lith touched it. Can you find the girls with your sense of smell? Lith asked while scanning their surroundings with life vision, finding several mana signatures but no life form. Morok sniffed the air like a hound before shaking his head. All the spells cast during the fight have destroyed any trace I could find. Plus, the fact that they likely use dimensional magic doesn't help. I think we should work on the assumption that they've been captured. Humans have no chances against golems. After checking on Professor Neschel, Lith was forced to admit that the tyrant was probably right. Bits of the professor's corpse were mixed with the golem's remains. Neschel had detonated all of her magical items to bring her enemy down with her. Only a suicide attack of that magnitude was enough to destroy constructs. With their arrays sealing dimensional magic and uncanny bodies, there was nothing that Floria could do against them. When I get out of here, I must warn Freya. Dimensional mages like her are basically powerless against constructs, Lith thought. He told Morok about the dying words of the 2 humans grafted to the golems he had killed, hoping that the tyrant's eyes could help him to find his target. So you don't just see people dying, you also somehow commune with them. Seriously, who the fuck were your parents? Even though they were alone, they had both reverted to their human form to keep the element of surprise. Focus, damn it. Can you find something like the mana reactor or the so-called green array? The former we have to find and destroy, the latter we have to avoid, Lith asked. I can only sense great amounts of mana belonging to the elements associated with my 4 eyes, Morok said while moving around the corridor. The red, yellow, black, and orange eyes on his body moved independently, searching for energy traces. Something like what you just described should be visible from a distance, yet I can't find anything. Either it's too far from here or it's cloaked. Both Mana Sense and Life Vision revealed nothing but the usual set of locks and arrays on the nearby doors, making Lith grit his teeth. Fine, let's backtrack our steps. If Floria or Quilla manage to escape, they'll be waiting for us. If we don't find them, we have to assume the worst and destroy the Mana Rector. Lith checked on Solas's condition before moving. She was using her own invigoration to recover, but she had yet to return to her full strength. Lith quickly opened a small warp steps, leading to the farthest point to the camp he had access to, closing it the moment the noxious gas started to seep through the dimensional window. I tried that too, otherwise I wouldn't have come back for you, Morok sighed. Without one of the royal forgemasters, we're as good as dead. Space. Professor Gaku reached the warehouse in a matter of minutes. The problem was that she had no idea how to safely open its door. Stay back, we've already thrown caution to the wind, there's no point in using finesse. After her chant was over, a pillar of black flames struck one of the warehouse's side walls. Darkness lowered the metal's melting point, while the fire was just fire. A hole the size of a door slowly opened, and the pillar made its way inside the room, destroying the crates and their content until Gaku was able to see in front of herself. Her actions triggered several alarms, but she didn't care. The soldier assumed a defensive formation around her, while Gaku cooled the wall and scanned the arrays inside the room. It was then that 3 flesh golems appeared from as many warp steps, surrounding them from every side. They blocked fire, ice, and darkness magic before unleashing their thunderbolts against the floor, hitting all their prey at once. The soldiers weren't aware of that trick, and Gaku had never bothered warning them. She had already fought the golems, so she knew that the soldiers were only good to buy her time. 5 soldiers and only 3 constructs. I can still escape while they capture them again. She smiled while using the disarray spell to deactivate the only dangerous magical formation in the room. Chapter 705, Judgment Call Part 1. Gaku dashed inside, using her magical protections to tank several small air blades and ice spikes. The room had several dimensional runes which she recognized. They were the names of ancient Odi cities. Some of them were too far from Kyula to be affected by the poison tainting its surroundings. Gaku struck with her royal forgemaster wand at the dimensional rune associated with the modern city of Author. The gate opened, revealing a stone tunnel devoid of danger. Gaku jumped towards her freedom, only for a stone hand to hit her on the head and made her lose consciousness. She had been the construct's priority from the beginning. Only after their precious slave had been apprehended did the Odi order the golems to collect the soldiers. Space. Lith and Morok went back to the elevator and even to the living quarters, finding no trace of their missing companions. After returning to the research labs, Lith put the list of Odi words the professors had shared with the rest of the expedition members inside Soluspedia. He hoped that it would help him to make head or tails of at least a couple of signs. Unfortunately, they turned out to be useless. The Odi language was too complex, and the words at his disposal were too few to allow Lith to figure out the meaning of the writings along the corridors. When they finished exploring the lab, they found another door, probably leading to a lower floor. We should go down. The woman told me to search the basement, and this place doesn't fit the bill, Lith said. Agreed, but I don't like the idea very much. Morok shapeshifted from time to look for clues. His mystical senses had a greater range than Lith's and Solus's, but they didn't provide much information about the nature of the threat at hand. There's something big and really powerful down there, and for some reason, it's visible to all my 4 eyes. Why is that bad? Lith asked. I'm no awakened, so I can't see world energy, life force, or any of that stuff. I can only spot elemental mana. What I can see, even from up here, is some kind of energy pillar as big as a hill, and is composed of all the 4 elements at my disposal. Lith tried using life vision, but the pillar was too far for him. He couldn't see past the arrays sealing the door in front of them. Solus's mana sense was blinded by the amount of magical equipment surrounding them instead. Lith closed in on the door, activating invigoration to study and neutralize its lock. He had to hold back a laugh when he recognized the nightmare safe. It was the same device the Odi had used to lock the secret documents in the office of Kyula's commanding officer. We're lucky, it seems that at the time this kind of protection was considered to be the best magical seal available, while it's actually the easiest to crack if you know what you're doing, Lith said while reading the array containing the password. Hey, that wasn't an array-revealing spell. You're an awakened. Morok had seen his own father using such abilities so often that he immediately recognized invigoration. Does it change anything? Lith asked, opening the door while Morok took note of the password. No, but that's an amazing piece of news. Are you willing to awake me? The tyrant knew that with that kind of power, very few beings could pose a threat to his life. Alas, golems would still be among them. Depends, are you willing to swear me obedience for 100 years? Lith replied. Absolutely not. Then you have your answer. If I have to put my life on the line for you, you have to be damn worth the risk. So far you're just a pain in my ass. Lith opened the door, scanning his surroundings. The coast was clear, but they had to move fast to not give the constructs the time to pinpoint their position. "What if I save your girlfriend?" Morak said while they were darting along the stairs. "She's not my girlfriend, and a human doesn't live as much as we do." It was Lith's biggest gripe with every one of his relationships. Even with a crippled life force, he was likely to outlive most of his loved ones. "It was worth a shot," Morak grumbled. Forcing someone to awaken another person was a waste of time. All Lith had to do was either to let the awakening fail or report Morak to the council. Both events would lead the tyrant to a premature death. To make matters worse, Morak had seen his fellow ranger fight, and Lith was a force to be reckoned with. The idea of having a semi-immortal enemy of that caliber on his tail forever was simply appalling. The moment they reached the bottom of the staircase, Lith could catch a glimpse of the pillar Morak was talking about. Yet it was still too far to take a proper look at it, making it necessary for them to find a way to the lower levels. Whatever was on their current floor, it was nothing useful. Space. After waiting for a bit in front of the elevator, Floria and Quilla had been forced to warp away because of the flesh golems looking for them. The more time passed, the more they had to assume the worst. Lith might have been captured or killed. Also, without a warden, they were stuck with just Floria's Forgemaster skills, which greatly limited both their options and escape chances. The two young mages were growing more desperate by the minute. Floria even checked with warp steps the furthest point in Morak's pathway to Quilla she could remember, but even that was filled with black smoke. The various underground tunnels had to be connected, or at least share their airways. "We can either get ourselves captured on purpose or take our chances and open random doors," Floria said. They were getting tired, constantly changing their position without rest drained their mana. "If we get captured, we can rescue the professors and have them help us. The problem is, what if the golems stun us? Remember that they know I can deactivate them if they touch me." Once again, Quilla cursed her own helplessness. "If only Uriel was here, he would know what to do," she thought. "Don't worry, I've a plan. It's very risky, but it can bring us behind the enemy lines and get rid of a flesh golem at the same time," Floria said, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Why didn't you propose this earlier? Professor Neschel has died and maybe even Lith. You could have saved them both." Quilla started to sob. Another warden had died, and yet she was still alive. She wasn't actually angry with Floria. Quilla was just trying to shut up the voice in her head telling her that she was bad luck. First Uriel, now Lith. Everyone she loved died because of her. The fear of losing Floria made Quilla feel like her existence was cursed. "Because it's a desperate plan. Earlier, with Lith and Neschel, we still had a chance of escaping on our own. If it fails, we'll end up in the Odie's hands." Floria hugged her sister, trying to comfort Quilla. "Since both our lives are at risk, I can't make this decision on my own. Are you with me?" Quilla stopped crying and nodded. Floria explained her plan to Quilla, making her yelp more than once. A few minutes later, they were in front of a locked door. They had hoped that a golem would find them, but since that didn't happen, they had to lure one. Chapter 706, Judgment Call Part 2. Floria used one of Orion's spells, which revealed the relays of the keycard lock mechanism, and allowed her to open it simply by sending a mana pulse to the right spot. She opened the door and ran into hiding. They had chosen a place at the end of a corridor, so that there was only one way in and one way out, requiring just a single golem to trap them. As Floria had predicted, the construct warped at the end of the hallway to block the only escape route available. The golem was surprised seeing that there was no human in front of itself, nor its sensors could pick up any energy signature. Yet the door was open. Floria and Quilla were on the opposite end of the corridor, waiting for the warping array to open and blink through it. Once on the other side, Floria was surprised to discover that not only did the surveillance devices have already been destroyed, but also the cells were all empty except for the one holding the assistants. The golem reported its failure and stepped back inside the gate, getting struck by both sisters with their respective clean slate. The Tier 4 Forgemaster spell required physical contact and had no permanent effect on something as complex as a construct. Yet it could temporarily stop its functions. 2 clean slate at once were enough to turn the golem's power core off for a split second, which made the dimensional corridor collapse. The construct was only halfway through, so it got cleaved in half along with its power core. Floria's plan had been a complete success. "Please don't abandon us here as the professors did." The assistants started sobbing the moment their jailer was gone. "I don't have much time, so I need you to be honest with me. Which one of you is a warden?" They all started to yell, me. making Floria curse. "We should take with us both Asura and Anma," Quilla said while opening their locks with clean slate. "They are the assistants of Neshel and Elkaz. I spoke with them more than once, so I know that they are respectively a warden and a linguist." Anma was actually an alchemist, but that information was useless in their situation. The two remaining assistants started to scream so hard that Floria had to hush them. "Is this how Lith felt during Balker's attack?" Floria thought. "Knowing that you can't save everyone and that even bringing one more person along might doom us all." Lith had never felt anything like that. He had just pretended so to not be burdened by people he didn't care about, but Floria had no way to know it. She regretted leaving two innocents to a fate worse than death, but at the same time she couldn't kill them in cold blood. "Great thinking, Quilla, we must—" Her words were interrupted by another warp appearing. She and Quilla had expected that the destruction of a golem might alert the others, so they had a contingency plan for that. What they didn't have a plan for was the man accompanying the construct. Tired of losing their precious flesh golems, Jaira had decided to personally take care of the latest disturbance. His eyes lit up with joy when he saw the two young women. \U003C, well, finally our luck it's turning. \U003E, his smile creeped all those presents out. They had seen multiple Odie pictures, but even that wasn't enough to prepare them to meet the real deal. Just like all his colleagues, Jaira was the embodiment of perfection, but only according to Odie's standards. He was 1.7 meters, 57, tall, with long purple hair and blue translucent skin. It allowed them to see every single twitch of his muscles and organs since he was almost naked, wearing only a loincloth to cover his genitals. His body was comprised only of muscles, and what was visible of his face could have been considered handsome if it didn't appear completely unnatural. He looked more like a statue come to life rather than a living being. Floria attacked the Odie with her estoc the moment he appeared. She had no idea what he was capable of, but she had to stop him from casting spells. Jaira grabbed her blade with just 3 of his fingers. With a wave of his hand, the golem disappeared inside the warp, while a green array formed around Jaira. Floria gasped, recognizing by its color the spell that the dying flesh golems had warned Lith against, so she promptly unleashed the spells stored in her rings. Jaira just pointed his forefinger, generating a ray of light that pierced through Floria's spells and chest, leaving a hole the size of a golf ball. His finger flashed one more time, striking Quilla down before she could do anything. He then chained them where once the professors had been, letting the red chain's properties to heal and restore their bodies before the procedure. \U003C, finally, we have our interpreter and enough bodies for our most useful members. We only need to retrieve the boy to start our plan. The old coots and the non-humans can die. We have no use for them. \U003E. The other Odie welcomed his proposition with an applause. After being prisoners inside their own home for so long, they could finally see a way out. Space. Lith and Morak walked through the door and ran along the corridor to avoid falling in another ambush. Lith kept revealing and destroying the surveillance devices along their path until they reached a large, circular room from which branched several corridors, each one with an arrow-shaped tag to identify their destination. Lith looked at the sign pointing from the direction they had arrived and noted down the Odie word for stairs. Then, he searched the remaining tags for another one containing the same characters that was supposed to lead them further down. Yet he stopped halfway for 2 reasons. The first was that he recognized the character for Meat Shields. It was identical to the one he had found with Floria in the tunnels departing from Kula. The second reason was that his revealing spell couldn't find working surveillance devices in the room nor in the corridor, leading to the magical beast breeding center. "One of ours went this way," Lith pointed with his finger. "It was Yandra, her assistant, and Elkaz," Morak said after sniffing the air. "That's not all. The soldiers and Gaku went that way." He was pointing at the warehouse, but Lith didn't recognize the character, and his spell confirmed that the surveillance devices in that corridor were still operational. "All the professors seem to have managed to escape. How long ago did they pass from here?" Lith asked. "Not much, a few minutes tops," Morak replied. "If we make haste, we might be able to catch up with her. After all, she had to slow down to clear her path, whereas we can just follow into her footsteps." His idea was interesting, but not for Lith. If they actually found Yandra, Morak wouldn't need Floria anymore to escape, nor could Lith say them anything to stop them from leaving him alone in that nightmare. Yet he nodded and used life vision to scan the area ahead. If he found Yandra and a dimensional rune leading to safety, he would know where to warp to as soon as he rescued his friends. Also, if he managed to convince Yandra to teach him how to operate a dimensional rune, their escape would proceed even smoother. Chapter 707, A Forgemaster's Wand Part 1. The metal corridor turned out to be very long. It branched several times because each kind of magical beast had its own breeding facility. Also, they were further split according to what they were destined to become. The elite meat shields were bred in a department, while the fuel for the mana reactor was bred in another. To find the right path, Lith just had to check at each intersection where the cameras had been deactivated and where they were still active. Unbeknownst to them, they were following Yandra's group toward the tech's breeding facility. "Good gods," Lith said when Life Vision perceived 3 familiar life signatures, and his array detecting spell revealed 5 elemental blocking arrays to him, hidden but ready to be activated at any moment. "It's anyone there?" Lith asked, even though he already knew the answer. "We followed your trail." "Thank the gods, young spirit. It's so nice to see you. We were just biding our time and fearing for the worse." Yandra came from around the corner, hugging Lith while sighing in relief. She looked terrible. They had been separated barely half an hour ago, yet she looked like someone who didn't have a good night's rest in days. She was covered in sweat, panting heavily with every word. Yandra seemed to have suddenly got older, to the point that she was even unable to stand upright properly. She was leaning against Lith rather than just hugging him. "What happened to you? Are your injuries so severe?" Lith asked while performing invigoration on her. Her body was fine, but she was running on fumes. Both her mana and stamina were almost depleted. "No injuries, but you see, I've been thinking ahead." Her crafty smile and hunched posture made her resemble Nana so much that it almost hurt. "I've disabled the surveillance devices of all the corridors from the last junction so that the Odi don't know where exactly we are." Lith nodded. He had found them with Life Vision and had yelled to pretend to have fallen for her deception. "Yet the moment I open a door, everything will be for naught. So I spent all of my energies to cast the necessary arrays to turn any golem that tries to block us into scraps." Lith found several flaws in her plan. First, if more than one golem came, they would be doomed. If they activated the arrays while only one construct was inside its area of effect, the second would need but a handful of seconds to make a temporary array collapse. If they waited for the second construct to enter the arrays, by that time the first golem might as well already captured them all. Last, but not least, even if they somehow managed to trap several golems at once, all the Odi had to do was to unleash the magical beasts to finish them off. The arrays would seal their spells as well, making it impossible for humans to stand their ground against magical beasts. "This plan is idiotic. Yandra must be beyond desperate," Lith thought. "My problem is that if they send more than one golem, we're screwed," Yandra continued. "Don't get me started on how bad things would get if instead of inside the corridor, the Odi make the constructs warp inside the room, where is not covered by my array's area of effect. We can't deal with golems, magical beasts, and the arrays inside the room at the same time. At least not by ourselves." "Or not," Lith corrected himself, listening to Yandra's well-thought reasoning. "Then what's the meaning of all this?" Lith asked. "The original plan was for me to rest and recover enough strength to take care of the defensive arrays while Elkas dealt with the magical beasts. If we managed to move fast enough, we might reach a dimensional rune and escape. The elemental blocking arrays are a last-ditch effort to cover our retreat in the case the golems arrive before we find the rune. I planned on using them more defensively than offensively. But now that the 2 of you are with us, things will go much smoother. None of us can fight hand-to-hand, but you can. Your presence at least halves the time we need to find and activate the rune," Yandra said. "Keep resting. In such a debilitated state, you'd slow us too much." Lith forced her to sit down and handed her some food. Then he explained what had happened since the group had been split. "If they have captured your friends, they must be in the prison, locked by those terrible red chains," Yandra said, explaining to him the artifact's properties. "Is the prison nearby and can you warp me there?" Lith asked. "Yes to both, but please listen to me first. According to Raynor, there is always a golem standing guard to the prisoners, so if you go there, you'll trigger the alarm and give away our position." "Are you asking me to abandon them, like you abandoned Raynor?" Lith sneered. "No, what I'm asking you to do is to play it smart." Yandra shook her head. "Let's say you find and save them. What then? You would still be trapped here with no way out. Worst case scenario, you'll ruin my plan. Here is my idea. Stay here and help us clear the path. If we succeed, all you need to do is to warp to the prison, rescue them with our help, warp back here, and get out. You might even not need to fight. Stalling a golem is much easier than destroying it. Your plan is good, but what if after we find the rune you get away and leave me behind? Why should you risk everything for me when freedom is just a step away? What if the Odi or their golems damage the rune? You would reap all the benefits of my work, and I would be stuck here. Lith knew that no one would sacrifice so much for a stranger. If their roles were reversed and Yandra wanted his help to save Raynor, he wouldn't think twice leaving her behind. He's right, you know. I'm not staying here a second longer than necessary. Don't count on me for your rescue mission. Unless, of course. Morok winked at Lith with a greedy smile on his face. Becoming an awakened was a nice incentive. Neither am I, I'm sorry, kid, but someone has to alert the kingdom. This is too big for any of us. Only an army of well-prepared spellbreakers can destroy this place. Anything but running is just suicide. Elkas tried to sound as if he was more worried about the kingdom than for his own life, but failed miserably. Do you see what I mean? Just point me to the prison and I'll do the rest. I'll not mess with your plan, but I won't help you either. Lith stood up, ready to leave. There's only one thing I need to know. Can you teach me how to activate a dimensional rune? Yandra was conflicted by the choice at hand. She had really hoped that they could escape together, but without Ranger Eerie and Elkas, there was not much she could do. Raynor kept looking at her like a lost puppy, begging her to bring him home. Chapter 708, A Forgemaster's Wand Part 2. Seriously, I can't believe we've come to this point, Yandra thought. Even if I could actually make a difference, I would never trust Elkas or Eerie with Raynor. They both strike me like someone who always looks out for number one. Hence I can't stay here and hope that they will help him out of the goodness of their hearts, and why I can only trust them until the dimensional gate will be opened. After that, I'll be on my own. I can't be like these idiots. I must think about the bigger picture. What if we get interrupted and we have to run away? What if something happens to me? Everyone else would be doomed. She took a deep breath, trying to make her mind. She was too tired to think clearly, yet she had to. After a few seconds, she decided to gamble one last time, to leave no stone unturned. I could teach you how to operate dimensional runes, but it would be pointless, Yandra replied. There are only two ways to fuel them. The first is with what their maker intended as a key. In the Odi's case, it's probably a mana crystal carved with a particular shape. The second way is to use a royal Forgemaster's wand to directly activate the rune with your mana. Great, so you're blackmailing me. Either I come with you or I risk getting stuck here forever. Lith didn't like ultimatums, yet he had his back against the wall. Both choices sucked. To stay behind meant to risk everything for someone who might already be dead, but leaving was even worse. Floria was the first person who had ever accepted him for who he was, and Quilla was almost like a sister to him. She had come to that horrible place because of him, to find a way to prolong his life. More than everything, he couldn't keep living with the thought to have given up on two of the people who mattered the most for him. When Lith had been reborn, surrounded by the love of his family, he had sworn that nothing and no one would have ever been taken away from him again. Yet it was exactly what was likely to happen. No blackmailing, I'm offering you my help. Help us to reach the dimensional rune, give Ranger Eerie whatever he wants from you, and I'll help you save your friends, Yandra said while looking him straight into his eyes. If it's just the two of us, your plan would be suicidal, but with Eerie's help, it's like having the whole team. She sneered at Elkas and Raynor. Their battle prowess was bordering on insignificance. Fine, Lith didn't like the deal much, but it was the best compromise he could get. That way, no matter if Floria was alive or not, he would still have a way out. His infant conscience and his selfishness had stopped quarreling, giving him time to think. It's not that bad of a deal, he thought. If Yandra's plan succeeds, their help will make saving Floria and Quilla much easier. If it fails, well, my deal with Morok will be the least of my worries. You heard the lady, are you in? Lith asked. For real, do you give me your word that this is not a trick? Morok had never thought that Lith would have actually accepted. His earlier offer was barely a joke, to spread salt on Lith's wounds. You have my word, a life for a life. Lith extended his hand and Morok promptly shook it. Well, as we brothers used to say, if before you had my curiosity, now you have my undivided erection. Don't you mean attention? Raynor asked. I know exactly what I mean, kid. Good, while we wait that I recover some of my strength, let me teach you how to use a royal Forgemaster's wand. Yandra handed Lith her silver wand, making Raynor's jaw almost fall to the ground. Master Yandra, why? He asked. Because if we fail and something happens to me, everyone would be stranded here. We need a contingency plan, she replied. The moment Lith had it in his hands, he used invigoration to understand the wand's nature. Much to his surprise, it didn't have a pseudo-core, nor it was actually made out of silver. The external layer of precious metal was just a focus for a small mana crystal. Both of them were covered in silver-colored runes Lith had never seen before. Unfortunately, Yandra demanded his attention before he could study it properly. The wand is basically a filter. It purifies your mana from its energy signature, allowing it to be universally accepted by all kinds of devices as if you are a giant mana crystal. Also, the lack of energy signature allows your mana to interact with most artifacts without triggering their defensive systems, hence why we could safely examine Kula's various locks and seals. It has many other properties, but that would be beyond the scope of our lesson. Yandra then taught him the spell to activate the dimensional runes, and once she was certain that Lith had learned it properly, she gave the wand to Raynor and asked him to perform the spell as well. That way, no matter who survived, her apprentice would be useful, and hence the others would be more careful about his well-being. The spell itself was simple, but it required both a high amount of mana and a highly developed mana control, the two trademarks talents of a Forgemaster. Lith had learned the spell so fast that Raynor lived it as a competition, doing his best to not let down his beloved mentor. While Yandra repeated her instructions to her pupil, Lith asked Professor Elkes to translate for him all the signs they had found along the way. Elkes was happy to help. His talents as both a linguist and an alchemist weren't very useful in their predicament. Just like Quilla, he was deeply regretting not to have practiced an offensive specialization. He had spent his whole life holed up in his academy. Letting his love for the past civilizations made him forget about the dangers of the present. Thanks to him, Lith was able to enrich his Odi vocabulary and even find the way leading to the lower floors. I wonder if Gaku managed to escape. If yes, the warehouse might be worth checking. I'll know more after visiting the detention facility. I need a contingency plan in case the dimensional rune of the meat factory gets destroyed. Lith thought. Yandra hadn't taught him how to repair runes, and he suspected that it was not only because the task required special ingredients, but also to ensure Raynor's survival. If the youth already knew the restoration spell, then Lith would be forced to take care of him. Such a shrewd woman, Lith thought. If she was a true mage, I would immediately accept her offer of apprenticeship. With her deep knowledge about almost all magical specializations and her title of Royal Forgemaster, Yandra's help would save me decades of research. Lith turned to look at Morak, yet his glare only found a sleeping ranger. He would have gladly followed the tyrant's example, but time was a luxury he couldn't afford. While Yandra rested and meditated, he squeezed all the knowledge he could from Elkes. We have to move now, Yandra said less than half an hour later. Without mana crystals to fuel them, my arrays are going to disappear in a while, but we can't place mana crystal without making our trap lose the element of surprise. Chapter 709 Strength and Weakness Part 1. Yandra had stopped wheezing, but she was still far from being strong enough to fight. Lith gave her an alchemical flask that Solus had prepared for him, which contained all the necessary nutrients for a speedy recovery after being injured. Thanks for the offer, but I already took a tonic. One more would do nothing but drain my energy. Yandra politely refused. This is no tonic. It will complement the effects of the potion you already took. Also, I'm going to give you a bit of life force. I can't afford to lose you, Lith insisted. Yandra gulped down the potion. It had a really weird taste, as if someone had blended together grape juice, steak, and vegetables. The problem with tonics was that even though they enhanced the metabolism, they still required food to work. Yandra had eaten, but she had yet to digest the food, whereas Solus's concoction could be instantly assimilated. Lith used invigoration to give her a bit of life force and mana back, not enough to arouse her suspicions, but enough to clear her head. This thing tastes like shit, but I feel much better, Yandra said, appreciating the full effects of both Solus's potion and invigoration. Let's move. She quickly cast an array detection spells, making the Odi's magical formations become visible. With another spell, she made all the protections crumble, leaving only the card reader lock in place. Once I open the door, I need to stay behind to check the corridor and activate the elemental blocking arrays in case one or more golems appear, Yandra said. Lith, Morak, you clear the room and call me as soon as you're done. Raynor, Elkes, you two stay between the rangers and I support us at best of your possibilities. Ready? Go. A flick of her wand made the light above the card reader turn green, releasing the lock. Lith entered the room and used one of his personal spells. It revealed that the compound shared the same protections that he and Floria had found in the tech's breeding ground. There was a fire-based, a darkness-based, and an air-based magical formation. The room was 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. Along the walls, there was a long line of cylindrical tanks holding adult techs in what looked like suspended animation. There were at least 40 magical beasts, each one as big as a closet. He, Morok, and Elkaz took down one array each while Raynor neutralized the security cameras. They were all casting from behind to door to keep both their numbers and identity a secret. Lith cursed when he saw with life vision that several gates were about to open inside the room, whereas the corridor where Yandra had placed her arrays was empty. Fuck, how many of those accursed golems they had prepared, and why didn't they use them in the war? Lith received all the answers he needed when he saw that the creatures stepping out of the warping arrays were no golems. A small army of thorns was filling the room, while the tanks holding the techs were being opened. "There's too many of them," Morok said. Based on his estimate, even if he went all out as a tyrant and burned his cover as a human, it would still take them too long to clean the room. On top of that, they would be too tired to hold their ground in the case. A flesh golem appeared. "I got this," Elkaz said, glad to be useful for once. The professor messed on purpose with his disarray spell so that instead of dissipating the magical protection, he sent it haywire along with the others. Elkaz closed the heavy metal door just a second before the resulting combined explosion made the wall tremble. "Elkaz, you idiot," Yandra said. "You've probably alerted the entire base. What if you destroyed the rune? There's a limit to the damage I can repair." "Better than being butchered," he replied. "Or do you expect us to take down dozens of creatures in just a handful of seconds?" Morok opened the door again, discovering that despite the fact that most of the creatures had been heavily injured or maimed, most of the techs were alive, and so were the thorns. "There's one thing I have to try," Lith said, unleashing his spell, Death Zone. A huge cloud composed of darkness magic invaded the room, killing the techs as if they were a bunch of flies. "Stop that spell," Morok cursed. Instead of taking damage from Death Zone, the thorns were getting bigger and stronger by the second. "Trust me." Lith kept the spell active until all the wounds the thorns had sustained from the detonation of the arrays were completely healed. "You idiot, you made them stronger. In Fyro." Morok's human eyes turned red as his fire eye charged his short words, making them emit a deadly heat wave. Contrary to his expectations, instead of just pushing the thorns back, the ray burned the first row of creatures to a crisp, stopping only when the thorns managed to combine their efforts to conjure a protective wall of darkness. The fuck? Morok couldn't believe his own many eyes. After fighting Urdu, Lith had learned that some creatures were able to absorb darkness magic and use it to heal themselves. During the battle in front of the elevator, he had noticed how the thorns weren't affected by the darkness element, so Lith had used their ability to his own advantage. To heal wounds that severe and grow their bodies, the thorns needed nourishment. Sure, they were now bigger and healthier, but also exhausted, making them an easy prey. The thorns started to feed upon each other, reducing their numbers and helping Lith's group to clear the field even faster. A new set of gates opened, letting an army of Koas swarm the room. "There's no end to them. Yandra, you need to find the goddamn rune and fast." Elkaz used his alchemical tools to mow the magical beasts down while still being able to speak, and if necessary, prepare more spells. Yandra ran inside the room, giving a little red mana crystal to Raynor. "You keep guard in my place. Do not activate the arrays unless all the golems step into them. Don't hesitate to run if you think you can't handle the situation." Yandra blinked near the door leading to the next room, past the enemy lines. Lith followed her lead to provide her cover while she cleared the path. He engaged the Koas physically, triggering their bloodlust so that they would only focus on him. The Koas' hard scales made blades useless, so both he and Morok employed blunt weapons to damage their internal organs. To resist the deep-sea pressure, Koas had sturdy and compact bodies, yet their organs were packed so tight that the shockwave of each hit easily propagated through them. Unfortunately, living or dying didn't matter to the Koas. They attacked the Rangers in waves, simply stepping over their fallen comrades. Their lightning-enhanced claws managed to pierce even the skinwalker armor, sending shocks through Lith's body that made him almost spasm more than once. The Koas had no qualms in using lightning bolts even against their own, using the magical beasts in front as a cover for their spells. A Koa was nothing compared to Lith, but there seemed to be no end to their numbers, and his body continued to sustain wounds. To add insult to his many injuries, Lith had to prevent the Koas from getting past him. If even one of them disturbed Yandra's work, she would have been forced to start again from scratch. Chapter 710, Strength and Weakness Part 2. Lith stood in front of Yandra, unleashing all the spells contained in his rings to buy himself a moment of respite. The living wall of Koas in front of him fell to a volley of wind blades, while a sphere of darkness magic slowed the following waves of creatures, making them stumble. On the other hand of the room, Morok wasn't faring much better. Even with the physical strength of an emperor beast and the power of his eyes, he was slowly getting pushed back. To make matters worse, the fallen thorns were regrowing their bodies by feasting on the corpses of their fallen enemies. Green tentacles imbued with darkness energy wrapped around his legs and sapped his strength. He cut them down as fast as he could, but they would release toxic spores laced with darkness magic that made it hard for him to breathe. What a deadly combination, Morok thought. Techs are like heavy infantry, Koas are fast and armored like cavalry units, while thorns are almost immortal. They just need to feed on fallen enemies or allies to rebuild themselves or even increase their numbers. We're lucky that they are completely unable to cooperate, or we would be already dead. Just like Ranger Erie had assessed, the three combined magical beasts were a threat on par with the flesh golems. Unfortunately, the Odie experiments had made them mad and incapable of understanding even the simplest order. When they had tried to use slave items on them, they had no effects. The mass-produced magical beasts would attack anything but their master, even their own kin. "Old man, don't you have an herbicide? Something to kill them all in a fell swoop?" he asked to Elkas, while the spore density had become so high that both he and the Koas were suffocating. "I do, but it would kill you in the process. Also, I've no guarantee that it wouldn't reach the other end of the corridor and kill Yandra as well," the professor replied. To him, Lith and Morok were expandable, but without Yandra he was screwed. Among the other things, Morok was a battle mage, but between the nature of his opponents and of the location of the battle, he had no way to put his specialization to use. There was no earth, all the creatures were immune to lightning, darkness would strengthen the thorns and offer him little protection, and fire might harm his allies. Lith had the same problem and no solution as well. "I'm done, blink inside," Yandra yelled while opening the room. "Are you crazy?" Morok replied. "Aren't supposed to be arrays in there as well. What stops our friends to just warp there and follow us?" "Excellent point." Lith used spirit magic to grab a few Koas and throw them inside the next room before closing the door. A series of booms and sizzles told them that the place was indeed protected. "Damn runts, you had one job," Yandra started to chant, while Lith tried all the spells he had at the ready, hoping to turn the tables. A frozen wave got rid of the spores in the air, but no creature seemed to be affected. A barrage of jets of fire almost made the air unbreathable and hurt the nearest thorns, but they simply used the carpet of corpses on the ground to smother the flames and rejuvenate themselves. He would have loved to use origin flames, but in such a confined space they would hurt him as well. He erected a wall of wind, strengthening it with spirit magic to buy Yandra a few seconds, yet it lasted only one. The pressure that the Koa exerted was too great. The creatures were uncaring of their death or of that of their companions. They were so many and their scales so hard that even wind blades would cut only one of them before losing their edge. Yandra finished her chant, conjuring 4 walls made of ice that sealed the creatures away while a pillar of flames materialized in the middle of the room. "Fire and ice, this doesn't make sense unless..." Just as Lith had predicted, the ice walls couldn't stop water creatures like the Koas for long. With their sheer strength and numbers, it took them a little more than a second to crack the 0.5 meter, 1.7 feet thick walls. In the following seconds, the cracks grew until they covered the entirety of Yandra's spell. Then, just as fast as they had appeared, the fissures started to close. The fire pillar was almost gone, and so was the air inside the ice walls. The mass of bodies blocked the gates, and even the little oxygen that managed to enter wasn't enough to sustain so many creatures. Once Yandra was certain that her spell would hold, she turned around and started to take the arrays in the next room down with the help of the rangers. "This took us way longer than I predicted," Yandra said while spreading in the air silvery strands of mana from her wand to look for dimensional runes. Lith took down the cameras, but unless the Odie were incredibly stupid or they were against an automated defense, their goal was obvious. Without waiting for Elkas, she started to activate all the runes she managed to find. Some, like the one Floria had triggered, were too close to Kula and lead to tunnels filled with poison. When she finally found one leading to a safe area, she said, "Tell Elkas and Raynor to join us. We'll stay behind, but they can leave." Lith didn't like their situation at all. He had hoped to not have to explore 2 rooms, nor to face a whole army of creatures. Damn it, if I knew it would have been so difficult, I could have gotten a much better deal. What really worries me, though, is that no more gates have been opened. Whoever our enemy is, they know our position and goal. We're so weakened that another wave of frenzied beasts would be enough to kill us. Lith was using invigoration. His paranoia told him that everything was going too smoothly to be true. Lith left Yandra and Morak to their work. The room was so full of arrays that it would take a while to neutralize them all and walk safely through the gate. He called for his companions, but no answer came. He activated Life Vision, noticing that there was no energy signature. Only the black wind of death was emanated by something in the proximity of the door, where Elkas was supposed to be. Lith turned around to check the room and the next. Morak and Yandra were safe, and the Odie's gates had been closed. Lith opened the door to be sure about what to tell Yandra and found Elka's corpse. It had 2 holes the size of a golf ball, one in the middle of his eyes and the other in his chest. Whatever had killed him had also struck at the metal walls with such strength that it had left molten indentations as big as Lith's head. There was no trace of Raynor. The red mana crystal that Yandra had given him to activate the arrays was lying on the floor, still ready to be used. Whoever was responsible for it, they had been as quick as silent, otherwise Lith or Morak would have sensed it coming. Chapter 711, Green, Array Part 1. Lith rushed back to the warp room while keeping Life Vision active. It must have happened after Yandra disposed of the magical beasts. That's why no more dimensional corridors have been opened. Our enemy must have captured Raynor while we were busy. They didn't want us meddling to be sure that they would manage to take him alive, damn it. This means that I have no time to waste. If Floria and Quilla have been captured as well, the Odie can start the body-swapping procedure at any time. Lith was right and wrong at the same time. It hadn't been a plan, like his paranoia suggested to him. The Odie had simply exploited the opening that had been created the moment the group had split. Also, they would never start their experiments before being sure that nothing could mess with the first opportunity they had in centuries to walk Magur again. "Enemy incoming in front of you?" Lith said when he saw dimensional energies gathering in front of his comrades. Yandra thought Lith meant from behind, and tried to turn around, but Morak knew better and kept her still while summoning the Tier 5 Battle Mage spell, God of Water. A full armor made of ice covered his body, while all the moisture in the air condensed throughout the room in spheres of water that would allow Morak to replicate the effects of all Tier 3 and 4 water magic spells he knew without the need to cast them. It was the spell that, coupled with his blue eye, had allowed him to take single-handedly down a single flesh golem with relative ease. A warp array opened, letting Jaira join his guests. He clapped his hands mostly to compliment himself for a job well done. \U003C, too bad that old coots never survived being turned into flesh golems. With a brain like yours, you'd make an excellent slave. He said as a green array formed all around him, enveloping the whole room. Jaira had watched the fight through both cameras and small dimensional gates. He had always been a huge fan of gladiator pits, and the last show he had witnessed had taken place centuries ago. \U003C, as for you, filthy beast, no matter what form you take, you can't hide from us. \U003E. Morak had no interest in listening to Jaira's ramblings and attacked the Odie the moment he appeared. He didn't care about the green array, nor the warning Lith had received from the dying golems. This is going to be easy. The fucker can't even use dimensional magic. So far they have always opened warping arrays, not warp steps. Morak thought as he commanded half the water spheres to freeze his enemy, while the other half turned into icicles that darted toward Jaira. The Odie just laughed at Morak's efforts, and the green array flashed for an instant. All of Morak's attacks stopped a few centimeters away from Jaira, as an invisible force had prevented even the energy from moving further. "What the fuck?" Morak and Yandra said in unison. The ranger was flabbergasted. Suddenly he couldn't feel the God of Water spell anymore, yet its effects were still visible in front of his eyes. \U003C, nice suit of armor. I wish we were capable of such spells. \U003E Jaira was engrossed by the dramatic changes that Silverwing's legacy had triggered in the development of new forms of magic. \U003C, yet to be really safe, you should wear it tighter like this. U003 Ejira clenched his fist, and the ice armor turned into a torturing device which trapped its wearer and stabbed him with countless small ice shards. A flick of the Odie's wrist made all the conjured icicles fly across the room, to get rid of the beast and the old woman in one fell swoop. Now I understand why the golems warned me about the green array, and why Raynor failed to defend himself despite the arrays Yandra had left him. Lith thought while studying the events unfolding in front of his eyes with life vision. The moment the green array had flashed, Morok's energy signature had been replaced by Jaira's, allowing him to take control of the Tier 5 spell. Yandra had no mystical senses, but years of battle experience let her understand that conjuring a spell before having a clear idea of the opponent's abilities might do them more harm than good. She used her defensive amulet, which created an energy barrier that stopped the icicles and crushed them to bits. First weak points of all arrays, they can't be moved. Lith thought while using spirit magic to drag both of his companions outside the room without stepping inside the Odie's magical formation. /U003C, what is that? /U003E spirit magic was supposed to be invisible, yet Lith's tendrils of mana were clear as the day the moment they crossed the green array's threshold. One of the many reasons the Odie had lost the war was the Emperor Beast's revenge against them. They didn't need Silverwing's legacy to create Tier 4 or 5 spells, and just a few awakened of them could turn the tides of every battle. The green array, also called God's Will, was the solution they had found after countless experiments and sacrifices. To perfect it, many Odie had died, and because of its limitations, it couldn't be used outside Kula. Jaira was too surprised to react in time, so Lith managed to save his companions and dispel the tendril he meant to use to snap the Odie's neck before it could be used against him. "We have to run now," Lith said, unwilling to fight a losing battle. "Solus, how the heck can he conjure an array that fast? I thought that only golems could do that due to their power core," Lith asked. He was confident about killing the Odie with his physical abilities alone, but he had no idea if the array had more than one ability or what to do if a flesh golem joined the fray. "There is a small bead hidden inside his ribcage," Solus replied. "That's the source of the array, yet it doesn't explain where the Odie takes the mana to fuel it. That thing combines the worst of a golem's power core and Silverwing's hexagram. Even an awakened one using invigoration would have a hard time keeping it active. It seems that Quilla's hypothesis about the mana reactor was correct." "Where's Raynor?" Yandra asked. "Taken, Elkaz is dead," Lith said while Morok broke free from his armor with pure brute force. He was bleeding from many cuts, some even deep, yet they couldn't afford to slow down. Yandra gritted her teeth. All of her plans, all of her hard work to protect her beloved assistant had actually doomed the youth to a fate worse than death. "There's no point in running away," Yandra abruptly stopped. "If we can't defeat a single Odie, then we'll never manage to save anyone." "We can, but only if we take down the mana reactor first." Lith stopped as well, but only because Jaira was once again in front of them. He had placed the golems in strategic positions, allowing him to freely warp from one point to another, sealing off the only escape route they had. Chapter 712, Green Array Part 2. "Don't worry, this is exactly the kind of situation for which I devised my dampener." Yandra took the small tuning fork from her pocket, imbuing it with her mana. "Come on, you bastard. I dare you to try and rob us of our spells again." Lith would have considered it an excellent plan, if not for the fact that the enemy was likely to have endless mana. "She's right, though. If all Odie have one of those things, I must find a way to neutralize it if I want to have a chance to save Floria and Quilla. We still have the advantage of numbers and Yandra's artifacts. It's worth a try," Lith thought while unleashing a final sunset. Jaira activated the God's Will array again, hijacking Lith's spell as if it was just a chore magic trick and stopping the ray of black flames in its tracks. Lith fought with all of his willpower, trying to keep his energy signature and the control over the spell. Yet just like he had feared, it wasn't a matter of will as much of mana. Jaira was simply flooding Lith's spell with his own energy. Final Sunset required a lot of mana, so there was a limit to the amount of energy Lith could employ before becoming too weak to keep fighting. Yandra's dampener absorbed a speck of Jaira's mana and analyzed its energy signature, allowing her to disrupt his control over Lith's spell. Final Sunset resumed its advance, yet Jaira seemed to be more amused rather than scared. No matter how much of his mana the dampener scattered away, the Odie just had to inject more. /U003C, Finally, a true challenge that can put to the test the fruits of our endeavor. I praise your efforts. You're not bad for a bunch of hairless monkeys. \U003 Ejira said, yet no one understood his words. It's not working. We have to go before it's too late. Lith replenished his reserves with invigoration, but he knew that Yandra couldn't keep up. Fuck no, he's almost done. Ekidu? Morok reverted to his tyrant form, using the black eye on his chest to produce a black pillar of energy that his weapons captured and amplified. He didn't care for his secrete so much as for his survival. Morok darted forward, getting past Yandra and into the array. His Emperor Beast's body was boosted by fusion magic, allowing him to move as fast as a shooting arrow. He had learned his lesson. No more spells, only physical attacks. Meanwhile, Yandra was sweating bullets. Even though Lith had given her a bit of energy, she didn't have much mana from the start. Disabling the arrays, unlocking the doors, and using the Tier 5 Magic Knight spell Empty Prison had only made things worse. She needed sheer willpower just to keep standing, so when Yandra saw Morok's real body, she didn't even flinch. One small mistake and Lith's spell would kill them both. The tyrant's red eyes showered Jira with flames, but countless ice crystals intercepted and smothered them into nothingness. Thanks to the mana reactor, Jira could empower fist magic to the point of making its effects as powerful as Tier 3 magic. In such a state, he was even superior to an awakened. First magic required barely a thought and willpower to be shaped. It had no casting time. The cold wave slowed Morok enough that Jira had the time to lift his right forefinger before the tyrant could hit him. It emitted such a condensed stream of fire that it was almost solid. Morok managed to raise his blades at the last second, deflecting the energy beam aimed at his head. The impact was so strong that it pushed the ranger back and bent his blades. Even though they were made of orichalcum, without the darkness energy coursing through them, they would have been pierced along with their master. Morok cursed, sheathing and unsheathing his weapons to repair the damage they had sustained. Jira smiled, amazed by the many marvels that were waiting for the Odi race on Magus' surface. Everything seemed to be ripe for the taking. His forefinger flicked 3 times, emitting as many fiery beams. The first 2 were deflected by the tyrant's blades, but the third found the way to his heart, opening a sizzling hole the size of a golf ball. Morok sprawled on the floor in a pool of his own blood. His body twitched for a bit before becoming still. Yandra had barely the time to register what had just happened, putting all the mana she had left in her dampener. Lith's final sunset was their only hope, and it was now just a few centimeters from the Odi's face. Jira gave them one of the cruelest smiles Lith had ever seen, something that usually appeared on his own face when he outsmarted an enemy. A simple wave of the Odi's hand made the Tier 5 spell turn 180 degrees, making it now aim against the 2 humans. \U003C, there's nothing better than leaving maggots like you a shred of hope. You fight so hard when you believe that you actually have a chance. Then when I take away that hope, when your expression turns into despair, that's the moment that makes me happy to be alive. Once again, Jira wasn't talking to them, just to himself. Yet Yandra didn't need to understand the Odi language to realize what was going on. The tables had been turned too suddenly to be just because of her getting weaker. The enemy had played them all along, like a cat with a mouse. The energy beam almost reached her face before stopping again, in a last act of idle cruelty. \U003C, any last words, maggot? \U003, yet he didn't wait for a reply, resuming the attack the moment he was done with his mockery. Realizing what was about to happen, Yandra used the last spark of mana she had left to slow the hijack spell long enough to change its trajectory, and give Lith the time he needed to retreat. Unfortunately, Lith's final sunset boosted by Jira's mana was fast and powerful enough to strike them down almost at the same time. The spell opened a hole in her chest, cauterizing it while piercing through Yandra, before striking down Lith and engulfing him in black flames. Jira laughed while waiting for Lith's body to stop moving and closed in on Yandra. Her dampener had shattered when final sunset had struck it, but her royal Forgemaster wand was still intact. Jira had no notion of dimensional items, so he searched both her and Morok, taking away everything he could find before warping away. The moment he disappeared, Lith dispelled the black flames, thanking his cunning and the Odi's ignorance about Tier 5 spells. Once Lith had understood Jira's intentions, he had recalled his final sunset, using it to protect himself from the enemy's attack. Jira had no idea that what he had captured with the gods' will array was just a portion of the spell, nor that the part outside the array was still under Lith's control. Between the mana-boosted skinwalker armor and his own black flames, Jaira had only managed to inflict upon him small burns. First, Lith went to Yandra's side, using invigoration to check on her condition and lessen her pain. Chapter 713, Despair Part 1. "Thank the gods you're still alive," Yandra said between gasps and stuttering. The wound being cauterized had prevented her from bleeding out, but she still experienced all the pain such a wound implied. Yet it wasn't the tennis ball-sized hole in her chest that struck Lith like a fist in the stomach, but her collapsing mana core. He refused to surrender, using invigoration to replenish both her stamina and mana, but to no avail. Her blue mana core kept leaking everything he gave her, and was already turning cyan. "I'm sorry, we should have run away like you wanted." Tears of pain and regret streamed down her cheeks while all he could do was ease the pain of her last moments. "No, there were flesh golems waiting for us. The moment we blinked they would have trapped us with their arrays. We could only fight," Lith replied. Yandra raised her hand in an attempt to reach his cheek. Lith bent down to make things easier for her while supporting her hand with his. "Please tell my children that I didn't abandon them and that my last thoughts, even this last caress, was for them. Tell them that I'm sorry I could never be the mother they deserved. I wasted my life, always giving priority to the wrong things. In the end, I let everyone down, my family, Raynor, even you. If only I could have one more." Year, chance, breath. Lith would never know what Yandra Mephal was about to say, nor did he care. All he cared about was that she had died in his arms, crying, after everything she had precious had been taken from her. Not even death could make despair disappear from her eyes or face. Lith stored her corpse inside his pocket dimension before going to Morok's side. "Are you done playing possum?" Lith asked. He knew that such an amount of blood was not enough to kill an emperor beast, and when he had looked at both his fallen comrades with life vision, the tyrant's vigor wasn't what Lith would expect from a dying man. "Yes, and thank you for nothing, jackass. While you were playing the hero, I was working my ass to bleed enough to fool that moron without dying. I guess he mustn't know that tyrants have two hearts. Losing one is painful but not lethal. By the way, I need food or I'll die for real. To heal these wounds, I need energy, and that fucker has stolen everything I had but my weapons." He showed Lith the two holes in the metal blades. Jaira had left them thinking that they had been damaged beyond repair. Yet Morok only had to sheath, and unsheathe them again to return them to mint condition. Normally, I would point out to Lith that the trick behind Morok's apparently indestructible blades lies in their scabbards. As he told us back in the camp, they are part of his enchanted weapons, so both the mana crystals and its pseudo-core are actually there. The blades are just an extension that can be regenerated as long as the sheaths remain intact. Yet I don't think that Lith cares about that right now. Yandra's death shook him quite badly, Solus thought. Lith gave the tyrant lots of foods while his mind couldn't stop replaying Carl's death, Nana's death, and his own. The look in Yandra's eyes was the same Lith had when he had looked at Carl's corpse through the obituary glass for its identification. The memory of his own reflection still haunted him to this day. "Our deal is off," were the first words Lith said once he snapped out of his own memories. "Without the wand, there's no way out unless we rescue Floria. She won't leave without Quilla, and neither would I. You have two choices. You can stay here alone and either die of starvation or by the Odie's hand, or you can help me." "That's not much of a choice," Morok said while finishing his meal. "I'll help you, but since we don't have much time, you should fill me up with energy. All this fighting has left me drained." Lith invigorated both Morok and himself, wondering how many uses of his breathing technique he had left. "What's the plan?" the tyrant asked. "First, we go check the prison ward. If my friends are still there, we rescue them and warp ourselves here. If not, we have to find and destroy the mana reactor. Without it, the Odie don't stand a chance against true mages that can use spells above Tier 3. Morok nodded and used a bit of his new mana to repair his armor. Before leaving, they searched Professor Elkaz's body, discovering that Jaira had already taken away everything but his clothes. They followed the trail of broken cameras to the prison, but Lith didn't need to enter to know that they were too late. There was no energy signature inside, not even the jailer golem that Raynor had told them about. "It seems that shit has hit the fan. They have everything they want. I'm really sorry about your friends," Morok said. His voice was honest and his pain sincere. Without a royal forgemaster, they were as screwed as the assistants. "It's not over yet," Lith replied. "I know the way to the lower floor and we both can see the mana reactor. Follow me." They ran along the corridors, following Elka's instructions that Lith had copied inside Soluspedia. My plan is as follows. If on our way we don't find the place where the spare bodies are held, we destroy the mana reactor, slaughter all the Odi, and then wait until the noxious gas fades. If we find the lab and my friends are still alive, we will be forced to split. You take care of the reactor and I'll save them. They think that you are dead, and if we keep things that way, they will not realize our plan until it's too late. Is that the reason why you're not destroying the surveillance devices anymore? Morok asked. Yes, they will be too busy bickering and preparing the body-swapping procedure to look at the surveillance mirror. If I were to destroy more devices, I could trigger some alarm and alert them. This way we'll know that our cover has been blown the moment a golem warps in front of us. Wouldn't it be bad? Quite the contrary. I could blink through its gate and reach my destination. With all eyes on me, you'd be free to continue with our plan. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to open doors and stuff by myself? I'm no Forge Master, so it would be better to switch our roles. I'll go help your friends and you take down the reactor, Morok said. Yeah, right. How long do you think you can last against someone with infinite mana? Lith replied. By the way, what are your specializations? Battle Mage and War Mage. I was forced to attend the freaking fire Griffin to learn the upper tiers of spells because my father couldn't be bothered with me. Gods, you're really useless. Focus more on creation and less on destruction if you want someone to awaken you. Right now, you're just a rude, walking disaster. Lith knew only a few spells of Morok's specializations, but all of them could be easily turned against their own caster by the green array. If push comes to shove, we could split, Solus proposed. I could go with Morok and help him open the doors and shut down the arrays. Chapter 714, Despair Part 2. No way. Lith refused Solus's offer right off the bat. To stand a chance, I need to be at 200%, which means that I need both your smarts and help. Don't get me started with the consequences that revealing your existence might cause. While they were running along the corridors, Lith and Solus reviewed their fight with Jaira, noticing several things out of place. Why did they send only one Odi to take us down, and how was he linked to the mana reactor? Lith pondered. I doubt they can have made many spheres capable of creating the green array, and even if they did, giving someone infinite mana and conjuring such a powerful array is something even my tower form can't achieve. It probably takes the full output of the mana reactor and geyser to just fuel one person. As for the link, beats me. If I had to take an educated guess, I'd say they have Forgemastered their bodies. After all, the reason why the body Forgemastering procedure on the specimens failed was that they didn't have enough mana to fuel the enchantments. But if part of the Forgemastering process gives them access to infinite mana. The problem is solved. Lith completed the sentence for her. That also means that all those linked to the mana reactor can't leave Kula without getting a new body first, since their survival depends on a constant supply of mana. The further down they went, the clearer Lith could see the mana reactor. It was a giant structure, at least 30 meters, 100 feet, high, placed right in the middle of the natural mana geyser. Somehow, the reactor siphoned most of the geyser, which explained why despite they were right in the middle of one of Magus' most powerful natural phenomenons, all of their mystical senses worked, whereas in the crystal mine Lith and Solus had been blinded. I guess this also explains where Odi found so many crystals. This place had to be a mine in the past, Lith thought, while observing the constant stream of world energy being sucked and spun inside the reactor. Lith couldn't see how it was shaped, only how the energy moved inside the device. The world energy was then divided into all of its components before being reassembled in the form of pure mana. The process was intriguing, but Lith was more concerned looking for Quilla's and Floria's energy signatures. He was afraid of arriving too late, to see their expression fixed by death in a state of pure despair like it had happened to Yandra. Even worse, he was afraid to arrive just in time to see their bodies perfectly fine, but occupied by someone else. Lith wouldn't hesitate to kill someone who was just borrowing Floria's appearance, but it would still be the proof that he was as helpless now as he had been on Earth. Calm down, the body-swapping procedure is bound to be difficult. No one can remove the Skinwalker armors except for their wearer, so they'll probably leave Floria and Quilla for last. That or they'll shatter my prototypes with their ridiculous array. Damn me and my avarice. Why didn't I prepare something better for them? Lith thought. When they reached the 5th underground floor, the two rangers perceived an odd vibration running through the metal structure surrounding them. Lith also heard muffled screams, but both Solus and Morok confirmed to him that the corridor was actually silent. Lith had been feeling strange since he had discovered to be able to understand the words of the Odi's victims. But now that sensation was getting stronger with each step he took. Something was stirring inside of him, almost triggering his memory about it, but every time he was about to recognize it, the feeling stopped. It was like listening to a familiar jingle, but only to its first notes, making it much harder to remember the name of the song. On the 6th underground floor, Lith almost felt dizzy. The noise ringing in his head was becoming unbearable, and not even hushing his ears worked. The silver lining was that they had reached the mana reactor's level. Both rangers could clearly see it in the distance and were near to their destination. Lith's stomach was churning because they had yet to find any trace of his friends. For security reasons, the stairs leading to the upper and lower levels were located at the opposite ends of each floor. He had hoped that he would find Floria by looking through the walls, ceiling, and ground on his way down, but reality had proven him wrong. Lith was about to ask Solus for an analysis of their situation when he noticed that all the shadows that the lights projected were now filled with angry mouths and eyes. They would appear and disappear every time he blinked. Once again, Lith was the only one who seemed to be able to perceive the strange phenomenon. To make matters worse, now the ground was trembling so much that the rangers thought that an earthquake was about to happen. "Don't worry about them, Lith. If something bad had happened to Floria and Quilla, we would feel it," she said, trying to calm him down. "That's bullshit, and you know it. When my brother had the car accident, the only thing I felt was the urge to get a cab and go to work. Where the fuck are they?" "My guess is somewhere near the reactor. According to Kala, the Odi laid the foundations for Liquid, so we can assume that the reactor works akin to a phylactery," Solus said. "They didn't use it to win the war because the further they get from it, the weaker they become. Ripping someone's life force away and replacing it entirely is a mammoth task, on par with splitting and removing a mana core like a lick does. I think that the lab where they forgemaster the flesh golems, use the life-merging process, and perform the body swapping are all near the reactor, so to maximize their odds of success. Based on what happened to Kala and what we know about forgemastering, they only have one shot for each body. There are no do-overs." Lith thanked her, focusing on life vision even more while scouting his surroundings. He much preferred a hard truth to wishful thinking. The reactor was a beacon. The rangers didn't need to read the signs to know where to go. Much to Lith's dismay, the door leading to their destination was blocked by 2 flesh golems. Clearly the Odi were at least as paranoid as he was, and they weren't willing to take any risk of their improvised plan to resurrect their civilization to be ruined, just because they had miscounted the hairless monkeys. "Fuck, we have to fight them one-on-one. I'm not much worried at the idea of facing a golem again as much of wasting our time and blowing our cover," Morok said while scouting the area from around a corner. "Don't worry, we'll kill them so fast that when Mr. See-Through arrives, we'll already be next to the mana reactor. At that point, we'll have the upper hand. That kind of device is delicate. Fighting in its proximity means destroying it," Lith replied. "What makes you so sure of our success?" "We're both highly motivated." Lith shapeshifted into his hybrid form. "Floria is in a room nearby the reactor, so neither of us has any reason to hold back. It's do or die, and I've got no intention of dying." Chapter 715, Mana Reactor Part 1. The late Professor Neschel was right. For a single warden, keeping 2 arrays at the ready was impossible, and so was for 2 different wardens to activate both their arrays at the same time. Unless, of course, they shared a mind link that allowed them to synchronize their very thoughts and perceptions. "As soon as we are done casting, I want you to use invigoration and recover your strength. An array is too much of a burden for your green core. I want you at your 100% to face that Odi's anatomy model," Lith thought. "But the strain on your body," Solus objected. "I don't give a damn about having a perfect body just to die like a lab rat at the hands of those madmen," Lith cut her short. "Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. If something happens to you, I'll never forgive myself for dragging you to Kula. Jump on my back and strike at their power core on my mark." "I can't see their power core, you dimwit," Morok replied. "My soul will light your way." Morok was about to sneer at the happy-go-lucky bullshit Lith had just spewed when the hybrid unfolded his wings, using a flight spell, air magic, and air fusion to fly as fast as a bullet. When the flesh golems noticed them, Lith activated his earth-blocking array while Solus used her air-blocking, and used light magic to draw an X where the construct's power core was located. A second later, Morok's hammers had smashed their target, while Lith's orichalcum glove had pierced his own. Lith used invigoration on the door in front of them to release its lock, while keeping an ear at the creature's last breaths. \U003C grid 325,627, 32,562, \U003E the female construct said while searching for Lith's eyes with hers. \U003C 893,465, 893,465, 8934, \U003E the male golem repeated his message as fast as he could, but to Morok it was gibberish, so he ignored him. Lith didn't miss that the door in front of them just had a card reader, making such numbers pointless. Two small wisps of light came out of their remains, but instead of shooting towards the ceiling like it had happened before, Lith saw them getting sucked through the door and into the reactor. "What the heck was that?" Morok asked, but Lith could only shrug in reply, reverting to his human form. The door clicked, revealing an enormous cave, at least 30 meters, 100 feet, high and 50 meters, 166 feet, wide. In the middle of the cave, there was a pillar made of metal and mana crystals that pierced the only part of the ground not covered by the metal plates, digging deep into Magus' crust. Even though the pillar was so tall that it reached the ceiling and was larger than any tower both rangers had ever seen, they could barely distinguish its features. In front of them, there was a green grid made of energy that blocked their path just after a couple of meters from the door. "So much for our blitz," Morok whined. "How did you miss something this huge?" Lith had no idea how to reply, since both he and Solus could see only with their conventional sight. The energy net was invisible to their mystical senses. The tyrant had enough surprises for a lifetime, so instead of trying to blink, he tried and failed to open a warp steps on the other side of the grid. Somehow the 2 points in space couldn't be connected. "I could say the same about your eyes," Lith said, noticing that the Odie had crushed the holographic pad on the outside, leaving intact only the one inside the barrier. "Grid 325,627, Lith repeated, sending a tendril of mana through the barrier. He could still reach the other terminal with spirit magic, or so he thought until a fizzle and a shower of sparks crushed his hopes. "This is not magic," Lith said, understanding the nature of the obstacle in front of them. "Nor is it a spell, a construct, or an array. This is pure mana without an energy signature that I can recognize." They couldn't afford to waste time, but Lith was actually thinking out loud to better study their situation and giving his partners the means to help him. He noticed that just like normal barriers, the grid didn't completely seal the cave from the external world. Light and air could still pass through, so all he had to do was follow the Odie's lead when they had forced the assistants to leave the camp. "This is going to hurt," Lith said while generating a strong light from a high point behind him, making his shadow grow long enough to reach the hollow pad. Then he infused his mana into his own projection, to give it life as he had already done in the past. "That's amazing. How do you call this spell?" Morok had never seen such a trick, not even from his father. "It has no name." Lith was too focused and embarrassed to tell him that his personal variant of spirit magic had a cringy name like Demons of Darkness. Lith had used that name during his mission in Xantia for his play with Freya. The thing on the other side was half shadow and half made of Lith's mana, so he knew that it was only a matter of time before the barrier recognized it as a threat, or at least an anomaly. 325, the shadow needed to be solid to interact with the pad. At the 3, Lith felt his skin crawling. At the 2, the green energy of the barrier started to seep into the dark streak connecting Lith to his double, forcing him to double his focus to counter that invasion. At the 5, it was as if he was touching a live wire. 6, the green energy was now invading his body, charring Lith's feet while it worked its way up. 2, Lith was forced to use darkness fusion to cut off his pain receptors, and a massive amount of mana to stop the grid from reaching his mana core. 7, the green dot on the pad was replaced by a red one as the grid disappeared. Morok blinked right behind the reactor, bringing Lith with him and preparing for the arrival of the enemy. Lith was doing his best, helped by Solus, to cleanse his body by the still lingering green energy. His mana core was shaken from both the assault and the strain it had sustained, to the point that Lith didn't feel safe using invigoration. If his mana core mistook the pure mana for world energy, there was no telling what damage it could inflict upon him. Only when his body was once again filled with mana, carrying his own energy signature, did Lith use his breathing technique to heal his wounds. Solus didn't have the heart to tell him that he was almost charred from the waist down, but the hunger that overwhelmed Lith once he was able to stand on his own again wasn't so kind. Lith had started gulping down the second of Solus's disgusting nutrients tonics when two more flesh golems appeared. Life vision allowed him to see that Jiira wasn't with them. Also, they had warped right next to their fallen comrades, which likely meant that the grid was off-limits to them as well. Chapter 716, Monoreactor Part 2. Lith shared his discoveries with Morak while closely following the golem's movements. "I guess our cover is blown," the tyrant sighed. "No, only mine." Lith shook his head. "I collected the corpses of both professors not only to return them to their families once we get out of here, but also because if one of them goes checking the place where we fought the Odi, they will think I destroyed the bodies of my fallen comrades. Remember that mine is the only death that hasn't been confirmed, whereas the hole in your chest was pretty convincing. Also, our cover was blown the moment we took down those constructs." "Okay, 2 questions then. First, how do we dispose of them? Second, the reactor is really big. Any idea of how to destroy it?" Morak asked. Lith looked around the room before answering. There were 3 doors leading outside. The one they had arrived from, the one leading where Floria and the others were, and a third one he had no idea what purpose could it have. Lith couldn't see any energy coming from behind it, so it was useless to him. He had no time to explore the compound. "I have a plan for the golems. As for the reactor, we still have 1 code from the golems we have just defeated. Let's search for a holographic pad with numbers. Maybe it's the shut-down code," Lith said. "I take back what I've said earlier about your eyes. Speaking with corpses is damn useful. By the way, how do I distinguish Odi letters from numbers?" Morak had never bothered learning how to recognize them because he had all the professor's notes stored in his dimensional amulet, but now it was lost. Lith groaned, making a copy for him of both the code and a comparative table between the Odi's numbers and their own. Meanwhile, the flesh golems outside the room had completed their report and moved toward the door. Lith stepped out of his hiding spot, checking for the presence of surveillance devices while spreading tendrils of spirit magic in every direction. As he expected, the room had no cameras, likely to avoid the security codes from being spied, and because the mana grid was already a formidable defense. Contrary to his expectations, 1 golem entered from the door while the other one warped in front of the room where Lith's friends were, making him curse. His trick was likely to work only once, and it needed the constructs to attack at the same time. "Do you want me to cast the elemental blocking array?" Solus asked. "No, I can't afford wasting more mana in arrays, and neither can you. Invigoration has only a limited number of uses, and we have yet to face Mr. Anatomy Model," Lith thought. Luckily, the second golem had just gone checking that no one had entered the lab before moving to the reactor room. The lab's door lead directly inside the grid, allowing it to operate the commands and let its partner in. Both constructs were surprised seeing the intruder and the energy field deactivated, but being more machines than persons, their feelings caused no delay in their response to the threat. One ran toward Lith, while the other activated its warping array to cover the distance separating them. Lith moved all the tendrils he had prepared at once, touching the holographic pad and restoring the grid. The warping array instantly collapsed, cutting the first golem in half, while the remaining tendrils of mana wrapped around the second construct that was already inside the energy cage and sent it slamming against the barrier. The results were impressive. The moment the golem touched the green grid, its body was pulverized as if it was sand passing through a sieve. Lith's only gripe with his strategy was that by instantly killing them, he had missed the opportunity to obtain more information. "Quick, we don't have much time," Lith said while looking around for another pad. He left the grid active to prevent anyone from warping while he was distracted. If even the golem had been forced to use the door, the Odi were bound to do the same, especially since they seemed to be incapable of using dimensional magic. "I really hope those were the last constructs." Morak's mystical senses were useless while in front of the mana reactor. Its raw power blinded him, so he could only use his natural sight. Lith and Solus had the same problem, making them wish they had a royal Forgemaster wand with them. Even by using invigoration on the reactor, it would take them quite a while to search it thoroughly. "There's no pad here, just metal and crystals," Morak said. "Go check the other door inside the grid. If they protected it from dimensional magic, there must be a reason." Lith had yet to finish examining the reactor with invigoration and couldn't afford to waste 1 single second. There was something wrong with the Odi's device, something that made it painful for him to use his breathing technique like usual. It had never happened before, yet Lith was too focused to care about the cold shiver running down his spine. The only thing he could think of was cracking the mystery in front of him. The mana reactor was just like Solus. It had both a mana flow and a life force, yet the two living artifacts couldn't have been more different. While Solus was a person with her energy signature, her stone body, and the red wind of life coming out of it, the reactor was a maelstrom of energy signatures, a bodiless mass of pure energy which emitted constant screams of agony. Now that he was so close, he could see the red of life and the black of death endlessly turning into one another. Lith could swear that the reactor was trying to pull him inside, just like it had done with the golem's wisps. Only his body prevented his energy from being stolen. Lith felt dizzy and nauseous. The longer he remained in contact with the reactor, the more he could feel the lives spinning inside its bowels. More stairs, they seemed to lead to the upper floors again. Weird, any news? Morok asked upon his return. None, use your best spells and find a way to shut this thing down. I'm going in. Lith didn't wait for a reply and ran towards the lab, his mind filled with doubts. Was the golem trying to deceive me, or did I fail to understand its message? After all, while the woman mentioned the grid, the man just repeated a sequence of numbers. Could it be another code for the grid's pad? Lith thought. Unlikely. My best guess is that if you input the wrong number, you sound the alarm, cause the grid to fill the whole room, killing any intruder, or both. Solus thought while studying the defensive device pattern. She was almost certain that the grid could be moved. The next room was nothing like Lith had imagined it. The wall on his left was filled with what resembled monitors to him, from which he could observe the whole facility of Kula, both above and below levels. The camp was still filled with the toxic gas, so using the elevator to escape was out of the question. The rest of the monitors didn't show anything interesting, just empty corridors and rooms. Chapter 717, Immortal Body Part 1. There was a keyboard below the monitors that allowed its user to switch between the different cameras, but Lith had no idea how to operate it. There was no mouse, and his coding skills were nil for Earth's operating systems, let alone for alien technology. On the right side of the room, there was an empty cylindrical water tank, similar to the one that contained the pseudo-balor in the body enhancement department, but much more complex and refined. Several cables of different colors went from the nearby wall to and inside the tank. Every single centimeter of it was covered in runes of power that Lith had never seen before, making it both a powerful artifact and the focus of at least 20 different arrays. Lith noticed that there was a single set of footprints going from the tank to the monitors and moving around the room. Lith followed them with his eyes, noticing that for some reason, the man from the tank had stopped in front of a wall. Lith used invigoration, discovering a hidden compartment that had been cloaked against detecting spells, life vision included. Triggering it was easy. One of the metal bolts was actually a switch that once pressed made 2 stone slabs slide, revealing a holographic pad protecting a safe. 893,465. After checking with invigoration for traps, Lith entered the password. The pad disappeared while the safe opened. Inside there were 3 books, each one several centimeters thick. Lith put them inside Soluspedia to examine them. He couldn't read the Odi language, but judging by the pictures, they were the schematics for all Kula's successful projects. Fuck me sideways. The Flesh Golems folder doesn't help me one bit, and neither does the body-swapping book. The pictures are self-explanatory, and I can't find any weak point just by looking at them. The mana reactor, however, is a different story. The part on this floor, it's seamless. I doubt Morok could damage it unless he manages to make the mana crystals detonate. The schematics show that its structure reaches the upper floor, where there is a metal gate from which specimens can be thrown inside the reactor for a reason I don't understand. I must inform Morok of this before, Lith thought when he discovered that his before was already expired. Jaira, the one that Lith referred to as Mr. Anatomy Model, due to his translucent skin that allowed to see his muscles and organs as if he was some kind of plastic toy, had just walked inside the same room where Floria was. Normally Lith would weave his best spells, preparing for the fight, but the enemy's green array made most of them useless, so he preferred to save all of his energies for those abilities that couldn't be turned against him. Okay, filthy bastard, just pick one of them who's not Quilla or Floria, so I'll have all the time I need to inform Morok, Lith thought. Unfortunately, after examining all of their prisoners, the Odi had moved Floria on the bottom of the body rankings, and had decided to experiment on her to check if their body-swapping procedure was still effective on humans. Despite her powerful mana core, with her height and build she was the least charming female specimen according to their standards. Even when they had mistaken her for a man, she ranked pretty low. With her light bronze skin, fit body, and callous hands, she was the embodiment of everything a noble Odie despised. Hard work under the sun was something that only slaves did, not to mention that her height was too far from what they considered perfection. Jaira closed in on her and released Floria from the red chains restraining her. Then he used an air spell to move her on what looked like a table. Lith wished with all of his strength for the Odie to go away again, so that he could speak with Morok while Solus freed his friend. Once again, wishes proved to be a waste of time. Thanks to life vision, Lith could see through the walls that part of the energy from the mana reactor was flowing inside crystal cables linked to whatever Floria was lying on. Lith clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white. Yet before taking action, he had to wait the moment when the Odie's full focus was on his best friend. Wait a minute, Solus thought. If he takes Floria's body, what need does he have for the other members of the expedition? I'll ask him after I rip his head off, Lith replied, darting inside the room the moment mana started to flow through Jaira's body. Lith was in his peak condition, so he infused his body with all the elements and went all out right from the start. He entered the body-swapping room moving so fast to be barely a blur. Inside, instead of the usual metal, the room was entirely made of stone carved out with earth magic, to allow the world energy to saturate its air. All the remaining members of the expedition were lined up along the wall in order of importance on Lith's right. Each one of them was restrained by red chains that kept them healthy while preventing them from using magic. In the middle of the room, there was a stone table where Floria was. She was conscious but deadly pale. The red chains had healed her wounds, but without being properly fed, she was so weak that she didn't have the strength to fight. Above and below the table, there were bundles of cables that ended into 2 purple mana crystals, pointing respectively at Floria's forehead and nape. Jaira had already activated the God's will array to maximize the procedure's chance of success, so he managed to react fast enough to spread his fingers and release 5 energy beams. Lith had already seen that trick and was expecting it. He bent down, passing right under the beams before stepping inside the array against his better judgment. I don't know exactly what the green array does, but if I can't attack from a distance, then close combat is my only option, he thought. Like Morok had previously told Lith, the mana reactor not only did provide the Odie with infinite mana, but also split the world energy into its base components, providing them with the next best thing to fusion magic. Jaira kept the beams active, sweeping down his hand and cutting through stone and metal as if he was projecting a laser grid while he stepped back. Lith grinned, noticing that the array hadn't moved along with the Odie. Lith crouched even lower, executing a right leg sweep that almost took his enemy by surprise. Jaira's air fusion allowed him to see Lith's move and react by taking a single step back, putting the enemy right under his line of fire. Great was Jaira's surprise when the sweep struck at his legs nonetheless, sending him flying while his own energy beams almost damaged the priceless machinery. Lith had partially shapeshifted his body into his hybrid form to succeed. His hybrid legs were longer than his human forms, something that he had worked hard to prevent the Odie from discovering. He then used the sweep's spin to pivot on his left foot and turn the sweep into a roundhouse kick. The orichalcum-covered talons of his foot cut deeply into the Odie's chest. Jaira's outrage knew no bounds. The perfect body of a god had just been defiled by a hairless, treacherous monkey. Chapter 718, Immortal Body Part 2. 2 more beams departed from Jaira's eyes while he was slamming against the back wall, taking Lith by surprise. Both rays struck at Lith's heart with enough strength to make him bounce off the floor, filling it with cracks, and then crash against the metal door. Jaira had used pure mana to attack, giving the beams the same energy of a speeding truck in exchange for the lack of any piercing ability. The results were nothing to scoff at. Jaira had clearly heard the human's bones shatter not only when he had been hit by the beams, but also every time Lith had struck a hard surface. The small pool of blood forming under Lith's head was a clear sign of how deadly the Odie's aim had been. Jaira could sense the enemy's life force fading, so he focused on the body-swapping device to make sure that it had sustained no damage. A snapping sound was all that warned him of the impending danger. Somehow, the ranger was inside the God's will array again, with his silver-clawed hand aimed at Jaira's brain. The Odie stepped back, emitting energy beams from both his eyes and hands, but Lith was fast enough to crouch down in time to dodge them. Then, he used his hands to deflect the opponents to the side and his head to struck upwards at the Odie's chin, sending all of his ray against either the floor or the ceiling. Jiraiya rage exploded when he tasted his own blood invading his mouth, something that had never happened to him, not even during the Great War. Two more beams, this time made from the fire element, erupted from his open palms, striking respectively Lith's head and heart. Jiraiya could now see the reason why his opponent had managed to survive this far. A split second before the impact, Lith's whole body was covered by orichalcum, which had absorbed part of the impact. The two new rays were strong enough to push the metal liquid aside and reach their target. Even though their trajectory had been deflected by the Skinwalker armor's energy field, a smell of barbecue spread throughout the room as half of Lith's face evaporated. The blood from his wounds generated a spray of red fog, while his body crashed against the metal door again before sprawling on the ground. /U003C, stay down, damn it. /U003E, Jiraiya said while unleashing several bullets of darkness magic to destroy the enemy corpse. Much to his surprise, the corpse wasn't a corpse. A simple wave of Lith's hand deflected the bullets. Out of habit, Jiraiya had used fist magic again, but outside the gods will array the dark projectiles had returned to be just a very powerful cantrip. Lith's body floated in midair, allowing him to stand up, also revealing the flesh and muscles of his face, regenerating at a speed visible at the naked eye, until no trace of the wound was left. /U003C, that's impossible. Humans cannot have achieved an immortal body before the Odi. /U003E, Jiraiya refused to believe his own eyes. He knew about the existence of awakened ones, but he had no idea what exactly their powers were. Hence, he wasn't aware that each time Lith was about to be struck, instead of tensing up and clenching his teeth, he simply took a deep breath with invigoration. That would make the healing process start even before a wound could be opened. The destructive power of each energy beam had been greatly reduced, because Lith's tissues and bones healed so fast that the beams had to damage each layer of his body multiple times before managing to go deeper. Jiraiya wasn't a golem. With each second of his stupor, he allowed Lith, who was insensitive to pain thanks to darkness fusion, to breathe regularly. With every breath, his body healed. With every breath, his strength returned. A snap of Lith's fingers made all of the chains restraining the prisoners open in unison, plunging the room into chaos. No one cared about how Lith had done it. The only thing they wanted was to get out of there. Well, you only need to shoot beams from your mouth, nipples, and crotch to have the complete set, Lith said. He was usually deaf to the rantings of his enemies. Talking was just a waste of breath that would only encourage more babbling. Lith was a firm believer that during a fight less was more. Unless, of course, he needed to buy some time. Only in such a case would he indulge the madness of his opponents. Like now, when he was waiting that Solus returned by his side. The first time Lith had stepped inside the green array, he had made sure that the enemy was unaware of her existence and incapable of detecting her despite her half-artifact nature. The second time, Solus had exploited the moment after the leg sweep to reach the prisoners unnoticed, and spread her body between the chains before activating Zalgrish's eraser. The impression of a multiple clean slate spell being cast from a distance was what Lith needed to reinforce the enemy's shock and buy even more time. "Quilla, follow my hand," he said, handing her the book about the mana reactor opened at the right page, while a trail of fire and darkness resembling a human hand flew through the air leading her toward Morok. When Lith had arrived, Quilla had hoped to be able to fight by his side, but the two clashes she had just witnessed were more than enough to make her understand that whatever the Odi was, it was beyond her capabilities. The idea of leaving her friend to fight alone against an ancient horror, while her sister was still strapped to the stone table, made her clench her teeth so hard that for a moment she thought they would break. Quilla didn't raise questions nor objections. She just took the book and followed the mystical hand's trail, ignoring everything else. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Ranger Eerie was giving his all to damage the mana reactor, but to no avail. Not only was its metal exterior extremely sturdy, but also it seemed to weaken and absorb all the mana that came in contact with it. Even destroying the protruding mana crystals had turned out to be quite hard, and so far, it didn't seem to have caused any significant damage. No matter if he used tier 4 or 5 spells, the best he had achieved was to leave bumps and scratches. "Fuck, this is just a waste of time. Since I can't go any further below, I might as well go see what's on the upper floor," he said, right before the door in front of him opened. Morok made just in time to revert to his human form and hold back the spell he was about to unleash, thinking that the newcomers were once again golems. Soldiers and assistants were all so scared that none of them noticed the small figure of the ranger near the mana reactor. Quilla kept running to follow the mystical hand that was pointing to the door leading to the upper floor. She had seen the reactor, the picture at the page Lith had handed them, and the door. It was enough for her to do the math. Morok followed her, hoping to receive good news. "Has Lith won already?" he asked. "No, but if we don't destroy this thing, we'll all end up as spare parts," she replied while heavily panting. If not for the adrenaline rush, she would barely be able to stand, let alone think clearly. Chapter 719, Doomed Race Part 1. The soldiers were terrified. Without their weapons and equipment, they felt as if they were naked, but the worst thing was the acknowledgement of being completely helpless. Even if they were still fully armed, there was nothing they could do. Once freed, they had run away out of survival instinct, but now they realized that it had been a pointless action. There was no way out of the underground facility, nor a place where they could hide. The assistants didn't stop thinking. They just kept running toward any door they could see, to get as further away as they could from that nightmare. Quilla was getting weaker by the second, but since she seemed to know what she was doing, Morok gave her a bit of his life force and carried her in his arms up the staircase. The door was unlocked, leading inside a room even bigger than the reactor itself. The walls were covered in dimensional runes, which made Morok's heart flutter, at least until he remembered that he had no idea what was written on them. "You have a Forgemaster wand, correct? We can escape if you activate one of those runes," he said. "No can do. First, I'm not leaving my sister and my friend behind. Second, they took my wand, so unless you want to retrieve it, we're stuck." Quilla stared at the reactor's upper part that entered the room through the floor, trying to make a sense of the picture in the book she held. "Damn my rotten weight, you said they who?" he asked. "The blue guy and Gaku, she has sold us to the enemy. That bitch speaks the Odi language, so she must have cut herself a deal." Since the situation still made no sense, Quilla used her Forgemaster spells on the reactor to understand how it worked. The moment her first spell was completed, her eyes rolled back, showing only the white, and she started to puke uncontrollably, crying her eyes out. "What the fuck is going on?" he blurted out while trying to stop Quilla's seizure from harming her. The reactor's insulation was lighter on its upper part, so she had experienced something even worse than what Lith had felt while using invigoration. The term mana reactor was just a fancy word to hide its real purpose. In order for the device to work, countless lives had been thrown into the mana geyser below Quilla. The life forces of the Odi's victims had been modified so that they could absorb the world energy and filter it with their bodies, turning it into mana. The structure made of metal and mana crystal had only the function to store and contain the energy, while the reactor purified the mana produced from its energy signature to allow the Odi to use it freely. Yet because of its nature, it wasn't just the energy that the reactor had stored. Every single living being that had been thrown inside the device was still in there. The world energy would invade their bodies and mana cores, making them explode due to the failed awakening process. Yet thanks to the modifications they had sustained, and the reactor splitting the world energy into its 6 components, the light element would heal them the moment they were damaged, keeping the living fuel in an eternal cycle of death and rebirth. Some of them had even turned into abominations, but they were trapped as well. They had no advantage over their peers, quite the contrary. Their black cores were the perfect filters, so the amount of energy they endured was much greater, and so was their suffering. The mana reactor was akin to a cauldron where world energy, flesh, and souls were constantly burned to provide the Odi with unlimited power. Quilla's spells had made her feel just a spark of the suffering those trapped inside its bowels perceived every single second, yet it was enough to drive her insane. Space. When Jiira snapped out of his stupor, all of his prisoners had escaped. He considered it just a minor inconvenience since he could always capture them again later. What worried him was the odd creature in front of him. Jiira had no idea how Lith could still be alive. \U003C surrender now, or she dies. \U003E since the human had come that far to rescue them, Jiira assumed they were important for him. A condensed sphere of light was now pointing at Floria's head, burning her hair. "Do it and your precious machine come next." Lith pointed his hand to what looked like a console installed in the wall to which most cables were linked. The bolt of lightning on his hand was strong enough to turn it into scraps. None of the 2 men could understand the other's words, but their actions spoke volumes. Jiira realized that his earlier assumption was wrong. Even while he was making the female on the table scream in pain, the male was unfazed, still charging his lightning. Lith was actually furious. Each one of Floria's cries of agony, every single drop of blood she shed, was enough to make him lose his mind. The scene reminded him of his father, Ezio, beating his brother Carl while he could only stand and watch. Yet Lith managed to control his rage, turning it into fuel to his power rather than fire burning his mind. In a hostage situation, giving in to demands was idiotic. The hostage had only value as a shield. If Lith surrendered, she was as good as dead. Lith released his spell, making Jaira gasp in surprise for more than one reason. The console was inside the god's will array, so instead of giving the thunderbolt a straight trajectory, Lith moved it along the array's borders, so that it entered the magical formation from the nearest point to the terminal. Also, Lith hadn't wasted his time charging it with mana, but with his own will. Between the strong imprint he had left and the lightning's natural speed, Jaira was forced to commit his entire focus to stop the spell before it destroyed his life work. Lith charged in, his hands turning into orichalcum-covered claws, one aimed to Jaira's brain and the other to the sphere embedded in his body that allowed him to use the green array. Lith moved so fast that Jaira was forced to let some of the energy go and unleash a barrage of small energy beams, to not give Lith any place where to dodge. Much to his surprise, the human didn't dodge, but deflected the beams with his arm and legs. Cracking sounds could be heard once more, but this time Lith only slid back of a few meters. The enemy attack didn't even have the strength to make him fly away anymore. Jaira was shocked, throwing the lightning back against Lith only to discover that it was nothing more than a light show. While the Odi was starting to panic, invigoration fixed Lith's limbs. \U003C, what's wrong? Why doesn't our array work anymore? \U003E, Jaira said. \U003C, calm down, you idiot. Just look at its runes. \U003E, Vega pointed out. It was only then that Jaira noticed that even though the magical formation was still standing, several of its power nodes had been destroyed. Lith hadn't blindly charged in, but had followed a methodical plan. His attacks had always been just a distraction, to force the Odi to reveal his cards and making him fail to notice that Lith was using his spells to strike a god's will's power nodes, just like Vaster had taught him. Chapter 720, Doomed Race Part 2. That way, the array would still work, but its effects would be greatly diminished with each lost node. Even while Jaira was studying his predicament, he saw tendrils of Lith's mana coming from below the floor and crash another node. Come on, pal, you just have to turn it off and on again to reset it, Lith said while a blue aura erupted from his body and several spells could be seen on the verge of taking form. Looking at Lith's savage smile, Jaira felt an endless fear taking hold of him. Sure, the Odi could do as Lith had suggested, but taking down the array meant remaining completely exposed to Lith's spells. Jaira was in a pinch. As long as God's will was active, the enemy could only engage him in physical combat. Yet the longer they fought, the weaker the array's power-focusing ability would become. Lith had attacked only one of the array's functions on purpose, to not make his opponent realize what was happening until it was too late. Lith could almost taste the blood of his enemy, almost hear his dying screams. Lith's teeth became the size of small knives, and his cheeks covered in scales. Jaira involuntarily took a step back from the grinning monster in front of him. The Odi had seen the monster moving. The second he needed to reset the array was a second too long, at least as long as the creature remained on the fringes of God's will. To make matters worse, he couldn't just move the array, so its area of effect was fixed until he replaced it with a new one. A clicking sound made Jaira look down, just in time to notice that somehow, the human female was now free. Yet instead of running away, Floria placed her hands on his abdomen, releasing a fireball from point-blank range. What the Odi had confused for ramblings of agony were actually magic words. The moment a chance of survival had appeared, Floria had started to cast all of her best spells. Yet after seeing the Odi controlling Lith's spells as if they were his own, she had been forced to change her tactic. If she had to die, she would die fighting, without leaving the Odi anything but a broken carcass. The fireball exploded too fast and too close for even God's will to have any effect. The detonation made Jaira fly against the back wall and cracked both the table and the mana crystals. Her own mana couldn't hurt Floria, but it could still hurt Lith and Solus, who was hiding under the table after undoing Floria's bindings. Lith rushed forward, uncaring of the flames and the heat. It was his opportunity to both rescue his partner and put down his enemy. The orichalcum enveloped Lith, protecting his lungs from the hot air that was making it hard for Jaira to breathe. His midriff was shredded. Only the constant infusion of light magic from the reactor had prevented his viscera from being on the floor rather than where they were supposed to be. Jaira saw Lith approaching. The air element coursing through Jaira's body allowed him to follow the monster's movements. The Odi joined his hands, focusing all the energy he could muster in the biggest energy beam he could conjure in such a short time. He used water magic to cool the air and hopefully turn the enemy into a popsicle. Even if weakened, the green array made the beam too fast for Lith to dodge, but weak enough to be blocked. Lith's right arm deflected it while his left arm pierced the enemy's brain first and heart later, releasing each time powerful spells that made the Odi's body parts explode like water balloons, emitting a wet sound. Lith was about to strike at the sphere that controlled the array when Jaira overloaded his life force, causing an explosion powerful enough to send both Lith and Floria crashing against the door. This is impossible, Lith thought. There is no spell that can keep you alive with your brain and heart destroyed. I've seen his life force fade like it happened to all those who I killed in the past. How could he activate such a spell, and why is the array still standing? Lith was right, Jaira was dead. Yet the same didn't apply to all the other Odi he was sharing his body with. When Kylla's researchers had understood that no one was coming to save them, they had used the body merging project to have their numbers but double their lifespan by alternating who was in control of the body. Only the active life force would be consumed, while the other would be preserved. Yet it also meant having the speed of their research, since there was only so much work that a single body could do. With each of their failure, the Odi's number would decrease, until they had decided to merge all inside a single body, to buy as much time as they could while waiting for rescue. The tank where they had slept slowed their metabolism to 1/10, so that each one of them would only lose 1 day of life force after 10 days. The Odi had spent the last few centuries switching from one body to another, prolonging the existence of their doomed race. When the other Odi had felt Jaira's consciousness fade and his precious life span go to waste, they had activated the detonation spell engraved in his body to buy enough time for the next of them to take charge. Lith used invigoration on both Floria and himself while trying to make heads or tails of the events. She was just wounded while his frozen right arm was second away from shattering into pieces. Only when he saw Jaira's body shapeshift into another much more muscular body did Lith understand what life merging meant. All the injuries he had inflicted upon his earlier enemy had disappeared, and even though just the hair color distinguished Jaira from Rizzo, their energy signatures couldn't have been more different. Rizzo took an elaborate longsword and a heavy armor out of Elkaz's dimensional ring that was now his own. Once their owner was dead, their imprint on an enchanted item would disappear. Dimensional items were easy to use, and the Odi had seen their specimens use them multiple times from their cameras. So the first thing they had done after killing the useless old coots was to find one and use it to store all of their best equipment. In that single ring, there were the results of countless experiments conducted in Kylla, plus the best equipment that the Odi could craft during their empire's golden age. Space. Wake up, kid. After Quilla's seizure had stopped, and Morok had made sure with his diagnostic spells that nothing bad had happened to her, the tyrant had tried his best to make her regain consciousness. Up to that moment, healing magic, buckets of cold water, and yelling had proven to be useless. If we don't do something, we're all going to die. At least tell me what the heck this picture means. The open Audiobook didn't make sense to him. It only showed a hatch and the reactor, but that was something he could see with his own eyes. Chapter 721, Great Fortress Part 1. Since Quilla kept being useless, Morok stood up and conjured his strongest Tier 5 War Mage spell, Wheel of Fate. Usually it had an area of effect too big to be used in a closed space, but the reactor's maintenance room was big enough to accommodate 2 of such spells. 4 rings, each one made of a different elemental energy, and as big as a Ferris wheel, surrounded the reactor. Normally there would be 5 of them, but without Earth to manipulate, that part of the spell was just a waste of mana. The 4 rings attacked the structure in turns. Darkness first to weaken the structure and all the spells it was imbued with, then fire to heat the reactor until its metal parts were white-hot. Then followed the water ring, to inflict a powerful thermal shock and drench the enemy in water, so that the ensuing lightning ring could seep through all the cracks that the previous attacks had opened. Several mana crystals exploded, and the lights in the room flickered, while the spell relentlessly hammered the mana reactor, almost giving the now-awake Quilla a heart attack. "What are you doing, you idiot? If you destroy the opening mechanism, we will never stop the reactor in time," she said. "The what now?" Morak dispelled the wheel with a wave of his hand. "Can't you see the hatch on the picture?" She slammed the book under his nose. "We have no chance of destroying the mana reactor with normal spells. For the gods' sake, how can you think that something made to contain infinite mana can be harmed by mana? Now that you point that out, it explains why my strategy wasn't very effective on the lower floor, but here the shielding is lighter. No matter how sturdy a dam is, it only takes a crack to take it down." Morak quoted his wise father. "Yeah, too bad we are in front of the dam. I'm sure that Lith asked you to find a way to turn it off, not to blow us all in the greatest conflagration Magur has ever seen. What part of infinite mana isn't clear to you?" "Fine, egghead. Then what's your brilliant plan?" Morak firmly believed that attack was the best defense, especially when there was nothing you could say to make you appear less moronic. "To fuel the reactor, the Odi need to throw living creatures down that hatch. Is that clear?" she asked, and Morak nodded for her to continue. "Then if we trick the system into believing that it's recharge time, but we throw inside something hard to digest instead of fresh meat, the inbuilt safety measures will stop its functioning. I doubt that the Odi planned on dying at the first misoperation, and since the reactor is powerful enough to blow its way out to the surface, there must be a panic button or something. We just need to trigger it." Quilla walked to the mana reactor and started to compare the picture with the real thing in front of her. It took her but a wave of her hand to get rid of the layer of frost covering the console and the several monitors. "Good job, jackass. Most of them are broken," she said while using water and air magic to dry everything, in the hope that at least some of them would start working again. "Who cares? It's not like any of us can read that gibberish." Morak acted tough, but he was starting to realize why his father had refused to awaken him until the young tyrant would learn to think more with his two brains and less with his two fists. "Yeah, but at least we could have watched the fucking images." Quilla would have stabbed him to death if the Odi hadn't taken everything from her but her skinwalker armor, and not for a lack of trying. Even a golem's level of strength was pointless against an artifact capable of switching from the solid to the liquid state at will, and that only responded to its master. It was the reason why Floria had been chosen as a guinea pig, using an inferior specimen to check if the skinwalker armor would interfere with the body-swapping process before attempting it on their masterpiece, Quilla. With her slender body and her mastery of light magic, she was the closest thing to an Odi they could get. Yet now that very similarity was working against them. "Okay, I can't read the tags above any of these buttons, but judging from their positioning I can guess what they do. I think I can open the hatch, but that would lead us nowhere," she said. "Why?" Morak asked. "Because even though I can open it, the system has a double access to prevent energy leaks. First, it opens on our side, then we have to throw something inside, and only then will the hatch close from our side and drop the load in the reactor. Well, with the hatch open, a well-placed spell could break the inner door and blow us all to the surface," Quilla cut him short. "We need someone to sacrifice themselves, put them in the hatch, maybe loaded with all the alchemical tools we can find, so that once we drop them inside the reactor, they can detonate themselves while the system is sealed and activate the failsafe. Yeah, two problems. One, I'm not going to jump. Second, we've got no alchemical tool. Mr. Blue Skin groped me for good as well. I've nothing left." "He didn't grope me." Quilla really hoped that what the Odi had performed was just a body search. Thank Lith, the armor had shielded her from any probing and body examination. "Sure thing, sweetheart. The bastard was so thorough with me that I almost expected he would ask me out." Morak sneered. "Back to business, how do we stop it?" Quilla looked at Morak, calculating her odds of throwing him down the hatch. Worst-case scenario, it wouldn't help Lith, but she would still get rid of him. Yet she was aware that some golems might still be on the loose and she couldn't afford being distracted. "We need to capture a flesh golem or Gaku. That bitch betrayed us, so in my book she's expendable," Quilla replied. To be fair, Gaku had betrayed no one. Just like Quilla back at the academy, she had been enslaved. The Odi had permanently altered her life force, making the slave item impossible to remove without killing her. "Can't we just throw a couple of assistants inside and see how it goes? They are much easier prey," Morak proposed. "Yes, we could, but we still need something to detonate inside, otherwise we would just add new fuel to the reactor." Quilla's reply shocked the tyrant. He was just teasing her, never expecting that she would actually agree to such a heartless plan. Quilla was disgusted by her own weakness just as much as she was from that of her colleagues. The lives of her sister and her best friend were at stake. To her, a couple of rambling idiots were now a small price to pay to save their lives. Space. Lith stood up, watching at Rizzo walking towards them. The god's will array was gone and ready to be activated again at any moment. Unlike Jaira, Rizzo was a master swordsman. With his strong body and the power of the elements coursing through his body, he was certain to be able to take care of Lith. Chapter 722, Great Fortress Part 2. Rizzo was the one that was going to take Floria's body. The other Odi might consider her ugly due to her height and strength, but to a fighter, she was just perfect. /U003C, get away from my vessel, kid. I'd hate for my new form to be tainted by the blood of a filthy beast. /U003E Rizzo's movements were calm and controlled while he pointed his sword against Lith as a challenge. Fuck off, Lith replied, unleashing all of the spells he had kept at the ready for Jaira. The two men didn't understand each other's words, but their faces spoke volumes. Rizzo's was full of pride and contempt, whereas Lith's was brimming with unbridled rage and killing intent. Two hands made of living streams of lightning, each one the size of a person, clutched on the Odi while a jet stream of black flames pierced through his chest. Lith's Tier 5 spell's final sunset and death grip struck Rizzo to no avail. The Swordmaster laughed while activating his Great Fortress Armor's enchantment. By imbuing it with mana, it generated an energy barrier that blocked the incoming attacks. Its limitation was that it required a lot of mana to protect its master from such powerful, prolonged spells, yet mana wasn't an issue for Rizzo. The reactor made it the absolute defense, with no weak points. /U003C, not bad, kid. I wish I had some decent meat for a barbecue. Your flames make you a poor excuse of a mage, but an excellent stove. /U003E Rizzo laughed, showing the monster that a true noble didn't need the gods' will array to prevail. Solus quickly analyzed the armor, and gave Lith the results of her observations. Hence that armor is almost perfect, she thought. Thanks, Solus, it's just as I predicted. This guy is just a moron that uses a tool without having any idea about how it works. Let's teach him a lesson, Lith replied. Jaira had been a difficult opponent, and Rizzo appeared to be even worse. Yet Lith thought nothing of him. After watching Yandra die between his arms, after seeing Floria being tortured, he could feel something twisting inside of himself, clawing to escape. He could feel it in the low rumble of the earth around him, in the unnatural warmth of the air in the room. Burning inside of him, there was a black flame born of force, and will that for some reason couldn't find its way out. The Odi had taken a lot from Lith. The thought of being able to put an end to their entire race by killing those in front of him was the best payback he could think of. Lith moved his spells, making them flank Rizzo, and leaving his front exposed before hurling a river of origin flames, which started to attack more than just the barrier, striking at its very enchantment. /U003C Origin Flames? Guna, it seems we've got you a furnace. /U003E Rizzo laughed again, but the laughter died when he noticed that there was no end to the flames. Lith kept inhaling and exhaling as fast as he could, piling up more blue flames than he ever did before. /U003C, it must be a monster, not an emperor beast. Only monsters are crazy enough to waste their strength like that. /U003E Rizzo said. The first wave did nothing to his barrier. The second and the third produced no effect as well, but from the fourth onwards he felt that something was wrong. No matter how much water magic he used to cool the surrounding air, Rizzo felt burning. You idiot, Guna screamed inside his head. Our bodies were modified to withstand infinite mana, not your armor. The Odi had no concept of pseudo-core, but they had learned from experience that there was no enchanted object capable of perfectly channeling mana, not even those made of adamant. That was not because of a metal's fault, but due to the crafted pseudo-core being unable to process the constant flow of energy. A pseudo-core was just like a mana core. If abused, it would overload and explode. Unlike a living being, however, there was no risk of an abomination being born, only of junk. Lith had aimed for the armor first, to strip his conceited opponent of an advantage that in the latest stages of the fight, when they were both exhausted, might have been decisive. Now instead, the Great Fortress Armor's pseudo-core was already on the verge of collapsing, before the fight even started. While Guna cursed him for his incompetence in handling her masterpiece, Rizzo finally activated the god's will array. Alas, it was too late. The two spells from Lith, His origin flames and the powerful explosion that struck Rizzo's back were the final nail in the coffin of the ancient armor. Even though she was still shocked and traumatized from the recent events, Floria refused to be just a spectator. While Lith hammered the barrier, she was taking care of the body-swapping machine. Countless blades made of ice, fire, and earth had cut the entire device into pieces no bigger than a cup of tea. First, she had disposed of the stone table to make her weapons. Then she had cut off all the cables in sight. And finally she had struck at the protruding mana crystals, making sure that their opponent would shield them from the conflagration with his own body. Suddenly the great fortress armor was just a heavy lump of metal, offering no more protection to Rizzo's exposed head and arms due to the collapse of its energy field. To add insult to injury, the Odi discovered that not even God's will could do anything against origin flames. The array had just been created, but the blue flames were already eating at its entire structure, greatly reducing its effectiveness. Rizzo could turn it on and off to once again reset it, but that way nothing would stop the origin flames from turning him into charcoal. Space. I'm going to search for a golem. You stay here and don't touch anything. After a few tries, Quilla had already understood the mana reactor's basic commands. Her problem was still the same. She needed a sacrifice loaded with enough firepower to damage the reactor's internal mechanism, but without damaging its outer shell. A flesh golem was her best bet. During her imprisonment, she had all the time she needed to think about how to take them down, and had ended cursing her own stupidity for not realizing it sooner. Yandra had been right since the beginning. Fighting was the wrong move for Quilla. "Are you sure you don't need a bodyguard? Those things are nasty," Morok asked. "Damn sure. I might need your help to move them, though." Quilla went downstairs, making as much noise as she could. She had no idea where the constructs could be hidden, but she was certain that the Odi had to keep them close. They had shown her multiple times that without the golem's warping array they were incapable of using dimensional magic. Once back in the lower reactor room, she used her Forgemaster spells to scan the walls and search for recharging arrays. Her efforts triggered a hidden mechanism that released the last 2 flesh golems. The rest had been destroyed, which was the reason why the Odi had ordered them to remain hidden. Chapter 723, Judgment Part 1. The Colossi moved towards her, but Quilla's next move froze them on the spot. Instead of infusing her armor with mana to better defend herself, she shapeshifted it off, remaining in her underwear. The golem's first priority was her safety. They couldn't harm her. They stepped back as she advanced until they had their backs against the wall. They couldn't touch her without being deactivated, but there was no spell in their arsenal weak enough to not kill a half-naked normal human. Constructs had no access to first magic, only to the spells that they had been imbued with, and flesh golems were war machines. Quilla placed her hands on them and turned the normally unstoppable dreadnoughts into huge piles of stone in a split second. Only when she was sure that they posed no threat to her did she put her armor back on. Then, she used a float spell on the golems and brought them to the reactor's upper floor. "How the heck did you manage to capture 2 constructs without a scratch?" Morok's genuine surprise at the sight of the golems made her sigh in relief. Quilla was afraid he might have been following her and peeped the whole scene. "Finesse," she replied. "Now our question is if it's better to throw them both at once or one at a time and study how the reactor behaves before making a final attempt." Quilla used both Scanner and her Forgemastering spell to search for a self-destruct mechanism. As a Forgemaster, she knew how important it was to not give the enemy the opportunity to study a masterpiece. Once she found the mechanism, she placed the constructs on the hatch before triggering it. The people grafted inside the golems looked at her with eyes filled with gratitude, almost making Quilla feel guilty. In any other time, she would have worried about finding a way to save them from their destiny and give their body back to them. Almost. She was now at war, and no matter her oath as a healer or how innocent those people were, they still remained her enemies. The hatch opened, making the flesh golems fall on the inner metal door that unlocked as soon as the outer door was closed. The constructs fell down into the pit the mana reactor was, filled with world energy, elemental forces, and the emerald green light of mana. Their flesh was instantly consumed, while their stone bodies withstood the maelstrom around them long enough to almost reach the bottom of the reactor. The following explosion broke the balance between the 3 energies at work, forcing the machine to a stop. The reactor was still full of mana, but no more would be produced until the emergency wasn't solved. The world energy was now free to return where it belonged, making the shaking of the ground increase as a silver pillar of light descended from the sky, right above Lith's position. Space. There was a reason why the Odi had been forced to merge all in one body, why they had abandoned their research in a hurry, and why almost no trace of their passage but ruins remained. During the Great War, while the people of the Galen continent fought for their freedom and the Odi did their worst to prolong the existence of their dying race, Magur had passed its judgment on them, deeming them unworthy. The Guardians had mobilized, ending the war that would have lasted a few more years in a matter of hours. The Odi knew about the Guardians, as well as that the only way they had to fight against such powerful creatures was to use the Guardians' best weapon against them. By trapping the world energy in the mana reactor, not only did they achieve the key to unlimited power, but they also hid from both Magur and its Guardians. Even in the case that Kula were to be discovered, the Odi believed that they had enough weapons to take the Guardians on and beat them at their own game. As long as the mana reactor was operational, the Guardians would be diminished, while the Odi would be unstoppable, and the gods' will array would allow them to trample even Magur's will over the elements. As long as the mana reactor was operational, which wasn't the case anymore. The world energy flooded Kula's underground floors, triggering the world tribulation that had been forcefully stopped since the moment Lith had listened to the words of the dying golems. \U003C, oh shit. \U003E Rizzo said, unaware that now both humans were finally capable of understanding his language and vice versa. He had fought his whole life on the front lines. He could never forget the feeling that was now covering his whole body in a cold sweat. The feeling of the presence of a guardian. A silver pillar descended from the sky, while the normally hidden black one emerged from the ground, as if the fingers of two opposite gods were connecting right in the space Lith occupied. Finally, the thing inside of him stopped clawing and erupted from his whole body, covering it in red and black scales, while two curved horns emerged from the sides of his forehead. Floria was so shocked that she almost forgot about Rizzo. She had seen Lith transformed, but never like that. She had never seen the 4 upside-down wings on his back, the tail, the horns, nor the 7 eyes all opened at once. An inhuman roar erupted from his fangs-filled maw as his body grew past the 2 meters, 67, and the whole room turned pitch black. Countless eyes opened on every centimeter of the walls, ceiling, and floor, staring at Rizzo in hatred. Fearing for his life, the Odi decided to give his all, releasing a Tier 3 spell from his sword. Even though the god's will array was weakened, it was still capable of turning the simple lightning into something that exceeded even a Tier 5 magic spell cast by a genius on Manohar's level. The magical formation had been devised as an anti-guardian weapon for a reason. The spell was faster and stronger than anything Lith had ever seen. It moved so quickly that even if he had seen it forming with life vision, even with his body infused with air magic, he couldn't dodge it from so up close. It pierced through the layer of orichalcum covering Lith's head, through the thick scales and bones protecting his brain. Realizing that nothing was enough to stop such a force of nature, Solus did the only thing that she could. She used the split second the spell needed to overpower so many layers of protection to slip inside Lith's skull and cover his brain with her stone body. Lith's armor vaporized, his skull caved in, and Solus was turned into small pebbles. Yet not a single spark of electricity nor bone fragment damaged Lith's vital organ, allowing invigoration to rejuvenate him in only one breath, thanks to the massive amount of world energy enveloping him. That was damn close. Thank you so much, Solus, Lith thought, yet only silence ensued. Solus, Lith could feel an immense void inside of himself where Solus's light usually was. He could still manipulate the glove, his pocket dimension, everything. Yet his best friend was lost to him. An all-too-human scream of grief made the cave tremble so much that both Floria and Rizzo, who were still shocked at seeing Lith alive, thought that the whole of Magur was about to collapse above their heads. Chapter 724, Judgment Part 2. That's Lith's voice. Something must have happened to him. Quilla triple-checked the mana reactor. A lot of red lights signaled that the device had stopped working, and the lack of all the buzzing sounds that had previously filled the air confirmed the success of her strategy. Yet instead of declining, the rumble of the earth was actually worse than before. Cursing her bad luck, she ran toward the room where the fight was taking place despite the fear of the operating table, and of the blue monster who wanted to steal her life, still burned vividly in her mind. Wait, I don't think you should go. You can't possibly help him. Morok ran after Quilla, trying to stop her. He could imagine how hard Lith had worked to hide his real nature, and knew that the Odi wasn't an enemy that could be underestimated. On top of that, Even though he couldn't see the silver and the black pillar with his human eyes, he could feel an enormous power at work. Such a small human like Quilla was likely to be incinerated simply by stepping too close to such a force of nature. He grabbed her by the shoulder, forcing Quilla to stop. She followed her father's teaching, using the ranger's yanking motion to add his momentum to her own and kick him in the nuts with all the strength she had. Quilla was tired of his nonsense. She wouldn't waste a single moment listening to Morok, not while she could actually do something to help her family. If Lith and Floria lost the battle, she was dead anyway. Quilla much preferred spending her last moments with those she loved rather than with an annoying prick. Morok yelped while grabbing his crotch and fell to his side. Beast or not, enchanted protection or not, it would take him some time to recover. When Quilla opened the metal door, she couldn't believe her own eyes. Floria was still there, sitting on the ground and chanting one spell after the other despite the tears streaming from her eyes. The room seemed to be out of a nightmare, filled with eyes of all shapes and sizes staring at the fight, while inhuman screams coming from its walls filled the air. In the middle of it, someone that looked like the Odie Quilla knew, but who wasn't him, was battling to the death with a monstrous creature. Floria wasn't crying because she was afraid of death, nor because she had any idea of what had just happened. She was crying because the thing in front of her, somehow, was exactly as she had always imagined Lith to be. She had always known that he was filled with a pain and anguish that usually he hid from the rest of the world, something that she had only caught a glimpse of from time to time. Now it was all laid bare in front of her, in a storm of claws, snarls, and fury. It was the most inhuman, and yet human being she had ever seen. She was crying because the darkness surrounding them resonated with that pain, allowing Floria to share his grief and shed the tears that Lith couldn't anymore. After the first lightning, Rizzo didn't have the time to cast another that Lith had darted towards him, in a flurry of origin flames and fists. The first punch had been strong enough to lift Rizzo from the ground, sending him crashing against the back wall. His once prized fortress armor was now deeply bent, and bore the mark of Lith's fist. Rizzo's earth and light fusion allowed him to remain conscious, but the strike had brought the both of them outside the god's will array, forcing him to undo the old magical formation and create a new one. That split second had been long enough that Lith had struck the Odie's face so hard and so many times to almost rip Rizzo's head off. One of his eyes was swelled and closed. Many of his teeth were now on the floor, while his nose, broken in many places, bled profusely. Rizzo hadn't taken the onslaught idly. He was a master swordsman, and his blade was still in perfect condition. The eternal blade was the apex of the Odie weaponry. He had stabbed, cut, and deflected Lith's arms at each and every one of his attacks, but the monster didn't care. The silvery armor covering his curved scales deflected most of the impacts, and every wound started to heal the moment it was opened. Lith was using darkness fusion, but it wasn't the lack of pain that allowed him to fight in such a frenzied way. It was the unbridled fury, for having once lost once again someone precious to him. Solace is gone. I will not hear her laugh or cry anymore. She will not be with me the next time I'm happy or sad. She will not scold me when I do something stupid or insensitive. I'm once again alone, and it's all your fault. You took her away from me, Lith thought while his hands turned the orichalcum of the now-dead fortress armor to shreds, bringing him just a few centimeters away from the beating heart of his hated enemy. Until that moment, Rizzo had completely focused on protecting his head, but cuts and bruises were being inflicted upon his now exposed flesh, forcing him to lower his blade. You have to end this quickly, Guna said in his head. Your precious little wench has destroyed the body-swapping machine and the mana reactor has stopped working. Once the stored mana goes dry, you'll not last a second. Rizzo hated to agree with her just as he hated the mage's guts. Yet there was no point in denying the truth, so he used first magic and the green array to surround himself with white flames, forcing the monster to retreat and giving himself the time he needed to heal his injuries. Space. The first thing that Solace saw when she woke up from the darkness that had shrouded her was a luscious sea of green. The soft grass tickled her feet, while a gentle breeze made her light bronze hair dance in the air. She had no idea where she was, but she felt at peace. All of her pains and worries appeared like something distant in the past. The only thing she wanted was to lay down on the grass and stare at the blue sky above her head. Am I dead? She asked, while the memories of the recent events made her snap out of her reverie. This is nothing like what I saw in Lith's memories, and by my maker, my skin is pink. I'm human. I'm really human. She tried to conjure a mirror of ice to look at her own face, but nothing happened. She couldn't feel her mana, nor any of her mystical senses seemed to work. To make matters worse, the only thoughts she could hear were her own. "Oh dear, it's been so long since the last time I had a visitor. Let me wear something you can relate to," a disembodied voice said inside Solas's head, making her yelp in surprise. The ground rose, twisted, and turned, until the lump of mud in front of Solas looked exactly like Alina down to the smallest detail. The only difference was her hair being of the 6 colors of the elements instead of light brown with shades of red. Chapter 725, Lord of Destruction, Part 1. "Where are we? Who are you? More importantly, am I dead? Is Lith dead too?" Solas asked. She felt as if she was about to faint, yet she was physically incapable of doing it. "You are where no living being is supposed to be, inside of my consciousness. As for who I am, usually you call me by many names. The All-Father, the Great Mother, but I think that recently Magus is the most popular," the Alina thing replied. "Wait, what? Why am I here? If I'm not dead, why I don't have any of my powers?" Solas was only getting more confused with each answer she received. "You would be dead if you still had your original body, but the one Menadian bestowed upon you is too strong for a mere lightning to kill you. Not to mention that your life force is linked to the humans. You're in a state very close to death, and since I was there when it happened, the most human part of your mind naturally returned to me. You don't have powers because you don't need them here. You're safe, unlike him." A wave of Maugur's hand made their surroundings disappear, returning Solas to the Odie's underground complex. Solas suddenly realized that something was wrong. Maugur's presence was calm like that of any normal human, but there were 3 more pillars other than the one enveloping Lith. They were much bigger than his silver pillar, and so powerful that even in her current state, just being so close to them covered Solas in a cold sweat. "What are you doing to Lith? What's the meaning of the silver pillar, and who or what are those things?" Solas pointed at the remaining 3 pillars surrounding Kula. "I'm not doing anything that your friend didn't ask for himself. He calls for me so wearily often, but this time I answered his call." Magus shook her head, shape-shifting into Rena. "The silver pillar is the way I communicate with those like him. As for the others," the second wave of her hand gave Solas the impression that the whole world was zooming out. She could now see with her eyes 3 enormous beasts surrounding Kula, a golden griffin, a black-scaled dragon, and a white phoenix. Each one of them was standing on its hind legs, which seemed to reach down to Maugur's core, while their heads stood so tall that they were able to pierce the skies. The closest comparison between the dragon in front of her and the emerald dragon they had met inside Huriel she could think of was that of a volcano and a match. "They are my guardians. I brought them here to pass my judgment in the case that your friend dies." Maugur's warm and motherly smile despite the dire circumstances Lith, Floria, and Quilla gave Solas the creeps. "For too long those bastards hid from my sight, sucking my blood for their filthy experiments. I usually don't mind mosquitoes, but this one has got too big and too annoying to let it live. If you already have guardians, what do you need Lith for? Can't you see he is suffering?" Solas saw Lith's 7 eyes burning like torches. She had no idea if it was either due to his rage or the tears that in such a form looked like flames. Even without their mind link, just by looking at his face, she could tell that he was grieving. "Life is suffering, child. You should know it better than anyone else." Magus sneered, assuming Gianni's features. "I still need many pieces on my chessboard, and so far your friend fits the bill. Do you know why magical beasts are born with 2 elements? It marks what their purpose is, what they are supposed to be. Take the griffin, for example. Its elements are light and air. Together they bring order and change. That's why the griffin's duty is to nurture what already exists. Back when people still believed in the gods, it was considered the lord of prosperity. The dragon is made of fire and air, elements that complement each other. Both of them are shapeless and intangible. Together they bring the passion and the open-mindedness necessary to those who seek knowledge. That's why dragons are usually wise, and the first dragon was considered the lord of wisdom. Last but not least, the phoenix. Its elements are light and darkness, twin elements that despite being polar opposites cannot live without each other. Together, they are an unstoppable force of death and rebirth. For something new to be born, something old must die. That's the oldest rule of the balance. The phoenix embodies the radical changes that living beings must undergo in order to survive, both as individuals and a society. Its conflictual nature made the first phoenix the lord of war. Sometimes, however, change is not enough. There are things in every world that are simply born wrong, and no matter how much they change, there's no fixing them like the Odie. Do you know what are the elements your friend was born with? fire and darkness. Together they don't nurture, don't protect, nor do they change. Their only purpose is to cleanse and disinfect, to get rid of what is toxic. Too many mistakes on the evolutionary ladder have brought me to agree with your friend. I need a Lord of Destruction. Magus pointed her slender finger at Lith's proto-guardian form. By the way, are you sure that you can afford to stay here and chatter? Things aren't going well for him. Solus followed the images in front of her, noticing that there was more in play than the physical battle between Lith and Rizzo. Now that the reactor was still, its prisoners were finally able to truly die. The souls that it had trapped for centuries were finally free. Yet while some turned into shooting stars and disappeared in the sky, others were now free to look for their revenge upon their captors. All those whose hatred and rage was strong enough that it would have turned them into undead if they still a shred of a body to cling to, found in the abyss erupting from Lith's soul a beacon. Each one of them tainted his mind and body, trying to force him to become the instrument of their reckoning. They projected into his mind all the atrocities they had endured, all the loved ones they had lost, adding their fury to his own, driving Lith on the verge of madness. They couldn't offer him power, only rage, but that was something that he had plenty already. Feeling his body getting invaded by foreign feelings, Lith focused on Karl's death on Yandra's and on the painful void that Solus's absence had left. The black fire inside of him burned brighter, attacking the dead souls clinging to him and forcing them to release their hold on him. The spirits changed their tactic, replacing their features with those of his loved ones, asking him to avenge them. Rizzo didn't miss the opportunity that the chaos Lith's mind currently had created for him. He dispelled both the white flames and the god's will array, charging forward in a downward slash that would have split the monster asunder. Lith managed to partially dodge, but the strike still managed to chop his left arm off. The pain snapped Lith out of his frenzy, and before Rizzo could even gloat for his success, black tendrils erupted from Lith's shoulder as well as from his amputated limb, reattaching it in a split second. Chapter 726, Lord of Destruction, Part 2. Rizzo knew that such a wound couldn't heal so fast, and that Lith's left side was currently exposed. He lunged his blade at Lith's weak point, only for a silvery clash to stop him in his tracks. Lith's wings were coated in orichalcum as well, and since he couldn't move his left arm properly, he had shielded himself with his wing. Being upside down, they almost resembled a hand with the thumb pointing down, allowing Lith to flex the upper part of his wings so to grab the enemy weapon. Before Rizzo managed to free the blade by twisting it and ripping part of the wings to shreds, Lith's right fist struck at the Odie's kidney, just in time to dodge a horizontal slash that would otherwise chop his head off. Floria and Quilla didn't miss the opening, unleashing a burst of lightning that almost brought Rizzo to his knees. He had yet to activate the green array again because once set, he couldn't move it. Without a solid strategy, Lith's origin flames would have damaged it before he could exploit the advantage that God's will granted to him. Also, the array was very expensive, and with the reactor down, Rizzo couldn't afford to waste what energy he had left. The moment his opponent faltered, Lith took a gatekeeper prototype out of his pocket dimension and lunged for the kill. Alas, Rizzo's title of Blade Master wasn't just for show. The Odie managed to ignore the shock thanks to sheer willpower, and deflected the prototype, striking at the point where the metal was thinner. The difference in quality between the blades coupled with Rizzo's skill allowed him to break Lith's weapon and use the recoil from the clash to launch a counterattack at the same time. The attack was too fast and too close for Lith to dodge it, so he had to once again resort to using his metal-coated wings as shields. Much to everyone's surprise, the inner part of the wings was covered in faces twisted in anger and pain that could be seen moving right below its black membrane. Countless black arms made of darkness and spirit magic erupted from the wings, attempting to grab both the sword and its wielder. Rizzo managed to cut them all before they could touch him, but at that point, the strength of his attack had been neutralized. /U003C, what's happening? /U003E Rizzo asked more to the Odie who shared the body with him rather than to the humans. /U003C, where are these things coming from? /U003E. More and more black arms came out from the surrounding darkness, as the lost souls found a way to exploit their link with Lith to use demons of darkness in his stead. Soon there were more than just arms, but also heads and full bodies as well. Die, Lith replied, joining the onslaught. Thanks to the cover that the shadows offered to him, Lith managed to get close enough to lunge with his claw at Rizzo's right lung, where the sphere that allowed him to conjure the gods' will array was hidden. Even among the red sea of rage possessing him, Lith was aware that without the artifact, the enemy would be at his complete mercy. With just Tier 3 spells at his disposal, not even a Blade Master would last more than a few seconds. "Is that really Lith?" Quilla asked, finally recognizing the familiar voice. Until that moment, snarls and roars had prevented her to understand who she should root for. She had previously aimed her bolt of lightning against Rizzo only because it was what Floria had done. Yes, Floria nodded. She instinctively tried to reach for her sword before remembering that the Odie had taken it away from her. "We have to help him. He can't win without a weapon." Quilla was about to reply that she begged to differ since his claws had pierced through the damaged armor and the Odie's flesh, spraying blue blood everywhere, when Rizzo reactivated God's will in the nick of time before Lith's fingers could close around the sphere. A wind push as strong as a tornado sent Lith crashing against the wall while the vengeful shadows were dispersed. The God's will array allowed Rizzo to manipulate mana, not the lost souls inhabiting them. Rizzo could have used fire or lightning to kill him, but since the monster appeared to be immortal, if the attack failed and the thing still managed to take the God's will from him, even the female humans might have been able to kill him. "I don't want to stay here," Solus said. "How do I get back to Lith?" Gianni Magar laughed with a sweet and silvery voice that would have been soothing if it didn't come from someone with Gianni's features. It sounded mostly creepy. "You're so funny, child. I already told you, that's your mind." Magar pointed at Solus's human form. "And there's your body." She was now pointing at the arm protector visible on Lith's right arm, covering him from the hand to the shoulder. "Do the math." Solus still had a lot of questions, yet Floria was right. Lith couldn't win without a weapon. Also, Magar was right. With a broken life force and apparently also a broken soul, without her Lith was at risk of being possessed by the undead that he was currently manipulating. She walked toward Lith, looking at her slender, pink hands one last time before overlapping her body with his own. "Get up, we don't have a second to lose," she thought. There were countless things that she wanted to say to him, but that wasn't the time nor the place. Rizzo had realized the threat that the two female humans now posed to the Odie's lives, and with the body-swapping machine destroyed, they had no use for them anymore. He dispelled the God's will, conjuring it again so that it enveloped the area between him and his prey. Floria and Quilla were at its fringes, but having their backs against the wall, they couldn't escape. Not before he reached them and cut them down. Rizzo was at the opposite side, darting through the array, leaving no blind spot that Lith could use to stop him. The two women attempted to blink, but the magical formation prevented them to. Lith had yet to recover from the joy and shock to have Solus back, yet he could already feel his heart squeezing from pain. He was about to lose one of his closest friends, and the only woman that he might have ever loved. His body moved faster than his mind and faster than Rizzo. The Odie's elemental fusion was more powerful, but Lith's body was stronger and his limbs longer. It allowed Lith to reach Floria and Quilla before his enemy. "Solus, I know that I can beat him, but I need your help. There's one last trick that I didn't dare to attempt before because it will put your body at great risk, and I hope that giving you some time to heal would allow you to recover." "Thank heavens, I was right. I know that it's unfair to ask you to suffer again even though you've just returned, but I know and I'm deeply grateful for everything you've said and done for me, but now stop wasting time. I trust you with all of my heart, so do what you must." Solus cut him short. "We'll face this enemy like we faced, and we'll face anyone who stands in our path together." Chapter 727, One Shall Fall Part 1. "Begone!" Lith screamed at Rizzo while using his wings to cover his arms, creating a multi-layered protection to stop the incoming slash. Rizzo laughed at the monster's stupidity. This way he could kill all three of them in one fell swoop. He activated the powers of his eternal blade, fueling them with an enormous amount of the power that the reactor still had left. The Odie's masterpiece was now surrounded by a white aura, strong enough to literally cut the air in front of it and even to split matter down to an atomic level. Lith's black wings evaporated, unable even to withstand the intense heat and power the eternal blade emitted. "Wait, why are the wings black?" Guna pointed out. She was a genius on Solus's level, so she couldn't possibly miss what was happening. "What the heck are you saying? This scourge has always been red and black." Rizzo ignored her remark, putting all of his weight and focus behind the strike. "The monster, yes, but his armor was silver. Where is its armor?" Guna had noticed that Lith's wings were back to being pitch black, only made of flesh and bone. The answer to her question came in the form of a silvery sound as the eternal blade was pushed away by an unstoppable force. Rizzo could only curse at his stupidity when he saw that the armor wasn't the only thing to have disappeared. The arm protector was gone as well, and in their stead, there was a silver bastard sword between Lith's hands. Its shape reminded Floria of the gatekeeper, but it was clearly made of orichalcum and had a green and a yellow mana crystal on its hilt instead of 2 blue crystals. Lith had made Solas's stone body took the form of his once prized blade and given her the entirety of the Skinwalker armor to protect her from harm. As the final step, by injecting his mana inside the armor, he gave to the makeshift weapon the same properties of mana-boosted orichalcum. Yet Solas was more than what even the gatekeeper once was. Not only could she channel Lith's elemental fusion, but also add her own, further enhancing all the blades and orichalcum's properties. The adamant alloy was semi-liquid, so no matter how many times the eternal blade's aura pushed the liquid metal aside, new orichalcum kept flowing to replace the missing parts while its energy field clashed with Rizzo's weapon. Lith's strength plus Solas's, while combining their fusion magic, was enough to almost rip the eternal blade off Rizzo's hands. Both blades were now above their masters' heads, but only one of the fighters still had a firm grip and both hands on his weapon's hilt. Lith's body was wounded and battered, his mana almost depleted. Too long had passed from the last time he had used invigoration, and even more since he had actually slept. Yet thoughts of his broken existence back on Earth were filling every corner of Lith's mind. Almost losing Solas had reopened all of his old wounds. It had reminded him of the differences between the loveless world, devoid of anything worth living for, that he had left behind, and Magur, which was filled with people who needed him. Rizzo was now defenseless from his midriff to his chin, yet it wouldn't last for long. Lith moved his blade in a downward diagonal slash to cut Rizzo from his right shoulder to his left hip. Even if with only one hand, Rizzo managed to strike at the Solus Keeper with his own blade, preventing the cut from being deep by pushing the edge down and away before it could pierce his organs. With his other hand, Rizzo imitated the spell that Jaira had previously used, and emitted from his palm a red beam of concentrated first magic aimed at Lith's heart. If the striking the head doesn't work, this thing must be like a vampire, Rizzo thought. Burning his heart should do the trick. The green array made the beam too fast and powerful to be dodged, not that Lith would have done it even if he could. Rizzo had almost taken Solas away from him. Lith wouldn't let anything happen to Floria or Quilla. No matter how powerful, that thing it's still fucking chore magic, Lith thought as his red eye burned with mana of the same color, infusing both Solas and the enemy's spell. The red light born from the eye tilted the beam enough that his blade's aura was enough to push it aside. Lith adjusted his grip on the Solus Keeper, following the motion from the previous attack to draw it near his chest in a horizontal stance, and then lunged at the enemy. The combined beam parry and sword stab took Rizzo by surprise. He tried to deflect the Solus Keeper again, but his one-handed grip was too weak compared to Lith's double-handed form. Lith's blade pierced his chest, forcing Rizzo to fly back to not be impaled. "Stick to what you know, you moron," Guna scolded him. "You're no mage, your control over first magic is pathetic at best, and that thing has 3 eyes flaring with mana. Judging by their colors, you have to avoid fire, darkness, and water magic." "What do you want me to do then? Heal him," Rizzo rebuked while a jet stream of origin flames tried to strike at him, only to be stopped by both the gods' will array and a bolt of thunder. "No, you idiot. Use your damn blade and the advantage that having hostages gives you." He stood still to defend the women before so. She stopped the moment she noticed that Quilla and Floria hadn't remained idly. They had used Lith's cover to get out of the array, and free him from the need to fight inside the magical formation. Damn, why am I the only one who is partnered with idiots? Guna thought. Lith followed his enemy, and now that everyone was out of the array, God's will was reduced to be just a tacky decoration on the floor. Rizzo used the thunderbolt from his blade again, but without the array, it was just a peak Tier 3 spell that Lith deflected with a flick of his blade. Once the two men were engaged again in close quarters combat, the difference in weapons soon became overwhelming. Just like the Skinwalker armor protecting her, Solas had no definite shape. She adapted after each clash, making the parts of the blade that Lith used to block thicker at the right moment, and shape-shifting it to be shaper and more curved whenever a hit connected, causing a deeper wound. Rizzo had a hard time following the Solus Keeper's movements, mostly because the blade kept changing its form, making it hard for him to hit its tip to easily deflect an attack. Fist, it was double-edged, then single-edged, and now it's a goddamned curved sword. What the heck of a weapon is that? Rizzo had to predict both the movements of the Solus Keeper and its wielder, who despite being less skilled than the Blade Master had a vastly superior physical prowess. Quilla didn't understand anything of what was happening, so she focused on Lith's non-yellow eyes and the enemy's array, trying to find a way to help her friend. Floria instead was in awe for his performance. She had often heard the term being one with the sword, but it was the first time she was actually seeing it. Solus wasn't just a powerful magical artifact, it was also part of Lith's body, allowing him to bring all of his techniques to a new peak. Chapter 728, One Shall Fall Part 2. Floria's amazement didn't stop her from also using her brain. Afraid that their enemy could once again steal the power of their spells, Floria used earth magic to change the pattern of the floor to Lith's advantage, making it slippery where Rizzo was and rough where Lith stood, giving her friend a better footing. Sometimes she would make small bumps appear where she predicted the Odie would move, making him almost trip more than once. Fighting 3 against 1 without the green array was too much for Rizzo. He conjured it again, but before it could fully form, the eternal blade was ripped off his hands, quickly followed by his head. Lith knew what was going to happen, so he quickly stepped out of the array as Rizzo's remaining life force was detonated to buy the time necessary for the next Odie to step out. I need to rest, sorry. Solus slipped back to Lith's finger and the skinwalker back on his body. Between her near-death experience and her weak core, Lith was surprised that she had lasted for so long. He gave Solus his most heartfelt thanks while hurling a constant stream of origin flames against the green array. By the time the explosion had faded and Vega's body was fully formed, the magical formation was in shambles. /U003C, Rizzo, you damn idiot. /U003E, Vega said, taking her magical staff out of her dimensional ring. Thanks to the array's power-amplifying effects, her Tier 3 spell filled the room with ice shards as big as a person, giving her prey no chance to escape. Floria used her Tier 4 Earth spell, Tidal Wall, to make the ground in front of her, and her allies rise like a wave, buying Lith enough time for a full breath of invigoration. Vega sneered at the ugly female's attempts to stall for time, conjuring one volley of shards after another, in a constant onslaught that soon brought the magical protection on the verge of crumbling. She didn't care about how much mana was left in the reactor. The only thing that mattered was her own survival. Lith pondered his options, trying to find a way out of that pinch. Damn it, that's a spell worthy of the name Checkmate Spears. I can't warp in due to the array, and since the offensive spell covers the entire room, I have no place to dodge. I could tank a wave or two, but I would die long before reaching that crazed mage, he thought. Quilla shared his opinion, but while Lith had fought putting his life on the line, she had done the best that she could to study the gods' will array. Quilla was no warden, but she knew the array detecting spell and how magical formations worked. She also knew many more runes than Floria, especially those the Odie used due to her thorough study of their magical discoveries. After seeing the green array being used so many times and how the various missing runes affected its working, she had a pretty good idea of how to make the assault stop. She focused her disarray spell on a single rune near one of the array's power nodes, triggering a domino effect that the already faltering magical formation wasn't able to bear. Its structure collapsed, reverting the above Tier 5 spell into an average Tier 3. When Vega realized that despite the fact that the god's will was still standing, its effects had completely disappeared, it was too late. Lith exploited that opening to warp in front of her, ripping the sphere from her chest with his left hand and squashing her head like grape with his right hand. Without the god's will array, there was no need to dodge the life force explosion, so he could breathe a stream of origin flames that engulfed the corpse and smothered the detonation. While the next Odie was still forming, Lith ripped her heart off before hurling a new jet of flames. He kept killing them non-stop, even though he felt that something was wrong. Invigoration or not, he had never used origin flames so many times, and his instincts screamed at him to stop. His life force was close to suffering more damage. /U003C, please have mercy. /U003E, Guna said when her turn came. /U003C, you are killing an entire race. This is genocide. Lith's reply was to tear her asunder before stepping back to avoid the ensuing explosion. His eyes were blurring, and his strength dwindling, yet he didn't dare stop his work. Only the Odie could actually see that as more of them died, The eyes in the room converged into a single point, until they assumed a physical form that got closer and closer until they could feel its breath down their necks. The black hands had disappeared once the spirits of the dead had been dispelled by the gods' will array, but now Maugur's consciousness had coalesced to be ready to take her prize, leaving only the darkness originating from Lith behind. Each of their forced rebirths drained more mana from the reactor until nothing remained. Without its nourishment, the lump of flesh in front of Lith stopped squirming as time finally moved forward and demanded its toll from the Odi. Their collective body withered and aged until they all turned into dust. Only then did Magur disappear. Finally, its mistake had been mended, and over time, from all that death life would blossom again. Along with the planet's consciousness, both the silver and the black pillar disappeared, leaving Lith back into his human form. "Well, that was interesting," Salark said. "I'd say it was worth the trip." "Really, I think the fight was really good as well, but from a battle-crazed warrior like you I was expecting a lot of criticism about that poor kid," Tyrus said. "Also, the only effective part of the Odi's plan was managing to hide themselves from us. Reactor or not, they wouldn't have stood a chance." "I'm not talking about the fight, even though I have to admit it was pretty decent. I was referring to the Anomaly's companion speaking with Magur. It rarely speaks to non-guardians. By the way, what do you think the two pillars mean?" she asked while looking at Ligon. "It's a good sign. The first time the Anomaly underwent a tribulation, the pillar was black, like that of an abomination. Now there's also a silver one, which probably depends on the fact that he's not technically a beast, and we've never seen the pillar related to humans. I think the two pillars mean that his nature is getting more stable, no more lost in between species, but giving birth to a race of his own," Ligon replied. "It's more than that." Magur materialized in the middle of its guardians, appearing to each one of them in the form it had assumed back when they had met the planet's consciousness for the first time. To Salark it appeared as a blood-stained beast, to Tyrus like a pregnant woman, and to Ligon as the world tree. Both hybrids are conflicted about their nature and are troubled to accept the changes they are still undergoing. Yet while the female is driven by her feelings and hindered by her memory loss, the male is almost a lost cause. He keeps living in the past, carrying a burden that drags him down no matter what choice he makes. That's why he still carries the mark of abominations. Chapter 729, One Shall Stand Part 1. At the same time, the male hybrid fights for his future. It allows him to move forward and accept the change, rather than trying to foolishly bring back a forever lost past. It'll be interesting to see which side he'll choose if he ever makes his mind, Magur said. "Are you saying that he might remain a hybrid?" Salark asked. "I always thought that hybrid was just a temporary state of the spawn of powerful species before they reach maturity." "And you were right," Magur nodded. "But things are different now, and so am I. A hybrid is now walking the path towards guardianhood, and even the abominations I had forsaken as a lost cause have managed to evolve into something new. Things are changing pretty fast for my standards, and only time could tell if it's for the better or the worse." Space. Meanwhile, inside the body-swapping room, Lith was fighting to retain his consciousness. His cracked life force was on the verge of breaking, his stamina was depleted, and all the mana he had left wasn't enough to light a candle. Lith had fought, ran, and cast spells non-stop for hours now, to the point that invigoration would bring him back to less than 20% of his max strength. The fight with the Odi, with the necessity to constantly keep the Skinwalker armor in its boosted state, had drained his energies like never before. "Are you all right, Lith?" Floria asked while helping him to lie down on the floor. "Are you all right, Soulless?" Lith was still so scared from almost losing her that he constantly checked on her condition. "I'm peachy, stop asking me that," she giggled. "I'm fine, I just need to sleep for a few hours, a week tops," he replied to Floria. Shit. Quilla was kneeling right next to him, checking his vitals. "This is really bad, he needs absolute rest. He's this close to further reducing his lifespan." She then blew away the nearby pile of dust that once had been the lost Odi race and imprinted Elka's dimensional ring, taking back all of her stuff and Floria's. Quilla had brought several potions with her, some of which were needed to stabilize the life force of a patient after a body sculpting procedure. She forced Lith to drink a tonic, a stabilizer, and then she used Tier 4 light magic to make sure that his body had the necessary energy to recover from its many wounds. All the damage his wings sustained had been carried to his human form as open cuts on Lith's back. Lith protested for a second or two before the strain from the healing process and the stress from the fight made him fall asleep. Only once Quilla was certain that both Lith's body and his life force were out of danger did she allow herself to relax. "We have a lot of catching up to do," she said while throwing a meaningful look at her sister. "You two have a lot of explaining to do, but right now I'm too tired and too happy to care about answers." She hugged Floria, enjoying her warmth. While she was working in the Mana Reactor's control room, Quilla had hated herself for abandoning Floria in the hands of the Odi. She knew that Lith would have done anything to defend her, but to Quilla that wasn't an excuse. She had no idea what Lith was, but, in her eyes, being a little inhuman was a small price to pay if it meant being powerful enough to protect those she loved. Then, she checked Lith's condition one last time before falling asleep as well. Even if the red chains had healed the hole in her chest, her stamina was depleted by all the healing she had performed and the life force she had passed to Lith. Taking care of those two golems had taken quite a toll on her mana as well. Floria's physical condition was pretty good thanks to Lith invigorating her after killing Jaira. She armed herself to the teeth, standing guard in the case that more constructs, magical beasts, or whatever the Odi had left might pop its ugly head up and threaten their lives. When the metal doors opened, her blade moved too fast that Morok's neck started to bleed even before he managed to notice the wound that the tip of her estoc had opened. "First your sister kicks me in the nuts so hard that I don't know if I'm still able to have children, and now you almost turn me into a kebab. What's wrong with you, Ernest?" he asked while pushing the blade away with a finger. "Have you ever heard of knocking? Not only it's a very polite thing to do, but also prevents others from thinking you're a fucking enemy trying to sneak inside and finish us off," she said. "Point taken, can we leave now? I'm sick of this place and I've no idea if there are more golems left." Floria pondered about her options. Normally she would worry about rescuing her soldiers and the apprentices, but the fact that they had left with no care for her well-being while even Morok had come to help royally pissed her off. "We have to wait until their condition stabilizes a bit. Then we get the heck out of here." That was how long she was willing to wait for her comrades to return. They were all perfectly healthy, whereas Lith needed medical attention. "Do you want me to look around for our runaway friends while you guys rest?" Morok asked. "No, I can't take on several magical beasts at once or a flesh golem and defend them at the same time. I need you here." "Don't worry, I counted them. If those that attacked us back in the living quarters were all of them, there are only 2 left. If they are smart, they'll keep away from us." "Quilla and I killed one on our own," Floria said. "Even better, then there's only one left. The chances it attacks us are almost shit." His optimism died as the metal door opened again, letting the last golem in. Solus was very tired, but she was incapable of sleeping outside of her tower, so she was watching and hearing everything in the room. Maybe Lith is right, maybe jinxing stuff really is possible, she thought. Yet the construct moved slowly, its arms raised in the air and its power core was exposed, protruding from its stone shell. Now that every single Odi was dead, the imprint on the slave runes carved into its life force had disappeared. It was now free to do whatever it wanted as long as it didn't clash with its protocols, like self-harming. Seeing the pain and anguish in the eyes of the man grafted to the construct, Floria's hand hesitated. Killing out of mercy was different from doing it out of self-defense. \U003C, please, IN\U003E. The creature attempted to say while using sheer willpower to hold back its screams of pain. Morok had no such problems. He had seen enough golems for a lifetime and couldn't wait to retire. His hammers smashed the power core, putting the creature out of its misery. "He was trying to say something," Floria said. "Then it should have talked faster. I'm not putting at risk the last royal forgemaster, I mean, my precious friends for a dead man walking." Morok hoped that Floria wouldn't notice the greed with which he was staring at the silver wand in her pocket. Chapter 731 shall stand Part 2. By the time Lith woke up, all members of the expedition had returned. They had mustered the courage to check the outcome of the battle only after they had realized that they had no way to open the closed doors. Quilla returned them their items from Elkaz's dimensional amulet, and Floria took Morok with her to explore what remained of the room Gaku was still alive, and she couldn't afford to leave their back exposed to the alleged traitorous mage. She didn't have to search for long since the missing professor's corpse was waiting for them in the next room. No one would even know that, just like the Odi, their slave seal on their victim's life force required the mana reactor to work. The moment the device had run out of power, the spells engraved in Gaku's life force had consumed her life in the attempt to prolong their existence. Floria stored the corpse in her dimensional amulet. Traitor or not, she didn't deserve to be left there to rot. After Quilla checked Lith's condition, Morok warped them all to the tech's breeding facility, and Floria activated the dimensional runes until she found one that led to a safe corridor. No one had any desire to walk until they found a way back to the surface. So after Floria marked the rune on the outside so that Royal Forgemaster could spot it and easily get access to Kulla's lower floors, they used earth magic to dig their way out. From that point, returning home was easy. As soon as the army could pinpoint their communication amulets again, Commander Burian sent a rescue team to their position. Less than an hour later, the members of the expedition had said their goodbyes and had been sent to their homes. Lith was brought to the Erna's household since Quilla refused to let him go anywhere until she was certain that his life force was stable. His lifespan was unaffected by the strain of fighting a literal one-man army of Odi, and she hadn't got some answers from him. Camilla was overjoyed from seeing him and appalled by his condition. "Good gods, you look terrible," she said while looking at his pale face and battered body. Even though Lith had eaten non-stop since he had regained his consciousness, to reattach his arm and heal all of his wounds had made him lose a few kilograms. "I missed you too, babe," he said, holding her tight for a few seconds before giving her a passionate kiss. After feeling so close to death for so long, he needed to feel alive again. "Stop right there," Quilla separated them. "No action of any kind is allowed to you until you have recovered. You're too weak for anything more romantic than a hug, healer's orders." "Can we at least eat together? We both need to get some weight back," Lith asked, prompting Floria's stomach to rumble in agreement. She had been too tense to eat properly after escaping from Kulla. The three of them told their story in turns during the late dinner they consumed with Orion and Gianni, soon joined by Lith's family that wanted to see him as soon as the Gianni informed them of his condition. Later, when Camilla and Lith were cuddling in their bed, Lith couldn't stop thinking that the Ernas had accommodated him in the very same room where years ago he had spent his first night with Floria on purpose. Sharing that bed with another woman was really awkward for him. "How is Zinnia doing?" he asked, trying to find a way to introduce the topic he really cared about. During the last few weeks, Lith had shared so much with Floria, and now even Quilla knew part of his secret. Yet Camilla, the most important woman in his life, was still completely in the dark. He would have lost her at the hands of Falmug if not for Gianni, but due to the distance separating them and the countless impending threats at the time, he had failed to realize the real meaning of such an event. After almost losing solace, after finally holding Camilla between his arms, looking at her pale and gaunt skin, he now understood how fragile human life was. "She's doing pretty well. Falmug's death was a huge shock for her, but I think that having her children back made her too happy to waste even a moment of her time grieving. She also received all of his possessions as compensation from the abuses Falmug inflicted upon her over the years. Between Vaster's testimony and Falmug's attempt on my life, the judge had no qualms imposing the maximum sentence. Is she still at my parents' home, or has she gone back to her house?" "Are you kidding? Neither Zinnia nor her children want to step foot again in that horrid place. She's selling the house and everything within it to get a fresh start. Zinnia has moved to Lucia now, to stay as far away as possible from Falmug's family and our own." "What where?" Lith asked. The implications of that piece of news startled him a bit. "She's bought a house near yours, so our families are neighbors now." Camilla blushed a little, but hid her embarrassment by burying her face in his shoulder. "Your parents did a lot for her, and she has fallen in love with the warm climate of the South. She can now afford a tutor for both herself and the kids to get them homeschooled. They've been apart for so long that she wants to make up for the lost time and give them the freedom they never experienced. Their grandparents weren't as harsh as Falmug was, but so far their childhood has been reduced solely to fear and duty. They deserve to know happiness as well as their mother. It's all thanks to you, you know. First you gave her sight and then you gave Zinnia her life back." Camilla snuggled up to Lith, searching for his embrace. "Nope, it was all thanks to you, Kami. It was you who never stopped fighting for her, even at the cost of your personal safety. By the way, there's something I'd like to tell you." "Is this about me losing too much weight? Do I really look that bad?" she asked. Embarrassment was the only thing that gave a bit of color to her face. "No, but actually, yes. I mean, you're bordering on putting at risk your assets. You can't afford to skip even one meal. The fate of Magur depends on it," Lith replied with an overly dramatic tone while checking her goods. "Stop it," she moaned. "You heard your healer, you need rest." "This is no foreplay, just a medical examination that I'm conducting as your personal healer. We can always call Quilla if you need a second opinion. Pervert, that's not your professional face, she said before giving him a slow, deep kiss. Is it important? She asked, receiving a serious nod in reply. Can it wait, please? I've already had too many emotions for today. The only thing I want right now is to enjoy your company and the first happy moment I have since Falmug's attack. It can wait, Lith said. That speech had been on standby for so long that a bit more couldn't hurt. They had both quite a lot of pent-up stress, and being so close reminded them how lonely they had felt without each other. Yet Quilla's instructions prevented them from doing what they really wanted. Chapter 730, One Gains Part 1. Only Lith's exhaustion saved them from a long, awkward silence. Due to the constant fighting and use of invigoration, he had lost all of his body fat along with part of his bone and muscle density. Lith fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes to sniff Camilla's hair, giving his metabolism the opportunity to fix all the damages he had sustained. Thanks to all the nutrients he had ingested during dinner and Lith's ability to assimilate world energy, his body was rebuilt from its foundations, pushing the impurities within it away from the new tissues and closer to his mana core. Space. Lith spent the next 2 days doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and using accumulation. His enhanced metabolism sped up his recovery, making him regain weight at an astounding rate, but that came with a price. Healing and evolving required a huge amount of energy that Lith decided to take only through conventional means. His choice was based not only on the fact that his recovery speed was already unnatural, but also because in his condition, using invigoration would do him more harm than good. Despite all of Quilla's and Lith's treatments, his life force was still unstable. Forcefully injecting a strength that his body might not have been able to handle yet was as risky as it was pointless. Aside from the headaches Lith got by standing so close to Camilla and yet being forced to keep his hands in his pockets, there were no threats in the Erna's household. Also, he had noticed his impurities moving, and by using accumulation instead of invigoration, he could exploit that opportunity. His entire body was being flooded by world energy, rebuilding itself stronger and denser than before. Using accumulation allowed him to speed up the natural process of moving the impurities towards his core so that he would experience the next breakthrough the moment his body was ready for it. It was a win-win situation for him, which allowed Lith to strengthen both his body and mana core at once. Also, it gave him the time to assess his loot from Kula. He still had in his pocket dimension Rizzo's eternal blade, the bead that activated the gods' will array, but more importantly, the books he had found in the lab's safe. The Erna's household was one of the most ancient and powerful magical bloodlines of the Griffin Kingdom. Their library could easily compare with that of any academy, covering almost all topics known to mankind. It also contained several books about lost languages and all the dictionaries Lith needed to make heads or tails of his possessions. Or better, Solus did, and he just reaped the fruits of her endeavor. They were both overjoyed discovering that one of the books was a detailed explanation of the body-swapping technique, of which the life-merging process was just an incredibly hard and mana-expensive variation. Building the necessary equipment might take a lot of time and resources, since I don't recognize half the ingredients listed in here, but this is a great start. Solus had devoted her whole time since they had gotten back to checking Lith's condition and translating the book about body-swapping. Agreed also, we might not even need all of them. The Odi were stuck with Tier 3 magic in all fields but light magic and forgemastering, whereas we can use all tiers of true magic. For once, Lith shared her enthusiasm. Not even he could find a sour note in such a discovery. Sure, there was no certainty that it would work, nor that they would manage to understand the underlying mechanism of the process, but it was a start, more than they had ever had. I'm so happy to have you back, Solus. Lith was brimming with joy like it didn't happen since the day he had healed Tista from her congenital disease. When I thought I had lost you, I almost went insane. I'm really sorry that while we are here I can't spend more time with you, but isolating myself would arouse even more suspicions than my recovery speed already does. Don't worry, we have all the time in the world. I'm not going anywhere, you big oaf. Soulless mana enveloped Lith's body, while her mind pushed her feelings of joy to the fringes of his mind, in what was the closest thing to a heartfelt hug she could give him. By the way, there's something you need to know. Solus shared with him all of her memories about her encounter with Magus, the existence of the Guardians, and Lith's alleged role during the tribulations. Fuck me sideways, was his first reaction. I don't like this at all, Do you think that Magur has manipulated me so far that all the bullshit that happens to me depends on some kind of cosmic scheme? Honestly, no. I didn't feel any malice from her, and I consider myself an expert in recognizing cold-hearted manipulators. Solus replied while looking at Lith first and then to Gianni. She was teaching Camilla about Royal Constable's protocols, and revising with her some of the most controversial cases as simulation exercises. Magur also said that it's you who constantly call upon her, not the other way around. I'm more worried about the Guardians. What if they feel threatened and decide to kill you? We don't stand a chance against such powerful creatures. Please, that's foobar paranoia, even by my standards, Lith replied. I doubt that they care about someone as weak as I am, just like I don't stomp all ants I see because they might evolve into something more powerful. We must focus on the good news. Magur didn't call me a monster or an alien, which means that either even this planet doesn't know what I am or that it doesn't care. Also, your out-of-body experience has finally given us conclusive proof that I was right all along. You are human and have a nice C-cup. If Solus had a body, she would have blushed from head to toe. She had completely forgotten about having checked her body back then, and now she had shared all the knowledge she had acquired about her real form. How can you focus on my breasts during such a dramatic moment of my life? It's just a memory, we're safe now. Also, cut me some slack. I'm only human after all. How are you feeling, Lith? Orion's arrival saved Solus from her predicament. She really didn't want to hear Lith's opinion about her build, especially not in the over-aroused state he was. Weak, but aside from that, I feel great. Thanks. Lith was sitting on a bench in the Manors Park, located nearby the veranda where Gianni and Camilla were working. After being underground for so many weeks, he really missed the sun. I will never be able to thank you enough for saving my little girls, especially Floria. It was really brave of you to face that monster alone. Instead of running away once, you rescued the rest of the expedition. As I already told Gianni, our friendship runs deep. I would never let something happen to them on my watch. By the way, what's the status of the sword? Lith asked. It's coming along nicely, but since I'm really serious about it, it will take some time. I don't think you want something half-baked again. What the actual fuck? What kind of monster Orion is if the gatekeeper was just something he did for fun? Lith thought.